Talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, I let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block where it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a painless. Cold stove, stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and goals, you know they aim is. Living levels and smalls all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take them true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies, bombs and spaceships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play into the grid, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take them true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. Yeah. Let it go. 84 music. Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start to fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the same mind, he needs some. Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start to fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the same mind, he needs some. I look you straight in your face and call out your nonsense. I give you out of your face and call at the palm print. Black is my race and the only thing I'm acknowledging. Survived so many days as a slave, so now I'm not following none of your rules or your talking points or your politics. Once was a fool for your coin, but now we counterfeit. Survival of the fittest, it's a black power apocalypse. Black man, no cape in his hand, I'm always popping shit. Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start to fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the same mind, he needs some. Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start to fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the same mind, he needs some. What's goody, Black YouTube? I done woke up and got in the building on time. It's Liddy. They should have never gave you niggas money. They should have never gave you niggas freedom. What's goody, Black family? I think I put the link in the chat. Oh, my phone is texting somebody what I just said. Oh, no. Wildin'. Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to push me back because I don't need it. Yeah, I've been bullshitting, and that's my fault, y'all. Motivation is not easy.
That was fire. You look him straight in the face and call out the bullshit.
I look you straight in your face and call out your nonsense. I give you 5 to the face and call that the palm print. Yeah, I don't know what I was talking about. I've been trying to finish that song for the longest, man.
Bars.
That was my shit right there, man. I gotta do that one with a cigar and some old school swag, you know what I'm saying? Or I was supposed to do that one. I got another one. I've been bullshitting with music, man. I'm bullshitting. I'm gonna get it done. I'm gonna get it done. Identity
What up, bro?
was 30. Y'all, I want y'all to know, y'all, we got the smartest arena in black social media right now, y'all. Doctors only hang out when it's a fucking meeting and shit. Engineers, they don't hang out. You know what I'm saying? So, black YouTube, social media, you're never gonna find. I meant to introduce my man Sediku yesterday. Shout out my man Sediku. He was in the chat yesterday, but he was one of my first subscribers like that over here. And he actually helped me get into a lot of the technical stuff I'm doing and stuff like he's an old school engineer. He was in the chat yesterday. I was like, damn, we got some really smart black people in this side of YouTube, man. And I really appreciate the hell out of y'all, man. Like, it really is dope to have this many smart people around. I don't think y'all understand what we got going on right now. I know y'all don't understand what's going on, but literally, we got some shit brewing up. So if you're smart, you're black, get involved in some way. We have the Institute, we got the Science Fair, we got a bunch of different things that we're trying to get done besides that. So if you got something to add to the table, bring it to the table. Let's get it popping. I think this car show gonna happen in Atlanta, y'all, or New York. I ain't gonna lie. I meant to tell 504 I got a crazy connection this week. Oh my god, I got a crazy connection this weekend for some car shit. But yeah, get involved, y'all. Get in touch. Get involved. Just don't sit back and be watching, hating. Like, get involved, y'all. Especially if you're in the science world. This is the time to connect together with black folks who are not coons, not sellouts, who really are smart, and who really do care about moving the black community forward. The future belongs to us. I'm telling you, black people are dependent on black smart people who are not coons to create a future for them. Because the Sambos ain't doing it. The coons ain't doing it. The derelicts ain't doing it. The political Sambos are not creating a future for black people. These entertaining ass Sambo coon niggas don't give a fuck about nobody. Not one of your basketball players. None of them. None of them give a fuck about black people. You can't tell me they do when you gotta. They don't. It sounds good, and it's not that they just don't know. They haven't seen a bunch of people caring for black folks and putting on for black people. So we think donating a little 25,000 to a little public school when you got $500 million is cute and shit. You know what I mean? Diddy and shit. Think about, we crying about Diddy buying a liquor company. The fuck Diddy ever did for black people? 20 years in this bitch spraying baby oil on motherfuckers' backs. So, we ain't hearing all of that, man. Put your faith in smart black people who are not coons and watch what the future looks like. So, that's what we got going on over here. Also, I wanted to re-stress, it's about communication over here, at least for me. Not everybody joins the conversation for that reason. But I know there's been some new people watching. I want y'all to know, like, we have these conversations to increase the communication between black people. That's my professional opinion. We don't communicate enough, especially as adults. And a lot of dumb shit be just allowed to go through the word because motherfuckers ain't telling the people that you stupid, you dumb, you shouldn't be able to talk, you should go back and read some more. That was dumb. Where did you pick that up from? And we need to hear it in a way that's cool, hood, and disrespectfully cool at the same time. So it's a blend. You might be told that you're a fucking moron. You might be told in a really nice way. You know
If
what I'm
you're a
saying? Like, and I
fucking
feel like,
moron, if you're a moron. If you're a moron, you're a moron.
yeah, you might and respect it though. Don't think, I have no people that know me outside of YouTube or know me on YouTube, may not know the platform and they're trying to get onto the space. This is a very much inviting arena. Black people We are spicy, we funny, we aggressive. So this is the free space for that. So don't get your feelings hurt and look for nobody to come help you. If that makes sense. That didn't really come off that good though. That sounded really fucked up. How could I word that better? You on your own, nigga. Oh,
Don't step into it. Don't step into to an arena with people that you may think don't know. Hold on. Don't step on a platform thinking you have information and then get mad when your information is refused.
but I also will say to some of us, some of our people are in a space of just learning and developing, and some of us are used to being not the smartest person in the room. I'm gonna say that like that's not. Most black people think the room is stupid, and so they're qualified to be in the room. That's the kind of conversation I found, especially in the conscious community. Niggas,
And you know what? That is it. They feel like yep, that's it.
niggas
They
ain't
feel
that
like
smart, so I can fit in the room. Like I wasn't good at science, so more than likely none of these niggas is good at science. Like, hold
right,
on, brother.
right, right. I
Wrong.
don't know
Hold on.
history. Well, you niggas don't know history.
Exactly. Math. I struggled at math my whole life. Ain't no reason that ain't no way, and I still pay my bills. Like what? What the hell I got to do with math, nigga?
Right.
You crazy. I never needed math to survive. Why I need it now? All right. You're not allowed to speak anymore. And that's what we do here. We let people know why they should be told to shut up and why they shouldn't have a voice.
Mm-hmm.
Because the internet has given voices to so many different people who clearly are retarded. Like, and when I say retarded, I mean it in every sense of the 80s, the 70s,
Damn,
and the 90s.
damn, damn. So you mean a helmet on a short bus?
Well, we grew up with real retards. I don't know what's going on now. Like, there's so many different labels that they're here now. It was clear you was a retard or you was a crack baby, or you was a retarded
Mm-hmm.
crack baby.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It wasn't. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even feel comfortable talking about the shit. So, we're gonna use the old school definition for retards. You know what I mean? For all my older heads. The young kids, all you generational babies, I'm sorry. All my Damos, anybody who went to school with Damo, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Damo be talking that DEI
Mediocre.
shit. Damo is the most un-DEI motherfucker that comes on the platform. So just in case y'all know, we have a lot of smart people over here that do not like people who is not that smart. It's not your fault
Yes.
that you're dumb, but it's not their fault they don't like you neither. So we're trying to work on that. Identity is really smart and he's not mean. Damo is really smart and he's an asshole. I fucked with Damo.
I'm
It's
an
something you gotta
asshole
deal with.
too.
You know what I'm saying? Sabio is an asshole. Sabio's an asshole club too. Is Sabio and Damo's in the asshole clubs, y'all? Pause. Pause. That was crazy. You pause that again. Pause that one more time. That was crazy. But just to get an idea of who you dealing with, y'all. So you get called stupid or moron by Damo or Sabio, don't take it personal. Don't take it personal. You're just dumb as a nail, nigga, and you don't make no sense.
Like, I mean, there's levels to this shit, and you should know your limitations. You should know where you should be sitting back asking questions and taking notes and things like that.
Hey,
And I
hey
know mine.
Q, hey Q, did you lose like some people? I know the whole Sonetta thing fell apart, but did you lose some of the people on that side because of that? Like, did they deliberately like cut off all
Nah,
communication?
nah.
Okay, so it's just an isolated thing, just between Sonetta. Yeah.
No, I really think he fucked his. I mean, not to say our platform over here grew or got smaller, but we pretty much been the same way. We get, if we really go in on a time, we know if we talk about some nigga shit, we'll get a little 150, 200 people in here. We keep it regular, be anywhere from 75 to 100. It's been there. Nobody touched the numbers.
No, I mean, as far as like on a like not necessarily a personal side, but have people stop like supporting the whole concept? Like I don't see how you can be in this space of wanting to better the position of black people and not support it unless there's some hate involved. Like you just flat out just hate maybe you don't like Q, maybe you don't like me or
Oh yeah,
Sabio
nah,
or
there was some hate. I come to terms. Niggas ain't Samboing. Like conscious community Samboing. We don't. I don't do that. So that's another reason that's why it's like that. I don't put on the dashikis for sandals and use the preacher voice. If you use the preacher voice and you put on the dashiki or a certain suit, the community gonna fuck with you. Or if you do the angry black man shit, like I'm about to upload a video now, I'm just trying to decide if I'm gonna do the angry black man or I'm gonna do the cool voice. My cool voice don't get no views and shit. When I be all happy, pro-black, that shit don't get no views. They be like, yeah, why this nigga happy, son? Fuck that happy nigga, man. He got a hat on, dreads and shit. Niggas be angry.
Mm.
I was gonna try to go to sleep, but to that question, I was slowly phasing out of just tuning in every once in a while on Sonetta. And when this beef happened, I gravitated over here because I respected what Q was doing.
And that's what I'm talking about. Like, why is that not the default if the purpose is what it is? Right? Like if you had to come down to terms with, all right, why am I doing this? It's like we have something that's actually benefiting the black community. Why are you not backing this regardless?
Oh, but niggas wasn't, I mean, that's the beauty of it. If you remember right, niggas wasn't supporting this shit like that before anyway. Like I come to terms with that shit. Like I just, you know what I'm saying? I don't deal with it like that. Like I was even talking to Michi about that. Like, cause I'm like, oh Michi, I love you, sis. I was like, how come niggas get I understand it now. You know what I mean? Like niggas be doing, remember when yesterday's homeboy was like the extremes? Most black people like extreme niggas. So if you're not doing the Umar Johnson, if you're not putting the sunglasses, I couldn't imagine myself getting up at 8 in the morning, putting on the motherfucking Morpheus glasses and staring at the screen and telling niggas that I was sent here by God to lead black people into the future. As,
Did you say by who?
but I was sent here by God to lead niggas into that. You don't remember what Grandmaster Jay used to do every morning? That shit crazy to me, son. I'm sorry, son. But I understood why niggas was believing this shit. He would mix God. He would use the word matrix all the time. He would use the preacher voice. And I'm here
Yeah,
for
that
my
nigga would
brothers.
pray. He would pray. He
He
would
would
pray every
pray, but
morning, Q.
the
That
preacher
nigga
voice,
would pray.
niggas
Yep.
use the preacher voice very well. So it's the same thing when you see black women who pander, not to say all black women do it, but you got black women who pander to black men with content, knowing that niggas is going through shit and niggas is gonna watch them videos.
You mean like thirst trapping?
Not really thirst trapping, is like it's content. Like the people respond to content. So either you're gonna make content for niggas to reflect on, or you're gonna make content for niggas that that is a part of a movement. And
That
male,
coddle.
like what
I
you
know
call
who
it?
you talking about. Yeah, people like shit. I didn't want to say no names, but
No,
jazz, people like that, kind
yeah,
of.
there's a bunch of them. Not to say that this is a balance, but I just mean like in the sense of content. Content is content. So you got niggas that cape for content and niggas that do shit for real. I think the Black Power movement gets caught in the conversation because of niggas like Sonetta, because we expect him to be about black empowerment in the audience. But I think that shit made it easier, bro. Like, I don't really have those weird conversations no more. When I've gotten into the community and shit, like that shit is on the low now. Like niggas kind of know, like, yo, yeah, Q is pro-black, but he's on the them niggas is over there. They not the regular type. I prefer that side.
Mm.
Should do a shout out like that. I should pander every day. Like me, and I'm like, I wonder what I'm making. It's okay.
Yo, Q.
Shit.
Yo,
Yo,
Q. Yo, Q. You see that super chat from Chukwu?
nah, I'm about to.
It says some Pan Africans are liberal like Afro think tanks. Some are conservative like Pan Africanism strikes back. Can Africanists agree to disagree? Pan Africanism strikes back. Since when was he Pan African?
You know what's crazy? I remember when he first got on the tube, son, and I tried to link with son, and I was like,
He used to come over here.
And
He
I,
came
yeah, I
on
be
here a
saying,
few
I'm like, yo,
times.
what kind of Pan African are you, bro? Like, this is some. I remember niggas said that to me when I was cool with Cynthia G. Niggas like, yo, Q, your Pan Africanism is just, I don't fuck with. How you cool with this bitch? And I was like, yo, bro, like, you understand? I'm trying to understand people. Like, I don't know these niggas in real life. And that was funny too. A couple of people that tried to pull my car for being cool with Cynthia G was Pan African weirdo niggas that wasn't supporting. Niggas wouldn't even support the idea of me having a school. Niggas be jealous, bro. Niggas be gay and jealous if you ask me identity. That's what I come to terms with. Niggas be mad. Like I ain't gonna get on some bullshit, but that's just the shit I dealt with my life. Like my face. I'm saying how niggas be hating, and I like that shit. Fuck it, suck my dick, nigga. Get out of here, bitch ass nigga. You mad?
Damn, I showed up just in time for the crash out, I guess.
No, but in sense of what
What's the
identity was
word,
saying,
Q?
nah, there's certain people that's gonna fuck with certain shit. And I realized that those are the ones that are not haters, and I'd rather just focus on them. So I can say whatever I want about those people. The only way they're gonna come over here is if somebody tells them to come over here. Like the Tariq Nasheed audience, them niggas is like they can't go nowhere if Tariq tells them to go. But niggas ain't got no value, bro. Like you go over there, one of y'all go over to Tariq audience and go in the chat and be like, look, I'm looking for anybody who understands circuit design. I'm looking for somebody who understands mathematics above calculus, and watch how many people respond. You know what I'm saying? Like, who really understands chemistry? And put some terms in there like, yo, I'm having a problem with determining molarity. Can anybody help me in the chat? And watch, you're gonna see 1,000 motherfuckers in there, and 2 people be able to say they understand. That's it, man. Listen, man. Listen. If I'm lying, I'm flying. Go try it out. Go on Sonetta platform right now and ask somebody over there. Let's see, what would I guarantee them niggas don't know? What is a perfect trinomial? Perfect square trinomial. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is the point slope formula for in linear equations? Like something mad basic. Don't ask them the simple one and watch how many people cannot answer that question. And that, of course, America's filled with a bunch of dummies and shit, but you got 1,000 niggas listening to you and not one of them niggas can read over 4th grade? Bruh, bruh, bruh. That's not a good look, B. Niggas watching him argue with his shorty every 3 months.
You should have told me we were doing sound effects, bro.
Bruh.
In my head, that's what I was trying to sound like. Bruh. Like, come on, jeez. Like somebody in the chat yesterday, every time I talk about Umar, they be like, you jealous. I was like, y'all niggas is weird, bro. You know, Umar got like 3, 4 kids. Y'all niggas ain't never once seen Umar Johnson with his kids, nor his father with his children. That's nasty work where I'm from. That's nasty, nasty work. My children, my oldest son is like a year away from being in college. This whole year's SAT prep. Main reason I'm going back to school, honestly, is to open the doors for my kids. They're gonna be taking the same classes I'm taking right now in a year, 2 years. I got the syllabus, I got the course material, all the information, all the tests. Fuck you mean? This is nepotism, nigga. So I can't see myself being jealous of a nigga whose kids don't even know him. Yeah, I got some different standards, B.
That, that was my point in asking the question. Why is the personal vendettas larger than the purpose? I thought the purpose was the purpose, and like that's the goal. So regardless of what comes around that, we got to get to the goal. But it's clearly not the goal when you stare somebody in the face that's doing work and say, nah, that's not what that is. It's like, but you don't even have anything on the table. It's crazy to me.
Nothing at the table.
Absolutely nothing. And I'm not speaking out my my ass, Pauls, but I I did the flip. I only came in this space because of Umar. I thought he was going to do it years ago, and it didn't happen. And I'm just like, wait, what's holding you back? You got examples all around you to get
And for
started.
people, can I address something? Because this kind of makes you upset. And it's like, oh, because people in the chat saying like, QueButter saying something about Umar isn't right, whatever. You act like Umar doesn't say stuff. I literally say Umar drop and like allude to Q without saying his name. He's like, it's a person in New York that has a school, a black school, but it's not a school by definition. I'm like, I know who you talking about.
Oh
And
no,
then he tried to pull that fast one before. Remember you did that screen? Y'all was at some type of engagement one time, and he got up there and said something. He want to pull off in his Toyota, and he was talking about the school without saying the name in front of you and the kids. That was mad disrespectful.
oh no, he did
So
that bad. He did that. But I realized sucker niggas do sucker shit for weirdos. And that shit don't get you nowhere and shit. So the room that he did that in, I'm gonna be real. The average credit score at the time of the room probably was about 580. The security guards who were doing security, none of them had a contract in real life or were actually trained. Like, I'm just gonna be real. My bougie side is like, y'all niggas don't count. Every person at the event then they drove to the event. Now, I mean, took a bus to the event. All drunk, doing weirdo niggas like that. And niggas who's not in a position of life where they want to be at. And so that shit don't, yeah, my bougie side can be an ass, so I ain't gonna lie. I had to tell my sons that, like, nigga, the Black Panthers in New York ain't worth nothing. That shit crazy. Like, whatever, B.
Hey, who is the leader of HOK? I don't know who that
But
is.
that brings us to, y'all can hear me?
and then
Yeah,
y'all
you're
talk
in
about
and out a
honesty.
little bit, Q.
I know people mention this one person. I don't agree with everything she says, but to Cynthia G's credit, I don't. I think of when she talks about people, I just think it's like the Pookie and Ray Rays or whatever. However, Cynthia G does do her thing, like in promoting the school when she was on YouTube. That's why I'm over here. I came to see who QueButter was because she'll sit up there and make commercials. I'm like, damn, who's QueButter in this school? I would see the commercials and I see him in the commercial, and I used to think the QueButter was the janitor of the lab tech in the commercial. I'd be like, dang, who is Q? This school must be something. I was like, Cynthia G don't like black men at all. So I had to come and see the channel. So y'all talk about Cynthia G, but she did promote the school. I have to give her that much credit.
But you can't promote school and then say delete black babies. That's crazy. That's
Okay,
crazy.
that's true.
That's like counterintuitive. Like that, yeah, that's a wild position to be in. That's a wild position to be in. Hey, look, Lena, I was told the same thing, but I'm not. Or no, who said that about the HOK? Sorry, I forgot who said that, but yeah, I was
They,
told the same thing to stay away from Q, and I didn't know who he was. I was like, okay, what is he supposed to be doing? And then hearing all this stuff because I something in the Umar sector, a lot of those dudes were saying, "Yo, stay away from him. He's not this. He's not that. He's not this." And I'm like, has anybody even checked? Like, if he's saying he's doing it, why don't we do the same thing? See what he's doing. And fortunately, I didn't listen to the people telling me that. But once I realized it, I went back and was like, look, y'all got it wrong. This is he got all this stuff going on, and then this and that. And then I start realizing who was hating. And I was like, oh, that's different. So y'all not here to actually uplift. Okay. Okay. So I gotta rock by myself on this one. Let me navigate it myself and figure out what it is. So yeah, there's people out there that's just like the hate is stronger than the purpose. Much stronger. Much stronger. Like,
and they,
I
I gotta feel myself. They say I'm for the 50G. That's kind of not how I got here. I got here from Minute Physics. I used to watch this dude called who used to do Minute Physics, and from Minute physics. Old Duke, O'Shea Duke Jackson used to come down my algorithm, and I used to watch him, and then he used to beef with Cynthia G, and then I got into Cynthia G, and from Cynthia G, I did BWA. I'm more BWA. I mean BWE and pro black spear. That's how I got over here. Like, but if you see my algorithm, a lot of it's like pro black stuff. Like I listen to that, Amiri, people like that. I like the pro black spear.
Okay, regular Joe. Yeah, I never
Yeah, I was
linked
just
it
defending
to
myself.
Lita.
Because then they'll say, "Oh yeah, she's a diverse." I'm not a diverse. Even the Hispanic man I'm with is black. Like, let's make that clear. You can be Hispanic and black at the same time. Let's normalize that. It just means you speak Spanish. That's all Hispanic really means.
Here we go again.
Weasel.
Sound like we got um, regular people with regular narratives. You got Lance with the Black European narrative, and you got Lena with the Latino narrative. Like y'all trying to make sure y'all get this off. Like, nah,
But
Lena,
mine, by definition, is really true. Y'all look at me like I'm crazy. It's really like
no,
black.
I ain't saying nobody looking at you crazy. I'm just saying that y'all both got this agenda to like get people to wake up to like, yo, listen, y'all gotta hear me out on this.
Yeah,
I
but
get
they
it.
but they talking
I
about me and
get
like
it.
they are like really talking about me like they both can't be true, and it's really people
Nah,
I'm
but you know
related
what, though,
to.
Lena? And everybody in the
Uh-huh.
chat, that's fake part of the reason when I was doing my little tour around Black YouTube and I got cool with different people, that was me figuring shit out. Like, all right, let me understand how people are. And cool don't mean I agree with you and shit. It just means that I can tolerate the shit you say. I don't agree with the shit. And that was one of the first things I recognized, that people don't know how to disagree publicly and everybody feels like they gotta argue. Like, I ain't arguing with these niggas. Hey, that's my whole new thing. I don't even argue with niggas no more. Nobody. Somebody at the
They
house.
keep calling me.
Oh, my bad. I just muted you. You sound like you had to. Hold on. He said, okay. Oh, now niggas want to work together? I don't know what y'all been paying attention to. Buddha and I had a fallout. Buddha was in California, and I didn't know Buddha for 3 years, and we were working together. Irene Yvette is in California. We worked together for almost 6 years. Never met. You know what I'm saying? Identity is teaching with us. My man Freddie Cool I told you about, he was one of the first people to volunteer, help me with the curriculum, drove from Cleveland and helped me set up the institute. I don't know what kind of people y'all think we've been around. Like, people been in the mix, people been want to be involved. Like, I'm confused at that point. I think that's why identity asking, like, what are y'all talking about?
This is Drake Black. I think Drake is black though. He black
Drake
enough.
is not black.
Oh,
Drake is not
Lena,
black.
how are we? Lena, what we be trying to help you, Lena? You just go throw the whole bag away.
Drake is not black. Please don't do that. That man had on blackface. If anybody know the history of blackface and you supposed to be black, you wouldn't be putting on blackface. That man ain't never been black. I've never said Drake was black, even when he was on Degrassi.
So you don't think mixed people? I think
Wheelchair
they.
Jimmy.
I
Jimmy,
so does that mean my dad isn't black? He's
when
a
he
half
was
breed.
Jimmy.
Who?
Wheelchair Jimmy.
My dad was a
Wheelchair
half
Jimmy.
breed.
He got shot.
Is Bob
Who he
Marley
is?
not black?
oh my goodness, y'all do this again. Why you try to shame? Like you don't even, y'all don't even, not even listen. My fault.
Here we go.
Um, somebody got bad reception.
Okay, do y'all think Bob Marley is
Yeah.
black?
No, but
Lena,
Lena,
Lena, Lena, let me help you
again,
out,
we heard
Lena.
you the first time, but my thing is, why don't the questions ever differ? Like, yo, they've been doing the Bob Marley thing for mad long. You won't even stop to be like, you know what? Let me try to go at it a different way. You come with the same. You're not used to. You heard the Bob Marley discussion before. Why try to even use
No,
it
I
again?
haven't.
What you mean you haven't heard it, Lena?
Wow, wow.
I haven't heard Bob Marley.
So you, as long as you've been on this platform, you haven't heard people argue over the racial identity of Bob Marley or speak about Bob Marley when they talking about identifying as black. You trying to tell me that honestly, as a church person?
Drake is black. He's just light
Because
skinned.
you heard Drake, because Bob Marley will come up to you as soon as they mention Drake. You're gonna hear Bob Marley next, so you're gonna hear a bunch of the same names, Blair Underwoods and all these other people. I'm just trying to figure out if
Yo,
you
Lena. So
trying to
Lena,
do the same.
when it's Lena, I don't know about everybody else, but I got a grandfather clause, Lena. So the 1980s, the 70s, and before, yeah, biracials was considered black. Like Michi's era, like I told Michi, I'm like, yo, growing up in your era, but now in this era, no, you're a biracial. Your moms chose that, and like we understand the difference. Like this ain't the 60s no more. This ain't the 50s.
Okay, so my dad is black, but and Bob Marley are black because they were in the 60s.
Yeah,
81
see, back in the
afterwards.
days. That's back in the days. 2024, no, you're a biracial. That make more sense to you?
Yeah. So at least my dad is black. Okay.
Like when the Latinos started choosing Spanish, white, but non-white. Like, hold on.
But there are Latinos that choose to be black, and there's Latinos that are black. That's what they put on the census. You can be
Yeah,
both.
but there was a need for further clarification. So we agree that there's need for further clarification in the black community. Because the niggas like Drake and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So we like, you know what? We gotta clarify what black means a little bit more discretion. That's all you saying. So now people who don't have a level of discretion for blackness, you know what I mean, or they used to not having seen black with an ability to show discretion. Like you're black, how dare you just show discretion about who's black? We throw everybody in y'all bus. Say no, no,
I
no,
guess
no, no.
I'm more forgiving. I guess you gotta be black. Like you could be if you're half black and black culturally, then I consider you black. Like Obama.
No, we're
Obama is
talking
black
about,
to me.
but Obama was a biracial. Obama's the reason why this conversation happened. For me personally, Obama is what made me FBA. Before I knew what FBA was, Obama made me hate black people who were speaking for black people who were not black people. I used to be cool with that shit before. Like, no, he's biracial. He's one of us. No, the fuck he not. That nigga's an immigrant and he's half black. Fuck out of here. You can't talk for nobody, boy.
And you can't be black
Well,
when
my
it's
boyfriend does not
beneficial.
use
You
purse.
gotta be black 24/7, 365.
Yeah, geez. Obama set the
You
part for
can't
me.
do it when it's beneficial to
He
you.
was born in the 60s. He's black.
No, Obama was born in the 60s, but Obama is the reason why we have this conversation. For me, personally, how I understand FBA and ADOS is because niggas like Obama was telling black people to stop worrying about reparations. And they were like, why the fuck would this nigga say stop worrying about reparations? Who says shit like that?
I can't tell anybody not to worry about any money. I cannot tell a group of black people like, no, get your money.
You forgot how many times
I want
Obama
my
told
money.
niggas, you good, sis? You forgot how many times Obama told niggas that several times. Stop worry about reparations. Stop focusing on the past, things that happened in the past. Blah blah. Yo, son, shut your bitch ass up. And his wife sat up there and co-signed that shit every time. Fuck out of here, nigga. Fuck you and that bitch. Niggas ain't in free one political prisoner. Fuck out of here. Don't give me my old QueButter shit. Suck my dick. Fuck all your Obama fans. Fuck out of here, you coons.
Just for that hot lid, I'm be Mrs. Garrett for Halloween.
Yeah, I used to be kind of mean to them. I learned to be cool and shit, but I used to be, yeah, I used to be on some, yeah. Obama was a black man with a black family. then I don't know what you mean, black man. That means a white woman can birth a black child. No, the fuck she can't. White vagina cannot birth a black child. It birth a child that's melanated. Like, what are we talking
You
about?
are what your
Obama's
father
mama
is.
is not in the same
Ask the
club as my mama.
manosphere.
You're not
Ask
gonna
the black
divide your mama.
manosphere. The black manosphere said you are what your father is.
No, that's retarded. That's retarded. No, you are what your parents are. This is why science is needed. You are what your parents are. And you're not gonna tell my black mother that this white woman can make the same thing as he. Then we might as well tell black women we don't need you.
Facts.
Elder Barge
Right
is
there then.
Elder Barge is a
Facts.
half breed.
Facts. You can't. You is not finna tell my black mama that that Mexican lady can breathe the same thing she can. Hell no. You're not finna do
And y'all
that.
keep
Nope.
going back to the grandfather era, bro. We're not discussing Bob Marley, Frederick Doug. This is for the 2025s, 2008. Obama is one of them older motherfuckers that created a conversation. But now, if you made a baby with a white chick in 2009, bro, that baby's not black. You over here in 2024. I don't even fuck with Umar Johnson, but with all of the videos Umar Johnson put out, you still made a baby with a white bitch? No,
James, that's not
no,
fair. You
no. Sis,
can that does
how
not.
could you tell me? How could that white baby be considered black when you knew? I think I'll give Umar this. He's done a really good job at promoting black on black love. He has more videos that went viral telling niggas to stay away from Becky's than anybody.
Did you
Am I
read that
lying?
book? Stay. Did you read the book? Stay away from snow bunnies.
I'm just
Children's
saying,
book.
like, Lena, so you're gonna tell somebody in 2040, a motherfucker come and tell you, this is my 15-year-old son, and he black. And you looking at him like, son, wasn't you the same nigga that was on the panel with me? Wasn't you on a panel with me and we told you can't make, and they gonna come around, well, Lena, the seed follows the father. You gonna listen to that dumb shit, Lena?
No, I think
That's
genetically, I have to agree with the science on this. Black is black and genetically one is half. I think the genetics. Now, depending
none
on how
of
black you are, some people are one drop rule. Some people are depends what you were taught. But for me, it's do you look it and the vibe test? For me, that's how I
the
was
what test?
raised. The vibe test, like culturally.
No, we're talking genetically. No, Obama is more than likely to pass to a black child. His children are more than likely to pass white genetic issues. We need to be able to
His kid,
isolate how much white is it. The nigga's kid is a quarter white. So that means whatever
but that's
white
the
people
average
said his
black
mother
person
was
in
susceptible.
America.
No,
That's the
the
average
average black person in
person.
America is not 25% one
And
generational
through
difference.
the slavery, the ones that's
No,
been
no, no.
here
Hold on.
since
Understand. Hold on.
slavery.
Wait,
I
wait.
mean,
You
that's correct.
understand? There's something else that y'all niggas say that is completely wrong. There's something called a solution. So if your mama and your daddy made you biracial, you're one generation away from that blood pool. Your blood is right out the blood of a white person. Now, if you're gonna talk to a black person like myself, who is 7 to 8 generations away from a white person, that makes no sense. That blood is gone. I have 8 black people in between that white person who have gotten black in my blood and kept the black in the blood. Yeah, where did y'all go to school at? You dilute the solution over generations, or you enhance the solution over generations. This is why black people, even if you're black American and you're light skinned, you still will have 70 to 80% African in you because you had 7 or 8 generations of black people who continue to make
Um,
babies with black people. Like that's what don't y'all know that?
well, me and the father
Like
of my
that's not.
child, we're the same
I
color and got
know.
the same genetic makeup, and we had a brown baby.
Yeah, that's the expression part. But the Obama's complexion versus my complexion, we're the same complexion. Dev is the same complexion. However,
Hmm.
Obama's connection to white blood is one generation away. His susceptibility to genetic differences from white generation is one generation. His children are 2 generations removed from an entire white person. That's not the same thing as a black person who's 7 generations removed.
Hmm.
It's not. And it's a slap in the face to those 7 black people in between that who bust their butt to make sure that they stay black.
Bingo.
I don't know. I don't know. I think he's black enough. I gotta give
No,
Obama. Like if
city,
Obama walked
city.
past the street, I wouldn't. If I didn't know that was Obama, and I would just think, oh, okay, that's a black dude. I would never think that he wasn't. He black enough. I know I sound crazy, but you wouldn't. If Obama came, he came like, yo, Q, dap you up like, hey, y'all in the court, hey, pass me the ball. You wouldn't think nothing of it. You wouldn't be like, oh, dude, you'd be like, oh, this is the black dude. That's all you're gonna say. The same for even some of the light ones, like Bob Marley. I didn't have any idea until I found out. So I read about it. I wouldn't think anything else that he's just a Jamaican man. That's all I would know. They still pass the vibe test. Now, Drake is a little bit questionable. He kind of weirdo because he Canadian. Sorry, Canadians, but you would question it. You'd be like, and he kind of like too. You'd be like, something up. Holla, what do you mean I'm not invited to our barbecue? I'm the one who's throwing the barbecue. Duh. What you mean?
Have y'all heard of the cosmic race theory?
What's the cousin university?
Can y'all hear me? Sabio, can you hear me?
Yeah, did you say the cosmic race theory or the cosmic grace theory?
Cosmic race. RACE.
Race.
I'm gonna
Oh
drop you.
shit, not
I'm
this
gonna
pseudo
drop you.
shit.
Oh, you heard of it. You already know where
Oh
I'm
shit.
going.
Oh
You
shit.
already you
Oh
already know where I'm
shit.
going. You already know where I'm going. And if you read into it, you'll start seeing things over and over again like non-blackness, non-black, non-black. You'll see that underlying tone into it. That's the only reason I brought it up, Xavier. I don't believe in it. I was just trying to see if people was aware of it.
Yeah, that shit funny. That shit hella stupid. That's where all the
Y'all,
Anunnakians and shit be coming from. The cosmic race. There's this one
No,
non.
that's not what the cosmic race theory is. The cosmic race theory is that America will eventually become an amalgamation of all the races, and that will be the
Mm,
best people. They call it the fifth race.
mm,
It came out of it was a philosopher in Mexico who put that together. No,
nah,
I ain't talking the cosmos. No,
no, I
it's
thought it
something
was some
else.
cosmos shit.
No, let me go ahead and share this link with y'all.
Nah, I haven't heard of that one.
you too. Thank you.
It's in the back chat, y'all. But that's the dangers of it, and that's why I do understand and appreciate, keeping a grip on blackness.
Have y'all ever reviewed that book though? Don't trust sneaky snow bunnies. That is the funniest shit ever. Have y'all read that book?
No, and
Oh
I
my
won't.
god. Y'all-
I don't need to read anything by him.
Who wrote
I,
it? I didn't even know.
I
Somebody
don't
had
know
read.
who wrote it, but nah.
I just put that link in the YouTube chat too, y'all. But nah, Savio, it ain't got shit to do with aliens and Anunnaki and all that. That's wild, bro.
What did you put? Galese la raza. What the fuck?
La raza. Hell no. It's not popping up. Saying they can't be found.
Just type in if you can't find it like that, just type in cosmic race theory, Savio. Is that link not working in the chat? Y'all let me know and I'll try to share it again.
Nah, it didn't work. That's the one I just typed. Just clicked on the one in the chat. Not the one in the back chat. Is it by Jose Vasconcelos? Dreaming of a Cosmic Race, Jose Vasconcelos and the
Yeah, that's
Politics of
him,
Race in
Savio.
Mexico, 1920s to the 1930s.
That's him. What you looking at? Wikipedia?
Nah, this is T&F online.
Oh,
Just a
okay.
little quick for
Does
us
it
a
give you
real
a
quick.
synopsis of it?
Aw,
Yeah, it gives a little breakdown. It gives an
that's your baby
abstract.
Gala.
This
Yeah.
paper examines the role of Mexican philosopher Jose Vasconcelos in consolidating mestiza, racial and cultural mixture as the national ideology through a textual analysis of his essay La Raza Cosmica, The Cosmic Race, his educational magazine El Maestro, The Teacher, and other writings. The paper takes on a historical approach to explore how Vasconcelos' ideas on mixture circulated within the culture at large, influenced the eugenics and education movements, and helped shape the politics of race, culture, and social engineering in early 20th century Mexico in order to account for what persists in the present.
Testing, testing. Can't hear shit.
Mm. This is a full article from TNF online. See what they got. Yeah, there's a PDF from CSU, California State University online. It's 11 pages. I try to put it in the chat. California State University, Sacramento.
Testing, testing. Testing,
What up?
testing. Can you
What
hear me?
up? Yes, sir. Are you there?
I'm cool. I seem to be getting some kind of feedback with my fancy ass headphones, but let me try and straighten it out. Getting a real lag. I don't know. Maybe I need to stop and start. Well, in any case, thanks for having me on first things first, I appreciate the Latin. And I actually dropped a question. I don't know if it could be the first point in this, but I will repost it in the chat. So let me do that right now. And maybe this could kick off the actual topic that we're dealing with. Right, there it is. So maybe we can start from there.
You want to ask the question?
Right. I guess he's typing the question in the chat first before he asks us. I don't know. This is some
I
weird
think he
stuff.
already did. He already did. Figured he was going to just ask the question, but I don't know if he can hear us.
Yeah, he's on mute. So he's probably talking to himself right now.
We're having a little bit of technical difficulties, J Cal. Hang in there. I guess he'll get his mic together.
Where's the question at?
Right.
Right here. I'll put it on the screen.
Oh, I think my VPN is actually giving me a lot of lag, so I'm gonna disable it and speak to you direct.
Wait,
My mic was
real
muted.
quick.
The actual question is actually in the link. Let me repeat it.
Okay. I think this is his. Was the only one that came in the chat. If you're on this big of a delay, you might want to leave
All
out
right, there
and
you
come
go.
back.
I'm disconnecting and I will be back on.
I wonder, has anybody, I know we talked about that before. Have y'all ever did DNA testing to see how black you are?
What?
Have you ever did,
Yes,
like,
we
you
have.
know, the 23andMe?
Yes, we have done DNA. A few of us have. I know I've done two. In
How black are you?
I have 84 on 23andMe. It was 84%, and on CRI Genetics it was 94.80% West African.
Oh, wow, you black.
That's
I
why I
am
go so. That's why I fight so tough and stand so strong.
I keep black
I don't
exclusive.
separate. I don't separate my blackness from my Africanness, or my Africanness from my blackness. That go hand in hand. I wouldn't be African if I wasn't black. I wouldn't be black if I wasn't African.
Anybody else did DNA, like on the panel or in the chat? Like,
Is
how black
is
are you?
black a spectrum? Is that what you're asking?
No, I just want to know, like, your percentage of African DNA do you possess? Like, are you 80%?
Well, that's once you put a percentage on it, wouldn't that become a spectrum? Like it's
Yeah, yeah, I
range?
guess. Yeah, your range of blackness. How black are
Yeah, it's not, I think the question in
you?
the chat
Genetic,
is the same thing. How black are you? J. Cal's asking. I think he's
genetic.
the question is how black are you is like what? I think that's what it was like. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I think.
Speak your speech, Lena.
I think I'm 75% African with black DNA.
But what's with all this Latina love?
Haitians are considered Latino by definition. I'm Haitian descent. If you see my last name, you'll know. You be like, oh yeah, she a French. I'll be like, who the hell with this last name?
Okay, y'all would think I was Irish by mine. Who cares? You know where the last name came from.
Yeah, the colonizers.
It's about the ancestry and the history. I mean, that is not, we know. That's why these conversations be so odd to me. Because it's like we the only people in the world that don't adhere to those standards. Like when I look at the Asians, they shit is all based off their family history. When I look at the Mexican, family history. The Irish,
Hmm.
family history. German, family history. Jews, family history. No matter where I look, all the other people on the planet is doing it by family history. Over here, we don't. Black community don't. I be like, what is wrong with us? Why are we the kumbayas of the world? Why do we have to accept everybody?
Cause I think because black people everybody came from black people. We the original man. I seen a shirt that said that, and Dawson promotes that. I don't know, is he a geneticist or evolutionist? He's some type of scientist. He even wears shirts that say, I'm African. He a white dude. Because he said all men and humankind came from Africans.
Their percentage of African DNA is so minuscule. Never mind. We understand that. But
Halle, I'm just responding Halle. I don't
I
push Latin more than black. I'm just saying there are
don't really
Latinos
know how else to explain it.
that are black.
People develop different DNA markers, different cultural identities, different things on different continents. That's what separates us. That's what makes people less African because they develop different traits. So the Africanness that was in those Europeans is no longer there. That's why they don't have certain characteristics. That's why they were considered different types of Homo or Denisovans or Neanderthal or Cro-Magnon or damn. You need to watch Gut Sick Gibbons, Lena. Please go watch
Watch
Gut
what?
Sick Gibbons. Gut Sick Gibbons and Forrest Valcott.
Hmm.
They will help you out a lot on this. Gut Sick Gibbons is a paleontologist. She studies um, human bones and things like that.
Hmm.
Just type the YouTube channel in Gut Sick Gibbons. GUTSICKGIBBONS.
Hold on. Because I was still having, I was just part. Okay, what is it? G.
Gut
Uh-huh.
GUTSICK Gibbons.
ICK. Givens.
Gibbons. GIBBONS.
Okay. Okay.
She'll help
I'll
you
look
out
it up.
she'll help you out a lot on this. And Forrest Valkai,
Forest
FORRESTVALKAI.
Forest Valkai. Okay. Okay.
Unto you there?
I don't know, Summer Goddess. I don't know why we gotta
I'm
claim
here.
that
I'm
we
here.
are
I'm
the
here.
black.
Can you hear me? How does that
I
sound?
don't know, Summer Goddess. I
You got to
don't
turn
know
your
why
YouTube
we
down in the
gotta
I'm
background.
here.
We
I'm
hear
here.
echo.
Can you hear me? How does that
I
sound?
don't know, Summer Goddess.
You got to turn your YouTube down in the background. We hear echo.
Can you hear me? How does that sound?
That sounded like a 6 or 7 second delay right there.
But
Man,
James, what James say? But that's true for a lot of black people though. That's here due to slavery, the Atlantic slave trade or whatever. A lot of black people are like have 25% European and other DNA. That's quite possible. You look at me like I'm an oddball, but a lot of black people share the same DNA mixture as I do. And you laugh, but that's not like, I mean, you think it's funny, but that's not like funny for people to have that type of DNA, and that's the reason why. You look at me like I'm an oddball, but I'm not an oddball. I could see if I came up here, I'll give you the half breed argument. Oh, I'm a half breed and I'm black. I'm not. So I'm just as black as a lot of black people that's here in America.
then 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 accept it and don't tell us we have to accept everything else. I mean, we know that you have other people, other races, and we understand it. We understand that we all do. But there's a history that on both sides that you can either accept or you can not. Like I chose to do a little research on the Irish side of my family because that's all I really know about. I didn't like what I found, so I didn't want to go down that road anymore. That didn't mean I have to become Irish or say that I'm Irish
Hmm.
because my family was owned by the Irish, by some Irish people. My father's side, where the last name comes from, it's just for me to get a better understanding of my family's history and why we are where we are today, and and how I can help better my family with this information. That's why. But it's not about disrespecting the other either. No, it's about accepting it and then moving forward with what we have defined as a family, as a people, as this entity or these people we call Black or African American, and standing in that and respecting that over anything else. Like you can acknowledge the colonizer in you, or you cannot acknowledge the colonizer. We all know we have colonizer DNA to some extent, no matter which Spanish, Irish, French. Part of the
Skinny,
unfortunate history of our ancestors.
skinny too. I say Obama's children are black.
I've been saying Kamala isn't black. The hell?
No, I'm talking about. Oh, I'm just reading the thing.
She's
I was
black. I've been saying Kamala isn't black.
Oh.
She told me this when she was the DA of California, yo. I was like 18, 19 years old. What are you talking about? Kamala isn't new to me. She's new to you.
Yeah, she ain't new to me either. But I I knew Carmela when I questioned her blackness
Kamala
when
isn't black.
they said when she say she put greens in the tub. I was like, what? I was like, yeah, he failed.
Lena, let me say this clearly for Tim Black. Kamala isn't black. She's what she said she was is what she is. So when she told me that she was Indian and she lean towards more her Indian family, and that's what I accepted her as. Game over. You can't change in 2024 when you need our vote.
Yeah, Summer Goddess, it would kind of hurt my feelings if people say my dad isn't black because that's all he knows and that's all I know. It would hurt his feelings, it would hurt my feelings. He's black. He doesn't know how to even be white, like, or to being biracial. My dad has when he was younger, he had a Drake appearance, but as he got older, he's more like a J. Cole or a Bob Marley. He's like a light skinned black. He got darker with age a little bit. And my dad has always had horsey hair. He has kinky hair. I know, Crash Man. I know that's not what make her black, but I'm just joking. Yes, I am very black. I have very African features. I have kinky hair.
I've
I
been
have
telling Lena she's black. I just told her she was. She the one who wants to be Mexican, I guess.
no, I'm black. I'm Latino. I'm not Hispanic. Latino just mean you just a person that
She,
speaks a Romance language from the Americas.
she the one that wants to be Latino. I've been
Like
telling her she black. I don't know. So
I'm
let her if
black because
she Lena the Latina.
I am black and I am also Latina descent. I do not consider myself completely Latina. I'm more black than anything. I'm only an eighth Haitian, but you can tell by the avatar I'm very black.
And hey,
I got my dreads,
you mean
flat
to tell me I
nose,
can go get you mean to tell me you
full
twenty
lips.
five
I'm
dollars
very
worth of
black.
weed? You $25 worth of weed, Lena? Haitian?
Oh, what a see! I got my
She said
dreads. I'm black.
this is this is the thing. She she $25 worth of weed, Haitian.
Thank you, thank you, Tim. Yes, Brazilian Latino doesn't mean you speak Spanish. Hispanic means you speak Spanish.
Holla
You
at
could be
her,
both
stupid.
Hispanic.
He said
You could
he
be his.
said he said dreads don't make you black. You just don't comb your hair. You stupid. Shit.
Latino just mean you live you are from a country from Americas and you
They're
speak a
Afro
Romance
Latinos.
language.
They're
Right.
Afro Latinos. Exactly what they are. They're Afro Latinos.
Yep. Haitians are Afro Latinos.
We don't. How can we make them African? And they're not from an African continent. They're not from the continent of Africa. They live on a like. What the hell? People had some weird questions. That's why I stay out the chat most of the time.
But there's a lot of like
Hey, I'm back in it.
places.
That's what I
It's
be telling Lena. She speaks more on her Latinx than she does blackness. That's why I be like, she Latina. She's Lena Latina.
I try
but
not
I
to
be
touch
feeling
it. I try not to touch it, Savio, but don't nobody walk around and say I'm Afro English.
Mm-mm.
He
Mm-mm.
buffer.
It
I
don't
just seen
happen.
on I just seen it on the news. Somebody said there was Afro Latino here in Chicago. Um, but it's hard. I feel bad for Afro Latino, especially in the Hispanic world. A lot of them aren't accepted because I've talked to a lot of Afro Latino men and stuff like that, and they be feeling like they're not worthy or that their blackness, they feel separated, like they don't belong. Another person who talks about feeling that way is uh, La Negra, Amara La Negra on what's that
Afro
show?
Saxons,
All this heartstring pulling is crazy.
ain't it? Ain't it?
But
It's
she's
all
black. You
feelings.
see her?
This
She
It's
looks
all
very
emotional
feelings.
black.
material is crazy. These
Me.
emotional arguments from Leela are wild.
Wow, right?
Biz, you
Wow.
see
I
why I tossed you linguistic imperialism?
Yep, that's a fact. I ain't never heard of it before. To you, that's a fact.
You're right. Afro is they don't. A lot of Haitian people do not consider themselves Latino. They consider themselves Haitian. I heard Creole, Black. It's very rare I run to a Haitian person that considers themselves Latino.
Yeah, Tim Black, you late. Afro European, that's the last.
Afro
Yeah,
European.
that Afro, yeah, Afro European, that's the last. You haven't heard the Afro European, the Black Russian, the
Yeah.
Not all of them are like that.
Pushkin.
Saki. It's a lot of Afro Latinos that be like I'm Afro Latino, and in America we are there are 6 million strong.
it's all good, Lena. You'll figure it out.
Yeah, you could claim whatever you want to claim. It's when you trying to.
I
It's when
claim
you
I
trying
really
to. The problem comes in when you try to justify it beyond you
Yeah.
I
just want to claim it just to claim it.
I feel more ADOS than anything. I'm more ADOS.
You just so confused. You just all over the
You
place.
all over. Save your stupid. Leave it all
Hey,
over the
can I
place.
interject real quick?
Mhm.
Go ahead.
As we talking about origins and race and blood and so on, has anybody ever decided to look into haplogroups where you can definitely get a definitive answer on your origins? Haplogroups, let me type it in the chat. It's an easy search, will tell you how it's done.
So my haplogroup is L3E1E.
Oh, great. So you have done some research into that. Great, perfect. Maybe you could, as you're here now, maybe you could give us a little dissertation on how it is done and what exactly are we looking for to, determine your roots.
And this is my maternal
Well,
haplogroup.
yeah, because the
Tracing
maternal
back,
line is
tracing back to the black of Africa
the lineage.
near the Sudan. 230.
Oh, that's not, let's mislead them as into, it's not only for blacks.
I know this, but I'm speaking on mine specifically.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I didn't look into the others. I looked into mine.
Well, I didn't want you to definitely look into others specifically, but if you can give us a
Oh shit.
breakdown on how it
Go ahead.
works,
Go
going back
go
to the
go go
nucleotides and
go.
so on.
Handle your business. I'm tired of being spoken over.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. Maybe my lag is
Now you
causing
cuss
that
him out
problem.
like you cuss me out. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. Baby, don't.
I'm trying not to go down that route, Lena, and I apologize again.
I'm messing with you. You know I love you, brother. I don't know. I like telling people I'm black. I say I'm black or I'm African American, but people usually ask me when they see my last name, and then that's when I explain.
Now, Muntu, are you going to handle your business? Are you going to talk about the haplogroups that you was bringing up and how they help
That's
you trace to who you are? Because these haplogroups are passed down from mother to mother to mother to mother and things like that. And
yeah, I was
that,
actually agreeing with you. My lag is probably giving the overlap, so I apologize if it seems like I'm trying to speak
no, you
over
were
you.
interrupting me. You were interrupting me. You interrupted me and wanted me to talk about all the others, and I was speaking on mine specifically.
Yeah, because the original question was if you could give us a kind of an
But
overview on how it works.
what I was going to do was tell you that if you look at mine, and you can go trace this. It's one of the oldest haplogroups.
Are you a Dunbar?
L3. Look it up.
What's your
As a
last
matter of
name?
fact, I'm going to pull it up.
Hmm.
I
I'm going
got a
to type
question.
it in.
Mhm. I'm just looking at what you call say cellular. I'm scared of that. They said every Caribbean country has a Mr. Chin, and he loves such and such and makes children with black women. Is that true? I know it's happening in Africa, but I feel like they're using the women. I was reading this thing they were doing that. I was wondering why they're mixing at a high rate. It's to gain citizenship. They do the same, like how people do it here to gain citizenship in America, like a lot of immigrants or whatever. They're doing it there in Africa. Like that's what I was reading. I don't know if it's true or not, but I feel like they use black women and in the Caribbean, and then like they'll have a baby and then leave.
Haplogroup L3 is a human mitochondrial DNA haplogroup. The clade has played a pivotal role in the early dispersal of anatomically modern humans. It is strongly associated. It is strongly associated with the out of Africa migration of modern humans about 70 to 50,000 years ago. It is inherited by all modern non-African populations, as well as by some populations in Africa. Haplogroup L3 arose close to 70,000 years ago near the time of the recent Out of Africa event. This dispersal originated in East Africa and expanded to West Asia and further to South and Southeast Asia in the course of a few millennia. And some research suggests that L3 participated in this migration out of Africa. A 2007 estimate for the age of L3 suggests a range of 104 to 84,000 years ago. More recent analyses, including Soros et al., arrive at a more recent date of roughly 70 to 60,000 years ago. It also suggests that L3 most likely expanded from East Africa to Eurasia sometime around 65 to 55,000 years ago as part of the out of recent part of the recent out of Africa event, as well as from East Africa into Central Africa 60 to 35,000 years ago. In 2016, Soros et al. Again suggested the haplogroup L3 emerged in East Africa, leading to the out of Africa migration around 70 to 60,000 years ago. So this haplogroup goes back thousands of years and it connects damn near all of humanity.
Hmm. Well, thank you. That was quite well done.
So yeah, I'm connected to a very that's my mitochondrial haplogroup. My mother's haplogroup is L3. Afro, y'all remember how we used to argue on my panel over that over my
I
L3
I
Afro
forgot who's
Asiatic? Y'all remember that?
I forgot who was a summer goddess. I think black people want to be like exotic. I agree. Yeah, summer god. I agree because I used to think that myself though about other black people. I'm not gonna lie. When black people were like from the Caribbean and stuff and like straight from the Caribbean, I used to think they're exotic black people. I'm not gonna lie, like Jamaicans and people that are 100% Haitian. I used to be like, man, how come I can't be more Haitian? Like I used to think that. And people from Barbados, the Bahamians, I used to think like they were the special black people. I'm not gonna lie.
What?
I did when I was little. Yes,
I don't know where that just came from, Lena.
I just answered with some like that. It says y'all want to be exotic. It's true though, because
Who
I used
want
to
to be
think that
exotic?
like black people. She's saying like how black people be saying they're this and that and a percentage of this and that, and they just want to be exotic. And I used to think that black people from other places were exotic. I'm not gonna
Well,
lie. When
that's
I was
it.
little, I
Well,
used to
that's
think that.
part of it.
And I'm not gonna lie, like when I was little, I used to favor Jamaicans. Like I thought they were the super black people, the best black people.
You want to hear
That's
something crazy? All the other Caribbean people,
Hmm.
we all followed Jamaica from the 60s, the 70s, right up to today. And there are 13
I used
Caribbean countries, mind you.
well, that
Jamaica's
means they need.
influenced every one of them.
Well, that means it's time for you, if you're in Jamaica, to help lead them out of that old way of thinking, old way of doing things. For you to start pushing for a new way.
to, but
You to
like
get
yeah, when I was little, I used to
it's
be
time for you to
around.
get some people together that think like you want to.
Yeah.
I used to be like around a lot of Jamaicans and stuff, and I used to be like, man, they are so like blessed and like cool, like the culture and everything. Like they always were the good students. They were always the cute
Lena,
people. They were always the
all
ones that
this
could
heartstring
dance.
talk,
All right, Lena, we get it. You a
Lena,
trespasser.
all this all this heartstring talk has to stop.
Mm.
He said all that heartstring talk. I ain't saying that. I'm just
I'm
saying
sorry.
Violin.
you saying the
It sounds
same
like
thing.
every time you talk there should be a violin or a harp playing behind you.
You saying the same.
Sorry.
You saying the same thing, mad different ways.
It's like you
But I'm
taking the
I'm,
good.
conversation in different directions. It's like we're actually
I
trying to
was
have a
just
conversation about something, and then you just randomly throwing things in there. Like, what is she talking about?
I'm
I
sorry. I was
think
responding to the chat. I'm sorry.
you see, stop responding to the chat.
You gotta play Agone. Play Agone.
You know what you should get? You should get Beethoven. You should get Beethoven, the one that they was playing the Django Unchained right before it was like, "Man, take your hand off the harp."
Hey, listen, you know what, Lena? I appreciate love that. I really do. We are kind of exotic and kind of magical, aren't we?
Hell
I
no.
think so. When I was younger,
There we
I used to
go.
think so. And I give Jamaicans credit.
I'm
Jamaicans,
just
like,
fucking with you, man.
they go against, like, African culture and they give Africa a run for their money. I'm not gonna lie.
Shit.
Let me stop before I get cussed out. I'm quiet.
L3 is not exotic. It's the dominant female haplogroup in
Well,
modern Africa. Thank you,
I'm not.
Afro.
I'm not L3, man. I'm not L3.
Well,
I'm not
that's
L3.
unfortunately.
So if
I'm
L3 is
so
not
African.
magical and
I'm
exotic,
so
well,
African. I'm so African. People tried to make my DNA other shit. They tried to
well,
tell
let
me
me.
I'm what my yo. Listen, Muntu. You could
Hmm.
act Afro Asiatic could come up here and tell you that people's trying to make me my paternal haplogroup. That's how
No,
bad
man,
it
I'm not
was.
saying that. I just want to say this. Let me play devil's advocate just for a moment and say this. Did you know that the out of Africa theory has been disproven now? This is about 5 or 6
No,
years, or maybe
no, it
more.
has. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. Please stop being goofy on purpose.
Said devil's advocate, man.
We're not. We don't believe in those mythical ideals over here.
Yeah,
So
well, the fact that you're using the word believe sets a lot of doubt about what you're saying, doesn't it?
we don't accept them. We don't agree with them.
Ah,
We don't believe in
okay,
them.
well, that's better now. Okay, fine. That's
We,
good.
I,
Did he say
and
out of Africa was disproven or
yeah,
debunked?
yeah, several times.
When and how?
Well, you can look up this anthropologist called Robert Saffer. He's done about three at least.
He's been
Um,
debunked by about 1,000, bruh.
Robert Saffer has been debunked by who?
Yes.
This dude just gave a lecture at Harvard.
Okay, I haven't seen that one.
Well, that's what I'm saying. All the information is not up to date. So sometimes you like in, sometimes you avant garde, but most of the times you just need to settle and find out where we really are. Then we
Mhm.
know our next move.
Well, until they show me something that says otherwise, I'm not accepting no claims. And
Well,
from what they keep saying, life originated on the continent of Africa until something else shows. There's no theory that has been put forth to make me say it isn't factual
uh,
or
you,
how life
well,
came
let's
to be
just
on
say
this
not one
planet.
that you've
Our life.
encountered as yet.
None of them make sense. The Native American people always been in America. The out of Asia theory. I've seen a few of them. Which one makes more sense to you? The out of Asia theory?
Boy, I've actually studied just about all of them. And to be honest, I really believe that different races of people were created at different times,
So they were created.
either at
People were
different times
created.
or all at once.
People. So how were people created at different times?
Creative was crazy.
The created is crazy, right? But I want to understand these different creations at different times.
Created is crazy.
Yeah.
Well, let me just process that for a moment.
You the one who said they were
No,
created?
no. I'm telling you what I personally believe. This is just inside my crazy head. You understand? I believe they were all
Oh, the
created
fact
all
that
at once
shoes
in
is made
different
from
points, maybe come and meet together or something. But I don't believe one race was produced and every other race has stemmed out of it. It's impossible.
Mm. So there's so these creations they were created as modern humans.
Yeah, people were created just like this from the beginning, from
Oh
the
wow.
very inception, from creation.
Oh wow.
As you are now, you will
So
always be.
okay, so there's so what is so how many chromosomes do you possess?
Well, you got to ask the scientists that. I know my body. I can't tell you an exact count for every chromosome, molecule, atom, and so on.
Okay, so did you inherit 23 from your mom and
What
23
did
from
the
your dad?
scientists say?
Science says that you inherited
Oh, you
23
want
from
to
your
speak
mom and
science?
20.
Oh, man.
Hold on. I'm trying. So you don't think that you have 46 chromosomes?
I don't even know how that is even impacting on what we were talking about.
Yo, I'm trying
I
to figure
said
out. Listen. You're saying,
I'm.
listen, Mutu. I heard everything that you said. You're talking about a creation, and in order for me to fully understand this, I have to get into the mythical world. So for me to get into the mythical world, I have to throw science away right now. And the only way for me to throw science away is for me to throw away chromosomes. DNA. I have to throw it away.
Yeah, well, imagine that you're speaking to someone who doesn't know what a chromosome is.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Hmm. Well, then in that case, let me stand on my first point. I believe that all men, all women, the human race was created exactly as it is now, and it's not going to change. Whether they were created 4 races, 5 races, all different colors, that's what I think. All at once.
I don't know how to have this conversation anymore, y'all.
Yeah, I know because it's not linear and it's not regular and it's not normal. It asks you to
No,
open your mind.
no, 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 because creation, I don't know what creation is. I haven't seen anything created unless we're
Well,
creating it. So that
how many,
that means there has to be a creator to create these things.
all right, we getting somewhere.
Oh shit. Now we're
That's right. I'm saying that evolution is a
so
lie.
wow.
All right, ask me this question. Answer this. How many things or how many organic things on the earth have you ever seen evolve from
Is he talking? I can't hear him.
You went
I
out.
think he's evolving his conversation, Sabio. Give him some time.
Oh, sorry, I got a little lag. My question was how many organic things and things, for lack of a better word, how many organic things or living natural things have you ever seen evolved?
Not
You
many.
mean
Uh,
mutate?
well, you might be able to say mutate, even though that's a stretch, but evolve as in the the the,
Do
the
do do, do
description
you
or the meaning
do,
of what
do, do,
evolve means.
do you under, do
As in,
you do you understand what evolution is and
I
why
do understand what
and
evolution
why
is.
things? Okay. So watch this. So have you heard about the fish, the catfish that eat pigeons?
That eat
They're pigeons.
pigeons.
Yes. Identity
Oh,
withheld or
that's quite
mizzo?
possible.
Identity withheld or mizzo? Can y'all bring up the Wesleyan catfish? WELLES uh LYAN, Wesleyan catfish, the fish that eat pigeons. So these fish ate all the fish in their habitat
Hmm.
and they evolved to eat pigeons by
That's
the
not
oil.
evolution, bro. That's a change in
What?
appetite. That's not evolution. Evolution
That's
is a
a
physical
change.
change.
That's a physical. They
That is not a physical change, man. That's a change in appetite or a change in food source. When all the fish were gone, they had no choice but to try other things.
bingo. So they evolved. So
They
there
did
was
not
an
evolve, man.
evolution. There was an evolution, bruh. If you that you that this lets me know you
Evolution
don't
means
understand
a
evolution.
physical
This lets me know he
transformation.
don't understand evolution. You no, no, you're no, no.
Okay,
It's
well,
not a physical
what you're saying is
transformation.
evolution from a
No, it's not a
philosophical point of view. Obviously, in that you
no.
move
It's
from
no,
one
no,
stage
no.
to the next. That's
No,
not.
you're talking about evolve. You're talking about things changing into
Well, that's
whole
what
nother
evolution
species.
says in the
No,
scientists say.
no. You're talking
Well,
things evolve to fit the
dude, if a
habitat that they live.
singular
Listen,
molecular organism has
listen.
evolved from being a singular molecular organism into being multifaceted, changing from a singular molecular organism into, let's say, a plankton, and then into larvae, and then into fish, and so on. And then those fish come
So
out the water and go onto land,
so
and
so
then
so a
evolve to
fish.
grow wings
So
and fly.
so a fish will never turn into a shark. and a shark will not ever turn into a whale.
Yeah, that's one. I agree completely.
Okay, so what you're talking about is not going to happen.
A shark turning into a whale? No.
So what I'm talking about is these fish evolving to survive in their habitat. They
Oh,
evolve due to what? Lack of another food source. So in order for them not to die, they evolve to eat what? Pigeons.
okay.
They
Well, let
develop
me.
a way to eat birds.
Okay, let me concede that point just for a moment.
It's
Okay,
called survive. So evolution is nothing but the fitness to survive in an environment.
that is not true. All right, let me ask you this. If an African, traditionally African, he's left Africa for the first time and gone to reside in an Inuit community in Alaska or wherever in the North Pole and so on, and he no longer has buffalo to eat, he no longer has tropical animals or plants to eat, what will he do? He will have to eat fish. He will have to survive on blubber just like the locals. The people who in that zone, he's had to adapt those traits. So I think what you're talking about is adaptation as opposed to evolution.
So natural
Correct?
selection is the process by way things evolve, which means to be able to survive in an environment.
That is adaptation, my friend. He will never have a physical attribute added or taken away.
We
He may
will
learn how
we
to use his
will
constitution differently.
we will continue to survive because we can adapt. We won't change.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. So a lion is not going
Nothing
to involve
physical will
evolve.
change.
So a lion is not going to evolve to a leopard.
How is that possible?
Exactly. Only thing that'll happen in the lion's environment is whatever food source dies out, they would adapt another food source. Survival of the fittest.
Adapt.
Survival
Thank
of
you.
they will not change. Why? Because there's no environmental pressure for them to become another organism.
Sorry.
They will either die out
All I'm
or
saying is you're
continue to.
speaking of adaptation and not evolution. That's what I'm saying. Maybe you're mixing up the two. Maybe you're
So
confusing the two. But
evolution
let
doesn't
me let me
happen.
say
What I'm
this:
trying to get you to
evolution can
say, what I'm
happen
trying
in
to
your
get you to
mind.
understand, what I'm trying to get you to understand is that evolution doesn't need to happen until there are environmental pressures. So those fish evolve due to the environmental pressures,
Fish
but
evolved from fish into what, my man?
they're still catfish. They just eat different. They just eat what pigeons now.
Well,
It's
thank
an
you.
environmental
You've proven
pressure
my point.
that made them evolve a different eating, a different palate, and you got to go read up on it because their palate is totally different.
No, let me
And
say this.
there have been things added that they did not have, and you will go. All you have to do is go read up on these catfish. You will see the evolution that I'm talking about.
Excuse me, hey Sabio, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Just a little quick research I did on the word evolve and evolution, right? It's different. It's different variations of evolution
Hmm.
because it was mentioning like a biological evolution, an
Hmm.
anthropological evolution. So, Brother Sabio's not wrong in the example that he gave with the catfish. When you look at the different variations, it does fit one of the variations of evolution. That process where the catfish now eat pigeons. Is that what you said, Sabio? They eat pigeons now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, it's a variation of evolution. That is correct.
Agreed, but still, I have to say that is a nuance. If we look at the general meaning of what evolution is, especially on this forum, as according to scientists, it specifically means Maturation, it means some kind of change, a transformation from one physical form to another physical form. But I do
Evolution or
accept.
an evolved process, brother, can also be something that's not necessarily a physical transformation. Because just a little quick research I did of the word evolve and evolution, right, is
Doesn't have to be a
different. There's a
physical
different
transformation.
variation,
No,
right?
I'm
Sometimes,
agreeing with you here. I
right,
concede to that point in that we
there are
may have
variations to it.
a mental evolution, we may have a psychological evolution, as in to go and do new things we've never done before. But strictly speaking, in the sense of science, I believe it is to deal with physicality.
And that's because you're linearly thinking at it.
No,
I
I'm
mean,
actually a
you
circular
think you
thinker.
think you think evolution has an end goal in mind,
No, we
and
must
it doesn't.
understand when we're having a conversation and use a particular word in a particular context, then I have to
Right,
maintain that box
right,
and work with
right,
you in that
right,
box.
right. And
Hey,
I and I, and I'm listening.
to the brother that did a quick Google search, just type this in, just word for word, if you don't mind. Evolution is adaptation. Since he wants to play word games,
Yeah, that sounds good. That's a good point. I like it.
but
So
you're arguing that they're two separate things.
No, I'm arguing the context.
When Sabio said that's evolution, you said no, that's adaptation.
Adaptation would be eating different foods, finding a way to survive. But remember, our initial point was about the
I think you're
creation
trying to
of
make I
races and
think
so
you're
on.
trying to make evolution solely mutations and metamorphosis.
yes, he think it's a linear process. He think it has
Like
an end
like
goal in
humans
mind.
are supposed to one day become a just totally different creature.
Yes,
And that's not what it is.
yes.
That's not what it's about.
Brother, I wouldn't be able to stay on the live and search that particular form of evolution that you
It's
was
all
asking
good.
me to do.
At the end of the day, adaptation is the mechanical change of evolution. You're adapting, you're evolving. Now, the
Right.
reason why
So
we don't normally see evolution, especially in humans, is because it takes so long.
right,
Okay, so can
Human,
we say
you,
that adaptation is the
as far
forerunner
as a
to
physical,
evolution?
as far as a physical change. Now,
Okay,
to see
so
to currently to see rapid evolution improve it, they're studying lizards on. Oh, I forgot what island it is. Y'all forgive me. My son just threw a cup down and broke it. I gotta go to mute. Sabio, keep rocking out though.
all right, well, with that reasoning, you're telling me that adaptation precedes or foreruns evolution. With that reason, I could actually give that a point and look into that.
When you say evolution, brother, you need to see the actual physical transformation. For example, like how I've read in some books that dinosaurs evolved into different birds and stuff like that, or prehistoric animals evolved into a creature that we would see as different today.
Mhm.
and I'm not the best on evolution. And I'm doing my best to explain it from what I understand of it.
Mhm.
Man,
But
Samuel, just this little quick search I did, right? It was before I jumped on the panel, it was like it said anthropology, anthropological evolution. It was biological evolution. It was like seven different categories of evolution.
yeah, there's different ways that things evolve. We
Yeah.
evolve.
Suggesting that
Things
evolution
evolve.
is actually some kind of mutation, isn't it?
No,
I would agree that that's probably the most phenomenal.
Mm.
To see something start off
adaptation.
as one thing and then it evolves into something totally different.
Well, saying that we've all evolved from a sperm into a human body, so that
There's a difference in between evolution and development.
That's development. That's not evolving.
That's developmental
Damn,
stages. It's not. There's no
damn.
there's no species called sperm.
Damn, this man said evolve from. Wow,
That's
wow,
development. That's not evolution.
wow. You must think the stork still drop babies off. Shit, the fuck.
And I get it. I get it.
Well,
I get where you're trying to come from. That's the tadpole to a frog, but that's just development.
exactly.
That's
So,
development. That's not evolution.
so even what I said cannot be explained as evolution.
Oh wow. He really think development and evolution are similar.
I know. I got my withholds for evolution. Got a lot of questions, but I really do try to see how it's possible, and I understand science and so on.
Chinku, we
To be
can't even
honest,
get
the
to that
only
part of the allele frequencies.
all right, hang
Oh,
on. Let me just say this this final point on evolution. The only way that I've actually found evolution has taken place throughout the history of the development of mankind is if we go from Cro-Magnon man to modern man, the scientists have said that Cro-Magnon did not have the ability to speak. Modern man has a coccyx bone in his throat, which allows him to speak. This is the only evolution that I've ever found where mankind
That's
has
because
gone
you're
from.
looking for it solely applied to human beings. Why
wow.
not? If you're gonna kick science, why are you not starting from single cell organisms and applying that to all of living things that we see on this planet?
Well, this
It
is
all
what
evolved from single cell.
I did mention this before, as in the theory of evolution as presented by science has said that singular molecular organisms in the cosmic soup evolved into multifaceted organisms, developed brains, and so on,
That's
and
that cosmic
less.
soup.
Yeah, haven't you heard of the cosmic soup theory? This
Oh
is how
shit.
evolution is even possible in the first place.
Oh shit.
Without a creator, we need
So watch
cosmic
this.
soup.
So watch. No, no,
We do.
no, no, no. Oh, this is insanity.
No, this is not insanity. This is research
So
done over many
so
years.
no, 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 no. That cosmic soup shit has been thrown out the scientific world years ago.
Well,
They don't.
evolution is only possible with cosmic
There,
soup.
no, no,
So
no.
then you're
There's
throwing
element.
evolution out the window if you're
So
throwing out cosmic soup.
no, no. Oh wow, goodness gracious. So there's elements that
Hmm.
the carbon, one of the basic building blocks of life, exists. Then we have other amino acids and things that just exist in stars and things. No cosmic soup is necessary for these
You're
chemicals to
precisely
interact.
describing cosmic soup, my friend.
Oh my gosh.
All right, so let's
Chemicals
just have
react.
some amino acids, throw them in there. Let's have some singular cell organisms. Let's. In fact, the singular cell organism had to develop in the first place. So where did that come from? The cosmic soup.
Oh, this is insane. This is insane.
Man, I'm trying to help you with your
Sabio,
evolution
didn't we
theory, bro.
just do panspermia a couple of days ago?
Yo, yo, this is
Didn't did,
insane, Vyasa.
didn't we just do that like 2 or 3 days ago with you know who and
Mm-hmm.
that whole zinc stuff? That's all that
Mm-hmm.
cosmic soup is now. The symbolic speech of it, I can understand somebody saying it, but that's my goodness. I'm going
Like
to sleep.
all the elements
Identity
exist in
gonna
the
mess
universe.
around and get his wish fulfilled and see me crash out.
Hell
Identity,
yeah.
identity. You listening to this?
I'm here. I'm
You
here.
hearing this? You hearing this? Like I'm like I don't know what else to do.
There's nothing else
The
to do.
cosmic soup. Right. The
I
science
was
is out there.
not
I
expecting
mean,
the
and
question
if cosmic soup is the
to
beginning
do in
or the
the
precursor for
creationism.
evolution, then
I
how
wasn't
did we even
expecting
get
that,
cosmic
Sabio.
soup?
Me either. I wasn't expecting this creationism.
On top of
Like,
now,
like we
out,
can't
out
even
of
talk about
Africa's been de- out of Africa's
self-replicating.
been debunked, but we don't have no proof for it. We just got
Right,
once again watch a video,
Well, I don't
and
really
this
watch
ain't to be
videos. I've read a lot of
this
books in
this
my
ain't to
time.
be mean. This ain't to be mean to you, but goodness, when the people gonna come with something outside of a video?
right. It's like we can't even talk about replicating DNA and things like this because, like, they don't know about this shit.
Who's watching videos? I don't speak about anything and watch on videos.
Vyasa,
I've read a multiplicity of
identity,
books throughout my lifetime, my
ident,
man.
identity
Nope.
withheld. How can we talk about self-replicating DNA?
Was you physically at the lecture at what did you say, Yale?
No,
That
I
was
did. I was not.
disproven. Okay, so how did you watch it, observe it, or
I
become?
watched I watched that
How did you
particular
get
video
your?
with Robert Saffer giving a presentation at Harvard. Yes, I did on
So
YouTube.
when I sit back and said we got an out of Africa theory being debunked via a video, why would you challenge that?
I'm not
Yo,
challenging out of Africa being debunked. I'm the one who said it was debunked.
Via a
yeah.
video, and you
No, not
challenge.
via a video. I
You
We
only
just
would
what?
have
said,
to watch. We would
hang
have
on,
to
please,
watch
let
the
me
video
explain.
that you. We would have to
No,
watch the
please,
video
let
that
me
you watched to
explain.
get the proof.
Let me explain. I mentioned that Robert Saffer was the anthropologist, not just him alone, but others who've debunked out of Africa theory. And Sabio did not know who I was speaking about. So I told him he could probably look at it. This
No,
dude
I've
has
heard of
given
it.
a
I've
lecture
heard of it.
at
You just
Harvard
said I've heard
recently.
of it. Now
I
you
wasn't
just
saying
told
that
me
I got my information from that video. That's not what I was saying. Please.
I've heard of the guy. That's why I said
I
he's
was
been
just
debunked.
using that person and video as a corroboration to saying that he is a factual man who has done this.
Nah, he's being shot down by
Uh,
some of the people I've mentioned earlier. I told Lena to go look up gut sick
I
siblings and
agree.
poor
I
Zalkai.
agree. No, thank you. I agree. He has been. He was kind of ridiculed and shot down at that particular presentation. Is true. I agree with
So
you.
what are you
All
talking
I'm
about? I've heard of the guy because I listen to scientists on these things. I just mentioned two people who work in the field, in these fields. I just mentioned them, but you won't go listen to them. You'll just argue and tell me that science is wrong because you don't understand science. I can't talk to. We can't have a conversation about how DNA works and shit like that because you don't even understand it.
I don't understand how DNA works.
Hell
We
no.
could put both of them together, Savio, DNA and evolution, and not understanding that to get where we are, why they point at Africa is because you can see the evolution.
You can see, you can see all
You
the
you don't see it. You don't see it elsewhere. You see all the hominids there. You don't see that
all
Yeah,
of it.
anywhere else.
yeah, I agree. And at the same time, there are multiplicity of different hominids. I mean, the twa is there. They've not grown any taller from their original height. They're still the twa, and they're still midgets. The
So
twa
you didn't. You
lives
jumped
next
all the
to the
way up to. You
tallest.
jumped all the way up to the twelve, but you're
Yeah, what
not
I'm saying is
starting at the beginning
nobody
of the
has been.
hominids.
Insanity.
You jumped all the way up to modern humans and saying their height. That's just
We're trying to
genetics.
help. We're trying to help. We're
That's just
trying to help.
genetics.
So what's the
It's like
observable
That's
evolution
part
that
of,
we've
when
seen?
people say Africa is the most diverse when it comes to genetics, they often leave
watch
out
this.
that
Okay,
nuance
watch this. Hold up. He
that
just
you
asked a question.
that you go ahead,
Biasa,
Fabian.
he just asked a question. So why has do you know how old the alligator is and the crocodile is and how long they've been in the form they've been? The only thing that really has happened to the alligator and the crocodile is they shrunk. They've been on the
Um,
planet for 200, like 50 million years.
okay. I can see an evolution in sharks only one place,
That's a
No,
and
long ass
alligators.
question that
I
you're
said
asking.
alligators. I said
alligators have not.
alligators.
Okay, alligators have not evolved from the beginning of time. They're
They've
still
been
the
the
same
same. They've been the same.
forever
They've been. Oh, and why is that?
because that's how they were made.
Why has the only thing that happened is they got smaller because their
Got
original
smaller,
food source
malnutrition.
did, no, because their original food sources are no longer here. They were eating larger prey, so they evolved to eat the prey that they eat now, and been eating.
I still call it
For,
adaptation.
what about the platypus?
What
It's
about the
still the
platypus?
same.
A
It's still the
multiplicity of
same.
different animals put together? How the hell did that evolve?
It's still the same though.
Yeah, all animals, humans, birds, everything are all the same and will.
Mm, like some of these talking points are crazy. It's like y'all did pay attention in some parts of school or y'all miss certain things. I don't know. I really don't know what else to say on this. Yeah, that may be true, Tackroot, but that's because our ancestors didn't know anything about DNA and things like that, and cells and what we know today. And that's called growing and learning and adapting to the new environment. Don't mean you disrespect them or you let go of what they knew or what they taught or their culture. That means you just adapt and live with what's going on. Like y'all take that same culture too far. Y'all take it and be stuck in that. Like we were saying last night, they be stuck in the same culture model. They don't actually know what. Yeah, turtles are old too. I think turtles are older than alligators, or they're around the same age. But turtles old too. They've been the same.
I just taking a look at the chat here and see some of the comments. Yeah.
Oh shit! Ah shit! Ah. Ooh, 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 ah, ah, ah.
What the hell going on?
I do not know.
Oh shit! My fault. Fucking leg.
Yeah, that was one of them pause, 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 pause moments.
Just turn to taking a look at the chat, see if anybody had any good
Well, I
comments.
think well, I think most of them was trying to get you to understand
Someone
how
says,
how most of the things that work with evolution will be will go hand in hand with adaptation. Right? You can't separate them. It's like separate. Like I don't get it. It's like you try to. I don't know how you separate them. But if you come from that creationist mindset, then it makes sense.
He's trying to kill me. Before I left for asleep. I ain't stabbed. Damn.
Yeah, man, that was crazy. Whatever was just happening.
Nice. Oh shit, my leg for asleep. Damn.
Right? It's like people don't be paying attention to these experiments and stuff when they talk about certain things like abiogenesis hasn't been seen and they don't know about the Miller-Urey experiment. Like I don't even want to bring those things up. I feel like I'm like if you talking about these things, then you should know about these things. That's how I really feel about it, Chukwu. I knew about the Miller-Urey experiment. I've actually looked at it. I've actually watched it in a YouTube video.
Oh shit. Mm.
People don't want to do that type of research though. They just rather have talking points and arguments that they heard other people make.
What happened to the Irish dude?
I don't know. Is he still there? Oh, I guess he fell off.
He fell off or he chased him off? Which one? Last time I checked out.
His internet
Oh,
bugging, he said.
oh, that's him right there.
Maybe he just couldn't adapt.
Not bad, not bad. Last time I checked out, talking about DNA, so I get it.
You just made me think of a new sound bite. Womp 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 womp.
Yeah, that's been mine. I used to do that. Womp, womp, womp. That's the epic fail sound bite. It's like people
So
want
what
to
he had a
question
problem?
science.
What he had a problem with evolution?
They got a problem with science. He's a creationist. Think
Oh
we were
yeah, yeah,
created.
yeah. That's what I last remember. He was talking about we was all created and
Just like
all
we
of
are.
the different people. Uh, yeah, I kind of heard some of that.
All right, HLH, I got you.
Montu,
No,
you
I
there?
never. No, I didn't. I ain't never heard of this. The zebra murders. Nope.
yo, yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
No, I never heard of that.
Internet
HLH.
going real whack today, man. Remember, I live in the islands in the Caribbean, man. I actually live on top of a mountain by myself, so I had to switch from 2G to 5G in order to connect. My VPN isn't doing too well either. Man, they be out in the boonies, middle of the fucking Atlantic island. Sorry, excuse my language.
So you don't got no problem with 5G and 2G, but you got a problem with evolution?
Right.
I guess not.
Shit crazy.
You mean me?
Yeah, you mean you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
You got connection.
Okay, great. I was just checking to see if I was hearing back through my speakers because it got disconnected. Yeah, I got a problem with evolution, but I don't have a problem with 5G. But 5G, 2G, internet, so on. No. When we speaking about technological
How does
science,
that work? How does that
I don't
work?
really have a problem. And when we speaking about anthropological science, metamorphical science, then I got questions.
How exactly, huh? How does that work?
How does what work?
How can you
How
question
can I believe in
evolution?
technological science and have a problem with anthropological,
Bingo,
chronological, and so on?
bingo. Yes, and evolutionary science. Like
Because I can actually,
you don't see how they go together.
they don't. I can actually see how
Oh
technological
wow.
science is working, my friend.
Oh wow. Oh wow. So you don't see how germ theory is working?
Germ theory.
You don't
No,
see how
I know about germ theory. I know
you don't
what I
see how
learned about
you don't
germs.
see how you don't see how medicine is working and, and
Yeah, I do see how medicine is working. Not very well.
like this. Ooh, huh?
Yeah, I'm actually against the pharmaceutical society. I'm actually against the medical mafia.
So
Sorry.
you don't think that she was once a sperm cell and developed into a fully grown human being? Or you think
I
sperm cells and humans the same
I did
thing?
say
Or
that the only evolution I can actually see is from a sperm cell to a
That's not
humanoid.
evolution.
but you
That's
wait a
development.
minute though, wait a minute though,
Exactly.
Savior, but wait a minute.
Exactly. So then
But
I
wait a
can't
minute
see
though. But
evolution, can I?
wait a minute. Hold on for 1 second. Slow down there.
Hmm. Go
You
ahead.
don't see a sperm develop into a fully grown human being. You don't even see a human being develop. You wake up one day, you see somebody with no facial hair, then you wake up the next day and they got it. You don't see it.
Development.
Damn, that was
Brother, I
bad.
wanted to ask real quick, do you think that adaptation is completely different than evolution or to evolve?
No, I actually conceded and said to you guys that
Okay.
adaptation, in my reasoning, adaptation would have to be the precursor to evolution.
Right.
From the argument that Sabio had put forward, saying that these fish or these animals have adopted a new menu, a new eating program. They've adapted that, and he calls that evolution. But I just saying it's adaptation. If anything, that adaptation, because you've been forced to eat a different diet or so on, may actually have an impact on your physical body, which could probably cause evolution.
Right. Well, I just said that because adapt is a similar word to evolution. When you look at the definition of it, adapt is one of the
Yep.
similar words to it. So I kind of do see it as somewhat the same.
Similar is not the same.
Somebody's bat phone is ringing.
Man,
I mean, it's not.
like it's like we're questioning science on one point, but then the other point, science is all good. I don't get it.
I'm sorry,
Well,
somebody was in the back.
they're
I'm back up,
diff-
Shakra, whoever that was. I'm sorry, I just saw you and I was
they're
about to
different facets of science, you know.
bring you up.
Man, man, I'm not
They're
even saying
different
that.
scientific disciplines.
So again, in order to understand how simple or complex, because I don't think evolution is as difficult as people make it. Things
But
evolve
I don't
because
think it's difficult if you basically, you know, accept what is being forced down your throat. If you decide to
ain't nothing being
ask a
forced
few
down my.
questions,
You see. There go the problem. Nothing's being forced down my throat. I learned these things, and
I'm
you
sorry,
can do
man.
this
Yo,
It was
also.
loaded. I'm
Hold,
sorry. It was a loaded
hold
statement.
up,
I am
hold up,
sorry. I
hold up, hold up,
apologize.
hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. You can also take the time to learn these things and either disprove it or accept it as the best explanation for life on this planet.
What I'm saying to you is that I have done
So
as you've
no, no, no,
asked,
no, no,
and
no,
I've
no,
already
no, no,
come
you
to my
haven't.
own
No, you haven't.
conclusion. What you're
No, you
saying to
haven't.
me is that
No, you haven't.
there's no way
Okay,
that I
watch
can
this.
research
Mutu,
this and not believe. That's what you're
Mutu,
telling me.
Mutu. Why is it that we share DNA with the banana?
Why is it we share DNA with a banana? Well, what percentage of DNA do we share with a banana? Like 1, 2%, 3%? The fact
Um,
that everything on the earth
uh,
is carbon based means that everything shares a common denominator, my friend.
a common
Everything
denominator.
is carbon based,
DNA.
isn't it?
DNA. Bingo. So right there, your whole argument falls apart,
No, I said
and
everything
you don't
shares a
even get
common denominator, not a common
DNA.
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 Denominator.
It doesn't matter what you want to call it. That common
It's not DNA
denominator
because the
is
common
DNA.
denominator is carbon.
I just said we share DNA with the banana. It doesn't matter what percentage you want to put it in.
So you think some of you developed from a banana, that you evolved from a
Oh,
banana?
this is insane.
It is insane
This
for you
man,
to
this
suggest that.
oh shit.
He's
Yeah.
gaslighting like a mother right now,
Like
man.
a
Ain't
mother, man. Prove your point.
ain't no identity withheld.
If you don't understand, I'm actually trying to understand your evolution theory, but
You don't
it's
understand.
not.
You don't understand. You
I'm
don't
saying
understand.
I'm
I
trying to get a
understand. No,
grip
you're
on it,
not.
but
No,
there's
no, no, you're not.
so
No,
many
you're not.
different little nuances, so many
You're not trying to get
mistakes.
a. You're not trying to get an understanding on
No,
anything.
because
You're just
I'm
being
not trying to
controversial
believe,
because you
my
want
friend.
to be. It's
I'm
not
not
about
trying to believe.
belief. It's not about belief. It's about accepting the best possible explanation.
Oh, I got a question about the banana.
Yes, ma'am.
Who brought up the
I'm talking
banana?
about all life
I know, but I'm
on this planet. If everything on this planet shared
okay. So
DNA, I
wait,
don't know where this
I ain't
came
asked
from.
my question. I ain't asked my question yet. And you want to jump down my throat.
I ain't even talking to you.
Well, I was speaking. You ain't hear me?
No, I
Here
didn't.
we go.
No, I did not.
Yeah,
So
Sabio, you
chill
Oh,
was
out.
cut.
okay,
You was
okay.
Let
Sabio.
me
I
mute up.
did.
You
Let me
was
mute up.
Sabio. You was cutting in and out for a second, at least on my end. And while you
Okay.
I'm
was,
muted up.
that sister asked a question.
Okay, so my bad, I didn't hear you. I
Okay.
apologize.
Okay. I just had a question about the banana.
Hmm.
The person, I don't know who brought up the banana. I can't really see the names because I'm on my cell phone. It's kind of small.
That was me.
Okay. That's interesting about we share DNA. And I'm just posing the question because I'm not no, I ain't no scientist or anything like that. I gather information just like anybody else, and what's true, what's false, what's real, what's not, what's science, what's not. But I know science is ever evolving, and we're all always learning something new about where we've evolved from. Is that correct? Is that a correct statement to make? Science is always evolving. We're always learning something new about our past. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah, that's fair to say.
Okay, I don't want to,
Yeah, I agree.
okay,
I
so
don't think it's accurate, but I ain't
okay, well,
fully
I
sure.
mean,
I can see what you do better.
so
What you
we're
saying?
not all
I agree.
right. Well, back to the
Information
banana.
evolves, Mizzo. That's basically what she's saying.
No, I'm saying so
Right.
like how we learned about certain things, like when they
Yeah,
found
no, I just had an issue with the way. Even I mentioned it yesterday. I just got the issue the way that people use the word science as if it's
what
a
what's
person,
the
a
definition?
single
What's the
entity, a
definition?
body. A science is just a different fields of study. Period. They're different fields of
Okay,
study. That's
so
science.
what?
There's a
So the
bunch of different studies.
all
And
right. So
the
there's
studies
different.
can be of many different things. It don't gotta be a biology. It don't gotta be a space. It's science incorporates the word science just incorporates a bunch of different studies about just the natural world. Period. Everything
Right,
Right.
from where your feet is all the way to where you can't see no more.
right. Okay. So basically, but through
It's not
science,
an
even you.
explanation. You get
No, no, no.
explanations
Oh,
through the study.
right. Yeah, of course. I'm not saying I didn't say that science. I don't know if you were saying that I said that, but I wasn't saying science is an explanation. I was basically saying science in general. Yeah, there's different parts of science. We know that. And we're obviously talking about the DNA, genetics. So we're talking about biological science right now, right? Is that what we're talking about? I just want to make sure I don't sound
Pretty
stupid.
much. Pretty
Okay.
much.
All right, so we're talking about biological science. So we on that topic. Science is unfolded every day. They always finding something new, whatever. My thing about the banana, I just had a thought in my head. It's like, and this is a question: if we share DNA with a banana, certain things that we share a DNA with, is it composed of the things that we supposed to consume, like certain
To an
things?
extent. To
Okay.
an extent.
So I mean I can kind of see why we have the same DNA as a banana. It's not such a
It's only 1%. It's not a lot.
I
It's
mean,
only
but
1%.
yeah, but the thing about it is we can consume it, right?
Don't
So I
get
was just
lost and just don't get lost and think it's just the banana.
Right.
We're gonna share DNA in the
With the majority
most minute form of everything living on this planet
on this planet.
because of the
okay.
genetic building blocks it takes to
Okay.
create life.
Well, okay, but
Hmm.
so why was it so surprising when he brought up the banana? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Because most people don't think about that or ever heard it.
Or anything. Okay. Well, I mean, I would just assume certain things we may share, but like you said, we share a lot of DNA with all types of species on this planet. All right.
Yeah, that's why I brought up it. We evolved from a single cell, life
Like if
itself.
like I wanted to go super extreme and say 98.25% of our evolutionary history with a chimpanzee, but that would have threw the whole conversation into space, into a whole nother realm. Because
Hold on,
me
Samuel.
evolutionary history, y'all got to understand what I mean by the words evolutionary history with the chimpanzee.
Yeah, and it
Hold on,
is.
hold on 1 second, Bianca. We got
Go ahead.
Well, shit.
Jabez
We got
backstage. You gotta turn your camera on. I don't know you unless I didn't know you.
He was up
um
earlier. Jabez was up here earlier. He fell off.
how much
Yeah,
DNA
he
we
was here.
share how much DNA we share with the kangaroo?
I don't know.
Hmm?
I don't think any, because they're total different species.
Huh?
I don't
Them
know.
niggas, them kangaroos got hands, you know. I been
Crazy.
Can I ask a question? Sister, don't do that. Don't do that. I seen that video of that kangaroo holding that dog in the water. Don't do that.
No, I'm just joking. No, I'm serious, but I'm just joking. I always thought about that. I'm like, damn, these kangaroos out here got hands. They got hot.
Hey, really quick. I got a cold question for the whole panel.
Oh,
When was the last time you saw a scientific experiment or conducted one?
oh, child,
Last
please.
time I saw when I was in college years ago. No lie. I was conducting one. I can't remember what it was though.
Last week
But
when I was helping my daughter with a science experiment at her school.
Out
When I
last
tried a
week,
new meal, I'm
when I was
cooking in
trying to
the
mix
kitchen.
weed with my butter.
Jesus.
Are you talking like large scale science experiment or any
Yeah, I
type
was going
of
to ask.
Either
Define what you mean by
because we
or.
experiment.
do them.
I
We
mean,
do them
either.
often dealing with students, or
Oh,
if
I
you
mean,
got
either
kids.
or. Yep. Yep. Me and wifey, we saw this dude. We saw this dude on YouTube in his garage. He crossbred a pigeon with an owl. He did it in a scientific way, and he made like these owl pigeons, and they were beautiful too, man. It was mind blowing. If you just go on YouTube and type in genetic experiments or just experiments in general, videos pop up of people actually putting it together and actually,
Things
Mad
like
bringing forth
scientists. They
scientific
got a whole bunch
works.
of mad
Yeah, they really be
scientists
on.
out here.
They really be on their stuff though.
Mad scientists.
That dude that had made the owl pigeon. He crossbred a few animals, and it was pretty fascinating.
Well,
I don't know if I
I'm over here working on my ingredients so I can sell my butter. So I'm over here doing scientific experiments too.
We promote
really
black businesses up here. You know that, right?
All right. I'm still working on it. I made a few sales. When it came back and said, yo, that because I made it with some chicken wings and I made some barbecue sauce with it. I infused the barbecue sauce and I sold it during Super Bowl. And they was like, yo, it was good, but we was all knocked out. I was like, oh shit, y'all was done. So I don't know if I used the sativa or Inca that time. I don't know if it was a hybrid. I just knew it was a good strand. But I didn't know it was going to put them to sleep like that. So that's something that I'm trying to work on in my scientific experiment. I don't want people to be sleepy after they eat like that. I mean, you're going to get the itis anyway, but I don't want you to go to sleep like that, you know? So that's just my little take on my scientific experiment I'm working on.
wow, that's different. But I don't promote questioning certain parts of science if you don't understand it. I mean, you can question, but don't always question it and then put your answer as the answer. Like, do some research on it and then figure out why these people are saying otherwise, and figure out if it lines up with what you witness every day and what the science is saying. Like, things add up, and things should add up, and if they don't, that's when you either discard something or you keep it. Like, I don't know where these talking points be coming from with on evolution and shit like that, and like, for real, it'd be weird to me.
Sometimes people be having just random thoughts about things, and these random questions can come from a conversation, you know, that evolved into something else. So
But
sometimes
that might,
a
but
person don't even know they got
but at
that
that
question.
but at that point, you should do some research.
Well, no, but
Technology.
if it's a brand new question, right? Like if that question evolved and it was birthed out of the conversation that you was having with somebody, and then I
I
walked
can
up and I didn't,
understand that if we're having
you know
a
what I mean?
conversation.
So, no. Basically, I was saying you was like you don't like you don't like nobody questioning things. So I'm saying you should have a little
No,
bit
not
more
without
grace.
having any knowledge. Have a
Yeah, no,
documented
but what if
knowledge.
it was a brand new question? That's what I'm saying. If it was a brand new question and it seemed like you and somebody else had some knowledge on it, right? But they wasn't aware. They sitting in the conversation and they listening, and then boom, a question or a thought, and
No,
they
I'm
set
talking
it
about
out,
the
and they
topic. I'm talking about the topic itself. I'm not talking about a
well,
specific thing. I'm talking about the like say for instance, I walk in on a conversation and they're talking about math. I shouldn't question anything that the people talking about math on if I don't know what they're talking about. And
that's
if
like,
I'm
but
not
no,
a
no, no. It's
mathematician,
not that
and
you
if I and
questioning. It's not
no,
that you
and hold on, hold
questioning.
on, hold on, hold on, hold
Okay,
on, hold
go
on,
ahead.
hold on. And then if I don't understand the level of math that they're talking about, I really shouldn't be challenging anything that they're saying.
I disagree.
Like if I don't know the math and then I'm not in the conversation, like the only thing I should be asking is, what are you talking about?
Can I
But
chime
because
in
you
on
don't
that?
know about it. Yeah, no, I agree with Sadie.
Well,
Because if
no,
you don't
because
know
I
about
wanted,
certain things, you should be trying to
I was
learn.
trying to rebuttal after him. And I didn't get that.
I don't want the conversation to move off the topic, off that exact point that we, we got to learn some discernment and knowing when to lead and when to learn. Because a lot
Bingo.
of people that come up here, they
Okay,
talk like they want to lead, but it's clear that they haven't learned. So we have to know the
And it's
difference, and don't
and it's
take it
arrogance.
personal. Don't take it personal if someone else is more learned. That's
Right.
okay. Just get what they got, and then you'll have what
Get
they have.
what they
It's just,
have,
it doesn't
right.
have to be a back and forth, and that happens a
Right.
ton up here.
That's
A
arrogance
okay,
ton.
too.
but listen though, it's
Hmm.
not even. I don't know if that's
It's
specifically towards
arrogance.
me or not. But all I was just
No,
trying.
that wasn't towards you. That was in general. That's
Oh,
every
okay.
day up here. Every
That's
single
every
I mean,
day.
day.
well, but you know what? But those things, I'm gonna be honest with you. Those things are gonna happen because you may have new people on here all the time, and what needs to happen if you're gonna make that statement about people need to, if they don't know something, and then there's people on this platform that do know. At the end of the day, we really don't know who knows what. You know what I'm saying? It could be a person that just pop out and know more than the person that's leading the conversation. So then that person that's leading the conversation should take some grace and humble themselves as well. But a person that's actually just putting a question out there just to, that sparked the conversation, that sparked from the conversation that they was listening to, that's even like a student in class. That's like a student in
Listen,
class. There's no such thing as a dumb question. There's not. Just because you don't like a question that somebody's asking you, like, oh, they need to go do their research. Maybe they wouldn't have known to do the research if they didn't have that conversation between you and the other person. That's all I'm saying, is to have some grace about a person that is not knowledgeable but want to ask questions.
listen, we understand that.
Yeah, we
No,
understand
but
that.
that's not. But no,
We
we don't understand that. Hold on,
listen,
it's not understood
listen,
because hold
listen,
on, no, no,
listen.
no, no. Wait, let me. I'm not
No,
done because he
He's
it
said,
is
speaking.
understood.
hold on.
It,
He said that he don't like people asking
I
questions. I'm
don't.
saying that. Okay, well,
No one
that's
said we didn't like asking questions. I don't know who said that.
he said. Yes,
Yeah.
he did.
I'm going
Okay,
to say what I said again.
Yeah, I don't know
all
who
right,
said that.
go ahead. You said I
This is
heard what
what
you said.
I'm going to
Go ahead.
say exactly what I said. I don't
All
like
right.
people asking questions on a topic that they don't know about.
Yeah, that's a
They're
little more
not
clear. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what
studying
I just said. I was finishing my thought before you
or
cut me off to say
acting
what
or
you
hold
said.
on, or
Oh,
acting as if
acting like they know more.
they know
No, but
more.
what I said, okay, but I'm saying not the people that act like they know more. I'm talking about a person that had a question that may have not had the question if they didn't hear the
That's a
conversation
different
or the topic.
conversation. That's a
Okay, but no,
different
it's not, because
conversation.
you said and you said people that don't know and the people that come up here acting like they know more. You had an and in there. So it
Bingo.
wasn't
If you
separate.
act like you know more, so if you
That's
act
not
like
what
you
you
know more,
said.
but you
That's not what
don't
you
know
said.
anything on the topic, don't be acting
If
as
they
if
don't
you
know
know more
anything
and
off
trying to
the
lead.
topic, if
But
they don't
people do
know,
sis. People do this all the time.
it
You
doesn't
don't.
matter. It
Yes,
doesn't
it does.
matter.
Yeah,
People do
yes, it
that.
does. Yeah,
People,
yes,
but
it.
look. No, people do that in real life. People ask questions that they may not know. They may not know anything to. You know what I'm saying? So you get that aggravated and agitated for a person that, not the people
You
that
can
come up here. No,
learn.
hold on.
You can
Not the people,
learn.
not the people that come
You
up
have a
here.
smartphone.
Wait, let me
You have
finish
the
so you can get the
internet
whole
at
thing.
your fingertips.
Not the people that come up here acting like they know everything. I ain't talking about them. I'm talking about the ones that may not know, that listen to this show and are new to the show.
Right,
I feel like you might frighten
right.
them away if they want to come up on stage, but now them niggas gonna yell at me and jump down my throat just because I don't know this and that and the third. Give people grace to
So,
ask questions, because then what
so
they
the
gonna
first.
do, hold on, what they gonna do is they gonna go back and they gonna research. They gonna research
Okay,
what you open, you know what I'm saying, what you enlighten them on.
That's
chill,
true.
chill,
So
chill,
that's
chill,
all I
chill,
wanted
chill,
to say.
chill. Okay, now listen.
Go ahead.
There's a thing called learning your place.
Yeah, I'm moving on.
Knowing, no, listen. There's knowing when to interject, knowing when
No.
to participate, knowing when to ask questions,
Well, this is
knowing
an
when to
open
challenge.
forum, right?
Hold up.
I heard
Because
what you said. I heard.
he was asking me to listen to you. So
No problem, listen.
again, my statement came with parameters. I don't interject in conversations that I'm not studied in. I listen when they're up here talking about math and physics and faith, science, the topics that I'm not studied in. Evolution, I'm not real studied in it. I listen. I participate in the topics that I'm studied in. I ask questions to get clarification on the ones I'm not studied in.
And also, can I interject something? The purpose of asking.
Hold on. And there's a difference between asking questions to get clarification or to learn, or asking questions to
Well,
challenge.
gotcha moment, right there. Gotcha moment. So yeah, those people I can't stand them. They come up here with arrogance.
There's a big difference between
It's
the
Hmm.
two.
called sea lions. I'll go back to mute.
Sea
Can I,
lion.
can I, can I interject another reason for asking a question? Is because when you ask a question, you're kind of trying to get verification that the person actually knows what they purport to know. So in that vein, I would like to ask the people who are on here spewing evolution, which I feel is a very bizarre thing. What knowledge do you have, and can you articulate the counter narrative just as well as you can articulate what you believe? For instance, there are many Bible believing scientists who thoroughly reject the bizarre notion of evolution. So can you tell me why, exactly why the scientists who believe in a young earth, who do not believe in that we came from a big bang or none of that, these
God
scientists
damn.
like Louis Pasteur, can you articulate their point? If you can't do that, you can't say you're well roundedly
There's some
versed in the
fire right
subject.
there. There's some
Well, let
fire
me
right
say this
there.
real quick before y'all go. 'Cause I know y'all about to get crazy. My thing was with
There's
your
some
opening
fire right
statement
there.
about some people asking
Get
questions
close to the
to
mic,
see.
miss. You're a little muffled.
My fault. I would know because his first thing he said was, people ask questions to see what other people know. Who's to say that the person who's asking the question even knows what they're talking about when they hear an answer to judge whether it's accurate or not? Like I don't get what makes that person who asking the question have any authority over whatever the answer is.
Right.
Can you?
And,
I'm
and,
asking
and,
the
and
question
you
right
just
now. I'm asking the question
I'm
right
not
now.
answering. I'm not answering any of your questions because you just told me that you don't accept any of the science. So whatever we throw out there, whatever scientist, whatever evolutionary scientist, whatever biologist,
Yes or
it's
no?
not going to be accepted. So I'm not giving you shit.
That just means you can't articulate the other side. If you can't articulate what the other side believes, then you cannot say that you are well balanced and you are not coming to it with your own prejudice trying to indoctrinate people.
Full forward, Miss. Full
Hey,
forward right
real
there, man.
quick, Bees. So when you made the statement of a scientist not believing in evolution, do they not believe in it because of scientific proof or because of belief? Because once you say belief, then we don't need to discuss their scientific background.
That was the last vote.
If you are a proponent of evolution, you should already know what they believe and why they believe it.
Who are
That's
you
why I'm
talking about?
asking you.
That
That's now
wasn't
I
even
can be
that
totally
wasn't
oblivious
that
to the
wasn't even the
conversation, but if I see that you have not just as well studied the other side
Are
and
you
can
talking about
present
the
their
young Earth
argument
creationism?
like they would present it, then that means that you are not in a position to teach anyone
Are you
anything
talking
That's
about
about
that's
the
a
young Earth
subject.
that's a
creation?
logical
Oh,
fallacy, and I'm gonna
yeah, I
take it
don't
in
know
a
I am.
why.
different.
How would I know what they
That's
believe?
gonna.
What
I'm
are
gonna
we
take it
talking
in a
about?
different.
Hold on,
I'm gonna
I'm trying
take
to.
it
Is
in a
he talking
different.
about young Earth creation? Am I
I'm gonna take it
confused?
in a
It-
different
it-
direction direction on on that. I'm gonna take it in a
Yeah.
different I direction on that comment.
Listen,
What
man.
you
I
just
know
said is,
everything that. I'm a flat earther, and I
in
know
order for you
everything
to
that
be a
globe Earth
Christian,
presents.
in order for you to be a Christian, you have to know everything about Buddhism.
Mhm.
What you just said doesn't make sense.
No,
Damn.
no,
Right.
no. I would have to know enough about what someone who denies the Bible would say about it and why they would deny it. And some
Why
of the,
would a
you know,
Buddhist have to know anything about the Bible if they're in their culture and they just live in their own way?
well, I would say to that Buddhist, well, then you have not really done a real thorough search of truth. If you have not even investigated the most popular book on earth, and you're content with something that can be a delusion.
I just want to say this
You
real
just
quick, brother.
What is
identified
the
about
other scientific?
99% of the believers on the planet, bro. They don't
I,
study
But
in
I
I
don't.
general.
just
They don't study
What is the
outside
other
their own beliefs.
scientific
So
opinion against evolution?
Have you studied the Christian scientists who reject the Bible believing scientists who reject evolution? Have you done that? Yes or no?
They're rejecting it based on their belief in their religion, not based on any
Have you
science.
studied it? Have
that's
you
Yes,
studied
my
them?
point.
it's a religious belief.
I,
It's not a
Have,
scientific
have
I
you
theory
just want to
studied
say
them
this
to
real
know that
quick,
in
that's the
any
brothers.
way,
case?
shape, or form.
That's
Brother,
why
I
I
Have
just
you
want to
said
say
it
this
studied
real
was
that to
quick.
know
QueButter.
that they don't have
Yes, I'm
scientific
telling
reasons
you, if
why they
you're talking
believe in a
about young
young
I
Earth
just
Earth?
want to say this real
creationism,
quick,
that's a
brothers, if I
But
could.
religious
you
belief.
haven't
That's
done
not
that, and you've
scientific.
taken so clearly you haven't done that. So you're taking the words of Gentile other race people
You don't
to
know where
believe.
I got the information from, so how are you
Oh,
saying I'm
you
taking
got
that
it
Hey,
as the
from
word of
Gentiles.
someone?
You got it from
if I could
heathen.
speak real quick, fellas,
You
if I
got
could
it from
speak real quick, right?
non-believing heathen who
Somebody
have an
who's
agenda.
give me 1 second, brother. Give me 1 second. Somebody who's an expert at evolution or who studies in the field of evolution, which would be a part of science, right? If they have the expertise, if they have the educational credentials, if they studied the field, then they would be more than qualified to speak on it. They don't have to know something about what somebody else is doing. If they're an expert in evolution in that part of science, then they are. Whether they know what the scientists who believe in the Bible know or not, if you're an expert in something, you're an expert in it. You don't have to know anything else to speak on
You
something you're an
consider your
expert in.
source. Consider the source. Who said that they're experts? Who said that they're scientists? Who is giving
I
them a
mean,
bunch of money to
is it?
make these experiments and to push
But
this stuff in
evolution,
this food?
evolution is not
Who's
really a
who's
biblical
behind
term,
it
brother.
all?
Brother. I'm sure you can see what my name says on my icon that's up on the panel right now. I'm very well learned in the Bible. But what I'm saying is, if I wanted to learn something about evolution, I would learn it from somebody who's in evolution, who's not who doesn't who isn't tainted by something else. I would learn from an
But,
expert in
but
evolution
you
if I'm
believe you
interested in
believe the
evolution.
Bible.
If I No, what I'm saying is if I'm rocking with the scriptures, I rock with the scriptures. But evolution, that's something different than the biblical narrative. So why does it matter if you know the Bible if you're an expert at evolution and I'm trying to learn evolution? Why do you have to
But
know the Bible to speak on evolution if you are, let's say for example, you have a PhD in a
I ain't say
particular
you haven't
field of
heard the
science
Bible.
where you can speak on evolution?
I'm saying that there are other people who have studied that field of evolution and who refute it and who have biblical beliefs and they have scientific reasons why they deny the myth of evolution and the racist theory of Darwinism.
Okay,
So
but
let
So
me
they
go
isn't
back to my
evolution
original
still a
question.
so,
scientific
Let me go
principle?
back to my
Isn't
original
that still
how
question.
could
something
you claim
scientific?
that you and have never studied these
Let me
people?
hold on. Let me go back to my original question. You keep linking their beliefs to what a scientist trying to figure out. They are not synonymous. They are not like one group. So I don't know why you keep trying to stress someone debunking it. If they debunked it with science, who cares what they believe in? I don't
Well,
care if you have mathematical models to show me that, hey, this is what it is. I'm listening, but I don't care what you believe.
well, a lot
I
of
don't
their
know why you
science
keep
comes
trying to
from
bring
the
that
Bible.
in.
To
A lot of
interject
their
to that,
science has been rooted in
interject
the
to that,
Bible.
everything starts with a belief.
Exactly.
Everything. So if you
But
believe,
sister, if you in the
if you
field of
understand what I'm
science,
saying, and
That's
also
not
Science
this
is
is
in
a
the
why,
belief.
sister and brother, what y'all
no,
gotta
no,
understand.
that's
also in the
not
Bible,
true.
there's a
That's
lot of
not true.
everything
Wait,
starts
Yeah,
with a
that he
belief.
did.
hold
Yeah,
on. That
that's
statement is not true because
okay.
in
So what
science
did
you
you start?
start
What
with
it
a
starts with?
hypothesis,
What
which
is
is
that?
based
What is
on
that? A
some.
thinking
Wait,
that
are you
something
going to let
could
me finish
happen.
before
No,
you
because
cut
I
me
know what
off?
that means. I know
No,
where you're
you
going
don't.
with
You don't
that.
even know what I'm going to say. What are you
Yes, I
doing?
do.
Wait a
Go
minute.
ahead.
This is a perfect
Well, you
example
cut
of
me
someone
off
asking a
first.
question. This is
Go
a
ahead.
perfect example of someone asking a
Go ahead.
question and then
Go ahead.
trying to come in with what you thinking. Your approach right now is not aligned with what you were asking earlier. If
I didn't
someone
say it
comes in and
was.
asks a
Go
question
ahead.
to cut somebody, that's different. And these
Well,
are the
stop.
people that
First
get
of all,
heat.
you're not going to be yelling at me like I'm a
These are the
child.
people that get
You're
heat.
not going to do that. You're
Okay.
not going to do
This
that. You're not going to
definitely
do
I
that.
raised my voice
It's
because I
not
was
redundant.
overspeaking.
No, because as
Definitely, and
soon
it's
as
not
I speak,
redundant.
as soon
And
as
I'm
I
still
speak, I'm
talking, and I
wrong.
don't know
I'm
why.
wrong, right? Because
I'm
my
actually.
belief
You made a
and my
statement.
question
You
is
made a
wrong.
statement. You made
No,
an
but then you
incorrect
try.
statement.
Right. No, I did not.
Okay,
Let me
so
tell
let me
you
tell you
why.
where
You
it's
want to bring up
incorrect. Let me tell you
hypotenuse,
where it's
right?
incorrect.
No, you know
Let me tell you where it's
that's not
incorrect. Hold
correct.
on. I don't want to
Everything
move.
starts.
I don't want to move the goalposts. I don't want to move.
Everything
We know
starts.
what your feeling is on it.
Everything starts with a thought and a belief. So
Slow your
don't you
roll.
can sit up
Slow
here,
your
you
roll.
and then you want
Slow
to play.
your
You want
roll.
no, I'm not
Slow your
wrong. I'm
roll.
not
Hold
wrong.
on.
The
See,
problem is,
there. This is why people get cut
no,
up
the
here. This
problem
is
is you
why.
always want to
This
make
is
me to
why.
be fucking wrong. And you
Okay,
know I'm right.
that's
You
two
know
strikes, brother.
everything,
I didn't
even
cut you. I didn't.
science
Yo,
starts
chill,
with a thought.
chill,
It
chill.
starts with a belief in something. So
See,
you're
this.
wrong. You're wrong.
Okay,
You're wrong
okay.
all
Are you in the
fucking day
sciences?
because you just
Are you
want
in
to
the
show me
sciences?
up. You just want
Are
to
you in the
show me up
sciences?
every
Are you
time
in
I
the
get on
sciences?
here. No, I don't want to
Wait,
fucking
destroy
listen to
that.
you because you
Okay.
stay cut me off. You stay cut
Okay,
me
I don't
off.
want to be disrespectful to
Yeah,
the
no, you
ladies, but
gotta be
this
worried
is
about
getting
being
ridiculous.
disrespectful because we passed that point. You're not gonna
Okay,
tell me
are we past that point?
everything
I
starts with a
haven't
thought.
cooked you yet. I haven't
Everything
cooked you yet.
starts with a thought or a belief that this.
Yo, we in the morning, real quick. We in the morning. Respect the panel, respect the people, no cursing. I'm trying to get some order here. I don't want to argue with you. I'm just telling you, I disagree with your statement. That's it. And you jump down my throat. So if you want to go back and forth, wait till 6 p.m. We can do that, okay? Right now, we're just trying to have a civil conversation. Can we do that?
No, yeah, can
Well,
you
brother,
do
you do a
that?
lot of
Can
cutting
you do
off.
that?
You do a
Because
lot of cutting
Yes.
off,
I'm
brother.
capable of doing that.
100%.
I'm capable of
100%.
doing that. But what
Okay,
I'm not going to.
respectfully, sister. Hold on. Respectfully, sister. Respectfully. Yeah, I don't want to, because I didn't want to go there. You know, man, I didn't want. It's too early for this. But look, when you make the statement that everything starts out with a belief, and then I'm trying to tell you, you do understand scientific experiments are typically based on a hypothesis, some sort of prediction that you're trying to at least prove whether it's true or not. Forget what you believe. It doesn't matter what you believe. What's your hypothesis? This is my hypothesis. It's not a theory yet because I haven't proven that it works. But it starts with a hypothesis. So no, not everything starts with just I'm sorry, I don't. What was the word she used?
Belief.
Belief. Yes. If you have data in front of you indicating something, that's not a belief. That's okay. The data's telling me this is true. Let me go prove and see whether or not that's true. That's regardless of what I believe in. Regardless, not everything starts with just a belief. That's the mindset that you're bringing to a scientific world. That's why I asked you, are you in that world? Because if you are, it's going to jam you up. You're going to
And you're
start
going
putting
to
some
sit up here
bias
and
on
think
your
about
data.
this works this way.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Because I'm tired of them on this fucking call, and every time I say something,
Can
they
we chill
love
with the
to tell me I'm
cursing?
so fucking wrong. You
Can we chill
understand
with
what
the
I'm saying?
cursing?
You got feel so bad. Because
Can we chill with the
they
cursing?
be disrespecting me on here. I
She
don't
can't.
appreciate that. Then they
No
talk
one's
over me, and as soon
disrespect
as
you,
I
sis.
talk, every time I talk over them, oh, I'm talking over them.
Can we
But when
bring it
they talk
down?
over me, no, because when y'all talk over me, I
Hold on.
shut up.
We got
But you're
children
not gonna
listening.
come on.
We
But
got
I'm not gonna
children
come on here,
listening.
and you're not gonna make me feel like I'm stupid though.
No
Stupid,
one
slow, or
made you
dumb.
feel that way unless you felt that
You,
way on
yes.
the way in.
No, I don't care, but no, I don't. I don't.
Okay,
I'm very
then we're in
intelligent. I
agreement.
know a lot of
I don't
shit.
know you.
Man,
I don't
I
know
don't have
you.
no feelings about my motherfucking self on no day of the
Can you
fucking week.
chill with
Y'all
yo,
up here
seriously, you
arguing
gotta
about
chill
what
with
the
the
question
cursing.
is. Y'all up here, y'all ain't even got no
Chill with the
answers to
cursing.
shit.
Yo, this is getting ridiculous.
Just
I
mute up.
can't
Yeah,
say
it's
it
getting
enough, man.
ridiculous. So it gets ridiculous as soon.
I was
Nah,
trying to be
she
respectful,
helping.
bro.
Yeah,
I was
she
really
in her
trying.
feelings now, bro.
Right. Right.
But I
Because
think
I
we veering
disagree with
off.
the
No,
beliefs.
I don't
Like,
give
what
a
the
fuck.
hell?
Just don't stop talking to me like I'm some fucking child, or you know more than me. Stop doing that. Because when
Are
I
you
come
gonna
up
stop
here,
cursing?
hold on, I come
Sis,
up
you
here,
kind of acting
I
like a
give y'all
child right
fucking
now.
respect. But y'all niggas don't do that. Y'all just want to sit around here and fucking jack each other dick off.
All right, yeah, that's a little too much for the morning. Miss Lady, I don't have any ill will towards you. I'm just asking you to respectfully not curse on the panel. It's daytime, kids are listening. So you can hate me in the background. Cuss me out in the chat if you want. That's okay. But chill with the cursing on the panel. Everybody has to follow this, not just you. Stop taking it personal. Jesus, man.
Well, my brother, let me try to bring it back to to center where we were getting at, because I think we got to a crucial point. When we're discussing science, we cannot go at it as if it is a divine thing. We have to consider the sources. We have to consider what their motivations could be behind it. For instance, with Darwin, he was a racist. His intent was to show that the pale man was the most evolved of people, and we were closer to the monkeys. And so that was their genesis of their hypothesis that they were putting out there. And it's been debunked, and a lot of it has been absolutely proven to be not just false, but actual lies, actual malicious lies
Can you
when they
name
were
one of
creating
the?
these.
Can you name one of the lies about evolution that's been
A lot
proven
of
false?
a lot of these Pekin men, and it's what some of the men that they were saying that
Yeah.
evolved. It was coming from
Both
a
speaking man
pig's
and
bone or one tooth.
Lucy.
They would take one tooth and then make a whole skeleton out of it. It was all a bunch of nonsense. But
No, no,
the
no, no,
thing
no.
is,
I'm saying, what lie about evolution is false? Like, not one particular anthropologist that might have lied. I'm saying, what about evolution? What lie about evolution are you saying that has been put out?
Physical transformations.
well, in as much as it, without me being versed in how they have, and I would just advise you guys to go to some of just look at Google Christian scientists who debunk evolution and see what they say. But just a common sense is enough for me.
You can't
Common
use
sense.
common sense in a
When I see the
scientific
sun, when I
conversation. Not to cut you off.
listen for a second. When I see the sun rise,
No.
and I see the moon, and then I see a woman's beauty, and I see her breast, I know that there was no evolutionary thing that made the physical asceticism be attracted. Then I look at
Shit. Shit. This shit comedy.
Sabio, you can't cuss right now, bro.
Chill, Sabio. Chill,
right.
Sabio.
Then I look at procreation. Then I look at the fact that there's pleasure in procreation. That had to be a divine designer to incentivize mankind to have pleasure in
You're giving
procreation.
the conclusion, but how did you come up with the fact that there had to be a divine creator? Like, you just jumping to that part. Like,
When I
Because
walk
the
in a room and I
mythology
see
told him.
when
a chair,
evolution
when I
has
see
so
a
many
chair,
things.
Sabio, real quick. I'm sorry, Fontaine. Sabio, I
you
had to mute you because there's wind behind you. We can hear it. So if you want to come in and just turn your mic back on.
when I come into a room and I see a chair there, I don't consider it a leap of faith or assumption to say there was a designer to that chair. I see all the functionalities. I see the intelligent imprint of it and the why. I don't, I don't just say, well, how do I know how this chair was created? And anyone that's to look at the universe and all of the incalculable things that take place on a day-to-day basis, that seeing eye, the hearing ear, beauty, and we can go on and on and on for days, examining all of the tonnage of beasts in the ocean, and all of the functionality, the interwoven functionality, the conies drinking by the brook, the bee taking the sap and taking it to the flower, and all of the intricacies that are not answered by the law of survival and how things had to evolve just to survive. There was a designer outside of it. What would make there be pleasure in procreation?
All right. I'm done with all of this watchmaker, the teleological argument, and all this design. Nah,
Yep, that's common sense.
no,
Common
no,
sense.
it ain't. No, it
Are
ain't.
you're done with common sense? That's what you're saying.
Hey, bro.
But do you know
Stop.
science, like common sense, you can't bring that into a scientific
Into a
conversation.
scientific, right?
Yeah, that's because you deify these scientists. You keep thinking that science is this.
No, I
Oh,
don't care about science. I'm deifying
that's
scientific
above.
methods if
That's
anything.
way above what you're calling science. Your
Listen,
common
man.
sense on that level,
But
if they're speaking
listen.
against it, then
Just
that's
I
real
way
didn't
quick,
say
because you've
I
above
been
had a
talking for
their
a
problem
second,
with
bro.
it.
foolishness.
Can I say something real quick? So the common sense often gets driven out when you do experimentation because you repeat these experiments and they prove your common sense wrong.
Okay, so they're the experiment to say that's going to tell me why there is pleasure in procreation. Why is procreation a pleasurable thing? Why is there a perfect fit between a
How
penis and a
you get
vagina?
pleasure in
Why?
procreation,
How
but
did that
science doesn't
happen?
care to answer why you have it. Like that's a question that
Science.
science doesn't care about.
Science.
Here's a great one,
Deifying
Fontaine.
science.
Here's a great one, Fontaine. Whoever asked that question,
Listen to yourself.
do you know why there's pleasure, or are you leaping to why? Show
I
me the
know
proof of why
exactly
there
why,
is. Show me the proof.
because I'm not
Show me
going to
the proof.
deny the sense God
Oh,
gave me.
if you can't show me the proof, it's a belief.
I know exactly why. Because I'm not going to deny the sense God gave me, because I'm going to answer
That's
for the sense
belief,
God
bro.
gave me when I stand before
That's
the
belief.
judgment seat.
That's not
I'm going
proof.
to
That's
answer for the
belief.
sense God gave me when I stand before the judgment seat of Christ.
Can Fontaine repeat your results you just came up with of why? Can he do that same thing and get the exact same answer?
The question is, can God hold you accountable
Okay,
to say,
I can't work
man,
here. Anybody else can
you
jump in.
knew,
God
you
can't hold me
knew.
accountable for which God? Which God?
Which
There's
that's a great
18,000
question.
gods. Which God?
The
Thor,
only true and
Zeus,
living God, the
The
God of
only.
Abraham,
the
Isaac, and Jacob, the
only,
God of
the
our
only,
forefathers, the God of our forefathers, Abraham,
okay.
Isaac, and
So,
Jacob is going to
oh
judge you.
wow, there it is. The God from the mountains. The God from
The
the
God of
mountains
our
of Fire.
forefathers,
The God from the mountains of Fire. The steps of
the,
Timon.
the
That
God of our
Canaanite deity.
prophets,
That Canaanite deity that he's trying to adopt. This game is over.
the God of our ancestors, the one of our
Can
prophets,
you
the
tell me
ones that
who
they
God
told you
created?
that you
How
were
can he create
they
again?
told you were disconnected from, and had you out here going on a campaign against the very book of your ancestors.
My
Hey,
Hey yo,
identity.
my ancestors come from West Africa, specifically the Esan tribe. 33% of my DNA. Nothing places me in the Levant where the
Yeah,
book that you're
they
referring to
likely
comes from.
they
Hey,
likely were Hebrew, the Israelites.
nah, they weren't. Throw that shit in the trash. Excuse my
Yes, they
French.
were.
Don't put that on my ancestors.
Identity,
Hebrew
you gonna get
Israelite
this joke.
was a
Somebody needs
race
some
with an
oxycontin and
ethnicity, sir.
dopamine.
I can't hear
Don't
you,
put that
Yasa.
on my ancestors.
I said you'll get this joke.
Most of the
Somebody
slave
sound like they
names
need some
on the slave ship
oxycontin
had
and
Yah in
dopamine.
them. Are you
Hold on,
aware of that?
No, they didn't. That's false.
Jabez, hold on, because your mic is a
Huh?
little muffled and it's jumping out. So hold on for a
Okay.
second. What are you saying,
It's
Yasa?
to that pleasure sentiment. Sounds like somebody needs some oxytocin and dopamine.
Jesus.
I'm pretty sure you get it when we looking for proof of why.
Hey,
You know,
speaking of which, Jamal is back.
You don't have an answer to
the
that though. You don't have an answer to that though, do you?
I
That is
just
a
said the
clear
answer. You didn't
indication that
catch it.
mankind was
I just literally
incentivized
said the
to
answer and you
reproduce,
didn't catch
and
it.
that,
I just literally said the answer and you didn't catch it. And what's ironic about it?
Oxytocin and
So
dopamine.
is dogs incentivized to reproduce too? Because they get a good reaction.
it,
I had to read this morning.
all
Hold
of
on, y'all.
that
Can I let me
incentivizes
finish? Let me finish real
reproduction.
quick, and you can have it right back.
What about viruses?
And
They
it's
reproduce.
sad. It's sad that I had to repeat this within 8 hours. All
Mm-mm.
good counsel begins in the same way. A man should know what he is advising about, or his counsel will come not. But people imagine that they know about the nature of things when they do not know about them, and not having come to an understanding at first because they think that they know, they end as might be expected in contradicting one another and themselves. This
Damn.
is,
I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but in anyway,
Damn.
we know
the
you
issue,
don't.
That's
He
the
the
said he
problem.
issue,
doesn't know what you said.
I don't know what
Right.
that
He
was
don't
supposed
even
to mean in this
understand.
context.
He don't even
In this
understand that
context,
it's
I don't
saying
know
that
what that was
you
supposed to
shouldn't be
mean.
talking about things you don't know
No.
because you
That's
don't
just
know.
because that's just because you read a little bit of you wasted your time reading a bunch of stuff about evolution, and now you're gonna come and say, well, you don't
Hold
know the
on.
stuff that I read, so
Can
don't you
somebody
can't
help
challenge
me?
me on it.
Can
Shit.
somebody
You
help me
don't
on
know
this?
all of the
Hey,
goofiness
can
that I spent
somebody help
hours
me
in
on this?
reading.
Can
So don't
somebody
question me about
define?
it because you don't know
Can,
this particular term. Well, I can just use common sense, sir, and blow that dumb stuff out the water real
hold
quick.
on, sir.
Since ain't
Javiz,
common.
hold on. Can somebody help me define belief?
Accepting things without any reason for doing so. Accepting
Yeah,
things is true without any
I
reason
can do
for doing
one.
so.
that's not true.
Belief
Accepting
is the
things is
revelation
true.
of a lie.
That's not
Belief
true.
is accepting things is true without any reason for doing so.
That's not true.
It's
That is
okay
what
to
Okay, so
belief
believe.
is.
now
Belief
when you're
acceptance
speaking of
without
the term
without
belief
evidence.
biblically, let me answer that. When you're speaking of the term belief biblically, you're talking about the most powerful and the most solid thing you can ever have
Oh,
in the
come on,
universe.
man.
All right?
Yeah, they got their own make
Biblical,
believe language that mean the words mean
Right,
something
it's all
different
the way
in their
down
language
in
than
the depth
everybody
of
else.
your
right.
soul and in your
You
spirit.
can translate these words 3 times over to several different languages, but somehow when you read it in the Bible, it means something
It means
different.
something different.
But,
Right.
but biblical belief, biblical belief is not just using.
Jabez,
It's not by a glossary,
Jabez,
but it's by what the scriptures show that it
we
means.
don't need you preaching at us. We don't need you preaching at us. This is not the
But the
preaching hour.
scripture shows different people, different meanings. You can't even
Hey,
confirm
hey,
whose quote unquote belief is right.
hold up, real quick. The one thing we
Belief is a
don't need,
revelation of a lie.
hey, one thing we don't need is you preaching at us. There's people who know that book better than you. I just told you where your
You
Canaanite
preaching
deity comes
evolution.
from.
We don't need you preaching evolution.
Hey, bro, listen. Stop. You can't listen and talk to me at the same time. I've been listening to you. I've been
Like,
laughing at most of the things you've been saying because it's comedy, pure comedy.
but you can't refute it.
I just told you where your Canaanite deity comes from. He comes
No,
from
you
the
didn't.
steppes of Timon and the mountains of Seir. You can look this up in the Bible yourself. Think I'm making it up.
You did.
Go ask Bible Hub where Yahweh comes from, and then you can we can have this conversation about your belief. Until then, I don't want to talk to you about a belief that you adopted when you became a Hebrew
You're talking
Israelite
about
in
a
America.
belief you
How
adopted
does
in
one
You
evolution.
Bible
adopted.
produce 3 different beliefs? And everybody saying their belief is the one. Get out of here, bro.
You,
Like,
you
come
want an
on, man.
answer to that? You want an
No,
answer to
no, I
that?
don't.
Or you
I
just
don't
want
want
to
the
say,
biblical answer because it's
exactly.
not
Now
logical.
I'm glad you
It's
were
not
honest. You
logical.
don't want an
There's no
answer. That's the
logical with the
reason.
All
biblical
this
That's why
answer.
you're
adoption
running
It's
to
a
thing.
evolution.
one mic,
Trying
That's
to
why
I
you're
mean, you
running
can
as
give the answer,
powerful
but you asked if
evolution.
I want it. I don't want it, but the people might want it, so I don't care.
You're running to cowardly evolution. That's a weak man's fantasy that believes that he don't
Jesus.
have to give
But
account. He
evolution
don't have to
has
give account
evidence.
on a day
What
of judgment.
evidence does God have? Evolution has evidence. We don't just run to it. We see
There is
it, we
no
listen
evidence
to it,
for
we read
evolution.
about it, and they have evidence. What evidence is there that God created something? Like, what was the process God used to create man?
He used dirt.
The
He
process
used dirt.
he
He
spoke the
used
word.
dirt. He used dirt. He used dirt and some magical words and some and air. He
He's
breathed.
almighty.
He used dirt and he used
And,
air. Then he created
and guess
Adam
what?
out of
And guess
dirt,
what?
and then he
And
created
he's the
Eve
one,
out of his rib.
and he's the same one that to this day is controlling your
He created
breathing,
Eve out
controlling
of.
your
He
ability
created
to think,
Eve out of a
controlling
rib.
your
He's
ability to
controlling my
see,
movement when I'm saying
controlling
he's
your
not
ability to
real.
hear,
Why wouldn't he just stop
and
controlling my movement
you
so I
are
can just
running
stop
your
moving?
mouth against him.
Yes,
Consider
I am
what
running
you're
my mouth
doing.
against a make-believe
Right,
entity.
against your make
It's
believe
make
He's the
entity,
believe.
same
and
one that is
he's letting
controlling
me,
your ability to
and he's
think.
letting me. Your God is powerless. Your God don't have no power because I'm talking all shit about his dumb ass, his
The
retarded ass,
scripture
his
already
retarded
speaks
ass, his
about your
retarded
time.
ass, his retarded ass. Your God was so retarded. He created some people, put them in a place where they didn't know anything about right or wrong, and then told them not to do something that he knew was wrong, and then his retarded ass
That's
to
not
make
at
up
all
for
what
his
the scripture
mistake,
teaches.
his retarded ass to make up for the mistake, he said, you know what? I'm gonna send my son who's going to question himself after I send him to die about why I'm sending him to die. He gonna be like, hey God, why you send me to do this? I don't really want to do this. But you know what? I'm gonna
None
go
of
ahead and
that's
do it because you
what the
sent me to
scripture
do
teaches.
this shit. Yo, God retarded as shit.
That's your depraved understanding, lack of understanding. That's from your depraved heart. That's
Yo,
believing some
God is letting
far-fetched
me talk all
nonsense.
this shit about
Anytime
it.
you believe different
Fuck
than
yo,
their
God.
belief, then you somehow evil.
That's not what the scripture
Because
says,
they're
and
all righteous and everybody
that's a
else is just
blasphemous,
wrong.
depraved
They believe
mind.
that humans
That's a
die
weak
and come back
mind.
to life after 2,000 years, but we're crazy.
Excuse me? Who came back to life after 2,000 years? That ain't what
With
the scripture teaches.
whoever y'all think Lazarus came back to life, whoever, it doesn't matter. There's plenty of people in the scriptures y'all think lived in
Well,
wells and
okay,
plenty
so
other asinine things.
if you can believe that a God created the world, him raising a dead person is a small thing.
That's my
But
point.
you're too
Like,
small minded
it
to
starts
realize
with the
that.
belief in the God, and then everything else is easy to believe. So that means you
Okay,
can
so
digest
you
the
talk.
BS. That means
We're
you can
talking about a
digest
God
this
who
other make believe
always
stuff
was
because you've
and
accepted the
always
main make
is.
believe.
Okay, so we're
I'm
talking
sorry. Go
about a
ahead.
God
I
who
was
was
speaking over you.
everywhere, and you thinking it's a big thing if he did something supernatural. It's a much bigger thing to believe that
No,
he's everywhere, that he's omniscient, that he
but
always was, that he
but
created the world. And you go to something small like that. Well, if I can believe that he created the world out of nothing, that's nothing to believe he raised Lazarus from the dead. You see how weak and
He created
thoughtless
the world out of
okay. But you
nothing.
see how I listen. Get
you have given this no thought at all. Or you waste all your time on evolution, but haven't given the truth no thought. Because you say
okay.
the
So
wicked things imaginable.
that's cool. So you see how I let you respond? Let me respond. So you say that's weak. So my point is, all I need you to do is to believe in the make-believe concept of a God, this major thing. So once I get you to believe that, all of these minuscule things that you would usually know aren't real, now you're willing to accept them because you've accepted this make-believe God and he can do anything. So now that you believe this God can do anything, yes, you believe donkeys
A
talk.
moment,
Yes,
brother. I
you
just
believe
wanted to
he
say,
raised people from
see,
the dead. Yes, you believe all these make-believe things. Go ahead, Vi.
hey, I just
So
wanted to
now
say
when
one
now
thing.
let me
See,
answer
see,
that.
Sabio, brother, I don't even be doing you like that. When I come over here, I talk about science. I don't talk about me believing we the Israelites. I don't talk about the Bible. And you jump on me like Ricky Bobby's daddy getting thrown out of Applebee's every time. He came up here pressing the line with the Bible. See, Sabio, I don't even do you like that,
And
brother.
and you see, I'm pressing against him. You see, I'm pushing against him. I'm not just sitting here accepting it.
Yeah,
No,
because your mind is
I know
depraved
better
as
than he know.
well.
You go
Because
challenge it,
you're
right?
not a representation of a Bible believer. So you need to take that Israelite thing off your profile because you're sounding a
Well,
mess.
the thing is,
And you're going
brother,
to
the
give an
thing
account
is,
to what
brother,
you're saying right
hold on
now.
one second. Okay, all right. So based on what you just said, right, brother, Sabio and even the brothers up here
Whoa.
who don't believe in the Bible, right, they will still come and ask me questions about the Bible because they know that I am a Bible believer and that I'm a lot more learned in the Bible than you and all Christians because it's a lot of truths
That's
according
your
to the Bible
pride.
that you guys don't acknowledge at all. So I respect the fact that the brothers over here stand on science.
Did any of y'all eat lunch before y'all started this holy war
Man, you
today?
Business,
sound
and
wishy-washy.
I don't try to
Sister,
super.
can I
You
say
sound like a
something, man?
wishy-washy
I
so-called Bible believer.
absolutely believe the Bible. Did y'all know that the Bible is an astrotheological treatise on every single science there is under the sun? I
No, the
absolutely
hell it
believe the
No,
isn't.
it's
Bible.
not.
No,
False
the hell it
information.
isn't. The Bible is nothing but a mythological.
Nothing
Here we
No,
scientific
go.
about the
It's
Bible.
astrological,
nothing.
it's philosophical, it's moral,
No,
it's
it isn't.
scientific, it's
No, it
even
isn't.
magical.
It's
I
the
could
most
show you
immoral book
magic
on
in
the
the Bible.
world. The
The,
Bible is
the,
the most
You're an
immoral book in
idiot.
the world.
tell me
And I'm
Hey,
something
for
that's
the,
saying,
for the
immoral
sake of
in
the
the
chat,
Bible.
yo, yo,
Let me
yo,
let
yo,
me
yo, yo,
explain.
yo,
Why don't you
yo,
give me
yo,
all
whoa,
your
whoa,
Bible
whoa,
questions?
whoa,
Give me
whoa.
all your Bible,
Hold on, bro. Hold on. For the sake
all of
of
them.
the chat, for the sake of the chat and the people listening, please, one mic. We can't hear Jabiz's bad mic. We can't. One mic, please.
I'm saying, give me all the questions you have. You keep saying that there's questions, and you keep saying it's debunked. Give me one of them.
Is that to, who is that to? Is that to Sabio?
Anyone, the one that keeps saying that the Bible is everything is make believe. Give me one of the things that you say debunks the Bible. You said it's immoral. Give me something that's immoral in the scriptures, and let me
slavery,
help clarify
slavery,
that for you.
slavery, slavery, slavery. Let's talk about slavery. Do you want to talk
Yeah,
about Exodus? Do you want to talk
yeah.
about Leviticus? Which
Let's
part
talk
of
about slavery.
which book of slavery? Which part do you want to talk about? How they're supposed to do women after how the Israelites were supposed to do women after they went
Yeah,
into a town and put the young
yeah,
woman and put her in
yeah,
put her up in captivity for a month, shave her head, and then
yeah.
after that month of mourning, you're supposed to go in there and have sex with her, huh? Is that you want to talk about that, or do you
Okay,
want to talk
let's answer
about it,
that.
or do
All right,
you?
so
Hold on,
let me
hold on,
answer
hold
that.
on, or do you want to talk about
One
how
question at
the
a time.
Israelites? Hold on, or do you want to talk about how the Israelites were supposed to go into a town and they could buy their slaves from the people around them? They could get there and
Okay,
they
yeah.
could hold and they could pass those slaves on to their children, huh? Let's talk
Yeah.
about it.
All right, so let's talk about it. So
Ephesians 6:5.
the scripture indeed lets us know that the condition of the different versions of slavery, there's indentured servitude, and then there is rigorous slavery. And each one of them are sanctioned in the scripture. Now, it's not for me to say that that's immoral, because I have to then look at
Ah, hell
why.
no. We're not finna do this.
I have to
Whoa!
look at why. So let me
Whoa.
look at
We're not
why.
finna do
Whoa!
this.
You
We're
said you
not
want
finna
an
do
answer, right?
this.
You said you want an answer. You said you want an answer. So you have
We
to
Did
don't.
listen
you
to the
wait a
answer.
minute? Wait a
Let the
damn minute. Did
politician
you
come on.
just
Let him
say
finish.
that you
Let him
can't
cook.
tell
Let him finish. Let him finish.
whether or not slavery is immoral,
Let him
depending on the
finish.
level of slavery?
You gotta
No,
let him
no, no,
finish.
no, no.
Let
Let
Well,
him
him
you got to
finish.
finish,
understand the
please.
context.
Let him
Hold up.
finish.
You got to understand the context. You have God's chosen people who were set apart from a world that was ripe for judgment, or in a world that was gone backwards after idolatry. In that situation, the heathen nations were not to be regarded in a brotherly fashion. Now, yes, you could buy a Hebrew slave, which was indentured servitude. They used the word slavery, but that was just the way that they would sell themselves to work. And you were not to rule rigorously over them if they were Hebrews or they were your brother. But if it was a heathen, the heathen nations are in an enmity against God. He not only had us at some time take them as slaves, but he had us kill them, man, woman, and children. Don't let them reproduce in the earth. This is the Israelites being, in that sense, the hand of God's judgment. These people owed every breath they breathed to God, and they turned the true worship of God into a worship of four-footed beasts and creeping things on the earth. And their very presence was odious, and their influence on the children of Israel was also a dangerous thing. And so many times he would take them, go in there and kill all of them. And then there was some times where it was Hamite nations, and mixing with their women would not have changed our phenotype, because the Hamites and the children of Shem looked similar. And he said
Hey,
there was a
brother, you over
condition
here
of
on
marriage
QueButter
on their
page
women.
standing on
If you
Israelite
saw a
business.
woman, I'm
Yo,
asking
yo,
about
yo,
having her head
yo,
shaved and then he
yo,
could take her as a
yo,
wife. There
hey,
was a
yo,
time when he could say, "Have mercy on those women,"
hey,
and
Hold
yo.
on. You
if
gotta let people
and if
respond. You're
he
giving a
wanted
lot.
that
You're
he
giving
want
a
to make a
lot.
wife, have her shave her head, You have her go through mourning, and then you can take her as a wife. And at that point, there was
Now, hold on. Before you go on another tirade, hold on. The
answer the
question
question.
still stands. I'm not asking what's in the book. I ask you specifically, man to man. Do
Yes.
you think it's immoral to enslave? I don't care about the hierarchy, just enslavement. Are you standing here telling me you can't discern
Not, not,
whether or not slavery is immoral?
not only is it righteous, it's going to happen again. We're going to put the Caucasoid in
He went
slavery.
Already
back.
have
He
it.
went back. He went back. He
Get
went
him up
back to the
out of here.
Bible.
Get him up out of here.
Slavery,
Get him up out of here. Get
Dude
this
said
man up
slavery is
out of
All
here.
right.
righteous.
I was
That's the
willing
that's
to
what the
entertain
Bible
up
teaches.
until a point, and that is the point.
All
So,
right. Does
There's
anybody
so
else? Wait. Does anybody else have anything to say?
I got
And some
more.
Jabiz,
people,
Jabiz.
I got
need
more.
to have
I got more.
their,
I just changed
their,
my
their,
name to
their
my original
slavery.
name, the Scripture Ripper. I
Jabiz,
just
you
went
gotta
back.
let people respond, bro. You gotta let people respond. You can't overtalk them when they're responding to what you said.
Yeah, I
That's a
just went.
spirit.
So I just went back to my original name, the Scripture Ripper. Yeah, what I started this shit as, the Scripture Ripper. So let's go.
Okay,
You want to play these games? That was just
so
one.
you got something
That
else?
was just one.
So I answered the slavery.
Jabez. You did
Yes,
not.
I'm better than that.
You did not answer the slavery. You did
Yes, I
not.
did.
No, you didn't. No,
So what we stand on
I
the
reject
slavery?
I reject. Hold up.
Okay,
I
because
reject.
you too soft to
Can you
reject. You
listen?
too soft for the institution of
Can
slavery.
you
So
listen?
that's fine.
Can
But
you
you can't
listen?
say that you can
Can
say
you
why it's
listen?
wrong.
I can, but I'm not going to go through that.
Yeah, you can't say why it's
I can
wrong.
tell you why it's wrong. Number
Why?
one, the number one thing you should have said was slavery
No,
is
I feel like
immoral.
money is
Slavery
more
is wrong.
important
No,
than
slavery
Hold up,
is
hold up, hold up,
moral.
hold up.
Slavery
No,
is
you
moral.
see, at this point,
When it's God doing it.
do y'all hear what this man just said? Slavery is moral when it's according to this book. So I
So
need
would it
y'all
be
to
immoral? Would it be immoral if
hey,
we took the
hey,
Caucasoid into
hey,
slavery?
hey,
Would it be
yes,
immoral to say
yes.
Hold on, bro. You got to get your mic together, yo. It's nothing but mumbles and
let me mute my mic.
like it's horrible audio. Please fix
Sorry, I
that.
was on a.
And yes, it would be.
it would
Slavery is
be
immoral.
immoral if let's say
The Bible, your book that you believe in would have been a much moral book had it just said this: do not own people. Do not own people. But instead, you're sitting up here making excuses and telling us why you think it is moral according
no,
to this
you can't.
ancient mythological book.
No,
I need you to
it's not
hold,
always moral, bro. I didn't say it was
chill out,
always moral.
chill out. I don't care when you said it was all when it was. You said it was moral. You made an excuse.
Sabio, I gotta keep it real though. The brother came up here and pressing your line. I be cool with y'all, but he pressing the hard line. Hey, brother, I gotta salute you there like that. Go on and do your stuff. Go ahead, Sabio.
And he pressing the wrong line right now. Like, let me ask you this, Swarthy: is slavery moral?
I'm an
That's what
Israelite,
that
yes.
means.
Oh, so you agree with him that
Well,
slavery is
here's the
moral?
thing: the people that put us in captivity, right? If the scriptures say, "He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity," then of
It's
course you would know
only
me.
right.
Yeah,
So
of
It's
course you
only
know I
right.
would be saying,
It's
I
only
believe the
just.
people who put us in captivity should go into captivity.
That's based
And I
on
don't think
redemption,
that
though. That's
certain
not.
African
That
tribes should be
doesn't.
exempt from that either, because there are some Africans who did participate in the
That's
slave trade.
that's based
And I'm
on
gonna tell you this, bro,
retaliation, though.
outside outside of the West Africans that's genetically the same as us, I will admit, some of the East African tribes are not really the same as us, even though they're black Africans too. So you got to
That's right.
understand some of the animosity that some of the Ethiopians and Somalians and East Africans do have with West Africans as well as African Americans. So, and I wouldn't say we're the
Hold on,
same
sir.
exact people.
Hey,
You're
listen, let me say this.
speaking. You're speaking as if it's eye for an eye. That's not the question. Eye for an eye is not the same thing. Just because you want to do it back doesn't make it right.
Well, the
That
scriptures,
that has
the
nothing to
prophet,
do with it.
the scriptures tells
You
us to
said
do it back
no.
though.
I agree with what he said when he said it's not exactly the same as eye for an eye. What they're asking the brother and myself, but to say that it's not right to do something back to somebody that did it to you, to say it's not right to hit somebody back that hit you, right? I disagree with that part, but I do agree with you
I'm,
when you
I
say
am eye for an
you're
eye.
not
I am eye
asking that.
for an eye, bro. I am eye for an eye, but that's
Okay,
the
but
point.
I feel
That's
what you're
not what
saying.
we're talking about.
To start the initial slavery is wrong, is what you're saying.
All
Yes.
right, all right, all right. So look, so
Let me just
hold up,
interject
hold up,
here for a
hold up,
moment
hold
and
up.
bring some
No. Hold on.
level-headedness.
No, hold on, because I want y'all to understand that this is the Old Testament that I reference. So
Okay, okay.
I want y'all to understand that these people also believe what Paul said, and when he said, "Slaves, be obedient to your masters." Remember, they
I know you
accepted the Bible.
But if you're
So
gonna
you
bring that up, though, Sabio, you should be genuine enough to bring up the fact that they did devise a slave Bible, and that the Bible
listen.
is describing the
No,
Jews with the word "neger," which is where
Oh
Negro
my
comes from.
God.
There
no,
were
no,
ah
black
no.
people
shit.
in Spain that
That,
were
Come
called
on,
the
guys.
Black
Let me just say
Portuguese
this. All right.
and the Black
I
Jews
think
of the
that
Iberian Peninsula. So, I
corporate
mean, if you're gonna,
slavery is not
I
so bad.
understand the smoke you got with
Corporate
the Bible,
slavery is
Sabio.
pretty
I get
moral.
that part. But you got to tell the truth though. Like how we were given the Bible, they never read that the Jews were black in church that we went to. And if you go to Acts
Because
chapter 13 and
yo,
verse 1,
yo,
it's two
yo,
Israelites
yo,
literally called nigga.
because they
yo,
weren't black.
yo,
So I have my
yo,
reasons for believing we Hebrews. Go ahead, Sabio.
Acts
Listen, let
is
me
not,
say this first,
yo,
quickly,
no,
before
no, no,
anybody
no,
jumps
no,
in.
no, because you're not adding
Corporate
to the
slavery is
conversation.
not so bad.
You're,
Corporate
you're,
slavery is actually pretty moral. Corporate slavery is actually pretty moral.
you
I like
see,
it.
you see how
That's
you didn't
crazy.
add to the conversation. Now, again, what he was just referencing about Acts, I'm gonna say this: Acts isn't even historical. They don't even know who wrote Acts. Most of Acts is fiction made up about trying to make Paul look like he was doing something.
you can't prove
Um,
none of that.
it's all the scholars have proven it. You can check out
No,
Bar
no, they
Ehrman.
haven't. No, they haven't.
You can check out Bar
You believe
Ehrman, Richard
evolution,
Carrier.
man. Come on.
Yeah, I know evolution is a fact. You see, this is
You
a
believe
you have to
evolution,
do,
so why would we believe that? Why
so,
would we listen to something you got to say
so
about what
again,
scholars said? We believe in
so
white
again,
and caucasoid scientists telling you that we came from monkeys.
and watch this, Jabez. You're using
Only
white
an
and
idiot
caucus.
says that. Nothing in evolution says you come from monkey. You don't know shit about evolution. That's why you sound so dumb.
Chill with the cursing. Chill with the cursing.
You said you that triggered about what the caucasoids gave you about some pseudoscience. Really?
Who,
There's
who
no
gave you the
just
Bible?
common sense.
Who gave you the
Why
Bible?
is a man attracted to a woman?
The dumbest
Explain
set of
that.
people, the dumbest set of people gave you the Bible. A bunch of illiterate.
And they were white
There
people.
is no
Our
evidence to prove anything in that Bible.
my forefathers
Evolution,
are the penmen of the
evolution
Bible.
present the evidence that they found. The evidence in the fossil record. The evidence in human
Garbage,
migratory history. The evidence in
lies,
anthropology.
lies.
So you think? So you think?
Saying
So you
lies,
think?
lies,
Hey,
So
well,
lies
you?
you
does
know what?
not
Let me
disprove
say this
anything.
real quick. Let me say
Saying
this.
lies, lies
You're saying
is just
lies
being
to the book.
childish.
You're saying lies to a book that Africoid Hebrew Israelites wrote, but you're
Oh
saying
shit!
it's true.
Oh
It's
shit!
true.
There's no
It's
such
true
thing as Africoid
when a
Hebrew
Caucasoid
Israelite.
tells you some
What?
foolishness that
There
don't
are
You're
even fit
just
in
African
you're
head.
Hebrews and
making
there
up
are African
terms.
Hebrew Israelites.
You're
That's not
making
true.
up
That's not
terms.
true.
There's no
But I
such thing
wanted
as
to say this
Africoid
to the
Hebrew
brother who just
Israelite.
jumped on, right? I wanted to say this to the
That's
brother who
what
just
I am.
jumped on, right?
Talking
The brother
slick,
who just
man.
jumped on. I don't. When you say who gave us the Bible, right? Like the Bible was translated from from the Codex Sinaiticus. It
It
was
was
translated
written
from the
by
Dead
men.
Sea
It
Scrolls.
was
It was
written
also
by men.
translated from the Greek Septuagint too, right? So there is an account of black people in all those areas. Greek and Rome doesn't mean Caucasian. So there's sources outside of the Bible that talk about the Israelites that were of a Negro phenotype in those areas.
No, it
And
isn't.
not to and hold on, let me
No,
finish,
it
brother,
isn't.
before you let me
No, it
finish before you
isn't.
interject, brother.
No, it isn't.
And
Stop lying.
not to I'm
Stop
not lying. I
lying.
can pull those
You're
sources up.
lying.
You
You're lying.
Now we can
the
tell you those
memorials of
sources.
Bishop Gilbert Haven, our West African ancestors. I got quite a few sources on that, but I wanted to say this,
A lot
not
of
to
them.
defend. Not to defend the brothers in Kemet or that the Egyptians are black, right? But if you ask me personally, I do believe that the ancient people of Kemet and Egypt were black. So I don't necessarily believe what mainstream history says about everything all the time.
Exactly.
And like I said, I don't have no. I'm an Israelite, so I really don't care about the Book of the Dead. If anything, I be going in on the Kemetic brothers. But I will say this: I do believe that the ancient people of Kemet are black, even though Dr. Hawass and the
You'd be
people that they
wrong.
set up to be the minister of antiquity and to lead the anthropological depart, like the people they set up as the experts for this, I disagree with them when they say Egypt and Israel wasn't originally black.
This
You know,
isn't
but I'm like Dr.
this
B
isn't
to a
about
certain degree. I'm
Egypt.
an
This isn't
Afrocentric
about
scholar.
Egypt.
I don't
This
believe
isn't
everything they say,
this
brother.
isn't about Egypt. This isn't about Egypt. This is about
Well,
the people in the Levant. Our
Right, but what I'm
ancestors.
saying, but
Hold on,
Sabio,
no,
Before you go,
chill
Sabio,
out. No.
understand what I'm
Hey,
saying though. I don't
stop.
accept
I don't
everything
care.
mainstream
I
historians
don't
say.
care.
I don't
Listen,
accept
I
everything they
hear you.
say.
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. And I don't either. Cool.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. I listen to the
Clearly
ones
you
that I
do.
listen to. So again, before you interrupt me, this isn't about Egypt. This is about the Israelites in the Levant.
It's really not about the Israelites in the Levant. This is QueButter's scientific page. If I if I could go deeper than that, but since the topic came up, right, I used it as an example to say, Savio, that I don't believe what
So again,
mainstream history says all the time
I don't
about
need you to
who originally
reiterate.
was in the
I
Levant
don't
and
need
who
you.
originally was in Kemet and who originally was in America. I don't take them face value every time. I agree with some of the stuff they say. I don't agree with all of it.
They're liars, most of them.
Hey,
And they're gonna have you all mixed up, walking around talking about there's no God, and we all came from a big bang, and inanimate objects some kind of way develop
saying
consciousness.
they're liars does not prove anything. Prove that they're lying. Where
Evolution
is
is
your
not a Big
evidence?
Bang.
prove that
You're
Prove
going
it
to
without your
Prove
emotions.
that they're lying.
Saying they're
so,
liars
so
does
let
not
me
mean
ask you this.
shit. Does not mean anything.
Let me
Pardon.
ask you this. Let me
That's
ask you
why I
this.
fuck with you,
Okay,
Evolution.
what in natural selection makes procreation a pleasurable thing? Now, doesn't that
Your
say that
brain.
we as people have
Let me
been
tell you. Let me tell you
incentivized
before you go off
to
the
be
edge.
fruitful and
Let
multiply
me
by
explain to you before
having
you go off the edge.
procreation become a pleasurable thing? Doesn't that prove that some way that all creatures
short answer, bro. No.
reproduce
No.
themselves, and then there's a male and a female, and their
all
organs fit
creatures.
perfectly? How did that evolve through natural selection or by any
Do
means,
you want to
except
hear
there
the
was an
answer, or do you just
intelligent
want to ramble
design?
on?
Yeah,
Do you want
rambling.
to
He's
hear, or
rambling.
do you
He's
want to ramble
rambling.
on?
He's rambling because he's not telling you why. He's telling you what he believes it is, but he's not telling you how. How did you get to that
Exactly.
conclusion? Just be honest. It's something you
Do
believe.
we
Just say it.
do we understand that all
Is
living
it
things
a belief? Is it a
reproduce,
belief that
but
has no certainty? When I walk in a room and I see a chair and I know somebody created that chair, is that a belief?
not
If that,
all living things.
that's how dumb you sound, bro.
Wait. I love this argument. I love this argument. When someone says things like that, the chair I can see, I can sit in, I can touch it, I can break it, I can measure it. It's there. I can tell you a chair is there and prove to you that there is a chair there, and I can prove to you that it works relative to how it was designed. And you do the same thing for your statement about pleasure in procreating.
Woman too. You can see a woman, right? What in natural selection or did some environmental
Don't
pressure
ask
would
a
create
question with a
something
question.
that
Don't
this
change it.
Let me
Hey,
answer. Let me tell you.
hold on. No,
It happens because you're an ape. Because you're an ape. That's what apes does.
Do not answer the question for him. He was asked a specific question and he replied with a question.
What was the question? What was the question?
Identity. Ask him the question again.
So you said that you made a statement that I don't want to misquote you, but you were making the statement that because we have pleasure through procreation, that means there is a creator. I ask you for that same proof of the chair. You asked about the chair. I can see it, touch it, feel it. I can rebuild it. I can do all the things to it because it's physically there. I know where it came from. I know how to destroy it, all of that. Can you do the exact same reasoning for why we have pleasure? I can tell you why we have a chair. I can show you why we have a chair, how we have a chair, how we use a chair. Can you use those same arguments to prove
the question was when you come in.
can you prove, because I want to make sure you got it. Can you use that same rationale to prove your statement that pleasure is from a divine?
Well, the question was, when you see a chair, do you automatically know that somebody created that chair? Because you
Stop
see its
rephrasing
purpose.
the
Listen,
question.
listen,
Answer the
listen,
question.
listen.
No, no. We're not. One thing you're not going to do is
So,
preach at
so,
us.
so I'm gonna
One
ask.
thing,
I'm gonna answer that question
Jabez,
and put it in the
answer the
right
question
context.
with a yes or no. There's no. The
It
context
wasn't
was
a no.
let it.
It wasn't a yes or no question.
Yes, it
You just
was.
don't want to hear me
No,
talk. That's your problem.
no, no,
I
no. I don't want to
irritate the
be
very
preached at.
demons
I
on
don't want.
you.
I
I
don't
provoke
want to be.
those demons on you, man.
I don't
You
want
just don't
to
want to
be
hear me
preached
talk
at. I don't want to be preached at. You're right. I want questions to
because
answer.
it
I want
disturbs
answers
those
to
demons.
questions.
It
I
disturbs those
want
demons
answers.
controlling you.
I
You don't
want
have a
answers.
delight in the truth. You don't want to
I
be
want.
proven wrong because you don't care about your soul or the soul that you're infecting.
I don't
If
even
Can't
you
have
prove
a
had
that
to care
soul.
statement you
about your
just
soul,
made.
you would give a
You
frightful
can't
pause
prove.
before you
I
come on
don't
the
have a
internet talking
soul.
about there's no God and all this stuff I
There
read
is
in these
no God.
category books is
There
true.
are no gods.
You would
There's
have a
one.
frightful pause. Your
All right,
sensibility
Jabez,
would say,
Jabez,
sensibility would say. So
Jabez,
if you had
Hey
an
man, hey y'all, hey
if you
brothers,
had an
let's talk
inkling
about
of
something else.
sensibility,
hey
if you had an
Jabez,
inkling of sensibility, you would say, well, if there's
Jabez.
an infinite chance that there's a God,
I don't give a
let me
fuck
bite my
about
tongue. If there's an
no,
Hey,
infinite chance
hey,
no.
hey,
that I could be
Sabio,
incurring
Sabio,
wrath on the
Every bit
Sabio,
of
Sabio, Sabio.
sensibility and logic says there is no God. That's what it
Hold on, hold on,
says, especially
hold
when
on,
it
because
comes to
I think
biology.
we're going too far with this convo. This is really, really going down a rabbit hole. He will not come out of his belief system
No,
and
he
see
will
it for
not.
what it is.
No,
Look,
he
and
won't.
respectfully, every time he talks, he doesn't realize he's disrespecting everybody that believes something else. Because you're telling
He
them
don't realize it.
they are unknown and they are liars. Everybody who does not believe this is wrong,
The
dude.
Hindu,
Like,
the people on
he,
But
Africa
aren't you
who
doing
don't
that?
believe.
Aren't you doing that? That's kind of hypocritical. Aren't you
no,
doing that when you're
it's
talking
not
to this
No,
hypocritical because I
evolution
didn't make
thing?
the claim. It's not hypocritical because I didn't make a claim. You did. It's
No,
not
is it
hypocritical.
hypocritical to come on here talking about evolution and everybody's dumb
Science
that
is
haven't
not a
read?
belief. Science is
But
not a belief. The theory of
correct.
Yes, it is.
evolution
It
is
takes
a
more belief.
scientific theory. It's not
That is
a belief. A
a goofy belief at that.
a scientific theory is backed up by empirical evidence and data.
Then why would it be still a theory then, if that was the
A
case?
The
scientific theory.
scientific theory.
Use your cell phone
Exactly.
and
It's a
Google
theory at the end of the day. It's a
scientific
theory.
Hold on.
theory.
It's
Unless
a
Yeah,
you're just
theory.
we
that,
need we need
unless you're
we
just
need
that
Hey,
we need to
Jabez,
unlearned.
hey,
touch this one a
Jab,
minute. We need to touch
Jabez.
this one a minute. We need to touch this one because he said a theory is just a theory. He doesn't understand the difference between scientific theory and theory. Do you want to help him with this?
Hey, I was just gonna ask you brothers in humility, right? If you could explain the difference between a scientific theory and a theory. In humility, I'm asking in humility.
It is a scientific theory is backed up by evidence
Pull up the
that's been
definition of
found
it.
by
Pull up the
repeated
definition of scientific
I
observation,
theory.
got it. I got it, Sabio.
repeated experiment, and empirical evidence that keep presenting themselves over and over, especially when it comes to natural phenomena, so much so that no one can deny it. That is a scientific theory. It
All
needs
right.
evidence. It needs to
I
show
bet you can't use the word facts in any statement there.
repeatable experiments and observation. And you
Okay,
need
so
to
can I ask
show
about your theories?
evidence,
Can I ask
evidence
about your
that can't
theories?
be refuted.
So let me ask you about your theories. What's the theory that says, why do I have a river running?
Yeah. Before that, though, you can't just jump off the point that you just missed. That a theory and a scientific
Okay,
theory
I
is
appreciate that. That
not
brother broke it
the
down pretty
same
good, man. I appreciate that.
thing. Yeah, he's one of our scientists over here. That's why I asked him to do it. So a scientific theory, it's tested, well tested, and widely accepted. This is why I asked the
Hmm.
man, can you apply a test to prove your statement? He cannot, not without belief. That's the point. I can test
Agreed.
what a chair is, how much weight it can handle. It's
I bet
something,
you
it's
can't use the word
tangible.
facts talking about
So
Dude,
something
so
else.
when you
the question wasn't
and
is
the
the chair
assumption
there.
that I
The
understand
question wasn't was the chair there.
the
The
assumption
question
that
was,
theory
was somebody
the
make the chair?
assumption okay, look, I'm not going to keep doing this because I got a source, bro. You should mute up. This is what we do. So the difference between a scientific theory and theory, they're not synonymous. One is based on data, measured data that the neighbor next to you can repeat. That's the point. It has nothing to do with what
Exactly.
you believe. I can do it. Amin can do it. Fontaine can do it. Sabio can do it. And if we don't come up with the same answer, we either got something wrong with our test or we're all wrong. So let's go
Yep.
back to the drawing board and test it
And,
again. Let's see where we went wrong.
and that's when you challenge a theory. When you test it and you can prove for yourself that it doesn't work. But you can't challenge a theory with belief. And you can't
Correct.
challenge a theory by saying they lied. They
So
lied
when
is
you see
not
a chair,
evidence of
when you see a
anything.
chair, when you see a chair in a room, you do what? Do you have the theory that somebody created it, or that it came out of nowhere? What's your theory when you
What are
just see
you
it before you get
reaching
any of the
for,
time?
bro?
When you just use your common sense, when you use
Well, the
your
thing is,
common
Love
brother,
light
you
sense,
have
into
to
that
you have to
what
group.
does that
acknowledge. Give
chair
one
tell
second,
you?
brother. The thing is, we
Was it
have to
designed,
acknowledge
or
that
did
them
it just
brothers
come
just
out of
proved the
nowhere?
difference between a theory and a scientific theory, right? So they just explained and he just showed what's the difference between them both, right? So
He didn't. He
we
didn't.
can't use a theory when they standing on scientific theories, which means
Okay.
it's been
What's your
tested over and
science?
over and over. It can be tested the same way and they get the same
Okay.
exact result. So we got to
Okay.
acknowledge that the scientific theories that they're standing on is different than just the
They're
word
still
theory
calling
or
it
what a
a
theory
theory.
is.
They're still
Correct.
calling it a
Correct.
theory for a reason, because it's still a theory
He
even
doesn't
after they
accept
do
the
all
fact
their
that
tests.
there's
But
a
even
difference. He doesn't accept it. Look at
okay, well,
this.
even if there is a difference, and let's just say
No,
for
there
the
is
sake
no
of
even.
argument that
No,
it's
no, no.
a
There is
fact.
no even. Look, bro. Look, we're not arguing our own opinion up here. This is Googleable. This is in every science textbook that defines the word scientific theory. I don't know why there's an argument here. This is not our argument or belief. That's what it is. So either you accept it or you want to be ignorant to it. That's your choice. But please stop barking up the same tree. We're not. I don't know why you start to preach every time you talk, bro. It's like, what are you doing?
That's what
Do
you're
you want to
doing.
have the conversation or not?
Hey,
That's
Jabez.
what you're doing,
Hey,
and
Jabez.
you
Can
and
I
you're,
say
you're
something real
cutting me
quick?
off because you don't want to hear it.
Hey,
No, I'm
The,
Jabez.
cutting you off because you're telling me a scientific theory is just a theory. That's why I
you
cut you off.
don't
Can I say something real quick? I've been
that
listening. I've been listening.
back to the chair.
I've been listening
What
in.
you still didn't answer the question. You kept talking about measuring and reconstructing. I just asked, did
Let
you know
somebody
that
else
somebody
talk to.
created that chair when you
Yeah,
saw it?
bro. You got to chill because it's like 10 people up here, bro. We got to give some other mic time, yo.
Yeah, that's them
My
demons. That's them
my
demons.
respect, bro. Yeah, it's
That's your
convenient.
demons. You got demons,
Okay, cool.
brother. You're
Thank you
going
for
to
coming to
answer
the
for what.
convenience fan. Oh my God, this
I just
guy
want
is
to.
really testing my patience right now. I
I
do
really
not
wanted.
do this on the regular. My bad, people, but this guy is really testing me.
I
I'm
wanted to say
trying to be
something to the brothers.
respectful.
I
Go
wanted
ahead.
to.
Oh, go ahead. Jamar has the floor. Jamar has the floor. Jabees, relax.
I wanted to say this to the brother. You know, I come from a background. I was a born again Christian for 35 years. My parents are still ordained ministers till this day. Yesterday they was preaching their sermons in church. So there's nobody who's unfamiliar to the book, you know, any more familiar than the book than myself and my peers. I've tapped into this. Now, what led me to being a Kemetic priest and what I'm doing with ancient Kemet and studying Edgy Kemet was not because I just woke up one day and realized that Jesus was fake or whatever. I really wanted to prove the Bible correct and prove that Jesus. So I went and started doing extra studies, and this is what I propose that you do, Jabez. Um, Whatever it is that you believe, right? Just like these brothers here is like saying some things are scientific theory, some things are theory, right? Take that extra initiative, buy the plane tickets, go visit the different countries that you're speaking on, make sure that you've actually been there, you know, see what's going on, talk to the natives, talk to the people, and do some real ground research on what it is that you believe. Because ultimately, I'm just going to tell you from my experience, and this might not be this case for you. I understand what you're saying, and I can relate to how strongly you feel about your emotions when it comes to your religion and the book that you've been basing your life around. But ultimately, if you really delve into this and you really take it seriously, you're going to end up at a dead end at some point. And I ended up at that dead end because I realized all the things that I believe were not exactly true.
Name
I
one.
had to I had to then go back to all the different people that I had disrespected, all the different people that I had, you know, spoke to condescendingly, and I had to apologize. Those who were still around, I had to apologize because they were just planting seeds and trying to help me grow, as these people here on the feed are trying to do for you. Now, some of them have different methods. Some of them might be a little bit aggressive than you may like, different attitudes, whatever. But they're trying to help you to grow. So my advice to you is to don't look at the Bible like it's a history book, because it's not. It's a collection of books, as we all know, right? I think we can agree on that. And all of those books come from somewhere, right? And they all had different cultures at different times. Go and study what those people were doing, what their customs were, study the kings and the queens and who was ruling during those times, right? And figure out what it is that they wanted. What were the things that they would imply upon their people, the different cultures. That's the only challenge that I would give to you, because that will hopefully help you grow in your space. Because I tell people even now today, it doesn't mean you have to throw your Bibles away, because when you understand symbolism and analogy, the Bible is still an effective book for people to govern their lives by, if they know how to sift through it and not, if they know how to chew the meat and spit out the bones. If they're not going to do the stupid shit like slavery and all the crazy shit, raping women and think you're going to give somebody 30 shekels and you're good. Like,
That's not the scripture teaches.
Obvious. There's shit that's obvious that you should not do. And that's what I think that's what they were looking for you to say, especially when we're talking about slavery. I think everybody collectively, human beings, can say that slavery is wrong. So when you said slavery is righteous, that's when I knew, like, you're really far off the deep end as far as your belief system. Now, you may not believe that, but
he did say, "Oh my, slavery is oh."
Yeah. Hold on. Let
That's
Jamar
far.
finish. Hold on. Let Jamar finish, because I think he's listening. So I think this is some.
I'm just saying, I've been down that road. Sometimes it takes somebody down that road. He might not be listening at all, but I'm just telling you from somebody from experience. And I'm not a slouch that don't just, like, just take people's word for it. I'm really not. I can sit on this whole panel and disagree with everybody here and then go and do my due diligence. You know what I'm saying? So I advise you to go ahead and take that. Prove it for yourself. Get you a little camera. You got a phone. Prove to the people what it is that you're saying versus just saying, I believe this, and trying
I didn't do that.
doesn't really take a stance up against science at all.
You
I
don't need proof
specific.
when you
I
believe.
was very specific. I was very specific of why slavery was a just thing, why killing them and killing their children was a just thing as well. Which is worse than slavery.
Wow, bro.
And I went into and I'll go into it again. Remember,
you're dangerously tottering off the deep end of radical Christianity. You're the type that probably
you see how you like to cut me off?
You're probably
was doing the same thing to that young lady.
Going to save you. Like, that's
No,
what the
he
book
actually
says.
gave you time to talk.
The book literally says that you can drink poison,
He cut me
pray
off
over
every
yourself, and
time.
then Jesus
That's them
will kill you.
Hey, I just wanted to say to the brothers standing on biblical business, right? And then for the platform, thank y'all for having us, because this is not really an Israelite Bible platform, brother. So, I mean, I have faith that we the people of the Lord too, but I don't bring that over here because a lot of times I come over here to learn things about science from the brothers that rock with science over here. Or if there are some things that I studied on my own, we may have a conversation about that. But I don't come over here. I don't come over here. Well, brother, I done preached on corners with the Israelites and risked my life. So have you ever went out and done the work on the corner and risked your life?
The guys on the corner don't know what they're talking about.
No, but I'm just saying, though, bro. I don't come over here forcing what I believe on them. And then
y'all
I'm
ain't
very
risking
honest
y'all
with black
life
people
either.
too, brother. I tell brother, I'm very honest with black people too. I tell them straight up, this is my faith. I don't come out here and act like I have any DNA evidence from David's house or none of that, bro. So our thing is a faith thing, bro, and they don't rock with faith over here. And I'm gonna just land right there.
Your faith needs some strengthening, brother. Your faith needs a faith. Now, back to the brother that went astray, that went off into the
brother. Their platform is not about what we about, brother. It's that
Dude,
simple.
your brothers are actually trying to help you in your conversation, and you're rejecting their help.
No, that's wishy-washy stuff. I don't need that weak stuff.
No, that's not wishy-washy. They're being genuinely trying to help you.
No, he's telling why he comes on here.
You're being a dead weight right now. You're being
stand up for anything and allow somebody to have a platform talking about evolution in 2024. You still talking about some evolution, man?
I mean, that's their business, brother. If they want to talk about monkeys swinging from a tree on their platform, that's their goddamn business, brother.
2024, he talking about some outdated debunked evolution.
the rest of the world understand the theory of evolution and have been long moved on. It's only Christian believers. It's only Christian believers and little pockets of pseudo that keep misrepresenting what scientists said about the theory of evolution. That's what you guys do. Keep misrepresenting what the experts are saying. If you realize the world have moved on long into the space age exploration, into more advanced technology that need less and less human dependency. Like the theory of evolution is like caveman science, but you're stuck on it. That's where you are. That's what you can't even grasp, what the world understand and move on from.
The world believe.
I mean, the evolution really started to take hold on me when I did my due diligence and I realized that there was an origin for the word
Sad part
God.
of me is they
The
give
word,
the
the
Christian or theologians that actually do, I don't even want to say believe, do understand and comprehend science, evolution, and things of that nature. They get them wrapped up in a bad umbrella.
Yes,
So let me ask you,
and
what was the thing that made you fall away
and
from the faith?
wait. To the brother's
Can I
point
ask you
just
that
now,
question?
a lot of those Christians or Muslim, when they go in the lab, they leave their religion at home. They're not in the lab. They're not carrying out a scientific experiment based on belief. No scientist. That's one. That's one of like Biggie gave you the 10 commandment. One of the 10 scientific commandment is leave your biases at home. Your biases has nowhere in a scientific research setting
So have you ever
or
seen in a
experimental
scientific
setting.
lab an inanimate object become a conscious object? Have you ever seen that?
Oh my
Show me
God.
the
Hey,
show me.
hey, brothers, thank y'all for having me on the panel. I got to go. I've been on quite a while, but I have to agree with what the last brother said. As far as when you step into the scientific realm, brother, the Jewish people, the Christians, Israelite, it don't matter. Generally, they do leave that at the door and they keep it unbiased when it comes to the world of science. So I have to agree with him on that one, brother. But peace and blessings to you. I know you was questioning my faith, brother, but I done told white people to their face they going into slavery according to the Bible. So maybe you should get your
Yeah,
faith
man.
together. Have a blessed one.
Respect,
All
respect,
right,
respect.
good one, bro.
And to Amin in the panel, I bring that up because in my mind, you got two different groups. You got those that are explaining how and those that are trying to explain the why. And if they want to put the why on a creator, I ain't going to argue with that. They trying to rationalize their reality.
Yeah, that's the thing that scientists don't do. They don't try
Isn't
to
that
tell you the why. They just tell you what's happening based on what they can observe and what can be verified using mathematics and empirical evidence,
And one
data.
doesn't undo the other.
No.
And so and
If science found proof of God, they would adhere to that.
And
The
right.
you won't
problem
believe it
And
is the
until a prophet go and
extremists.
tell you.
The problem is the extremists of the why, they won't adhere to the how.
So let me ask, have it
right.
ever been
And again,
demonstrated in a
no,
science
no, no,
lab?
no, 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 no. We're
Because
not. We're not even finna adhere to that illogical question. What I'm finna say is we can't keep trying to. We can't keep allowing people to mix up evolution as a Big Bang. They're two separate things.
yeah, years
Evolution is
apart.
about is about life on the planet. The Big Bang is about the expansion of the universe. Two different concepts. Do not equate them. Do not put them in the same realm. Do not put them in the same box.
Aren't they related?
No.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong, but I thought the Big Bang was saying an inanimate object exploded somehow and created more rocks and everything. But at some point, that consciousness took place. So I'm asking, has there been a scientific thing that you've taken something inanimate and to made it something living or conscious?
There is
Yo, we
no,
got
there is no,
$10
there.
for we got 10. Hold on, we got $10 for Jamar. He got to put on a shirt. He can't get back on the channel. He got $10 from 764.
sorry?
Jamar, they tag you, yo. Go get a shirt,
Yes
bro.
or no? That's a yes or no question.
No.
What you
damn.
said right there is not is not has nothing to do with the Big Bang Theory. The Big Bang
I,
Theory
I,
does not
I
speak
didn't
of
say what the Big Bang
consciousness.
Theory was. I asked
And
a question. You can't answer
but
questions. So
what you said is not the Big Bang Theory. It's something
no,
else.
no, you keep
It's
trying to
like
divert. Every time you get on, every time you talk, you divert from the actual question. When I talked
no,
about
I'm
the
telling you, what you said, the Big
you're right.
Bang
You're trying to
Theory
do it
has
again.
nothing to do with consciousness, and no
I
part
asked a
of the
question
Big Bang
about.
Theory state
I
that.
asked a
And
question about in the lab. Has it ever been displayed where something
We're not
inanimate became
answering that
conscious?
stupid ass question. We're not answering that
But
stupid
that's what
ass
you're
question.
basing everything on.
No, we're
Okay,
not.
so
Hold
is it
on,
not
hold
true
on,
that they
hold on, hold on,
believe
hold
that
on,
No,
everything
hold
we're
on,
came
hold
from
not.
on,
inanimacy? And
hold on, hold on. Because when you ask these questions, you're not really understanding what you're asking. Because if I do the same thing, has there ever been any person in history that rose from the dead?
yes,
Prove it.
there's even people who are living today. You can
Exactly.
go on
So
YouTube. You
my
can go on
point is
YouTube
when
and
you
see
ask
a man rose from the dead.
those type
Don't do that
questions,
again.
I'm
Don't do that
sorry. I'm
again.
sorry. Was I
You
cutting
can go on
somebody off?
YouTube
My
and
bad.
find that.
We're gonna get booted.
Hey, listen, I've got an
YouTube?
actual question for
Yeah,
that.
yeah, I'm saying
I've
it's
got an actual
documented all
question for
throughout
this
England. Because
Big
in
Bang
England,
Theory
they
and
don't
so on.
embalm the bodies. And so when they bury people, they find out later the people scratches in their coffins because they buried the people and the people came back to life. Even in America now, there's a limitation. As soon as
Oh
they say you're
shit.
dead, they want to embalm your ass right away so you don't come back. That's how it
No,
works. Now,
there's
Hold
been some
again,
again,
hold
there's
that's
been
on,
some
hold
documented.
miracles
on.
in the Lord's
Then
name.
you have to show death.
You can
Then
find
you have to show
oh my
death.
documentation.
God.
I'm
So
saying now
wait a
you
minute,
can
wait a minute.
find
Yes,
documentation.
yes,
Wait a
there are
minute.
cases.
I muted them. I muted them. My fault. Identity. We got a shout out
Yeah, I
Camille.
didn't know you were here,
We got a
Mizzo.
shout out.
My bad.
No, I got you. No. You I know you got it. But Camille, but got to shout her out for the 20 spot. No disrespect to anybody I put on mute, but y'all know how the shout outs go. Shout out to you, sis. We appreciate it. Y'all lucky to see me put that on nobody's head. Y'all can go back to the topic. My fault, y'all.
Yeah, appreciate that, Camille.
I got a few targets you can use it
The
for.
challenging part of evolution, and that's the part that I still struggle with, and that's why I ask questions. And I can see why people tie the Big Bang Theory to it, is because at some point all of this has to connect, right? So,
Correct.
like,
No.
so the Big Bang Theory.
No.
No, just hear me out.
Wrong.
Don't stop me. Don't stop me. Hear me out.
Hey,
So,
Miz, I
at
gotta
some
hop down,
point,
bro. You gonna be here?
people that think that
Yeah,
way,
I got you.
you
All right.
know, they're thinking in linear terms,
But
like
remember, this
life
identity
happens
was
along
outro,
a
y'all. I
spectrum
told
of a
him
straight
down.
line. So if you're saying that the Big Bang Theory came before all of existence, right, or us, if I'm thinking that's what you're saying. If you're
Then
not
it must
saying
be the
that,
building block.
clarify it. But we believe, like from what y'all saying about the Big Bang Theory, is that the universe started with a Big Bang, and then eventually planets formed, things of that nature, and then that led to planet Earth, and then now we're trying to find a connection, because if we evolved from everything, how
Primordial soup.
questions that people want to know is like, how did human beings actually come about? The first human being, what was the process
We don't
that
know.
created the first human being?
And
So
and
that's where people
we,
get
we
confused.
don't know.
Primordial cosmic soup.
And because we can't say if there was ever a first human,
Right.
a first person. We can just go back to, all we can do is trace the fossil record of what we have of vertebrates and mammals, what we are, the things that make us human, back to the point to where they diverged. We don't know what the first human was.
You
We
see,
don't know what the first animal was, Savior.
if we
They
just
We
don't
don't know what
do
the
a little
first animal
study, hold
was.
on a second.
they
Here
don't
is the
trace that
confusion, bro.
far,
Here's the
and that's
confusion.
why you take it to single cell and you just see the interconnections between animal life. Because at the end of
The
the day, we are animals. We're animated, moving beings. We're classified as humans. And when you look
the
at evolution, it's a long line. And it's so long, it's hard to even see the shifts and
Right.
change. It's hard. We don't live long enough to see any of this out. We simply don't.
Yeah, it's challenging, man, because with all the different belief systems and the
That's
things
the
that we
key. The belief system.
yeah
You
the
don't
belief
you don't throw science in the realm of belief. Science isn't a belief.
yeah
It either is or it isn't. Plain and simple. It's like math. It either adds up or it doesn't.
I think if you could definitively say like you knew where human beings began and you could like explain it, then it would be cool because the same way we tell him, no,
That's
yo,
what
your belief,
religion does.
the same way,
That's
hold
what
on,
that's what all the
hold on,
religions have done.
hold on. The same way we say like we don't trust your belief system, you got to prove what you're saying. When we ask, okay, so how did human beings be made, and then you say we don't know, the rules can apply both ways, right? So at some
No,
point you got to
no,
say, then
no,
we have to prove
no,
that we know what we're talking about, and because you
no,
get to a point
no.
where you say I don't know, and it's like, okay, so I might as well just keep searching for answers. That's what they're gonna think. So it's like,
But see, this is the problem with that whole line of thinking and reasoning.
there's no problem with that
Listen,
thought of
listen,
thinking
listen, listen.
because that's how they
Yes,
find the
yes, it
answers.
is. Why? Because all religions have postulated where we come from. Every religion. You got the Kemetic belief. You got Tao you got Ptah on the potter's wheel. You got Canaan.
That's
You
Canoe.
got you hold up. You got all these different. You got Jesus. You got Yahweh. You got Krishna. I'm not Krishna. You got Hindu. You got
Yes,
Oludumare, the
yes,
supreme creator. You got Unkulukulu, another supreme creator. You got
yeah,
Quetzalcoatl. You got Tenochtitlan. Which one?
yeah.
Which
So
one? Which one of these are the supreme creators? You
yeah,
see,
so
this is what people. Hold on. You got
ask me a
you got
question.
all these supreme. No. It's not
He
really.
did
It's
ask you.
I'm.
Those
It's
are
not really
gods,
a
not
question.
creators.
It's not really a question. I'm trying to show you that these things have helped humans evolve and survive on this planet.
Yes,
These are separating things that separated us from other hominids and shit like that. Once
Separation
you
is not
start,
always a bad
And
thing.
and it goes back to single cell organisms because life begins in the ocean and
you got
evolves
Allah.
it evolves outwardly. And in that evolution, no, we don't have all the evidence we need to say this is
No
the
evidence.
exact chain of commands. This is how it all went in this structured order. But to answer your
There's a lot
question
of
of
Bible
where
believing
humans began,
scientists that
yeah.
says
as
Let
of
that
me.
says
right
The
evolution
now,
is
it
Kemetic
began.
belief,
foolishness.
Let's take
Bobby.
it back to the what really kicked this conversation off. It began in Africa. That's why you have the out of Africa theory to
That's
pinpoint
And,
not
the
a
and
exact
theory. That's a
to
fact.
pinpoint the exact location. We can't do that at the moment. We don't
When you
even know
ask
if it was multiple locations.
and that's the
where
point,
human
Al.
being, when they ask where human being begun, the evidence shows that human being evolved in Africa. The evidence shows that that's where you find, because other than Homo sapien and Neanderthal and Denisovian, there were many other species of archaic human being,
Lies.
hominids, and
Lies.
all those hominids, their remains are found in Africa. Majority of their remains are found in Africa. So
You
if
believe
all the
anything they say.
evidence is, it's not belief, they could show you the evidence. Evidence is not
Who
belief.
is they?
It's
You
simple
you
facts.
believe what the
Who
Caucasoid
is
wrote.
they?
You
You
believe what the
believe
Wait,
Caucasoid wrote.
you believe
who is
what
That's
the
not
they?
our
Caucasoid
people
And what are
coming
you
up with
gonna
that
imagine.
do? What
strange,
are you gonna
bizarre
do? What are
nonsense.
you gonna do
Jabez,
since you
the
said the
difference is
Caucasoid?
you
What are
believe
you
what the
gonna do when we
Caucasoid
point at black
imagine.
anthropologists
Not
like
what they
T.D.
could prove,
Stubbs?
but what they could
The
imagine. That's
Caucasoid
what
didn't
you
write the
accept.
Bible.
What
You think
are
the
you gonna
Caucasoid wrote the Bible? You in
what
2024 still think the Caucasoid wrote the Bible?
I don't really
You
care who
It was
wrote
believe
the
written.
Bible.
what
I
they
don't care.
imagine, not what
No,
they
no,
can
no,
prove.
no, no. See how you don't ever answer questions? You never answer questions.
Gave you an answer.
Not
I
you,
gave you an
the
answer.
one with
I
the
don't
West Indies
care who
voice,
wrote
the
the
Jamaican
Bible.
voice, the Jamaican accent. That dude, you don't answer nothing. You know how to wiggle out of every question.
So I mean, he wants you to
Do you
answer.
believe that the
If
Caucasoid wrote the Bible? Yes or no? Do you believe
Yes.
that the Caucasoid wrote this
Yes,
glorious book.
yes. It wasn't. It
You
wasn't
you
written by
give him
no
that
black
much
people.
glory. You give him
It
that
was
much
not
glory.
written by black people. It was written by Indo-European
That is the height of ignorance.
what do they
They don't
call it?
write
Yeah,
Hebrew. They don't
Indo-European,
write
Middle
Hebrew, sir.
Eastern or
They didn't write
Levantian
Hebrew.
people.
They
All
Those
right.
didn't.
weren't
Middle
black
East
So
people.
is a
so
modern
Jabez.
concept, a modern
So
construct that did
Jabez.
not even exist. They
The
So
the
hell?
Jabez.
Caucasoid was not in
Jabez.
that part of the world at that time, and they did
Jabez.
not speak Hebrew. They didn't
Jabez.
speak
Okay.
Hebrew, sir.
Jabez.
Don't
Jabez.
mind.
You see how ignorant you are?
Can
Jabez.
anyone else join the panel and actually ask a question or anything?
Hold
Because
on
that.
1 second, Wale. Hold on one
Wasn't the
second,
Bible
Wale.
written at the Council of
Let me know.
Nicene
Let me
by
know.
Catholics
Let me know.
No,
under the
the
rule of
Council of Nicaea.
Constantine?
No. The Council of Nicaea has has nothing to do with the construction of the scripture or the Bible. That
Well,
has something
yes,
to
it
do
does
with
because the Council
it
of
has something.
Nicaea is where they
The
actually
Council of Nicaea
put
was
together
about the
the
divinity of
agnostic
Jesus.
text.
That was thousands of years after the scriptures were written. You're
So
ignorant, brother. You only
so
Yeah,
know what
but
the Caucasoid. You
the,
spent all that
the
time studying what the Caucasoid, but don't even know who wrote the scriptures.
so again, we're not
you
going to
asked
keep
who wrote
acting
the
like
Bible, not the
we're,
scriptures. The
listen,
scriptures
listen,
were
listen,
the Bible is a
listen.
compilation of the scriptures. You asked who wrote the Bible.
Hold
The
on, hold
scriptures
on,
are
hold on,
actually a
hold on.
whole heap of agnostic texts and mythological.
The holy
The,
scriptures that are contained in the Bible, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, that the
Yeah,
scriptures
there were
that testify
previously
of him,
agnostic scriptures.
the scriptures that pertain to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You're trying to play dumb at this point.
they were
Who,
henotheists.
I'm not.
who said
So
that about the
You
scriptures?
can't use the Bible to create
Who is
nothing
the
in
guy
this
with the
modern
Okay, you
world.
just
no,
said the
it's
Caucasoid
too many
wrote the
different
Bible. You just
conversations
said the
going on,
Caucasoid
and
wrote
I'm
the
trying to
Bible.
address one thing.
It's a storybook. It's not a historical
Can y'all
book. It's
hear
not a
me?
Who wrote it?
scientific
Who wrote
book.
it?
It's
No, no,
just a
no, no.
storybook.
If you keep saying the Caucasoid wrote the Bible, your ignorance is so beyond the pale. We can't have no discussion with you about the Bible. You just said the
But
Caucasoid wrote the Bible.
Wait a
first
minute.
thing
You
I'm
know
So
gonna
what?
tell.
that is
Hold,
I'm the
telling
last
y'all.
can I
person you
speak?
should have discussion with
Can I
about the Bible.
can
I
I
do
can
not
I?
study the Bible. I have no interest in wasting
Exactly.
my
You're only
time
I
with
interested in
mean,
silly
studying what
can
the
I
literature.
speak?
Caucasoid wrote. But you
Can
got
I
Can
time to
speak?
somebody
go
turn the
into
mic
you
Can
got
off?
I
time to go
speak?
into scientific labs and have them comfort you with lies, tickle your ears
Yo,
with lies.
Okay,
can y'all
let
hear
me
me?
know when I
No,
can
no,
say
no,
something.
no, no. I can actually do science myself.
When
I
I
can
can say
actually do science myself. Okay?
Yo, can
Pseudoscience.
can I be heard?
Pseudoscience. You
Can I
can't
be
show us
heard?
rock history becoming light. You can't
that
say a
you
rock becoming alive. You can't show that because it can't happen.
Jabez, can you shut up?
Jabez, what if I told you, most of the biblical stories that we read,
Jameer.
I've actually seen written in stone in Egypt prior to the events actually happening in the Bible.
I disagree with you on that.
That's a lie too.
You don't have to disagree with my experience. Just fall back. I'm talking to Jabez real quick. I'm
No,
trying to
no,
end my
no, no,
experience.
no, no,
Fall
no,
back.
no, no, no. I was finna speak
Jabez,
before
what
you
did you
enter.
have?
Before
What did bro?
yo,
I'm talking to
hey, no,
Jabez. I'm
I
not
was
talking to you,
speaking. I
bro.
was speaking when I told Jabez
Bro,
to shut up. I was going to
talking to you,
continue
bro.
to speak. Yo,
I'm not
Jamar,
talking to you.
before you jumped in, I told Jabez to shut up because I was going to speak. You can speak after me. I've been asking, can I be heard? Can I speak for maybe the last 4 minutes?
All right, go for it.
So again, first things first, we're not going to go down this road about seeing shit in Egypt on the walls because a lot of that shit is not in the Bible. There's maybe a few things that's in the Bible on the walls of Kemet. I've studied it. I know the things that's in there. I have some of the shit on this laptop. That's another conversation. The conversation is the writing, the construction of this book. It is a construction of books written by different authors over thousands of years. No one on any of the names of none of the names of those books is written by any person that is claimed. Moses did not write none of the first five.
Lies.
The authors of the New Testament are anonymous.
The only
Lies.
person we do know who probably wrote anything is Paul. His 7 letters, and those are contested still in scholarship. There are some who say he wrote them. There's some who say he wrote 13. There's some who say he did it. There's some who say he existed. There's some who say he don't. So there's still a debate on Paul.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It is. But
Amongst
about this
fools.
book, it's a collection of books written over thousands of years. We cannot act as if any of these things have any authority in 2024 because they was written
Oh, yes, we can.
specifically for this group. They were written specifically for these group of Canaanites in the Bronze Age who became Israelites in the Iron Age. We have to stop trying to force Iron and Bronze Age thought onto 24th century living, thinking, and behaving. We are not those people. We did not live those experiences. We don't know what it was like living under Roman rule, under Assyrian rule, under Persian rule, under Egyptian rule, being attacked by the Shashu, the Hittites, the Amorites. We don't know what it was like living under none of that. This is what
Yes,
that book was helping. No, we don't, because we're not living in those times.
We living under oppressors, though.
Yo,
that have been worse in some cases.
Yo, you have to stop trying to force narrative because you want to believe something. Your belief is not science and your belief is not reality. So I'm telling you the truth of the situation.
That's what you're doing.
You have not studied enough to know about this book to even challenge me. I just told you where your God comes from. I told you a couple hours ago in this conversation where your God comes from. Your God comes from the mountains. Your God comes from the mountains of Seir, the steppes of Timon.
That's a lie.
Your God wasn't even the top God for a
Bro,
very
that's
long
his
time.
only response to everything is that's a lie.
I can teach him. I can teach him so much on your God wasn't even the top God for a long time. Your top God was El at one time. Yahweh wasn't even known in the pantheon. Yahweh usurped the pantheon, nigga.
There was no E-E-L sound in the Hebrew language.
Oh shit.
So you don't know what you're talking about.
You don't even know what that's how I know I'm out of his realm. He don't know what he's talking about.
But you read some dumb stuff and then you repeated it.
This is the same thing you're doing with the evolution. Of the scholars.
Same thing you're doing with the evolution.
And he's on the level of believer.
Everything the Caucasoid tell you, you just spew it out as fact and get puffed up about it. Like you're so learned. You're so learned. You open up a few Caucasoid books and now you're a scholar now.
Yo, what's crazy? There's black scholars that say the same thing. And some of
them are Christian. Listen to Caucasoid. That's not even natural.
No,
that's not even natural to the original man. We're more closer to God just by the fact that we have melanin. That we can sense and feel.
So ID admits
it's not even natural. It's not even natural for atheistic thoughts to come from our people. That's something you got from your enemies.
That was melanin. Oh,
the same people that hog tied and whipped your ancestors.
Now black people aren't capable of critical thinking.
Oh, yo, we closer to God because we got melanin, y'all.
When you say that there's no God, that's what that means. When you say there's no God, that means you're worse than a fool.
There is no God.
What that means.
Everybody else, what's going on? How can we get up and say anything about any of this subject matter on this thing here? Both of y'all sound like this to me. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to say one thing and then I'm going to say another thing. Then you start talking, okay, please? The first thing is, any scientist that got any real paper, gaining paper, using that terminology, scientists will never say science is exactly correct. They will always say scientists believe, scientists theorize, scientists suggest. That's how they talk. They're never going to stand firm and talk about, oh, science is absolute. Oh, no. No real scientist who gets his money based on that, because he'll be taken out of the scientist people realm of reality like nobody in 10 seconds flat. As soon as he say science is absolute, and they know it's not. Scientists suggest the rest of that stuff. They do Zeus. I even hear them say scientists believe. When you listen to them talk about scientists, that's one thing. Now the next thing is about the Bible. Sabio is of course correct about the Bible being a compilation of different cultures, even
No.
because. Well, let me finish, cousin. Like I said, and then I'll get to you. I'm getting whatever. Then we'll talk about no and whatever you be doing. Okay, it's a compilation because my mother recognized immediately because I was not raised a Christian. I was not raised in the Abrahamics at all. So not a Muslim, none of that stuff. So you don't get me confused with none of that garbage. Voodoo, that's what I do. So now I'm gonna tell you the compilation started with the thing they call parables. Mostly comes from Aesop's fables. That's what it was before they included it and made this conglomeration of concepts and tried to make it appear to be a continuous story, which it is not. That's what I wanted to say about both of those things, scientists and that, piece of literary work known as the Bible.
Whatever, it was written by our ancestors, number one. It was written by our prophet. And that's historically, archaeology, geography, that's proven. Even secular historians will tell you who those people were that wrote this book. The most influential book on the planet Earth that have influenced literatures, governments, and the masses worldwide was written by us. And we need to give our ancestors credit for being the vessels that God used to bring forth such an amazing compilation. Now,
You gotta stop
the
lying and stop preaching.
the scriptures to Esau's fable, that's
You gotta stop
laughable, brother.
lying. You
That's
gotta stop
laughable. You
lying.
sound way too
You
old to
gotta
be
stop
saying something like
lying.
that.
You gotta stop lying. We already know that the Bible was not written by nobody on the continent of Africa. Nobody. We know this.
So
It's a
who wrote it
compilation
then?
of
Who wrote it then?
Akkadian. It's a
You're
compilation
right,
of
man. It was written
Akkadian,
in the
Sumerian.
Mediterranean.
It was written in the Mediterranean. It's a
By who?
compilation of
Right.
By who?
Sumerian, by the people
By
who
who?
lived there,
Interpolators, the
Who?
Jewish
Who?
interpolators.
and the Greek.
Who?
The Greek
What were their race?
Septuagint, the Codex
What
Vaticanus,
were their
the
race?
Codex Sinaiticus.
What were their race?
They weren't African. They were
They
Greek.
weren't
Okay, so
black.
you don't know their race, so
They
why are you
weren't black.
speaking on the subject?
They
Sir,
weren't black.
why are you speaking
They
on a
weren't
subject
African.
you don't even know the
They
race?
weren't African.
You're so willing to
They
say your
weren't.
people
Are
is
you
African,
listening?
but the
Are
other
you
fellas
listening?
don't know
Are
the
you
race.
listening? Are you listening? I just told you. They weren't African. They were Greeks. They were
Let's
Jews.
ask her.
The Greeks did not speak Hebrew, sir. The Greeks
Let's
didn't
ask.
speak Hebrew. Dude, you
Yes,
sound
they
weak.
did.
The Greeks didn't speak Hebrew. The
So the
Greeks
New
did not
Testament,
speak
so
It
the New
sounds
Hebrew.
Testament wasn't
horrible when
written in Koine
everybody's
Greek.
off mute at the same time.
The
Y'all
Old
gotta
Testament
remember
was
there's an
written in
audience.
Hebrew,
When
sir.
everybody's talking over each other, it sounds horrible.
Can I say something and source up really quick? We were talking about, who wrote the Bible and where these stories came from. And like I said, I went to Egypt myself. There ain't no disputing this or whatever. I'm just going to show you a video. It's literally 1 minute long. So you can see exactly what I'm talking about here. I went to the first temples that were created, the first churches, first everything. I saw the first white Jesus ever, all of that. This is all in Egypt and Aswan. I'm going to show you how the Christians came in and they actually took over the Kemetic temples and they stole the stories right from there. As a Kemetic priest, I had access to what they call the Holy of Holies. It's like an inner sanctum of this temple in Aswan. So I'm going to show you so you can see for yourself. That way you don't have to say I didn't source up or anything like that. It's where you can actually see it. Let me see if I can turn my camera around. I don't know if I can do that. Yeah, I can. All right, I'm just going to turn it around this way. That way, hopefully y'all can see it. It's on my computer right here. Peace, family. Here you can see at this temple where Coptic Christians came in. These are the first Coptic Christian churches. You can see where they came in and they embedded their crosses on Kemetic architecture right on top of it. See that? They literally came in and temples and claimed the spiritual system as their own and put their crosses.
No, they did not.
No, they didn't.
Just defaced it.
They did not claim the spiritual system as they own.
This is where the early Coptic Christians got their beginning. But
Yo,
now that's
Jamar, that's you in Egypt, yo.
so hold on. So now hold on. I'm not done. Now I'm gonna go inside the temple and I'm gonna show you the actual images that they took from the Kemetic people, so that you can see where its origin was. Okay, here we go right here. This is the actual tour guide people from Egypt, and they're breaking it down too. They're along with us as well. But you're going to see the images that she's showing here. Watch.
Again, early Christians showed the Madonna.
Like
Right? Exactly. Nursing the baby.
There you can see Mary and the baby.
On the right side, over the right side. And this is
Okay.
Again, early Christians.
That's a short clip of that. Now, that's inside the Holy of Holies. They didn't want to allow me in there to actually spread this message when I had, because I had my uncle and they knew that I was a Kemetic priest. They didn't want me to go in there and videotape anything. They were very, very cautious as to who they were letting in there. They allowed that tour guide to come in and tell the story. She can read Middle Name just as well. Me and she were all reading the text. But there are stories that were taken from our ancient Kemetic ancestors that were inside of the Bible. It's not that the whole Bible is based upon that, but they did and were influenced by the Kemetic people. That's the point that I wanted to make. That, and when I got to see that face to face, that's when okay, I see what's going on here.
So are you talking about Proverbs?
You're jumping to conclusions.
Are you talking about Proverbs?
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
That little section of Proverbs.
Proverbs has 30-some chapters. What are we talking about here? Are you talking about a minimum?
There's a
minimum up to
no. The minimum.
Yeah, I've heard about it. That analogy where they say all the texts were taken from the from a minimum up to 30.
No, I'm just talking about. There's a specific one that has something that Bible scholars say was taken from Egypt.
I've heard people to make that analogy. I know that both books are 30-something chapters or whatever. You know, there are some consistencies with that, just like the way we see consistencies with the 40 and the 10 Commandments. You know what I'm saying?
I'm agreeing with you on some. There is some diffusion. There is some diffusion. They don't call it stealing. What they call it is diffusion.
Yeah,
or cultural translation, because what happens, Jamar, is these people, they were in contact with these people. So if the Israelites were at one time a vassal kingdom under the Egyptians, then that will mean they would have what?
They had
ideas from what? Egypt in Israel and vice versa.
Yes, they will be influenced.
Because of what? Because of the change. So there will be that influence.
Yes, that's the point that I'm making. It's like they were
so it's not stealing
separate things, but then at the same time, in the book they're literally talking about Egypt. So to say that they weren't influenced by Egypt, but in the book,
yeah, we know Egypt is all through the Bible.
Africans, right? So and they had a story too. So I think it's important that we go and we see that what their perspective is of the same story, right?
Now, how does Moses disguise himself in Egypt if he wasn't African?
There was no Moses in Egypt. You don't see that. Find that word.
Moses into the mix.
There was no Moses. You have Thutmose. You have but there was no word Moses written in the Meadownet anywhere. Like I've read pretty much all of the Bible stories that I was looking for.
You just quoted the Israelites' history as recorded in the Bible as being in Egypt. So now you're rejecting that history.
No, that's not what I
said. As Moses. So either one, either you don't believe the book and you don't use it, or you don't cherry pick what you can try to use as evidence.
Brother, I'm not telling you that I don't believe the book. What I'm telling you, like I told you from the beginning when I made the first statement, you can take the book, you can keep your book. You can keep your book. Just understand that there's a way that it's supposed to be read. And a lot of the stuff that you're reading, they're interpreting it to you in a literal sense, and it's not literal. A lot of it is symbolic. The ancient Kemetic people knew that it was symbolic, but the people that took it and distorted it did not know that it was symbolic or did not care that it was symbolic. They wanted to use it to control the masses in a certain way.
What was symbolic that we think was literal? Give me an example, because everybody keeps talking in these generalities, and you can't really pinpoint it and call you out on the nonsense when you do that. Give me an example of something that was supposedly literal, but it actually was supposed to be figurative. Give me an example.
The whole existence of a man named Jesus. That's the first thing. Okay.
Okay. So let's deal with that. There are secular There
much
are
major,
contemporary
Sabio try to get on
historians
the
pretty
cussing
much
who
part,
talk
every
bro.
about the
character
We got
in
to
existence
adhere
Africa,
to
of
our own
Jesus.
rules
pretty
sometimes.
much every major character in the book, which you won't find bones of, is there's a reason why.
No, let's
Were
deal with Jesus. Let's deal with Jesus.
they were
So
analogies.
for you to sit here and say that Jesus never existed as a literal person is asinine, sir.
That's
Living in the well. So I was going. I did. You see, I would have
We are
went to
sitting,
living
we
in
are
the.
in
Hold on,
2024
hold on,
BC,
hold on,
and
hold
you say
on,
that this
hold on.
person didn't
You see,
exist.
Jamal?
Jesus.
Yeah,
Jesus
yeah,
was
yeah,
20.
and he's not the only one.
Jesus was
I don't
Mark,
think
Luke,
Jesus
John,
existed
Peter,
either. And
Paul.
There
I'm
are
not going. I'm
contemporary,
not
there
going
are
down that road.
contemporary
So look,
scholars.
and there's contemporary scholars
There,
that
there
disagree.
is,
Oh yeah,
It's a
the
conversation on both sides.
early Romans who took over Jerusalem
I'm gonna
testify of that person Jesus that had
Yo,
existed.
no,
His
they don't.
tomb
No,
is
they didn't.
his tomb is still over there. His
No,
tomb
it
is still
didn't.
over there.
No, it
have
didn't.
you
All
been
the ancient
No, it
sites are
isn't.
still there.
have you
No, it
been
isn't. No, it
have you
isn't.
been to his tomb, brother?
I have
We
not.
don't even. We
Okay,
don't have to go. We don't have to go
I
down there,
implore you,
Jamar.
I implore you to get a ticket and go over there because you're gonna find that the temple is in the same building as his birthplace. You should go over there and check it out in Israel. Just go and check it out. You know what I mean? Because it's gonna open your eyes to
There
a lot.
are
So again,
historical contemporary like Flavius Josephus and etc. who
oh
all
no, we
had
know
early
that shit's
writings
been
right
debunked.
in the first century, right in the very
That
first century.
that
So
should have
so
been
you're saying that they're
interpolation.
promulgating this lie. They divide the time from AD to BC. All this over somebody. Now, it's one thing you just say he was just a man, but you to say he never even
He
existed,
never
man,
existed.
Yeah, Jesus never. Now,
brother,
a man named
So
Yeshua, a man named Yeshua
hold,
was a real human being, but Jesus,
hold on, hold on, Jamar. Hold on, Jamar. Hold
Yahweh
on.
and Jesus, we're talking about the same person. So now you're going to
So,
try
really,
to
really
wiggle
not.
out of it. You're going to try to wiggle out
yo.
of it.
It's really not.
Hey,
They didn't even
hey,
exist on the time
Jamar.
period.
We're
You're
all
trying to
over the
wiggle
place.
out of it and say, no. I just the J word didn't exist. Okay. At first you were trying to say that he was supposed to be symbolic.
He is
All right, so
symbolic. Jesus is symbolic, but not Yeshua.
so Yahweh Shai never existed.
That's exactly what it is. Jesus is a symbolic representation of the Son, but Yeshua is
Okay,
a being. And sometimes
so all of the
they
secular who are not believers, all of the historical
There's
writings
not
of
many
this man,
seculars.
the
There's not
fact that
many
they
seculars.
divided
There's maybe four.
time from AD to BC, all of this was about some mythical person that nobody, even in that time period, had ever seen, had ever witnessed. All this whole big movement, all these Jews being dispersed,
But
all
the
of this,
division of time, the division
all of
of
these
time,
wars
AD
being
to
fought,
BC, does
all of
not
this was
mean
over
after the
somebody who
death.
never even existed,
You
is
never,
what you're saying.
nobody
Can I be heard?
walked on
Can
water.
I
That's
be
a
heard?
symbolic
Can
story.
I be heard?
Nobody fed
Can,
thousands of
No
No.
one.
It was all symbolic
There
stories.
was no war fought
Yeah, yeah,
over
No,
Jesus.
you said
yeah.
the man
okay.
never existed. Don't try to backpedal
Listen.
off that. You said the man never existed.
Jesus
Can I
never
be heard? I'm
never
trying
Yeah,
not to
Jesus
yell.
never existed.
There's no
Can I be
backpedaling here.
heard?
Yeah,
Straightforward.
Sabio, we hear you in the background.
There's no backpedaling. I'm telling you straightforward. Jesus never existed. He never existed.
All right.
Agreed.
All right.
Yeah,
But
All
but
right.
you but do you have evidence of that?
yeah.
So
Because all
listen.
of the evidence suggests that
No,
he did. We're living in
it's not
2024
up to me that a man existed. It's up to
BC.
you to prove that.
I mean
Jabez,
AD.
Jabez
We're
and
living in
Jamar.
2024
Everybody
Jabez,
can't
AD.
Jabez
talk
and
at
You would
once,
Jamar.
listen
y'all.
to evidence.
Everybody can't talk at once. It sounds
I need
horrible
to,
that
and
way.
I'm trying to talk, and y'all keep talking over me. I need Jabez to stop preaching and listen, and I need Jamar to stop throwing the comedic twist onto it.
What
Man,
do you
get off
need me
my
to
dick,
do?
yo. I can say it however I want to say it. Like at the end of the
No
day,
Yo,
this is how I move.
cussing. No
Yeah, don't
cussing.
tell me
No
how to
What you
yo,
move.
need
cussing.
me to do? Because I
yo,
got smoked.
Like we're
No
not finna do that.
cussing.
Do
No
that. You
gang.
yo,
put a
No
place on
cussing.
because this is where I
yo,
study from.
Jamar,
That's my perspective. If you don't like my
I agree,
perspective, then I don't have to talk at all. I don't understand you.
yo, the comedic twist is only making the conversation worse.
Bro, the last time I said
The
you know what?
comedic twist,
Hold on.
the
The last time
comedic twist is
no,
only
hold on,
making the conversation
time out,
worse.
because you're not gonna address me and then just go on some shit.
If you ask me last time to source up,
No
right? So I'm looking literal
cussing. No
video content
cussing.
Yo, bro,
on the continent.
I'm trying to keep,
Literal content. Hold on.
the
No. Let me
conversation
say what I need to say now, because you
centered.
addressed me, so let me address you
I'm
back.
trying to keep
I
the
gave literal
conversation
content
centered.
on the continent, showing you what I've seen and what I'm showing you. And you can't debunk what I've seen. You can't debunk that is literally Het Haru showing you somebody nursing a baby and where they took Mary from. I'm showing you the literal me standing on the grounds. I can show you the first Christian, the first white Jesus. So you can't contest that. You pull out all this paperwork from scholars, but you never did no work yourself. I show you my work. At the end of the day, if you don't respect it, fuck you. This man is talking to me. That's who I'm talking to. Now, if you got
No
a problem,
cussing.
shut up, and I'll gracefully bow out. I got no
No
problem.
cussing. Hey, bro,
Can you
you gonna
gracefully
get
bow
your
out,
turn
because
to
it's not
speak and
that
all that,
serious.
but no cussing, y'all.
I need
Respect
you
the
to
platform.
listen.
You're not gonna disrespect me.
I need you to listen. I'm not disrespecting you. I need you to listen. We're having a conversation. You're bringing a comedic twist into it. We don't need that right now,
It goes
because
both
it's
ways.
not a
Kemet
no.
is Africa.
Listen,
Kemet is Africa. Talking
bro.
Africa, you talking Kemet. You got to be talking Kemet. You can't not
Come
talk
on,
Africa and not talk Kemet, the greatest
bro.
civilization
We're
to
not
pass through
talking.
Africa. Retarded.
We're not talking about Africa.
It's the
We're
only
talking about
reference
the
that we have.
Levant,
It's a
bro.
pro-black channel talking about we're not talking about Africa. You sound like an idiot.
Yo, we're
I
sitting
like
up
his
here
weapon
talking.
on that timid stuff.
Yo,
I like that timid stuff he's trying to do so I can help him.
yo, Jabez, I'm about to tell everybody to SFU real, because I've been trying to be polite to everybody, and y'all been talking over me and all this.
Because you're talking dumb shit.
No, nobody knows what the hell they're talking about. Everybody's forcing their beliefs into the conversation.
I'm showing you
about
what
to
I'm
give
talking about. Ain't nobody talking nothing. I'm showing you a literal
bro.
video footage of me inside of a temple in Egypt, showing you where Christianity, certain stories of Christianity come from.
Bro,
You told me there were no stories
at
of
this point, I
Christianity.
don't give a
You told me there
fuck
were no
about your
stories of
belief.
Christianity.
I don't give a
I just
fuck
proved you
about
wrong.
your
I
belief,
just
nigga.
proved you
I don't
wrong.
give a
I
fuck about
literally
your
just proved you
Kemetic
wrong.
belief.
I
No,
made you look like a fool on here. You sit here and you said no stories
you
from
didn't prove
Egypt
me
are in the
wrong.
Bible,
You
and I
did not
just
prove
showed
me
you
wrong. You
several.
did
You
not prove
sound like
me
an
You
idiot.
wrong.
didn't show
You did not
anything.
prove me wrong.
I
You
just
did
showed
not
you
You
prove
didn't
me
Mary.
show
wrong.
I
You
just
nothing.
did
showed
not
you
prove.
Mary.
You did no. I can show you. I can show you a statue of the Willendorf,
You're a
of the
fool.
Venus
You're a fool. You probably never
of the
even
Venus
stepped
of
foot on the continent.
Willendorf.
You probably never even been to Africa.
I can show you a statue of the Venus of Willendorf, which is older
Show
than
me
that.
some video footage of you in Africa right now, because you're talking too much about Africa to never been there.
Can somebody
Show me.
pull up the Venus of Willendorf?
Show
I
me a
think her
picture
name
of
is.
you in Africa before you
I
start
can't
saying anything else.
because I haven't been to Africa.
Oh, well,
Now,
you don't know what you're talking about.
what now? Now again, this man's getting
Don't
upset for
try to
no reason.
genuine shit. You've never
I'm
been to
trying to.
Africa. You never been there. You're just talking. Everything you're saying is third-party knowledge. You never been there. So what are you talking about?
I agree. It is.
It's so
It's knowledge
disingenuous.
that I've learned. It's knowledge
So
that I've
disingenuous.
learned.
You
And
moving
because
paperwork
you've
around,
been
and
in
your
Egypt,
sources is somebody
and
else.
because you've been
Every
in
source
Egypt,
you bring is going to be somebody else. Somebody else's work. You're not real. Go to Africa before you start talking about
Why are
Africa.
you
Calm
standing
down,
up
Not just
bro.
talk
yelling?
about the
Calm
states where
down.
you've been, because you never
Why
been
are you
there.
standing up yelling?
All right, I'm
He
back.
calm
I
not
down.
know that it's
real.
crash out season, but I'm back. I'm back. You're gonna have to take it easy with the cursing.
Nah,
I know it's
I'm
crash out
so
season. Ain't no
frustrated with people
nah.
that
If
don't
you don't
actually
wait a
do this
minute,
shit.
what you
Your
don't
niggas just
understand
talking.
is
You
So
just talking.
ain't
Y'all,
no.
no wonder.
What you don't understand is ain't no nah. Is you either chill out or I'ma park you. I just parked you. I'm about to let you back up. If you can't chill out, then you're gonna have to try again some other time. But you being allowed to voice your opinion, but you gotta show some type of self control. If you can't do that, then you're gonna have to be parked. That's simple as that, bro. It ain't no nah. It's just what it is.
again,
I'm gonna try you
everybody's.
again. I'm gonna give you another shot. Is you gonna kick yourself off or not?
All
Reality,
right. So
reality is this. If you're telling me that I
uh,
need to source up, and then when I source
yo
up, you
yo
say,
yo
"Oh,
bro yo
we
bro
don't want
yo
to hear no."
bro
See,
yo
you
bro yo
talking over
bro.
me. You
Somebody
talking
else
over
was
me now. You
talking.
let me back on so I
Somebody
can
else
say
was
my piece,
talking.
right?
I
So
was
let me say my
talking.
piece. Don't
I
talk
was
over me and then say
talking.
I'm
I was
disrespected. Why are you talking
talking.
over me?
Yo,
You see what I'm
Miz, can
saying?
you put him back
It's
in the back? I was
disingenuous.
talking.
It's disingenuous.
Miz, I was
If you're
talking
telling me
when
that
he
I need
joined
to
the
source up,
panel.
and then when I source up, you tell me,
Miz,
"Oh, we don't want sources. We don't want the perspective."
Miz,
Then don't tell me to source up, because I will
All right,
source up
Samuel,
everything
be
that I'm
cool,
yo,
saying.
man.
nah,
Fuck.
I was speaking.
Sorry.
I was speaking.
All right, go
I was
Still,
Say what you gotta
I was
say.
5 minutes,
gonna
no, you
But
ain't made a point.
hopefully you'll source up. Source up though.
All right, go ahead,
so I'm
Savior.
about to pull up the Venus of Willendorf.
Show me your work, nigga. Your work.
My work,
And Samuel,
I
I
don't have
see
any
you
work in
said
Africa.
I know
All
you
right,
So,
so
become
we're
a
good.
God person.
Don't talk about Africa then, because then
so
you're not qualified.
I will talk
You're
about
not
Africa
qualified
when
either,
we're
brother.
talking about Africa. We're not talking about Africa right now. Can somebody pin a link so I can pull up this source about the Venus of Willendorf, which is another statue, or should I just read it real quick? You know what? I would
I
just
ain't
read it.
behind the laptop yet, Savior. I ain't gonna be behind
Yeah,
it.
that's
I should
cool.
have pulled a little,
I'm gonna just read what the
little
Venus of
more
Willendorf is. Let me make sure I get the right one. I got the wrong thing. I got an actual picture of it. I didn't want the picture. Let me get the Wikipedia of the Venus of Willendorf for people who may not know. And this is also a woman suckling a baby. Since you want to
Yo,
talk
Jamal,
about
you backstage
things
or
being
what?
stolen, and I want to ask you, was Mary stolen from this? The Venus of Willendorf is an 11-centimeter tall Venus figurine estimated to have been made 30,000 years ago. 30,000 years ago. It has let's see. The dating is from the Upper Paleolithic graviton industry, which dates to 30,000 to 20,000 years ago. 19th or early 20th centuries are traditionally referred to in archaeology as Venus figurines due to the widely held belief that the depictions of nude women with exaggerated sexual features represented an early fertility deity, perhaps a mother goddess. The reference to Venus is metaphorical, since the figurines predate the mythological figure of Venus by many thousands of years. So is that what Mary was stolen from?
No, it was not. Mary was a young virgin Israelite, Africoid Israelite, who was impregnated by the spirit of the living God to bring forth the promised Messiah.
Or was she
To
stolen
bring
from
forth the promised
Romulus and
Messiah.
Remus's mom? What was
This is your
Romulus and
history.
Remus's mother's
This is
name?
the history
What
of
was
your people, and you're going to give
no, it
your
isn't.
heritage away to
No, it isn't.
heathens and
No, it
Hamites.
isn't. No. This isn't my history.
This is the history of your people.
No, it isn't. So, or is it? Or is Mary stolen from Romulus and Remus's mother,
So let me ask you let me ask you this.
who was impregnated by a god? Or is it Zeus's mom?
Let me
Or
ask
is
you
it
this.
Hercules' mom?
Let's say just say if. Suppose the scripture was true. No, listen. Suppose it was true
If it
and
wasn't
your
shit,
people did
we
write
would
it.
all be drunk.
Let me ask you that. Let me ask you something. Would you find something about the book oppressive, or would you find it very liberating? Because what I get when
Nothing
I
about
read
it
the scripture
liberating.
is the most powerful history book that any people could ever have,
It's
to
not a
give them a
history book.
future, to give them a sense of
It's not a
morality,
history book.
to give them a sense of fierce racial consciousness, and the desire to be separate, to build on their own, to do for themselves, to be the best, and to move in unity with one another. So if the
First off,
scripture wasn't true, it would be so
that's not true.
wonderful if it was. It would be so wonderful if it was a book for our people who have lost all their history and have lost all their
No, we
identity.
haven't.
I would
We
so
haven't.
wish it would. So I'm
I need you
wondering what about
to.
it that will make
Can
you
you meet
fight
this
it
guy?
so much.
Can you meet this guy? Can you meet this guy? Because first off, we haven't lost our
You got
history.
demons,
We
man.
know. No,
You
I
got
don't care
demons.
about
You're
none of
getting
that. I
irritated.
don't
Your
care. I
demons
don't.
are acting up right now.
Yo. Can you chill out? Because the first thing you said is, I have a few things to address. It's not our history. That's number one. It's not a history book. That's number two. It's a
The
collection
main
of.
thing I said was, if it was, what do you find oppressive? What do you find wrong with it? Because I find it to be a glorious thing. I would wish it
I'm
was.
going to
Now
address
address that.
everything.
Address that.
I'm
Now
going to
I guarantee
address
you want to address
everything.
that.
I'm going to address everything that you said. Just chill out.
So why were you trying to cut me off before I finished so much? You
Chill
got
out.
demons, bro.
I heard everything that you said. I don't need you to keep trying to reiterate it. So again, it's not a history book. It's not our history book. It has nothing to do with it. I can prove it thousands of ways.
I don't need to. It tells you in the book who it's written for. It's written for those people in that area
It
where
doesn't
it's
say that.
referencing.
You sound dumb
Abraham is
saying
from
that.
Abraham is from Turkey. Can you chill out? Abraham is from Turkey. Turkey's nowhere where my ancestors descend from. My ancestors descend
Dude,
from Nigeria and the Sudan.
what? Nigeria. You know, that's recent.
Chill out, chill out, chill out, chill
That's
out,
recent, sir.
chill out,
Abraham
yo,
could have
chill
been
out,
from that
chill out,
area,
chill,
and then our people migrated there. So you're wrong.
chill out. The Bible, according to your book, Abraham is from Ur of Chaldees, which is in Turkey. This is your book. This is what the Bible says. So everything is from that point points towards the east, not Africa. My ancestors are not from there. Ham, Shem, Japheth, none of those mythical people that you think are real. Noah, Moses, Isaac, Jacob, wrestling with the angel or wrestling with God. None of that shit happened. It's a story for those people writing in their time, trying to
Prove it.
establish themselves.
Prove
The Bible proves it.
Okay, so
And
you
if,
can't prove it.
and if
You
you
was
want
trying to shut me off to
the
say that. You was trying to cut me off to say nothing.
The Bible proves it.
So you have nothing to say, basically. So basically, you have absolutely nothing to say. But you just needed me to stop talking because your demons are upset.
I'm proving to you using the Bible that is written for those people at that time.
Well, they prophesied of the end of the world. They prophesied of the end time in the last generation. So how was it just written for them?
So watch
that
this.
sounds unstable as water, brother.
So the end of their world was 722 BC.
No, they prophesied to the very end of the age, to the coming of the Lord. They prophesied this last generation that we're in right now. By the way.
No, that's your belief, and that's the problem. You can't.
No, that's what the scripture says. Whether you believe it's true or not, you just don't know nothing about the scripture. You haven't really read it. All you read is things that try to debunk it. You don't really read it for yourself.
I know your book. Listen. What you don't understand is that I was a Paulinist. I used to believe a Paulinist. I was a Pauline Christian. So I followed the Bible from the Pauline perspective.
I never heard of that.
Yeah. Look it up. Take the time and look into Pauline theology right now.
Oh, Pauline?
Pauline theology.
Nobody's walking around calling themselves Paulinist, brother. Come on, man. You just making up stuff. You just talking out the side of your neck, man.
I was a Paulinist. I followed the Bible according to the teachings of Paul.
That don't mean you knew what you were doing.
I knew the
Bible. That don't mean you had a strong grasp of the faith.
I knew
you didn't have a strong grasp. That's why you were washed away. That's why you were driven away by every wind of doctrine, as Paul told you you would be.
Hey, listen, do you mean Paul the Epistle or Paul the Ephesian?
I mean the
apostle. There's no such thing as either one of them. There's no such thing as either one of them. I'm always amazed at how people who go against the Bible sound when they talk about the Bible.
Paul the Ephesian is completely real, my friend. Paul the Ephesian is completely real.
And he wasn't. Paul wasn't an Ephesian. Paul was a Jew. He was a Pharisee.
In fact, I would go this far to say that Paul the Ephesian is probably the only real person in the Bible.
He wasn't Ephesian. He was a Pharisee.
So you believe in a flat Earth and evolution, and you still talking?
Dude, I've been to the island of
Patmos. Who believe in a flat Earth?
Inside the cave.
I think this dude that's talking about. He said that.
I've made the journey from Turkey to Rome, following all the steps that Paul made to reach to Rome.
So again,
Paul's cave.
Well, Paul told you that you would be like children blown by every wind of doctrine. You need to reconnect with Paul, brother.
And he can corroborate what he's saying. I can corroborate what I'm saying as well. Savior, you got a lot of work to do.
Paul will lead you to heaven. Paul will lead you to that blessed city, brother. You need to reconnect with Paul. Paul was a mighty man. Paul walked closer to the Lord than most ever have and ever will.
So what's up, bro?
Paul made me one of the best liars that I could be. Why? Because he allowed me to understand that I could say things to people without any reason for believing it. And as long as I believe it and I said it with enough conviction to convince them that I believed it, then God was gonna forgive me for my lie,
Well,
which he said in
well,
Romans
Peter
3:7.
testified of Paul,
So
and he
so
talked about
so
how people
Paul
don't understand the
so
scriptures.
Paul so Paul makes it easier for people to be liars. That's what
So
Paul does.
what about Paul's teaching that you don't agree with? Name one
Everything,
specifically.
everything. I just
Specifically.
told you.
No,
I
don't
just
say
told you
everything. It's one thing
everything.
specific. One thing specific.
His lying. When Paul
Like
told
name
you
one.
that
Name one.
Romans 3:7, when Paul
Uh-huh.
said when Paul said, for if the truth of my lie abounds to the glory of God, then why am I judged as a sinner? What do you mean,
Mhm.
God? What do you mean? Are you telling me that I can go out here and tell people about things that I believe that I may not know is true? And if I convince them, I'm not going to be, I shouldn't be looked at. But hold on, I just
He
lied to
wasn't
you.
talking to
And
God. He was talking to the
That's not what
citizens
Paul was
he was,
saying,
around
yo,
the
sir.
yo,
city.
Sir,
yo,
that's
yo,
not what
yo, I
Paul
can
was
read the
saying.
scripture. I
You
can read it.
misunderstood it.
Yo, no, I
Read it.
didn't.
Read it. Pull
Context,
it
brother
up. Pull
Chris.
pull that
Context.
passage up. Pull it up.
And he
Pull
was
that
talking
passage
as
up.
a man. And he was talking
Pull it
as a
up.
man.
Okay,
So this
pull
was
it up and
Paul. So
Let's
this
read
was
it in its
Paul. So
context,
this
because this can really help you. This can help stabilize your
Paul was
mind, brother.
speaking to the
Pull it up.
priesthood on his
Pull the
First
scripture
off,
disbelief
it's
up.
in
not.
Don't
Jesus.
conjecture.
First off, it's not. I broke it down, and I'm
Romans
gonna
3.
tell you,
Bring it up.
Jabez. Before you keep challenging me on this, I'm trying to change it. Before you keep challenging me on this, Jabez, I want you to understand that once I brought this out to scholars like Richard
Mm-hmm.
Carrier, Bart Ehrman,
Okay.
Dennis McDonald, James
Okay.
Tabor,
Sound like
other top
caucasoids.
scholars.
Caucasoids. Sound like.
Raphael Ataster, he's a
They're
black
not
man.
Israelites.
I don't care about what they are. They
They're
all
not
changed the
Israelites.
writing.
They're not going to be able to get you the real deal most of the time.
Listen. I don't give a fuck about that bullshit, bro.
All right. Well, I'm going to answer it for you, and I'm going to give you what they could
So
not give you right now.
you can't give me anything. I need you
Let me
to
let me
listen.
give you what they couldn't give you. Bring the scripture up and
I
let me
need you,
explain it to you.
Jabez. You can't
It's
explain
not saying what
anything
you're
about
saying.
the ancient. I don't care what you think it's saying. I want you to
Then what
listen
you
to
bring it
what
up
I'm
for?
saying.
What you
I
bring it up
want you
for
to.
then?
I need you to listen. You asked me a question.
I asked
I'm
you to
trying
bring
to
that scripture up,
explain.
and you just tried to slander.
Yo, bro. Are you listening or are you just arguing? Which one is it?
I'm just asking you to bring the scripture up.
Are you listening or are you
Yeah, I'm
arguing?
listening to you bring the scripture up.
Are you listening? No, you're just here to argue, right? You're not here to learn
Yo,
anything. You're
son,
Are
let
just
me
you
here to
hop in
drunk
right
argue.
quick. Yo,
this
bro, we
early?
don't do scripture talk over here, son. That shit is for the birds, bro.
Well, he just tried to slander the scripture. He just tried to slander the
Fuck
scripture.
the
And are you too
Bible.
demonic? Are you too full of the
Fuck
devil to
the
open his
Bible.
Bible up?
Yes.
Yeah, so that
I'm too
shows a
full.
hatred. That
I'm too
shows something
full.
driving
I'm
you
too
that's
full of
deeper.
the thing that you don't believe in. Of a thing that I don't believe in. Yes, I'm
You
too
just
full
tried
of
to
a thing
use
that I
it.
don't
You
believe
just
in.
tried to use it to say that it meant something. So then you bring it up.
No,
Unless you're weak.
it's
You
trash.
sound weak
I'm
right now.
showing
You
you.
sound
I'm
really weak
showing
right
you that
now.
it's
I want you
trash.
to replay
I'm
this.
showing you
Replay this and
that
see
it's
how weak you
trash,
sound
and
now.
that the person that you worship, Paul, was a liar.
Okay, then I said prove it, and you went
I
to
just
Romans
did.
3, and I said, no, let's pull that scripture up and see if he was actually saying what you said,
You
and you
pulled it
refused
up,
to do
and
that.
you
What
pulled
does
it
that
up.
say about
Yeah,
you right
because
now? What are
that
you
don't mean nothing.
displaying right now? What are you
The fact
displaying as a
that
man right now
we
that you
don't do
won't pull that
Bible
up?
talk over here, the fact that we've been doing Bible talk for too long, and we need to get back to some
Yeah,
real
you
science.
just tried to use it, but then when somebody tried to hold your feet to the fire, no, let's move past it. You just tried to use it.
Okay, so you want me to read Romans? Do you really want me to do this for you? You really want me to
Brother,
break down the context of
brother,
Paul
brother,
talking as a man
you're scared
and
to
telling
do it.
you
You're scared to do
that
it.
he was all right? So I want you to get in school $20.
No. We don't want to hear none of that stuff, bro.
All right.
He got demons.
Shanetta
He
is
got demons
hiring
on him.
right now. If you type
He
in
got demons.
Sha
He want to talk about what the
Netter at
Caucasoids
Yahoo.
wrote in
Look.
evolution book
Go to
all day. He don't want to hear. He don't
ShaNetta.Yahoo.
want.
ShaNetta.Yahoo. He's looking for another biblical debate right now. Sonetta@Yahoo.
You
HOK.
got demons. You got
Daria.
demons, man.
Yeah, we
You got
don't.
demons. You don't want to hear this.
No, we don't.
Q, you may have to drop him, and you know I don't talk like that.
Because
But
that's all he's gonna go back to.
Told
he
y'all
ain't
he
about
too
to
far
switch
off script
subjects,
and
and
bring
he
no
ain't about
convincing that I believe.
to adhere to the fact that this is your platform.
Nope, he
Bro.
gonna go right back to it.
This been going on for far too long.
You just said you were going to bring up Romans and you're scared to do it.
I just told I can't by the owner of the channel.
All right, but don't try to quote it then. Well, I'm going to still address what you said about it. You said that he said, if my lie produced the truth, then what's wrong with it? That's not what he had said. He was saying that people were saying that he was saying that we should go ahead and sin because that way God's going to have more grace on us if we sin. And then he used an example. So the truth of God being that, he's going to judge sin is seen by me sinning. Then why am I held? Why would I be seen as a sinner if that was the case? He was showing that that's not. He said as we've been slanderous reported, and some affirm that we say that's. And if that's the thing that you're stumbling over, then you can see how childish and how flimsy that is. And you're basing you're giving some foolishness authority in your life, and you're turning away from the book of life because of some demonic delusion that you're gaining by misunderstanding the scriptures.
Oh, damn, son. Why y'all done woke me up with this nonsense? Hold on, brother. Let me help you out, bro. I don't want to disrespect, but we do not promote that over here. And no, shout out to your religion and whatever it does for you. I really appreciate what it's done for you.
Yeah, I mean,
There are
I'm
a lot of
way too
different
powerful for
philosophies that
y'all.
we
I'm
have.
way too powerful for y'all. That's what you're saying.
No, you're not too powerful. We're just saying that their conversation is ignorant and dumb, and we don't want to have that
No.
conversation.
You talk about evolution all day.
Hold on, yo, bro. Kick rocks and get out of here. So y'all niggas is weird. So nobody want to be friends with y'all weird ass Israelites. Straight like that. Go over there with the weird stuff. Nobody wants to do that. See this? Look, shout out to Pookie. These are 3D printers. You see our men in the chat? Chemistry features. You see this? This is right now. We're talking about designing this on Tinkercad, and Identity is about to go talk to the students about how we can actually create the circuit for this. Ryan is texting DC 804 to help organize the science fair. We don't want y'all weird people over here. We don't. I'm sorry. It's unnecessary. Right now, look at what my student. What y'all design? What you working on? We don't like that word. You doing? Yeah, that's the motive for Mr. Brother E class. Yeah, I don't know what you got going on, but you supposed to be designing your project for for engineering. No, but you gotta research it first. Don't start designing first. Research before you design. Yes, research is the beginning of your project. Understand that the beginning of your project is research. You don't start off with what's in your head and think nobody else did it. You start off with researching to see how other people might have did what you did in your head and to see how you can improve what they might have done. There we go. Where these weirdos coming from, bro?
Yo, the preacher was crazy. He turned the whole evolution channel. He said evolution fake. We wrong for teaching evolution. We demons. We got demons on us for teaching evolution. Like, yo.
Hey, listen, I gotta run, guys. So thanks for having me, everyone, and I'll be back sometime. But give thanks still,
Yeah,
you know.
to who? So cute, good looking out, cute for the panel.
Oh yeah.
Y'all done
No,
chased
that's
away
cool.
all
Like
the
again,
believers.
I don't want to think nobody. We have no. You know what I'm saying? Like I have the utmost respect for whatever it is in your life that makes you a better person. Islam, Christianity, whatever be. But from a scholastic space, understand we're gonna have a scholastic conversation and
Right,
try to keep it respectful, y'all. And we don't care to have a scholastic conversation about your religion in the first place.
right. Don't be preaching at us.
Yeah, nobody wants to have a conversation about your religion. It has nothing to do with black empowerment, nothing to do with moving the community forward. And respectfully, it's good for you. And nobody wants to bother it. So don't have Sabio getting this Sabio bag because Sabio not going to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I had to bring back the old name, Scripture Ripper. The
Yeah, but
original
sometimes
name.
Sabio, you can't attack him too, son. You can't even ask him questions. Just let him know, like, we don't talk about it. Because once you ask him a question, I learned that rule. That was one
But
of my
yeah,
first rules as an atheist was never to refer to nothing in the Bible. I'm telling you, you can't use one statement from that book. And that took a while to
It took a while term when I asked him about if slavery was moral, and he said, "Yeah, Q."
That was it. Like once you start justifying slavery, at that point you should have known like this dude is way too off the deep end. Like
Yeah, he out of here.
crazy. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
You
That's
justify
crazy.
slavery, out of here, G.
he justified slavery.
No walk of life would justify that shit. That's crazy.
He's definitely out of here.
The company with $5 million government.
Yeah, it was over at that point. But see, that's what these books do to our people, though, man. It keeps us limited to where we want to deny everything and just accept some dumb shit. It's weird. I don't get it. And then you try to force it on black people in West Africa. Like, I'd be like, how? Like,
Yo,
that shit
that
weird.
indoctrination is real, bro. Like I said, I was under that shit for over 30 something years, bro. It's not light. Like people, we underestimate the power of religion and what they have done to our
Yeah,
people. Like we really do.
I don't,
It is no joke.
I don't underestimate indoctrination because I believed it, but I didn't try to make it African.
Yeah. I had to go to my friends like, yo, my bad, bro. Like the ones who stayed friends with me and wasn't like, yo, this dude's a lost cause. I had to be like, yo, my bad. Like I was fucking lost, bro. You know what I mean? And I appreciate you for staying my friend and just dropping breadcrumbs, not judging me based upon what I believe and shit. You know what I mean? And we locked in for life now. But ultimately, in hindsight, looking back, it's like I didn't see all of this. I didn't see all the different levels of knowledge and even how to obtain it. I even have a methodology as to how they do it. They take all that from you. So, now I'm obsessed with it. Like anything that I read the opposite perspective of it as well. I play devil's advocate. You know what I'm saying? My timeline has so much mixed shit because my thought process will go one way, then it'll go the other way because I want to see what they say. I'm totally in tune with this shit. But religion will have you in a space where it's like, this is the end all. This book is what it is. If you ain't fucking with the book, then pardon me for cursing. If you ain't messing with the book, then
You're a demon.
Yeah, you a demon. And
I got a demon on me, and I don't even believe in demons. I don't even think demons exist.
Tough, man. But then at the same time, I think the worst part about it is the alienation when you do try to progress, that the village, your immediate surroundings and your universe, they'll excommunicate you from that community because you don't believe that anymore. So that pressure is there too. Like I had to leave my wife, kids, everything, bro. It wasn't easy. Like I had to walk away from my entire life, my job, everything is associated with Christianity at that point. You see what I'm saying? So there's a lot of it's not easy. So I do have a bit of empathy in my heart for people like that because they just they genuinely don't know. And if you show them something that changes, their outlook, it's going to be shell shocking. And some people don't actually make it out of it. For some people, it's worse to give them the knowledge, bro. They better off staying where they are. They're better off being over.
And some people think they escaped and jump into a whole nother religion and think they are part of it and swear that they looking at another person, looking at a Christian and like, damn, I'm doing so much better and I'm woke. When really you just bring yourself up into a whole nother religion, like the
Messiah complex. The Messiah complex.
Yeah, that's what we find with a lot of Egyptomaniacs. The people who be thinking they could hear mummies and all that and chants and do seances and
I'm gonna
all
let
that.
you handle this one. I'm gonna take
Nah. You know, I'm just playing Savior. I just play. I was hearing him, but I was just saying, damn, that sounds funny because a lot of people would say that he's a person who switched from one religion to the next, and he think he woke, but that's just
I agree
what one would say.
I agree because you have people who have the Messiah complex and they'll trade one person from who woke them up, which is their pastor, for another. You know what I'm saying? I mean, fortunately, I can only speak for myself in reference to myself. Fortunately for me, I wasn't following behind a whole lot of people. Like my awakening came by a near-death experience. And that's what led me to the fact that, okay, there's no Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Because I was looking for Jesus. I was looking for the devil. I was looking for whatever was going to happen. And neither one of them showed up. And that's when I realized, okay, I got to delve a little bit deeper into this. You know what I'm saying? And so I took the initiative to do my own studies, as you can see. You know what I'm saying? Like when I move around, I ain't moving behind nobody. I got my own. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I do respect the scholars that came before me and
No,
respect.
but that's what all of the people who slip into a pseudo realm say. Or all like
What's that?
literally the flat earthers, like what you saying, like literally every. It's funny. Like if I was you and I wasn't pseudo, I wouldn't even repeat that kind of verbiage because literally anybody who's ever heard of pseudo before speak and talk about how they don't jack science or they don't jack Christianity or jack any of that stuff. They all say the same thing that you saying right now. That's the
I never
funny
said I
part.
don't jack science. I love science. That's what
No,
led me
I
to
didn't
where I
say
am.
that. I didn't say that you said that, brother. I think you
Yeah.
kind of missed the whole point. But exactly what I'm just clearly telling you right now that exactly what you saying is exactly what a pseudo be saying. I ain't saying you pseudo, but I'm just saying it just so happens that that's what they be saying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
I
concerned
taught
with.
myself. I look at both sides. I'm not biased. I'm clearly. I got a bunch of work here from different people. Like they all say the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's what
So
anybody
I
any
don't
walk.
even see how a
That's what
person can
anybody any
separate
walk of life,
themselves
right?
at that
So,
point using that
because
same verbiage.
yeah, I mean, that's what anybody's walk of life. But it's up to you and show and prove, right? You study to show thyself approved. That's what you're supposed to do, right? But everybody doesn't do that. Everybody's not going to go and like I said, buy the plane tickets and travel around and really touch ground on what they're talking about. Like, you know what I'm saying? If I'm
Touching
talking
ground and
about,
all of that doesn't give you a better understanding either. You
oh,
may
it
think you
absolutely
have a better
does. It
understanding, or
absolutely
you could
no,
be just
it
confirming
absolutely
your own
does.
bias.
No,
You
it
could be
absolutely.
confirming your own bias. Somebody from outside of where you live at can know more about where you live at than you do. There's people in Africa who don't even know about cultures going on in other. Africa is huge.
There's
So
a
to
million.
think that because you went
There's a million
somewhere, you
possibilities,
just
right?
know about that. But
There's a million
I
possibilities, and I
mean,
think that's what
continue
separates.
on, continue on. Yeah, I hear you. I ain't even really cut
There's
you
a
off. I
million
was just being
possibilities as
funny.
to where it can go, right? But what separates the ones who are truthful and the ones who are just talking shit is their work, right? So what work can
Yo,
people
I'm
can
gonna
we say that?
tell
That's
you,
why I
bro.
say
No
like
cursing.
that's
Hey,
why
yo,
I like
Miz,
that's
No
real
why I say
cursing
quick
like
again. I mean, I
before
don't
y'all
know why you
continue.
can't stop cursing. I don't know
my
why
fault,
you
bro. I'm
can't
not, you know
stop
what I mean?
cursing. If you just having a regular conversation, but I don't know if cursing is just a part of your lingo. But you might want to try a different part of the day if you can't stop cursing. Because
My
I
fault.
haven't
I
used
keep
one
forgetting,
curse
you know what I
word
mean?
the whole
But
time.
what I think what separates people is their work. Like what can you show me the results of what it is that you have done, right? When I say study to show thyself approved, all right, now show me what you brought back, right? A lot of people go to Africa and a lot of people go to the resort and they hang out in the water and they do whatever they want to do, right? It's like to go to the ocean or whatever, right? And then there's some people who say, nah, I'm good on that. I want to go to the temples. I want to read the Metanetta. I want to study and take pictures. I want to see what's going on,
Yeah, we see them all the time on this
right?
channel. We see them
So
all the time.
yeah,
White
absolutely.
people, black people, all of y'all who go over there thinking that you're gonna find some key to life. Not you per se, but a lot of people who go to do what you say instead of going to the beaches and all that, they're going to look for something that they think that they're gonna find because they're still indoctrinated with this whole idea of spirituality and of higher powers and frequencies and come on, man. Come on, man. This is me.
Hey,
Yeah, I
yo,
mean,
Miz,
like I said,
thanks for letting me up last night. You know, I've been trying to hold down the fort since like 2 or 3 this morning. I'm gonna jump off and try to get some sleep. I just wanted to say
Nah,
peace to
you the
everybody.
man. I ain't gonna front you and Identity Show is a little ratchet, Biasa, but you know, I mean, y'all got views, so I respect it. Nah,
Yeah,
I'm being funny, so good looking.
you was my ratchet teacher. Put a spin on master. But peace, y'all. I'll catch y'all later on.
Yes,
let me
sir.
let
Yes,
me
sir.
let me show you something real quick, and I want to know what you think of this. Just look at I want you to look at this person real quick. I went over to when I went to Africa, I went to Aswan, and I found what my DNA report was saying was my tribe. And I want you to look at this person's face, and then I want you to see the comparison with my face and look at the similarities real quick. So this person is super black, right? But look at his facial features, and then look at my features, and look at how similar they are.
And you probably ain't been around for a minute, son. You ever heard of something they call lookership?
Nah, what's that?
Well, that's
That
when
shit
you
don't
just
move
try.
us.
Go ahead, Savio.
Lookership don't work over here.
Break it down.
No, break us
Lookership is
down
what
what lookership is for.
lookership is when you see similarities in something and you try to convince people that this is that or that's what it is.
No, I understand
That
that.
don't move us.
I get that 100%, right? I was born and raised here in the States, and
So are you gonna show that 30% Egyptian DNA?
what I'm gonna show you is this. Look at this. So this is another man from Aswan. Hold on, let me see something. See if I can make it bigger. So
But why would you even show anything else after people like, yo, they don't even do look at shit?
no, because I
All
just
we
want to show
want to
you.
see is the
I
all
want
we
to show
want
you
to see is
something.
the 30% Egyptian DNA. That'll
I want to show
convince
you
us.
something. So from my DNA
Pictures aren't
report.
convincing us. Pictures aren't going to convince me.
So from my DNA report, I was able to find my biological father who I didn't know. Right. So with that, I want to show you this here. I'm going to
All I
show you a
want to see
side.
is the 30% Egyptian DNA.
I'm going to show you a side by side video of a man from Aswan and my biological father.
I want to see the 30% Egyptian
He
DNA.
still don't get what I was talking about with look at shit. He's still pushing the look at shit. He's
No,
like, yo, nah,
I
forget that.
understand that.
And I'm
I
not
want to
even
push
going to
this
look at the
anyway. Like,
video.
forget that. Like,
I,
forget how much sense it makes to not go, try to use look at shit. I'm still trying to go with the look at shit.
I won't
I'm
show
not
it to
even
you.
going to pay attention to the video.
I won't show it to you. You good?
I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not paying attention to the video.
That's
I'm
fine.
playing 2K.
That's fine.
So you're wasting your time. All I want to see
Yeah,
is
that
the
is true.
30%
Because you can
Egyptian
look just
DNA.
in genetic relationship, direct genetic relationship to it.
That's all I want to see. If you show that, I will look. Hello? What happened? Or is it me? Yo,
I'm
can
sorry.
y'all hear me? Oh, all I'm looking for is the 30% DNA.
The nigga said I look like YFN Lucci. Let me see what he look like. Y'all niggas is funny. Nah, I don't look like him. Only person I hear people say I look like is Kyrie Irving, and I agree with that. I've seen that.
I mean, I hear all that. That's cool. But all I want to see is the 30% Egyptian DNA. I'll be convinced at that point
Convinced of what?
that you have Egyptian DNA ancestry.
Oh, okay.
You said that you had 30. You said that you got the. You said that you have it. You have it. Show that. It shouldn't be that difficult. Well,
4K off, and then you good. The rest is yours.
Damn, somebody said you look like Lamar Odom and Common.
4K total. If you take the 4K off, that leaves you with 25. You good. What happened?
Somebody said you look like Lamar Odom and rapper and Common.
Niggas is funny. I can see Common. He got the little bald head with the beard. Look, I used to.
He said you got. He said you look like a combination of them.
I look like a combination of who? What was the Common and who?
Lamar Odom and Common.
Nah, that sounds like some white person would say because Lamar Odom don't look nothing like me, even close.
People hella stupid.
That's weird as fuck for a black person to say anyway.
That's crazy.
Show them
But
your
yeah,
head.
that's the one thing that
Jamal don't back there. Show them your head, Pharaoh of Egypt. What do you mean? Show them my head. Oh, you talking about the shape of my head? What was that?
No, he mean like you're the head pharaoh, like you're the top pharaoh. He's being sarcastic, he joke.
I'm actually reading a book called Scanning the Pharaohs right now. It's pretty interesting. It's pretty dope. It's got CAT scans of all the Kemetic mummies, quote unquote, the Sahu. I'm about finished with it actually. I use it as more of a reference, but I actually decided to read it straight through.
But yeah, that be the problem with these conversations. You see how the science was just thrown in the trash and it became a religious conversation. That's what I was trying to tell you. I wasn't trying to disrespect your teachings, your beliefs, or none of that. I'm just trying to that they're separate.
Yeah, so what the reason why I brought up Kemet is because I just know for me, that was my diagnosis from religion. So
I understand
that's just me. That's just me, right? So I figured
But
that. And if you notice,
I
he was quiet.
understand that.
He got real quiet.
But if you go further, you will see that it's a diffusion because they were around all these different ideals. So you just can't say it was from one. That's what I was.
I
That's
wasn't
why.
saying that. I wasn't saying that. My exact words was most of the stories that you read from the Bible is written on the walls of Kemet. You can find it if you know what you're looking for and where to look for it. You can find those stories, and I mean that wholeheartedly because I've seen them. I recorded some of them, then I brought them back. But there are more stories that you can find.
And I read a lot of the books that you probably read: Christianity Before Kemet, John G. Jackson.
Nah, I honestly haven't touched any of those books. My most of my study is from straight being there. Most of my study is that. Like, I do have a lot of books, but the ones that deal with that, I didn't delve into. Like the ones that.
And that's where a lot of the people that you would probably went with learned their stuff.
I hosted my own. Like I told you, I'm a total different breed. I didn't follow
Didn't you say that you went to Jabari school?
I went to so in Jabari school. By the time I went to Jabari, I had already had my following. I had already took people to.
So what I'm saying is John G. Jackson was somebody that the people Jabari learned from.
Okay, yeah, I understand. I mean, those I didn't link with none of them. So like my situation.
So I read a lot. I read because I was one of them people that thought that too. Until I kept reading that Christianity came from Kemet. For a minute I thought that
took some stuff from Kemet. It definitely did.
Yes,
I won't say
did.
that it came from there. It definitely didn't come from there because it existed before that. But it came from there. It didn't come from there. But they have some stories in there.
Yes, it did because of what? Cultural diffusion. But
yes.
I didn't know anything about that until I studied. And I started learning about Mesopotamia, Sumeria, the Shashu, all these different things, people, the Persian that take over of that land, the Assyrian takeover. Once I started learning, I was like, oh man, these people was picking up stuff from everybody and then I learned about the trade route.
Yes.
Like once you learn these things, it's like, oh, now you see how these people got these ideals.
Yes.
It's not that they were stealing or taking, it's that they were around these ideals and it just happened to come into their ideals or their pantheon.
And it still happens today. like when you look at modern day society, how people move, it still happens today. I look at that and I agree with you 100%. It was multiple influences from all over the place, but certain things you could kind of pinpoint what they took and from where, because like even the part when you said about the what was it, the Venus, was it Venus? Yeah, I mentioned Venus, right? That was you. That
Yeah,
that
the
that
Venus and
particular
Willendorf.
Yeah, that particular Venus was from Austria.
Mm-hmm. Yo, did he fall off? Yo, Miz, y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me in the chat? Press one if y'all hear me. I don't know.
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you.
All right. Yeah, I guess he fell off.
Yeah, he fell off.
I was trying to hear what he was saying.
My fault. I don't know where I cut off at. I got a phone call while I was talking.
Oh, I don't know where you cut off either because my connection was bugging.
Yeah, but exactly what you were saying about like the diffusion, how like certain things, certain other cultures influence that particular culture, and it didn't come from just like one direction. It wasn't linear. You know what I'm saying? Um, the issue is when you're trying to break that down to somebody who is a Christian, the thought process is very linear. So you have to approach it with, no, that doesn't come from there. Let me show you where it comes from. Otherwise, it will not click. If you just say it came from all these other places, boom, 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 and you don't actually give a pinpoint, like, look, this particular thing comes from here, boom, boom, boom. It's like you got to really feed them, spoon feed them, the knowledge.
But see,
It's tough.
and I agree with you to an extent. Like, it's getting to the point to where I feel like if you're going to believe things, you should at least have an understanding of where these things originated.
Yes. Yes. Because the Kemetic people will be the first to tell you that they're not the ones who originated these deities, that they came from somewhere else. That is usually rarely expressed from people who aren't Kemetic. They'll say, oh, yeah, as a Kemite, you believe in, falcon heads and you worship many gods and all kinds of, they interpret it however they want. But, real Kemetic practitioners will tell you in a heartbeat that A, none of this originated here. B, none of these things are real. Okay. And C, other cultures are using it and they're using it in their own way. So like here in Egypt, we might use the falcon, but here in America, we might use the eagle, right? We might use the Ampu was a jackal, right? Over here, we might use a wolf, right? Native Americans, whatever it is. Like there's commonalities between the spiritual systems, between all of them, even when you want to deal with Ifa, whatever it is, not to get on this topic of religion. But in any case, just culturally, this thing was spread across the masses and everybody kind of had like a blueprint and they just inserted, depending upon where they lived, different aspects of nature to describe what it is that they're trying to say. Once you start reading all of them and you put them all together in the pie, you say, okay, there are similarities here. Like it wasn't like everybody was spread out, even though we weren't united. There were similarities in how that we expressed ourselves and how we lived our lives. You can see that consistently.
And that's understandable because that's how they was able to express their world. And that's the challenge because we're not living in those times
Right,
anymore.
right,
So we can't, and that's why I don't really understand the way the way people try attempt to challenge science with ancient mythology.
Yeah, I mean
It's a
that's what
weird
they taught, man.
it's weird.
It's hella weird, bro. And you know, it you got to take in mind like some of the education levels of some of these people too. Like, 'cause some of them got this shit before they even got regular education. Some of them didn't even make it past ninth grade education, and they heavy in religion. They can tell you all about God, but they can't break down a mathematical formula to say they life. You know what I'm
But
saying? So
is that our fault?
it's
And is
not.
it on us? And is it on us to teach them?
It's not. It's not our fault at all. You know. Um,
So
But it is our
what?
obligation to fix, though. I believe. It's the smarter people's obligation to fix, though.
I all we can do. I'm a person that believes in education. I don't like giving people answers. Education means to draw out, to bring
Yeah.
out from within. It
Right.
doesn't mean to give you the answer. If I'm
Exactly.
giving you the answer, I'm not teaching you.
Yes.
You're not learning anything. You're not
That's why I
educating
told him
yourself.
to book a trip. That's exactly why I told him to book a trip, because it didn't become real just for me until I was able to see it face to face. And then I'm like, holy this. I literally started printing T-shirts that said Jesus is fake, bro. That's my number one selling shirt right now. Jesus fake, bro. That's my number one selling merch. I was so shell shocked by it that it changed my life overnight. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
that's what's up.
To be in there for so long and then just like wake up out of it. I'm telling you, like it's a shell shock, bro. And everybody cannot do it. They just can't. Like some people, the epoch that they're in, they are meant to stay there. It's what keeps them from fucking smacking babies and cursing out their mama. Like they need that. You just
But
go
you
ahead and
keep
whatever
cursing
religion
though.
that is,
You talking about people cursing out their
whatever it
baby
is.
mothers, and I keep telling you stop cursing.
I'm sorry,
You
I don't
keep
believe in
cursing.
sins.
We're
I'm
gonna
sorry,
talk
I just
about
don't
somebody
believe in sins
cursing.
anymore. I'm doing the best I can, but I don't even believe in sin no more. That's other people's issue. What they
Well, if
think
you
of
go,
how I express
I
myself
ain't
is their
gonna
issue.
keep. Yeah, but I'm not gonna keep warning you. That's what you gotta understand. So you're gonna do better, or you ain't gonna be talking in the daytime.
I understand you, bro. I
Yeah,
understand.
and I'll be let this X
I
word
understand.
slip,
You
and
gotta
I'll be
work on
trying my
yourself
best.
on your own time. This ain't to work on yourself panel.
I'm doing the best I can to abide by y'all rules here on speech. I get it. I've been kicked off of a lot of things. Instagram, Facebook, everybody wants to censor it, but that's fine. I get it.
I can tell. I can tell.
It's not censorship. It's just respect for the audience.
I got
There's
you.
younger people watching.
I got you.
This is
My
broadcast
apologies,
at a school.
youngins. My apologies, youngins. I have not arrived.
Q was just at his school, right?
Yeah, I understand. I have not arrived. I got no problem with saying that. My problem's youngins. You know what I mean? I come from a culture that doesn't even believe in curses or any of that. So I got to try and figure it out. You know what I mean? The best way to. That's why I do the music. I love doing art and music because I get to express myself how I want, and that's what's really gotten me to where I'm able to influence the people better. It's like a cloak kind of. You know what I'm saying? Because
A cloak.
it's a cloak, so it
I
allows me
don't,
to be
I
able to.
don't know. I don't really know how to wear clothes. I think that's my problem because I don't know how to be nobody but Sabio. Like
Yeah,
that's who my parents instilled me to be.
me
So
too.
when I
That's
was
why I be on your
Christian,
person.
so when I was a Christian, I was the same way. I would argue with non-believers, and I would convince them to go to church.
Yeah,
So
same here.
I feel like I have to do a service to my community by all the people that I infected, and this is part of my service.
Yeah,
Other than a physical service that I do in the community that I'm going to start recording stuff, giving y'all visuals of when I'm out helping out people and going to little meetings and stuff like that. But hold on. But yeah.
Yeah, from just like Beijing was just saying, like for me, my main piece is like trying to communicate with people who don't believe in what you believe in, but at the same time or know what you know, um, and getting them to see your point without like always having to offend them, even if they realize that they're wrong or don't want to be wrong. They don't always have to come out of it offended by it. Um, we as a people in general, I think just got to do better with that, especially when we're talking to ourselves or whatever, and including myself. I'm no angel at all. Like me, I you know what I'm saying? I could snap in a heartbeat in any given second, and that's because I know what's at stake. I know the different things that I could be facing in conversation, and sometimes you could get agitated and annoyed, boom, 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 and sometimes you just don't want to deal with it at all. You just want to say what you got to say. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's a catch-22 because we can't avoid this. We got to talk uh, to each other as a people and address each other. We got to check people when they're doing something crazy, all of that, but it's not always going to be accepted the way that you think. And sometimes you got to meet people where they at, right? Like even in this conversation, like I got to meet people where they're at. I can't talk the way I normally talk. I got to meet people where they're at in order for them to accept it, because even the knowledge, as important it may be, they're too distracted by the way it's being said or presented that they can't
But you
even
know
accept
what?
the knowledge. You
I
know what I'm
just read two comments that Bajan African and you made. Um, he says we need to stop worrying about science. No, we don't need to stop worrying about science because you're using science to type what you typed in the chat, Bajan. And the second comment and the comment that you made about ego. One of the first things that I've told people when I joined these panels was if my ego gets bigger than the information, check me. My information has always been first.
saying?
People disrespect the information that I present. They don't have a way to retort the information or to respond to the information. So that's when the ego get in the way.
And it shows, bro. Like I said, just even in this conversation, like it ain't getting crazy, right? So now you got to explain why it's not getting crazy, but it got crazy before. It's because I can read the fact that you're not egotistical. You know what I'm saying? Like you're dealing with the information more than you're dealing with how you feel about the information or even how it's being presented, right? And that to me is progressive, right? That's how in the sake of a conversation you can move a conversation forward, even if you agree to disagree, right? It doesn't escalate to a point where it's like, you know what, this is not even a good person to talk to. You know what I'm saying? So, I feel you on it. It shows like you can't hide that. The ego is something that you just cannot hide. You know what I'm saying? And I'm egotistical, but I know how to put my shit in check. You know what I'm saying? And I know
So
if I don't want to put it in check that I'm not going to. You know what I
so
mean?
cellular account, I didn't take his comment out of context. You need to stop worrying about science
You
and
didn't.
worry about respecting each other first.
Yes, absolutely.
Um, no, we don't need
Take it out
to
of
stop
context.
worrying about science, and we can respect each other while worrying about science. We can do both
Yeah, there's
at
a
the
scientific
same
method.
time. You
Yep.
don't, you don't, you don't have to, disrespect each other while talking about science. You
Facts.
see, there's a difference.
Facts. Facts. I agree 100%.
So no, I didn't take it. I just didn't say what you. I didn't just read it out. Ah, no, but he said that you need to stop worrying about science. I don't agree with that. And we respect each other.
Yes. Even relationships is scientific. You know what I mean? There's all sorts of studies on relationships and how to
You
communicate.
see?
Everything is scientific, bro. You can't run from that. You know, but how it's applied is kind of to each his own. Everybody, even if people who claim to be scientists, they have peers that disagree with them and they go back and forth on their peer reviews and stuff like that. And they might even hate each other and hate each other's work. Everybody don't like people can't stand Hawass. Just to give you an example, one of the scientists out of ancient Kemet, out of Egypt rather, Egyptologist, people can't stand him like as a person, right? He can't stand what what's my man Tony Browder is doing. You know what I'm saying? They go back and forth. Like there's like scientists, that's just what they do. But you don't have to get to a point where you're so disrespectful. Y'all can't even be in the same room. You know what I'm saying? It don't gotta be there. If it goes there, it
But
goes
see,
there. But it doesn't have to be that in our community. It just doesn't.
no, I don't think I'm right. We're just having a conversation. I'm just responding to what was said. GQ.
But most people don't look at even communication like as a science. Like they're not looking at it like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know.
I don't think that's what he said. He said, stop worrying about science. You need to stop worrying about science. I don't think I could stop worrying about science. I'm using science right now.
I was
There's
using
something with,
science last night, listening to mad people just talk crazy about me. And I'm like, you know what? Let me use my emotional intelligence. I'm gonna allow the mad people just talk crazy, but I'm gonna sit right here and I'm gonna listen to it. You know what I'm saying? Because it was able, it revealed to me who's who I can rock with, who I can't rock with. I use a scientific method for that. You know what I'm saying? And it was stuff that I could have said that you found that I could have said it, but I didn't say it. You didn't find out to the end of the program broadcast. Like, oh shit, this whole time these niggas was talking crazy. I'm sorry, these dudes was talking crazy, and he wasn't even saying that. You know what I'm saying? And it was established. But it's like that's a science. That's a science in itself. Knowing when to shut up, knowing when to talk, knowing when to chill, knowing when to apply. Like everything. Getting money is a science. That's what I was talking about last night. It's like, yeah, like, you know what I mean? We could talk science all day. Like, let's apply that to some other things, though. You know what I'm saying? That's the start. That's the part that was getting me tight, because it's like you can't talk crazy to me if we talking the science of whatever science it is. You know what I'm saying? Then at the end, you're going to ask me for a donation. Like, that shit crazy to me. Like, we can't be on here talking super smart, but then don't know how to get to $1. Like, that's just bugged out to me. I could sit here all day, but I'm still getting to $1 at the same time. So it's like that's a science too. You know what I mean? Economics, capitalism, all that. Like, just saying, I can't have nobody talk to me crazy like that, because you gotta prioritize. Like, prioritizing is a science. Like, what's the most important thing? What's more important right now? You know what I'm saying? We could teach all we want, but if we can't fund what we teaching, then what are we doing? You got to be able to fund it. I'm in the music business. I'm an independent at that. So everything I do, I fund myself. So how can I not be talking economics? How can I not be talking capitalism or how to make money? Whatever it is, however you want to, what category you want to put it in, right? Got to be able to talk that too. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know. That ego thing, kind of crazy.
yeah. The ego is one of the big reasons why we have a lot of contention and arguments and disrespect on the channels. I don't understand. I guess that's gonna be part of it, because we have those. We have to deal with our ego.
Mm-hmm. That's
yeah. That's what you talked about, GQ. Oh, you talked about what I said about me talking about convincing people to go to church. Yeah, like when I tell people I used to walk around with scriptures with little like acronyms and stuff in my chest, in my pocket, Bibles and stuff in my book bag and stuff, certain scriptures I would read throughout the day. Yes, I was a believer. Went to church, Bible study, led Bible studies, was Bible study teacher. Like they had wrote sermons, wrote poems for pastors and for their anniversaries and stuff. Like, yeah, I was in it.
Let me ask you, it's a personal question. From what you learned in Christianity, and then after, so what are you now? You're Hebrew Israelite? What are you?
I'm an anti-theist.
Okay, cool. Is there anything that you took from Christianity that you still hold on to that you think was valuable?
Nope.
No?
Nope. All the morals and shit I got, I don't know if my mother was a Christian when she taught me the morals. My mother didn't become a Christian till her mother died. I didn't start going to church with my mom till her mother died, till after her mother died. Had never been to church until after her mother died.
with my mom. I do remember going one time with my grandmother, and I think that was for a holiday. Any other time, I didn't go with my dad and his mom in East St. Louis when I stayed with them, and did never go to church in California with my mom until her mother died in 1987.
That's crazy. That's so crazy. Yeah, for me, the only thing that I would say that I took is the knowledge of it. Like, I'm really strong in talking to Christians and knowing what's in that book and what's not in that book when they try to manipulate. You know what I'm saying? When they switch words around or they try to, jump around verses and stuff like that. I know the context of all the stories. I read the book back and forth 13 different times. You know what I'm saying? I've had to read it straight through courses and stuff. Like, I was in church 6 days a week. So if I wasn't in choir practice, I was in worship team practice, missionary group. On Wednesdays, it was what we call kinship, where it's like a little private Bible study. Fridays was teen night, and Saturday is when we could do missionary work if we were doing that week or whatever, or convene. And then Sunday we in church. So sometimes it would be 7 days a week, but
we wasn't that committed, but we went 2 to 3 days out the week. We went to Bible study. We went to we was in a choir. I was in a choir. I did a play where I was actually God.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually sending people to heaven and heaven or hell. Like, so
that's crazy. I played the Archangel Michael in the church play. Very active, man. That seemed like a lifetime ago, about a decade ago.
Man, this was when I was a teenager. I was 12, 13, 14 years old doing this crap.
It's crazy. Like, I know people that were literally killed for this doctrine. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like I was in the midst of a lot of radical people. So, like, I think the only diagnosis for them is a real thorough history check, like history lesson, with evidence to show them what it was, what it really is. Other than that, if they're not willing to accept that, there really is no out for them, because they're gonna need proof. They go to church every Sunday looking for that. They want some sort of sign or something from God, and you can't take it from people without giving them something in return. Essentially, you have to give them something else. And we talk about the Messiah complex, right? And like how easily people go from one thing to the other to the next, and that's because that void is there. Like, when you take Jesus away from people who are tapped into Jesus, you take it from them, you got yourself something.
What I replace it with, what I'm trying to replace it with is education.
Yes. Science. Yes.
I don't know what else you can. I don't know how to replace it with another God concept.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Because I didn't fall into anything when I left Christianity.
Yeah.
Like, once I left Christianity, it was over. Christianity was the last religion that I left.
Yeah. Same here.
And it was over. I didn't try to become a Kemetic. I didn't try to become a Hebrew Israelite, a Muslim. Nothing.
Well, ancient Kemetic spirituality it's not a religion. It gave birth to the religion. The religion's kind of like they formulated their rituals, practices, and customs off of spirituality. And when I look at the spiritual aspect of it, a lot of times people kind of like package spirituality as this like kumbaya, we're in tune with nature and we're all at peace type thing. But I see it total opposite. Like, from being in it, I look at it like, if anything, it's total chaos. And you get to pick and choose what is right for you in that space within that chaos. It really gives you the opportunity to tap into a lot more things that you wouldn't have normally tapped into. But as long as you have the right discernment, you can kind of tell which way you should go morally, ethically. It just gives you more access to different things. But I don't see it as a religion, whatsoever. But it can be applied like a religion. I've seen people do that. Like, they become totally spooked out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm really big on, I'm gonna try it. I want to see if there's something that I believe, I'm gonna try it so that I know. And if it doesn't work for me, then it's not for me. You know, what's for me is for me, and what's not for me is not for me. What's for somebody else is for somebody else. It might work for them, it might not work for me. You know what I'm saying? I watched this weird thing. This is not to put a crazy analogy, but you know, coming from the streets, when I watched Lil Wayne one time, they was like, "Yo, Lil Wayne, what's in your cup?" Right? He said, "I don't know, but I became a millionaire off that cup." Right? If you look at it metaphorically or allegorically, you know, it's just like that. It's like it's to each his own, because we all one-to-ones here. Ain't nobody the same, so we can't really box everybody into nowhere. You know, I've watched certain things like that I've done, and people try it and it don't work for them. But when I did it, it worked. And then I watched instances where I tried something that somebody else was doing and it didn't work for me, but it worked for them. You see what I'm saying? Lil Wayne was like, I probably should go and pick that cup back up because it made me a millionaire. And I understand what he meant by that. You know what I'm saying? As ratchet as it may sound, but it does resonate and make a lot of sense with me. You know, it's really to each his own. That's what I've gotten to up until this point. I don't let anybody persuade me as to where I need to go or what I should do that I didn't feel myself. And I try my best not to do that to other people. I'll give them a suggestion as to what they can do, and hopefully it'll work for them. But you can't force nobody. You gotta let people figure it out for themselves. Yeah, knowing and believing is two different things. That's why I booked my flight to Egypt, because I was like, I don't even know if this place is real. The way everybody talking, this is fake, that is fake. Let me go and see this place, man. Let me make sure Egypt ain't in America, because we got that conversation going on too. So I want to see. I already seen America. Let me see what Egypt look like. You know what I mean? I wanted to talk to Jabez about the word God, because he didn't. That's the part that I think would have helped him out. You know, I did the science on the word God and where it was when it was invented. Because when you read the Medunetta and you read ancient texts from African civilizations, they don't talk about God at all. They don't talk about God. So it's like, okay, so who was the one that built the pyramids? If God wasn't the one that did that, right? Which God was that? Was it a God? Like, what was it? Who gave them the math and science and all that type of shit? All that type of stuff, because there were no gods then. So who was it?
Nah, they had deities, and these deities had names. You're right.
Right. So what happened was, I realized that God was actually the name of a deity, a specific deity, a deity of fortune. And there were many different deities. Explaining that to a Christian is very hard, because the word God to them means that's the creator. He created everything. He was first and he shall be the last. So going straight there, right now, you can skip over Jesus. You can just go straight to God and start dealing with that. You know what I mean? There's a good book that's called Dictionary of the Gods. Dictionary of the Gods. It has every single deity in here. It even has God in here.
Yeah, I think I got the Encyclopedia of God.
Yeah. God is
Like that.
a specific deity, as you can see right here. Look, God. Let's see if y'all can see that. God is the God of fortune. It's a specific deity, and it's a Canaan deity. It's not the creator. It's a God of fortune. See what I'm saying? So these are simple
Is it
ways
spelled
of
G-A-D?
There's G-A-D and there's G-O-D.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Gad. God of fortune. Gad. So these are different books that you could help like people like when they come to you with that, because part of learning, they have to break some of their social norms. And the religion is the biggest one. It's going to be the biggest one. It's literally how they govern their lives and how they receive information and process information and render information. They render it through a lens. So until that is lifted, they won't even be able to accept true, right, and exact historical record.
What's crazy is yesterday on my brother Garfield panel, we were talking about GAD. We brought GAD up as being a god and stuff
Right.
to an Israelite. It's crazy.
Yeah. They scared of that conversation because that conversation is in the historical record. You can't avoid it because you have to explain, okay, who are the ones who built all of this stuff? Because God wasn't around yet. Gad wasn't around. The civilization didn't even exist yet. So
right.
How do you explain how they got?
That's all I be saying right there. Just keep the religious shit personal.
Yeah, keep it personal.
That's what I be trying to tell people. Just keep it personal. And all that, keep it out of the scientific realm, out of the historical realm, then we good.
Yeah.
We can build from there. We can go from there. We don't need to know what you believe because we know what you believe.
They literally create wars out of this shit, bro. Like, it's not even worth it. You know what I'm saying? But if we talking science, like that stuff got to be kind of like kept off the board. It can't even be mentioned, really. But you know. Yo, Scripture, let me ask you a question. What is your definition of black? Because that's probably the most used topic on here. How would you define it?
A person with Western Central African ancestry. I can't separate my blackness from my Africanness because I'm a descendant of a person from Western Central Africa. Can't separate. They're synonymous. My blackness and my Africanness. The term black was used to describe my ancestors. No one else.
Do you believe that all the Native Americans came from Africa and they're black too?
Nope. Not at all. Native Americans are not black. They did not come from Africa.
Where do you think that they evolved from?
They evolved from Denisovans and Neanderthals, according to the DNA, according to the research, not DNA, according to the research that I've been able to come across. They have they intermingle with us as did other species, but they have a high percentage of Denisovan and Neanderthal DNA.
You say wait, so you said they have Neanderthal DNA like the natives?
Yeah, they have Neanderthal. Yeah.
I had a zero.
And Denisovan DNA.
Shit.
You haven't looked into that? Into it?
I'm trying. I don't know how not to curse. Really, I had a 0% Neanderthal variant.
Yeah, we have variants. I have Neanderthal variants also.
Yeah, I haven't delved into like. That's why I was asking you to see if you had, the Neanderthal trait when it deals with Native Americans. I never even looked into it, to be honest.
Nah, I don't have any Native American DNA. Like not enough to register. I may have like 1%.
Yeah.
When you add up the 6 and the 8 and the 0.7, I think, or 0.3.
My great grandfather, my great grandmother was Native American. She died at 103 years old. I knew her very well too. That's one of the things that I definitely treasure is having a relationship with my great grandparents. You know, and actually sitting down and hearing their stories. You know, about the civil rights era and stuff like that. Like none of it is strange to me.
Here we go.
I think that's important too for people to, if you have parents, grandparents, things of that nature, especially great grandparents, to sit down and talk to them. You know, that those word of mouth stories are real too. Even though some of them may have been, you know, ignorant to history the way that we know it, their experience is still relevant. And I think it's mad important for Black people to do that. Just have that conversation. Like, what was it like for you? You know, growing up, where were you from? Where's everybody? Because some people don't do that. They don't even know. You know.
Yeah, that's what the Mavos be saying. I told you, you be saying a lot of stuff that the pseudos be saying. Not to say that you pseudo again, but I'm just saying a lot of stuff you be saying be the same exact thing they be saying. Like we got a bunch of people who come on here and be like, we got one in particular who be like, I don't trust history. I talk to the people themselves.
That's not what I said.
I didn't say you said that. I didn't say you said that. I definitely ain't say you said that.
So why
What
are you
I
relating
said
that
was,
quote to me then?
what I said was that you have a lot of people. I talked about a specific person who said I talk to the people. He know who I'm talking to. He probably in the chat somewhere. But as far as what you said specifically, yes, that's an abo talking point. Yo, I've talked. Y'all trust the white people. Y'all don't trust your own grandmothers. I talk to my grandmother. You don't even know your great grandmoms. My great grandmom told me we always been here. She don't even know what slavery is. Like, yeah, that.
I mean, that's an important
Yeah.
talk. I think that's important for anybody. Everybody should know who their great grandparent is or their great grandmother. It doesn't matter whether you're Aboriginal.
What? That's a whole different. That's a whole different topic. You know who they are from listening to somebody tell you that they've been here without no evidence besides somebody saying that they always been here. Like, what are you talking about? That's not the topic or the conversation or the talking point. The talking point was whether you should just run with somebody because they said something or not.
No,
You
we're not
trying to
talking
talk
about
about everybody
just
should know their
running with
great
stuff.
grandmother. Everybody, of course, should know their great grandmother. They probably wish they could, but that don't got nothing to do with, oh, we always been here. My great grandmother was an Indian, so black people was always here. There ain't no Indians, it's just the black people. Or we was here and they was here. Like,
Yeah, I
no.
don't think anybody's making those arguments, bro.
I didn't say you did. I said you said you make the same again. If you was listening, I said you making the same pseudo talking point. I ain't say you was a pseudo again. You might just be triggered because it's like, yeah, I do hear pseudo say the same thing. So you
No,
like,
I'm just
yo,
saying
bro, I ain't
that's not
mention that.
the context. The context of the conversation is not about what we're saying and how it relates to pseudo people talking.
It didn't have to be about the context of the
That's what I'm
conversation.
saying.
You
Like
said
it's kind of left. I'm
exactly
trying to figure out where
what
you're going with it.
a pseudo be saying, and I'm gonna just clearly tell you that. If you don't see it, then that's on you. But people in the chat probably gonna clearly say you were pseudo before you even said that. I just said that you got pseudo
Like I
talking
said, I'm
points.
not I'm not concerned with the names because, like I said, whatever we call pseudo is cool. At the end of the day,
You would be cool. That's what the pseudos be saying, because they be like trying to, still get into the conversation and be like, nah, I'm just like y'all. But it's like, no, you're
I'm
not.
not
You
trying to
still
be like
pseudo.
anybody. I'm me. Like I said, my experience is different from other people, and I relate my experience as my experience. Right. I'm not trying to measure it up to anybody. At the end of the day, they weren't there. Right. More than likely, they won't even go to the extents that I go to. I think that it's
Yeah, I know
important
you
that
mentioned that. I know you very proud
so
of
I
all
really,
that.
I really
That don't
does this.
got nothing to do with no
Even if we
defeating.
talking blackness,
That don't got nothing to do with
there's no way
facts.
that anybody can talk to me about blackness.
That
I've
don't
lived
got
it my whole
nothing to
life. I
do
can
with
talk about it.
facts. You
So
think you that's what you assume. That's a part of bias, inherent confirmation bias at that.
what do you mean? My personal experience? I'm just trying to get at where you're getting at, like how you're trying
Nah,
to conflate
you
the two.
already you don't get it. You don't get it, but that's all good too. You don't gotta get it, so don't focus on it.
Yeah, because my stance is not about us being the original people here in America or any of that. Like that's not even what I stand on. Like so,
Bro, I wouldn't sit here and expect you to say, yeah, nah, I'm an outright pseudo. Yeah, I'm out there. I'm way out there. I'm
like
spaced
what is
out
that?
like the
That's
rest
something
of
y'all
these
made up here on
spaced
this channel.
out
They
dudes.
don't
Like,
call
what are
people.
you talking about? Like, you supposed to sit here. Like, nobody expects you to sit here and be like, yeah, I'm a pseudo. No, people be like, they expect you to be like, nah, I ain't pseudo. I ain't like them, yo. You know how them Christians is all caught up. I ain't like that. Nah, I ain't one of them. I ain't one of them flat earthers. But you be pseudo in your own way. It's all good. Like you said, you're a Kemetic priest or something like that. That's
Yes.
cool. As soon as people hear that, they automatically think pseudo. I'm sorry to tell you that. Like,
That's what you
soon as
think.
people
That's
hear
what
that,
you think. When you say people, who's people?
soon
Because I
as
have
you,
a whole
soon as people
community
hear
of
that,
people
they
that serve this.
automatically think you
I have a whole
pseudo.
community of people that actually stand by that and they understand
Me,
I
the
know,
word
and they
I think
mostly
you
pseudo.
pseudo. I
yeah.
think you pseudo.
It's a fact. It's an absolute fact. You're right. And everybody who listens to what you're saying and follow it, they consider them pseudo. And I'm not even saying the
I
people
mean that's
literally.
fine.
I'm
That's
just saying
fine. But
somebody like yourself.
that's fine. That's your belief. I can say that you're pseudo. Now what? What do you mean?
That's cool. That's cool. But it's evident
Right?
when
Like
you
I mean,
look in that
it's
chat
like
and everywhere
what does
that you
that
go,
do?
that's
What
why
does
you
that
mention
do?
that you gonna have a hard time because
What does that?
you're
What does
gonna
that
be
do?
having
I
a
don't have
hard
a hard.
time
I only have a
trying to
hard time
convince
with people like
me
you. I don't have a
that
hard
you
time.
ain't pseudo, homie.
You just watch me and this brother sit here for a whole hour and have a decent conversation with one another. There was no problems. Whether I'm
Yeah,
pseudo or not.
that's cool. That's cool. What's
Right?
that
So
got to do with
now
me?
me and this brother could go on. We could build something. We could do something for black people on behalf of black people.
Y'all
And we'll
could
probably
if y'all
get
want
and
to.
we'll
That's
probably get
on
some
y'all.
and we'll probably get some work done, and it won't have nothing to do with anything that you're talking about right now. It has nothing to do with any of that. We're talking about how
Yeah,
we
I
able
mean,
to
all
treat
y'all
each other.
got to do is make that happen. All you talking about is an if, and if an if was a swift,
You're talking
I'll
about an
probably
if.
be
You're
rolling it
talking about an
up.
if. Saying what you're saying. Some people might feel this way. That's an if.
No,
That's
no,
an if.
no, no,
Because
no, 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 no.
I
I
have my
said you
following
got
already.
pseudo talking points. That's what I told you. You got pseudo talking points. That's what I told you. That's what I simply told you. I ain't say people gonna feel
You
like
do
this.
not.
I said
I'm,
you got
calling
pseudo
somebody
talking
pseudo
points
doesn't
simply.
prove your argument at all. It just doesn't.
I didn't
Right?
say
So
it does prove my
it doesn't
argument. I
prove your
ain't even
case. I don't
call you
understand what
pseudo.
you're
I
saying
said
at all.
you got pseudo talking points. I try to refrain from calling you pseudo, but you keep on reacting like a pseudo, so that's on you. That ain't on me.
No,
I
you're
just said
acting
you
like
got pseudo talking
a
points.
pseudo. Now, yeah, let me help you. You're a pseudo. You're acting like a pseudo.
That's cool with me. That's cool with me. But everywhere you go, there's any
Okay.
platform dealing with science going to
So
say
now
that
if I
you're a
could say,
pseudo.
so what did that do for you? It does not.
Anywhere
It does
you go that
absolutely
deal with
nothing for you. It
science,
does
that hear you
absolutely
talking
nothing for
about some
me. It does
spirituality,
absolutely
they're
nothing for
going
you.
to
It does
tell you
absolutely
that
nothing for
you
me.
pseudo.
At
For
the end of the
some
day,
reason,
I
you
come
suspect
on this
that.
feed. It's the same
For
five
some
people on here,
reason,
and
you
y'all calling
suspect
everybody
that
pseudo, but
you
you're not getting
are
knocked out.
better than a Christian, and you're not. You're
What's
the
that?
same pseudo. You just like them. You're a Kemetic
Okay,
priest.
I'm okay
They're
with that.
Roman Catholic priests
I'm okay with that.
and Baptist priests. So you're the
I'm okay
same
with that.
thing.
I'm also a successful business owner. I'm also a father. I'm a lot of things.
That
And at
don't
the end of the
stop
day,
them from being successful. It don't got
yeah,
nothing to do with you being pseudo.
yeah. I mean, you can call it what you
It
want.
don't got nothing to do with you being pseudo. That's why people say, like, yo, it's mad scientists who believe in God. Yo, it's mad science. Yeah, that don't stop you from being pseudo. Like, you're
Listen,
not
all you
making
gotta
an
do,
argument that ain't
all you
nobody
gotta do to
heard.
prove your case is do something, baby. At the
I
end of
don't
the day,
gotta prove nothing. I just said you got pseudo talking points. I ain't proving that you a pseudo. It's commonly known that you a pseudo by
okay,
many people.
okay. Many people. No, I only deal with one person in the world. At the end of the day, I don't know what you're talking about as far as many people.
Soon as you mentioned you a Kemetic priest and you went to Jabari school, everybody over here knew that you was a pseudo.
That
Seriously,
don't
like
make
I ain't even nothing to talk about. Like this
that
ain't
makes
even like
absolutely no sense.
if ands or buts about it. It's almost like a guaranteed known fact that anybody over here, word you say that you're a Kemetic priest and you studied under Jabari, that you're a pseudo, because Jabari is a common known pseudo.
Is he? Damn, they kicked him off. What's going on? Come back. Anyway, to be
I
clear, I
can't be
already had
kicked off. I kick off.
You got kicked off?
I can't be kicked off. I kick off.
What happened?
What you mean? What happened? I switched to my laptop. Slowpoke.
Okay, that's what's up.
What happened? Yeah, I'm the one who moderated. I kick people off. You ain't get it when I said it. I don't get kicked off. I kick off.
Bro, you okay? You having a good day? You kind of upset right now. You all right?
To catch on quick. I ain't upset. I'm just saying it's commonly known that back to what I was saying, that yes, if you were claiming to be a Kemetic priest, quote unquote, whatever that means, and you studied under Jabari, you're
It means I'm
common
pseudo.
because
It means
he's
I'm
a
pseudo.
common
Let's just keep it there. Let's just keep it there. I'm pseudo.
I don't care. Yeah,
right.
I mean, yeah.
So what are we talking about here? If you don't care, why are you spending so much time on it? Because
No, I don't care that you said that you pseudo. That don't matter to me.
Yeah, your opinion doesn't do anything for me. Like what you think of me really is none of my business.
This is a platform where people get to spew their opinions. I'm sorry to tell you, so you might hear some.
Nah, I thought we wasn't doing opinions. I thought we was doing science.
Well,
that's what we
you're
was talking
about to
about.
hear. You're about to hear the opinion that you're a straight up pseudo, and I don't know how Sabio was letting you slide for so long.
You can call it what you want, brother. I really don't care. At the end of the day,
that's cool. You ain't gotta care, but as long as you hear,
because you sitting here, you talking,
you
talking black power. And I'm saying, you sitting here, and I'm talking black. You sitting here, you talking black power. You come on here and you talk black power, and I'm telling you that black people need to talk to their great grandparents and listen to their stories. And you telling me that that's pseudo? You sound ass retarded. You sound retarded. Anybody that could come on here and tell you not to talk to your great grandparents and figure out your genealogy is an idiot. You're a fool.
Nigga, you talking about Kemetic spirituality. As soon as you mentioned that, everybody knew that you was pseudo, bro. Like it's common known. I see you trying to jump off of mute. You ain't gonna just keep talking under me. I'm letting you know now. It's commonly known that you're a pseudo. You studied under Jabari. Simple as that. And Sabio kept letting you slide. He can continue letting you slide. I just kept hearing you say pseudo stuff and try to act like you ain't a pseudo. And I'm just like, what?
I wasn't letting him slide, man. I thought
when he said Kemetic spirituality, as if that was
he said he wasn't letting them slide, bro. What I know does not make me a pseudo. What I choose to study does not make me a pseudo.
Like a
any more if I choose any more than if I choose to study Hitler, it doesn't make me a Nazi. At the end of the day, what we were talking about is how we treat each other, how we talk to each other, how we address each other. We was having a really good build. 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 We was having a really good build on that, and it segued into what he think. What I asked him, what he thought blackness was. And then you started going into pseudoism, and all I did was ask what blackness.
You're right. I shouldn't have did that. I derailed the conversation.
You left. You went all the way back.
I derailed the conversation. You're right. Look, listen to me for real quick, Jamal. I'm saying that people can hear me out there in the world, bro. I derailed the conversation. You know what? You're right. I was wrong. I can get back to the conversation. I ain't gonna front. I derailed the conversation. You got it, bro. Look at it. Shoot, man. I ain't had no business doing that. My fault. That was kind of mean, inconsiderate, a host of other things. You continue on, brother.
At the end of the day, I look for commonalities. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but he is right. He is right.
Oh, Savior.
At the end of the day,
I did kind of let you slide on that.
If somebody wants to say what I'm saying is pseudo, that's fine. Like it doesn't hurt me at the end of the day. If you have a different topic or something else that you want to talk on, or you think that something is better, say that, right? But I'm going to hold you to the same standard. I'm going to say source up, right? If you're going to talk about Africa, have you been there? Okay, then that means that everything that you're saying, you're getting from a third party source, right? But while at the same time trying to tell me that my experience is invalid, but you're getting your experience from somebody else's experience. To me, that's disingenuous. That's the shit that's the stuff to me that doesn't fly for me, right? Because at the end of the day, I took it to another level, right? Whether you want to call it pseudo or not, you did not. If you didn't take the initiative that I took. Right? What are you standing on? Okay, I'm standing on his.
Hey, y'all out there, y'all ain't been to Africa.
You're standing on another man's
about this life.
Because I never mentioned Jabari. I never mentioned anybody. I never mentioned anybody as my reason for what I believe in. I never mentioned any of those things. You decided to bring those individuals up. I'm going to keep talking because you're not going to talk over me unless you want to mute me. You can mute me. You can do that, but you're not going to disrupt me like that.
Yo, come on, y'all.
At the end of the day, I never said that Jabari. Jabari was the reason that I have my stance at the end of the day. I never said that. I never said Jabari. I never quoted Jabari. I never said Jabari is the reason why I have this stance. Most of the stances that I have, like I told you, I had my following before I came to Jabari. I was already 10,000 deep, and I had already been to Africa. I had brought people out there and taught them the metal netta before I even met Jabari.
Oh, we
I'm a
don't
whole
care.
different. I'm a whole different level machine. Now, until you do the research on me, you can say, "Oh, a whole lot of people." Never mind, a whole lot of people. Go and do the research for yourself. You telling me yourself that you get hearsay from other people and you gossip about other men and about what their stance is. That's what you're telling me. That's all you're telling me. Because if you didn't do the due diligence and actually see who the hell I am and how I work, you wouldn't. There's no way you would be able to piece me and tie me to Jabari in that way. Anybody who knows me knows I have my own thing going. I got my own brand, my own logo, my own research that I have done. That is more extensive in certain ways and in certain subject areas and contexts than Jabari. More. So there's nothing that you can say. I allow you to say what you got to say so that you can expose yourself as to who you are and what you think of me. You never even met me before, bro. You never even sat in no table, never been in my presence. Q know me. At the end of the day, he know I do my due diligence. At the end of the day, I'm just sitting here just ramble and talk shit. At the end of the day, I could pull up video footage. I could pull up whatever you want of me in these spaces that I'm talking
All
about.
right. So
No,
so
you're right,
what are you
bro.
talking
You're
about?
right. Nah, let him continue, Savior.
At the end of the day, you
He
can talk what you
deserves
want.
to
But if I
get
shake you
mercy.
down, do you have the same credibility that I
That's
have
true.
on the things that I'm talking about? I highly doubt it. Because
That's
just on the
true.
way that you approach me, I know that you don't do your due diligence. You don't.
That's true.
I don't
That's
care
true,
about
brother.
teaching the
You're right,
dead
brother.
language that no one can speak.
That's true, brother.
It's not important to me. I'm not going to try to go talk to a mummy or anything like that. So I can give two craps about the metal matter. What I do care
All that
about
is
is
conjecture. All that is conjecture and shit you making up.
hey,
Ain't nobody
hey,
doing that, bro. Nobody doing it. You
hey,
making
bro,
shit up.
stop. Hey, bro, stop. I listen to you.
Yeah, but I ain't disrespecting none of you on here. Don't make
Hey,
no shit,
hey,
nothing
hey,
up about me,
hey,
bro.
hey, hey, I
Don't make
didn't
nothing
say,
up about me. If you're
hey,
gonna
I
say
didn't,
something, you can ask me
hey,
a question. I'll answer it. But
hey,
don't make nothing up
hey,
on here, bro. I allowed y'all
He
to
was
rock out
just talking
last
about
night for like
doing
40
business,
minutes,
man.
making
Chill,
shit up,
bro.
laughing it up, kikiing it up, ha ha ha, and y'all made shit up. At the end of the day, if you're gonna say something, you can ask me and I'll tell you truthfully, or you can keep your opinions to yourself. But don't make nothing up, bro. Be
hey,
truthful on
bro,
here, if anything.
I wasn't talking about you when I said what I said. I just said what I said because I wanted to continue what I was saying. Hit dog holler. I don't care about the metal netta and that dead language. I don't care about the book of the dead, the book of coming forth by day and night, the Egyptian temples. I'm not from Kemet. My ancestors weren't from Kemet. West Africa had great civilizations other than the ones that you know about. If you only know about Mali, Songhai, and Timbuktu, that's your lack of research. I'm not the one that's going to sit here and give everybody information. I'm just going to tell you if you're so well studied, you should know more about the great African civilization other than Kemet. If Kemet is the one that you are stuck on, that's you. I don't need Kemet to feel good about
Nobody's stuck.
it.
You should have an
Hey,
area of expertise,
hey,
bro.
hey,
Everybody
hey,
should.
hey,
Everybody should.
hey, 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 hey.
Everybody
I'm
should.
almost through. I'm almost through.
Go
I'm
for it.
almost through.
Remember, you talking about me, so I'm gonna get my response.
I'm almost through with what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
So um I'm not going to, I don't need Egypt to feel good about being African. I was born African. My mom and daddy, grandmama, granddaddy, great grandmother, they all told me that they were African, and that instilled a African pride in me, a black pride in me, and that's all I needed. And the history and the stories that I learned from the ancestors, the people here, and those on the continent helped me be who I am. I don't need Kemet. If Kemet makes you more African, cool. Don't make me more African.
You done? I don't want to start talking and then you talk over me and then be like, yeah, I mean, you done? There's a lot of countries in Africa, beloved. A lot. Nobody here sitting here and not one time that I say, in order for you to feel good about yourself, you need to tap into Egypt in order to get there. Nobody said all the knowledge that comes out of Africa comes out of Egypt. Nobody said that. You said a whole lot of stuff. You implied a whole lot of stuff, but ain't none of that was said. It's weird to me how like the conversation could be something about actually building, and then it'll steer left to someone's personal belief system or where they studied or what.
And it has nothing to do with the actual context of the conversation. Dude is talking about talking points about indigenous people, and all I asked was, yo, what's your definition of black? I want to know. That's what the context of the conversation was. What is your definition of black? I wasn't even pushing back on it. I wanted to hear what he had to say, and I was accepting what he was going to say. At the end of the day, QueButter is on here. Y'all got a couple of people on here that have some good things to say at times, but the way y'all handle people and the way y'all talk to people, you're never going to be able to build shit. Period. Because the way you handle people, that's a science. That's a science. If you can't handle people the right way, I don't care what you talking. People don't care what you know until they know that you care. You can talk all the stuff you want. You're talking from somebody who actually built something that runs itself. You see, I'm at home right now, and I was home last night, right? My business runs itself. You're talking to somebody that has multiple things going on, that runs themselves. I have a whole music career. I got kids in college, HSBCUs, things I got to deal with. I don't have to be here. I'm here to hopefully bring some value. If I'm not bringing value, let me know, and I'll peace out. It's just that simple. It ain't nothing crazy. You know what I'm saying? I got love for Q. I got love for the kids. I got love for the STEM programs, all of that. But the way y'all handle people when they come on here, it ain't no coincidence that every time I come on here, somebody's turning up and they're arguing about being able to talk or not being able to talk. It ain't I'm not surprised. And it ain't because everybody on here is so smart. Because at the end of the day, if we shake you down, what have you built? Show me. Smart in every area, but when it's time to show me what you built, everybody, oh, we know that's not the talking point. That's not the comment. All right. You just intellectually masturbating then. What you gonna use the information for?
So
I can show you results of what I've been able to do and what I've been able to build.
Hell yeah, you use that information.
It got me
about me
land.
to print
It
up
got me
some
land. It
t-shirts
got me.
and
It
sell
got
to
me.
the
It got me.
people.
It got me land in
Hell
Ghana.
yeah, you use that information, but you could use that information to grift. Like you could print up some sneakers and some t-shirts with Egypt pharaohs and shit on them, and you can grift. So yeah, you can use that information and make some money. So you absolutely right. I don't know about printing up no Jesus Christ t-shirts and selling those. It's kind of wore out right now.
I've done a lot
you
more.
doing
I've done a lot
right
more than
now,
that.
when you're talking about these products and merch with I hate Jesus on all that, and you using the people's emotions and the community emotions and how they feel about everything that they've been through to sell them something to make them some money, make you some money. I get it. Yeah, that information is valuable. You can make money. They call it grifting.
Okay, so you want to know what I built. What I built was
that was crazy, right, Fabio?
So you want to know what I built. That's really what you're trying to say, but it's hidden in jealousy.
Called grifting.
Because I sold some t-shirts. Listen, the t-shirts,
be a
the
guy
t-shirts, the music, all of that is just a soundtrack to the lifestyle. What I built is an entire community.
It's built on the emotions of the people. When you're selling a product that's built on the emotions of the people, you're grifting.
Yeah, Judah, he a big hater because he ain't built shit. He just been on here talking. At the end of the day, what I did was I built an entire community of different people who have left. I've helped people to come out of religion. That's really my expertise. I helped them to come out of religion and tap more into some of the things. That's why, if you notice, the community is called the community is called the Lighthouse Movement. Right, this is my brand. This is my brand label right here.
The Lighthouse Movement.
What we do is we help
That's
people
religious as hell.
who are tied into religion, such as myself, is attached to my why and what I've been through. So I help people to come out of religion and to kind of like debrief, right, and to not fall into the traps of pulling up a new deity that they want to follow or some new messiah. You know what I'm saying? That's one of my expertise because I understand their talking points. Now, if you look at the brother that was on here, Jabiz, if you notice, he was silent for quite some time. When I was talking to him, if you notice that Jabiz was quiet for quite some time because I was actually reaching the brother. But when you're trying to do that and you have other people that's jumping in and they're saying this and they're saying that, boom, 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 he has more talking points to argue against. But I specialize. I literally specialize in this. I literally specialize in this. And I know that you find it funny. It's cool because you never built nothing in your life. You never built nothing. It's cool. But you can do a track record. People that are on here, you can do their track record and you can see what I built at the end of the day. And it's not even a plug. It's just the fact that when you're trying to discredit what I do, I got to show you what I do. So it's more than just t-shirts. The t-shirts was a reflection of the lifestyle that we already lived. First and foremost, I was an artist.
You selling Jesus is God, Jesus is dead t-shirt.
First and foremost, I'm a hip hop. I'm a hip hop artist first. That's the first thing. I'm a hip hop artist. So I package everything in art. So as you seen when I went to Egypt, right? I was the first hip hop artist to do a concert on the Nile River.
Back to
The first.
Egypt.
I was the first rapper ever to be accepted on the Nile River. They turned down what's the nigga name? I can't remember the name. They turned down a couple of people for this event. Travis Scott. They turned him down, and a couple other people. I was chosen to be able to do that. So I've had some accomplishments. I just performed at the Apollo Theater. I'm one of the first ones to do that out of my area where I come from. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, and it's conscious music. It's not no, you know what I mean? It ain't no drill, no none of that. You know what I'm saying? So I got a legacy that's different. Now, everything else as far as the teaching, that's secondary, that's even third. What I dealt with Jabari for was so I can get my license in so I can do funerary services. Because I don't want to be buried in a church. I don't want none of my shit in a church or a mosque. I want it to be within a shrine, but there's certain legalities that have to be here in the United States. So that's the reason why I
Yo,
was tied
Jamal,
with
you hear
Jabari
me?
and took the class for him because he is a registered priest. So I have to go come under a priest in order for me to get my licensing. Okay, so people
Jamal,
make
you ain't
stuff up
gotta
and they project things,
you
but
ain't gotta
be
defend your
accurate.
shit,
Don't
bro.
lie.
You good, bro. You whatever. Yeah, come on, y'all. This shit getting petty and shit. Come on.
You
Like
know how
people
I give it.
believe
You
in.
know how I give it up to you, and I don't like talking to motherfuckers that ain't got their stuff together. They ain't even on my level. They just talking. You know
No,
what I'm
it's
saying? That's
not.
their
It's
stuff.
not. There's a middle ground that we having in the conversation. So I think that's just like let's just respect the middle ground. People don't fuck with it. You know what I mean? Like so we don't get no extra and shit. Like we want to connect with people. That's why I say the communication is the first part. Y'all ain't connecting with people.
Yeah, you see, you saw I was connecting. I was connecting with several individuals, but then when you come in, he literally just interrupted a conversation with me, somebody else, to talk about, oh, your talking points is pseudo. Like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, first off, your talking point is Sinetta-ish. That's an Unc West term. That's pseudo. He the one that started that. This pseudo, that's pseudo. You watching them, okay? And then you bringing the energy over here, and then you wonder why you got issues with Sinetta and what's going over here because you just take stuff from other people. You don't have a stance yourself in what you actually do. What is your work? What is your life's work? What is something that you can present to us and say, you know what, this brother is actually doing something for the people, other than being on here talking crazy? You understand what I'm saying? You're using terminology that comes from a whole different network of people. The people that Q don't even rock with. You over here pseudo. They the ones that started that. HOK started that. You don't think I was around? I was around for all of that. I was around for all of that. Tazariak and Unc West and Garfield and all of them. You don't know who I am, bro. Just because I don't pop out all the time, you don't know who you're gonna run into, and who you're gonna bump into, and how much legacy they got. You just talking, and you're a nobody. That's the reality. Now you go ahead, you can say what you want to say about me, because when niggas do the research on me, they're gonna see everything you talking is BS.
No, but let's Tony do because I don't like jumping in the middle of when people be having their moments on the net and shit, but cause he gonna have to respond to that and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so why don't you tell this goofy
Nah,
to
I
say what
ain't
he
gonna
gotta say?
respond to you. He good, man.
Get out
I
of here.
mean, it's like it can be seen. Like I ain't got.
Goofy.
He doing it to himself.
He's a goofy. We can get back on a regular conversation on what it means to be black, because that's what we was talking about before he really started talking about pseudoism and all of this shit he's talking about. Because I wasn't even talking at the end of the day. I was listening to my boy right here. Can't see it because of the comment, but the boy in the bottom left, whoever that is. I was listening to him talk scripture ripper. I wanted to see what his stance was on blackness. What is your stance on blackness? How do you define being black? Because ultimately, that's what we're going to have to come to an overall consensus as to what black, because people confused as to whether Kamala is black. How do we define black? Start there.
Oh, that's a Negro boy. Yeah, I just just so everybody. So we do have a mixy space over here. You know what I'm saying? So like we be pushing back against people's bullshit and shit that they be kicking and shit. It just we just gotta remember the style in which we do it. We want to we don't want people to walking away like fuck them niggas, man. Hate them niggas over there, man. I'm buying Tim's.
Yeah, I had
I'm
to.
buying
Yeah,
Tim's.
that's why I'm like, you know what, you right, sir. That's why I had to let the brother go off, man. Again, brother, I apologize. I usually don't be just wilding on pseudos like that. I usually just be letting pseudos go off like matter of just anybody, any comedic leaders, anybody. People actually get tired of me because I just let people just talk about pyramid or all that. So You know, you ain't no different. You know what I mean? Even if you is pseudo, it's all good. Bro. I shouldn't have did that.
End of the day, I let everybody talk. I let everybody say their piece. You know what I'm saying? I ain't calling nobody nothing at the end of the day because you don't know what type of day niggas is having and if they having that. At the end of the day, I let people talk, they talk. But if you come at me, you're going to get the same energy back. That's just what it is. Like, ain't nothing over here pussy, ain't nothing over here content. If you're talking crazy to me, I'm going to talk back. But, you know what I mean? If we could talk civilized, you're going to get the civilized talk back. That's just what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know the pseudo thing is touchy for a lot of people. Like, you feel me?
No, it's just name
People
calling.
will,
It's
it
name
would the
calling.
pseudo. Yeah, no, I mean
Name
it's touchy.
calling.
Yeah, no, I know it's touchy, but you gotta
No matter
remember,
what name it is.
you gotta
No matter
remember,
what
you
name it
on the
is.
internet
No
though,
matter the name,
so
because I
you
come
can
on here
hear
and call
about
you a pussy,
anything.
then
You
what?
feel
Then
me?
you're
So
gonna be
you
like,
might
oh,
want
don't
to.
be talking that. But you
I
call me
get you.
a name, right? But if I
I
flip it
get
around, I
you.
call
No,
you a whole
I get
pussy
that.
or a
No, I
hoe
get
ass nigga,
that.
oh, you can't say that. Nah, stop trying to be
Emotions
slick.
run high. I get
Stop trying
that.
to be slick, bro.
Emotions run high. I
Period.
get that. You know what I'm saying?
Don't be
Emotions
slick.
run very
Because I'm
high.
not
So I
slick with it.
get
I don't
that.
be slick
But
with it. I'm gonna tell you
at
straight
the
up. I'm
end
not
of
gonna
the
be slick
day,
with it.
like you gotta understand, bro.
Oh,
Like
that's
you on the
I'm
internet,
not gonna be
man. You
slick with
can't
your
be on this thing with your feelings, bro. You gotta be easy. Pause. Like you on the internet, you can hear about it, random stuff, anything you might hear. Like you can't be easily triggered like that, my boy.
Guess what? I could be wherever I
You
want to
feel
be as
me?
me. I could be wherever I
No,
want to be.
that's
And guess
true.
what?
That's
There's nothing
true.
you can do
That's
about it
true.
but mute me or
That
cut
is
me off.
absolutely
That's
true. But
all you
that's
can
why
do
you
with it.
might have
You a
mentioned
hoe ass
that
nigga.
you
You will
get
never be
kicked
able
off
to measure up to
every
me as a man,
platform that you
period.
be on and
I
all
know
that.
your
Like you
type. I
constantly
know
getting
your
kicked
type.
off of Instagram and all that, and
I
you're
know your type.
constantly
I could
kicked
come
off.
on here
And
every
you're
day and
constantly
spaz the
getting
fuck
kicked
out.
off
You know
that.
why? Because
Like
I
I
got the
get
time,
you,
nigga.
bro.
I could
Like
do that. I'm a
that ain't
boss. I could
on
come on
me.
here
That's
every day
on you,
and
bro.
say what the fuck I want to say.
That's
Every
on
day.
you.
And,
I ain't
and, and
really
you can
got
cut me
nothing to
off.
do
And you
with
don't have
that.
to have me
You
on.
feel me?
You don't have to have me on at all. You can cut me
Nah,
off right now.
I don't even
Do a
care if you
PJ stuff. You can
be
do that.
on, blood. Like you
I
gotta
got the time,
understand when
bro.
you on here,
What you
you
want to
might
do?
hear something that you may
But you're
not
not
like.
going to disrespect me on here,
That's
not
just
without
what
getting
it
disrespect
is.
back.
Like
I
I ain't
guarantee you that.
disrespect you by
Nobody
calling
on
you a
here.
pseudo. That's
Nobody.
on you. That's
Nobody.
on
You
your
call me pseudo, I'm
sister
going to call you a
emotions,
pussy.
bro.
Now
Like
what?
if you want to
Now
be
what?
emotional, that's cool
That's
too.
what I thought.
That emotional ain't got nothing to do with you
That's
being
what I
feeling
thought.
disrespected.
That's exactly what I thought. You call
Like
you
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 feel
you gonna
disrespected,
you
that's
call
on
me out your
you.
you call me out my name. I'm gonna call you out your name. Ain't shit you gonna do about it. Period.
I am. I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to talk stuff about you after I do that. I'm going to sit you back there and I'm going to talk about your moms, your pops, or anybody like that just because. And you're going
Nah,
to
we
have to
not there.
sit
Come on,
back
come on, man. Come on,
and
man. Let's
accept
move
it. No,
forward. Like
I
we
ain't
not.
even talking about his moms or pops. I'm just showing him, like, you feel me? That's what I would have did if I really felt like that. But I'm not going that. I ain't going there with you, bro.
Where'd he go?
He broke out.
Yeah, let's tone it down, bro. Yo, Sabi, I'm blaming you, B.
He broke out.
Up. Hold up. How you blaming me? What? Wait a minute. How
Cause
I
y'all
get the
niggas be,
blame for this?
cause like if niggas got their beliefs and shit, it's whatever, bro. Like not all the time it gotta be like it's just
Yeah, but
whatever.
we was
Some
talking science. I didn't take it down the religious road.
You was running with him when he started talking about comedic spirituality is different.
Yo,
You get into that, like
yo,
it ain't had nothing to do
I
with no science.
I did let that pass, man. But it was more like I was tired of arguing that shit at that
I
point.
let it
I
pass
had
too,
been,
though,
I
Savio.
was
Like
arguing religion for the
I
last
didn't
3
wild on him when
hours.
he said that. I ain't even wild on him because he said that. Savio, if you remember when I said something to him, it's
My
because he
brain
said
needed a break.
when he said that he knows his great grandmother, and a lot of people don't know their great grandmother, and he likes to sit down to her because that's where you get stories from, and when you get, and that's where you can get stories from the people who was actually there rather than from the outside. And I said simply, like, damn, bro, like that's a abo talking point. Like I ain't saying that you're a
But you
pseudo,
heard,
but I'm
but you
just
heard
saying that
what I
that's
was
an abo
asking him
talking point, and
when he
he took
started
off
bringing
from
up the
there.
pictures and all that. I was like, all I want to see is the 30% Egyptian DNA. That's all I want to see. I don't care about the pictures. I don't care about none of that. Because I was tired of the religious aspect of the conversation. And I didn't want to engage it anymore. So I was trying to just beat him on the talking point that I agree with him on, that we could meet on. Like all that religious shit I was trying to get away from at that moment. I was done with it.
And I actually was poking fun at Wale, pause, and that's probably why Wale pulled up because I said also that somebody be saying like you need to listen to the people who was actually there more so than the stories that you read in history and all that. And Wale always go back and forth with people about that. And I'm telling him like, yeah, that's what you sound like, bro. When you talk about, yo, my great grandmother was 103, and I'm glad I got to know a lot of people don't know their great grandmothers. You trying to make it seem like that's what got you to up some type of history. I ain't stupid. But I seen Savior was chilling. I'm like, nah, son, I at least gotta let you know, like, you sound pseudo, bro. I ain't saying you pseudo, but you sound it. So I ain't even come at him aggressive, like, yo, you gotta get off the platform. I still ain't curse. So if you out there and you listening, I'm just saying, homie, like, you talking about, yo, you selling t-shirts with I hate Jesus on and all that. Like, you know what? Nah, let me stop, bro.
Conversation got religious as soon as Jabez got on the panel. We were trying to talk about evolution and science, and he kept directing it
Yeah,
back to
Miz
the
be
Bible.
listening, son. You gotta pay attention to Miz. He be listening. I don't be listening to niggas. That's why a lot of the pseudo shit, that shit just goes. I'll be real. I don't be listening to shit unless you say it's like Google. If you don't use certain keywords, I don't hear nothing you saying. And if you use certain like identity, if you notice, identity only pops up when you use certain keywords. If you use those keywords wrong, identity is gonna pop up. Poof. I'm
Yep,
ain't
that's
gonna
a
pop.
fact. That's a
Damo gonna
fact.
pop up. Damo, we talking about science and certain shit. Damo just listen. See that? Just see, niggas be hunting for keywords. Miz be listening different though, son. Miz be actually
Yo,
listening to
this nigga's
everything.
crazy. So how you?
Miz be listening to everything they be saying. Like, you heard that? I gotta go to the playback to understand, because you can't call Miz on. He be listening.
Nah, son, really, like I said, if you listening, Jabbar, I literally just poked a little bit of fun at you, and I wasn't even like, so to let you know I was trying to poke fun at you, I literally didn't call you pseudo. I was like, yo, that's like a pseudo talking point. But yes, I was poking fun at you, but it wasn't like, oh, you name calling, and the way you accepted it is like, bro, like I
Nah,
literally
I'm telling you, like when you doing that, it's cool. But when Sabio at the same time, some niggas ain't gonna be able to take both pause that energy at the same time.
I was kind of sick. Savio was falling back. Once he said Kemetic spirituality is different from the Christianity thing, and it's all symbolic, and nobody believes in none of the
Yeah,
gods.
shit.
He
Yeah, I
wasn't
did
really
kind
saying
of.
none of
I
them
was
believe
like,
in
I
none of
don't
the
feel like
gods.
arguing. I didn't feel like
I
arguing
mean, like,
anymore,
let's be
man. It's
real,
like,
right?
damn.
There's layers to getting out of the conversation. Not everybody ends up, and I'm not telling people to end up as atheists, but you know what I mean? Like when I meet people that just got into consciousness and they're Israelite, I understand. I'm like, all right, you at stage one. I got a dude that come by the studio and he became an Israelite. He be talking to me like he's putting me on. He's like, yo, Q, you know Shakespeare was black, right? I say, ooh. I'll be right back. I'll be right back, man. Just keep reading. I'll be like, yo, just keep reading, King. You got a lot more shit to learn, man. Cause they be seeing me with the hat to the back. I say black power. They be like, yo, Q, I'm like, yeah, you have no clue, but it's all good. The Moors, not many Moors in real life. Like, yeah, Q, I want to talk to you, man. Talk to you about this sovereign shit. I'm like, word.
Yo, I tried to pull up as fast as I could. Yo, I was on the road. I couldn't.
Here we go.
You know what I mean? I saw the crash out coming a mile away. I saw it coming a mile as soon as I woke up. Like, what? Let me get ready, son. Let me pull up. But I always miss the good moments, son. My bad. I always miss it.
Nah, son, this is what happened when you leave You and Identity show and don't be here to regulate. So You and Identity start these ratchet shows and then take off.
Oh, I was
Nah,
here
but
in the
it's crazy.
beginning,
My
right?
homegirl. So Jamal, my man, he my boy in real life. Like we got records and shit together. And then my
Yeah, Q,
homegirl.
you know how I move, Q. Like I don't front for nobody. I'm like this in real life. I don't be on here like fucking fucking Phone Thugs and Harmony banging on the keyboard calling out your name. Because if you're gonna have to do that shit in real life when you see me, that's just
You
what it is.
cursing still though, bro.
I
Remember
move
we
different.
talked about that.
But Jamal, it's also when I say middle ground, it's also a space for the conversation. Cause the way we talk in the hood is different. And I feel like the conscious community, it got too prissy with the feminine acceptance of anything. So we a little hooliganish over here, like, nah, nigga, you sound stupid. Fuck out of here, nigga. Take that old shit over here back to that HO. You know what I'm saying? Like, we took what we want, and we left the rest. So we took pseudo terms from them niggas because they wasn't using it right, and niggas wasn't doing shit, calling people pseudo, and then at the same time doing debates with pseudo niggas. Like, we had to give that whole lineup. Like, we violating just because we want to see the future be good. But it is you like, and I always say, it's about communication. We got to be mindful of how we communicate, because at the end of the day, experience carries a lot, man. Experience carries a lot
So
in the
when
conversation.
I give the man an opportunity to fall back from the pseudoism, and he gonna keep doing it, and then he gonna get his man to jump in and keep doing it. Don't ask me to chill while you just admitted that. Oh yeah, I'm just poking. What are you poking for when we having a serious conversation? Sit your goofy ass down and let grown men talk. Because if you're not here to actually talk seriousness and build something, you shouldn't be here. That's just what it is. You're dealing with somebody that's trying to be serious, and then somebody that's like, sit your goofy ass down. Period. No, everybody don't play around with this. Some people actually invest money in this. Some people actually move around in this and live their lives by this. We're not just on here talking. You understand me? So don't play with me and my expertise at the end of the day, simply because you don't understand certain things, or you don't believe in certain things, or you don't find certain things to be true. You're allowed to have that perspective. But when you start and somebody's telling you, yo, chill, you actually calling me out of my name, or you coming at me, as a man, you should respect that, especially as a black man, when a black man is talking to you like, yo, this is where I draw my line at. You doing too much. And you admitting that you're doing too much, and you play games. Why would I bring any resources or anybody that could actually help, maybe even want to donate to the school? Why would I bring them here if they can't even come talk to you? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Because your help ain't going to come from everybody that even believe in what you're doing. They might just like you as a person and want to help you out. You understand what I'm saying? You're doing too much. And Q, you playing yourself by having people in front of you like that. As a real nigga, I got to tell you that. When you got people in front of you like that, and those are the barriers, and they just talking, and they're not actually doing nothing, you're not helping yourself. So that's a little piece of advice, because let me tell you something. By myself, I got 10,000
Now,
followers on YouTube.
hold on.
I don't even do
We
YouTube
giving
videos.
advice out.
Let me tell you something. I don't even do YouTube videos.
Hold on. I didn't ask you for the advice, bro.
You understand me?
I didn't ask you for the advice.
I understand that completely. But at the end of the day, if we're sitting here and y'all saying, yo, we're having a conversation, we're having a conversation about black people, how we can build something, but you got people in front of you literally trying to tear down.
I'm explaining to you right now, though.
You're playing yourself. You're just playing
I'm not
yourself.
playing myself, because
you need to have people on here that actually have an attitude.
Hold on. I'm explaining to you. Hold up.
That can actually bring people in so you can properly vet instead of just criticizing everybody. That's
let me explain something.
And then you're going to tell people how to talk. Oh, you can't curse like you're in a public forum. Like
you having a moment
just
right now.
Just get real here.
You're crashing out right now. And CDOT just said it's going to be a crash out. So you should slow down, put your seatbelt back on, put your brakes on.
Just because you call it a crash out, don't make it a crash out. Just because you call it a pseudo, don't make it pseudo. Understand that. You're in a small pocket of people. Small.
Right now, you crashing out.
Very small. No, I'm not. I'm like this all the time. All day, every day. I was on here last night, same thing. I was on here last night, same thing. On here last night, same thing. And it's the same thing. This nigga Vizo.
I'm telling you, slow down, bro. Remember, I'm a Brooklyn nigga. You from Long Island. There's a difference between us. Slow down. Slow down, bro. Slow down.
Shit to me. That don't mean shit to me. All that shit niggas is talking, that don't mean shit to me. Niggas talk hella crazy on here. I don't care what niggas is. You're not gonna disrespect me though. At the end of the day,
right now.
Niggas try to disrespect at the end of the day.
He
tried to disrespect, and he said it. He said it himself. He said it himself that he was nitpicking, trying to pick at me and disrespect me. I'm not playing that, bro. Don't even put me around niggas like that. Don't put me around no niggas
that ain't got really nothing to do with
Why
you.
do you have niggas in control of your shit?
Don't worry about that,
try
bro.
to disrespect the people that come on here. Why? What's the point of that? That's not cool. It's not funny, and it's not progressive for black people. It's actually reverse. So if you don't want to take the advice, that's fine. I won't give you none. But at the end of the day,
you gotta have look, bro. You lecturing right now, my nigga. You lecturing.
I'm passionate about this shit. We talking about black people here. Everybody's super passionate about black people until it's time to do something. You see what I'm saying? No, I should be talking to Mizo right now. That's what it is.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. Yeah, you should be.
I should be talking to him right now because he's talking crazy when I'm off here. Now he's quiet. Now I'm back.
No, you should be. You should be. I'm actually quiet because I'm trying to let you get it out so we can move on forward. I'm actually quiet for that.
Why I'm getting into the conversation, right? Why I say crashing out, right? Oftentimes when people don't understand shit, and they feel like they attacked, they jump out the window. So right now, the advice you was doing,
I'm not jumping out no window. Ain't no risk being taken.
look,
Straight up,
look.
whether we in reality or whether we online, ain't no risk being taken here.
You see how you saying this? You gotta
Period.
slow down so you can have
No,
understanding.
I
bro.
don't. That's what you
So
think
then
that I
shut
need
the
to do. You
fuck
keep
up,
saying
nigga.
that.
Yo,
Y'all keep
bro,
saying
I'm
that. You're not in the.
talking. Like, bro, you wilding, my nigga. Like, you wilding. You doing too much. You doing too much. I ain't gonna argue with you and violate. I'm just gonna tell you doing too much. Take a smoke a blunt, bro. You hear me telling niggas how to speak. Y'all niggas be doing too much. And that's why I had to let y'all tell everybody know it's a mixture of this shit. Now, if you want to ask what we've been doing, over here, what we've been doing versus what everybody else has been doing is developing our people in a different way. Now, if you don't like the way it's working, then we can critique how it works. But I'm also going to critique how your shit works. And I want everybody to understand, I'm easy. Once you open the door up, it's going to mean equivalency. A word? That's how you feel. No problem. But the basketball team we got over here, I'll put against the basketball team I got anywhere right now.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? And I just, you know, just that right there, B. So just calm it down. And let's just get back to the conversation, bro.
Like I said, you sat here and you said you can't tell people how to talk, but then at the same time, as soon as I start talking, oh, you can't say this, you can't say that, boom, boom, boom. Listen, bro.
No, you're not
It
even
goes both ways.
hearing,
No,
bro.
don't
You're
cut
not
me
even
off. I
hearing.
listen to you, right? You cut my
You're not
mic so
hearing.
that you can talk. You're
We
not gonna
talking now.
manipulate me neither. You're not gonna manipulate me neither.
Why would I
I
want
listen
to
to you.
manipulate
So,
you,
and
bro?
then
You
as soon as
sound
I
crazy,
start
my
talking,
nigga.
then you.
Yo, bro, literally, I don't need to fuck with you, bro. I don't even know you like that. We did a record together that I never even put out. Calm down, my nigga. You doing too much, bro. I don't move like that. You know that. I don't move like that. I don't even raise my voice with niggas. So I'm getting calmer. I know you in real life. That's bring it down, bro. I don't move like that. You know that. I don't move like that. That's unnecessary. That's too much. That's being extra. I'm about to go to class. So they're smoking my blunt to this math class. So everybody in the chat, everybody having a good moment? Matt, you ready
Already.
for class?
Yeah, man. Damn, man. Like,
Let's come on, y'all. Let's chill. Like, we
yeah,
doing too
let's
much.
get back to good space, man. If you Jabbar, if you out there again, yeah, I definitely should have left you alone on that. You right on that.
Yeah, we trying to bring it down like. At the end of the day, like I told niggas up front, the way the space is ran over here is definitely tough. You know what I'm saying? But all that extra shit, all that yelling and shit, what happened to the laws of my yacht? I'm an atheist. I don't believe in none of that shit. I don't need no God to slow me down and make me have a point of understanding. What you doing right now, you in a point of contention with your emotions. You need to slow down, my nigga. You doing too much. That's what we call a crash out over here. When your emotions get in front of your response and you can't even slow down to think, like, should I even be responding like this? Now you talking about niggas controlling you like we in a relationship or some shit. That's the shit you want females tell me. My wife would tell me, oh, well, I tell her, why you not let me talk? We don't do that over here, bro. That's unnecessary. You feel me? Now I don't want you to inadvertently get put in that space. That's why I was telling y'all, slow down. I was been trying to tell niggas to chill from the beginning, chill. But the reason why I did not want to jump out, you said this channel will never grow in life, grow alone. Y'all niggas swear y'all. Nah, I'm gonna talk my shit. Now I'm gonna talk my shit. Taking niggas to Egypt ain't do shit for Brooklyn or fucking Long Island. Nothing. My channel right now has engineers teaching children. I would not even ask y'all niggas to work with kids. I don't give a fuck about no goddamn Egypt. The school I'm in right now is ran by Indians and Chinese. Nothing Jabari talks about will elevate us in that conversation. Let's talk, black man. Let's talk. Let's talk. Now let's understand something. The quality that y'all niggas is used to being around is based off of niggas that like to say anything and just let niggas fly with shit. You know what I'm saying? We got teachers in here, educators, licensed educators, licensed engineers. Shout out to Shamir Bowman. Just got his engineer degree. I'm crashing out. Yo, bro, you can just leave, bro. My phone works. My phone works. You know what I'm saying? But this whole extra shit, unnecessary talking, unnecessary shit when you've been asked, like, yo, just chill. You know what I'm saying? Just chill, my nigga. You're doing too much. You know what I'm saying? That's how it's supposed to be. You're doing too much. And at the same time, they was doing too much. I told everybody to chill. I said, I just told niggas like, yo, y'all ain't got to attack everybody for everything. But as soon as I turned around and was like, look, niggas got to also understand we got people that have a voice that want to talk about certain shit. So we got to have a space where we can actually collectively develop. You know what I'm saying? That's what's going on right now. Right now, we got educators, people coming together to build. I don't see what's going on the other side. You know what I'm saying? So building up, I'm not even gonna do the comparative analysis. I'm just gonna say what's on the line. Since we talking about building, what if niggas built? Let's get in our bag. You know what I'm saying? Everybody watch me jump out the window, and I literally asked everybody to chill. I would have came up here before, be real with you, and told niggas to leave you alone and chill. But I was like, you know what? I don't want niggas to think you pussy. Cause I fuck with you. So that's why I never got involved in this shit. I'm like, nah, Jamal can hold his own. But now it's looking crazy. You doing too much. You know what I'm saying? But it happens to get emotional. But let's talk about building and shit. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it there. Like that's the conversation. All that other shit, you know what I'm saying? All that other shit is unnecessary. That shit is like if you want to compete, you gotta understand.
It sounds great up until the fact that the brother actually cut me off while we were in the middle of our build.
Frustration.
I'm still talking. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to bring the tone of the conversation.
Bro, I'm sitting here talking to you, right? And every time I talk, you mute me when I start talking, right? And then you tell me that I'm doing too much after you mute me, right? Like, why don't you tell what's really going on? Tell
the laws of my yacht guide you right now. Let's just bring it down. Let's just focus on building. Like
bring what down, bro? I'm trying to have a conversation with you. At the end of the day,
right now,
bro, you keep cutting me off. You keep cutting me off mid sentence. That's the first thing, right? And then secondly, while I'm talking, you'll cut me off, and then you tell me I'm doing too much after you cut.
Bro, you literally walked in the conversation when niggas was talking. It's my channel. What's wrong with you? Chill. Like literally, I'm trying to bring the tone.
You got a delay. You got a delay, Jamal.
Slow down, bro. Chill.
You got a delay, bro. You got a delay.
You soon as you just jump into the conversation. Chill. That's why I'm trying to bring it down, bro. I ain't saying now you're gonna jump in with that whole you not letting niggas talk. What do you tell? Like, bro, I don't move like we don't like that. Look, the conversation went too far. I'm trying to slow it down and build a space so we can have understanding. What you may not know, and what other people don't know, is that how I use this platform is not about growing the platform by numbers. It's about using the numbers we have to use it to learn how to communicate with each other effectively. Because there's a lot of us black folks who have been put into pocketed areas, and how we exchange information has been minimalized based off of our communication. So you got black people in the hood who don't talk to people in the church. You got people in the church that don't talk to the Israelites. You got Israelites that don't talk to the Nation of Islam. And then we do get together, this should be all over the place. So what I recognize with the platforms on YouTube is that most platforms only focus on being a platform. So what you see here, and for anybody listening, is going to be different. It's similar to how TikTok uses a platform in Clubhouse, but on here we can do real-time sourcing for everybody to see, and that's the power of YouTube. So we use it like that to increase the conversation and also to find people who are highly valuable in the community. You know what I'm saying? So this is how we move forward in the conversation. So this is what I'm saying to you, so everybody hears it, because there's people that's atheists who don't get to be around spiritual people. There's people who spiritual who don't fuck with certain religious people. And you put them all in a conversation, they all describing people different ways. You got a spiritual person who's saying, I'm not religious. You got an atheist telling everybody, all y'all niggas is this. And at the end of the day, nobody's listening to each other. And if we only on attack mode, we not gonna build. And I agree with you. And I don't need you to say it. I got a video talking about communication. I got 3 PR videos for this channel telling people, your communication matters first. It ain't no good if we talking this black power shit and you making people feel a certain way. It ain't no good if we talking this science shit and you making religious people feel a certain way. We got to move in a way that's going to bring people towards a conversation with empowerment.
That was my talking point from the beginning. Can you hear me? Is there a delay?
No, there ain't no delay. I never said that wasn't anybody's talking point. At times, communication breaks down, and that's what I try to jump in to alleviate and make sure it's the communication there.
Yeah, so my question is, and this is my point, and it's still my point, is the fact that you're pointing fingers at me, right? And you
I didn't
skipped
point
over the fact, no, because you sat here and you said that basically you try to imply that I'm the reason why shit went left at the end of the day.
No,
This
I
person
literally,
got
hold
on
on,
here,
stop right
and,
there.
and while I was
Literally,
trying to
hold on,
explain that,
no. Everybody on the panel, who did I blame for this shit happening?
Me.
Sabio, but I said it's me.
And I
He
don't know what you
blamed
listening
me.
to. I literally said, why do you think Madon came up? Because I said, Sabio, this is your fault. I literally, in the chat, I don't know what you was listening to. I didn't even mention you.
you cut my mic off several times in the middle of conversation while I was actually
No.
talking. And then you
Right
told
now,
me I
you're
was
wrong.
doing
On
too
that
much.
point, you're wrong. So I just want to be clear. That point, I never mentioned you. I said, this is Sabio shit. Sabio fault. Because I heard what Miz was doing, and I said, if it was just you and Miz, I think you would have caught on to him joking, and it wouldn't have went that far. But when you got Sabio at the same time shooting at you, that's not going to be a space where somebody's going to respond to it.
My contention was not with Savio as well. We was having a pretty decent conversation. Miz kept going on with it, even after I caught on to the fact that he's doing dumb shit. Every time I see somebody doing that, I know they're not serious because you can't be, because we wasn't having that conversation. So when he jumped into that tells me, okay, this dude's a joke. He can't be real because we're having a real conversation about black people now, and he's talking about fucking pseudoism and indigenous. Like, what is he talking about? That's not what we're
No,
talking
you
about.
wasn't. You was
I
actually
already
talking about
knew
your great
what he
knowing
was
your
talking
great
was totally
grandmother
left
at
field by what
103.
he
Like,
was saying.
let's not
And then he
lie,
started
bro.
calling me pseudo.
Let's not
So
lie.
it's like, yo, you know what, bro? I address it as is. I don't play no games with it. If you're trying to play, if you want to imply something, I'm gonna say what you're implying, and I'm gonna deal with it right there because I'm not even playing that game. I can see it because it's way left field. You know what I'm saying? So I know how to slow things down and have a decent conversation like me and Dude was having. Me and Script Ripper was having a conversation, and some other folks that was on here. But when you start talking crazy, man, I don't go for that, B. For what? Because you're not doing that if I'm sitting there right in front of your face. You ain't talking crazy to me like that. Stop.
All right, let me say this real quick. I heard you out, brother. I'm definitely not trying to spark an argument with you, but
yeah, please
in
don't.
all actuality, you wasn't talking about nothing about black power. You were talking about your 103-year-old grandmother and how you was glad to hear her stories and how those stories are so important to you because they coming from an actual person, and that how one of your great grandmothers was a Native American. And I said, and so we're not talking. So again, that's another point that whatever point what Q made, I'm making this point that you're wrong at in terms of when you stated that we were talking about black people and I just came in and called you pseudo. That's not true. That's
the context of the conversation.
The fact is you
do
wasn't talking. I ain't finished talking, brother.
Period.
The fact is you wasn't talking about black people. You was talking about your grandmother and how knowing her and her stories and how she's a Native American. And I simply stated to you that that is a talking point for many pseudo abos. And I said, I'm not calling you a pseudo.
For what? If that's not the context.
Because I can.
For what? That's not the context of the conversation. You went totally left, bro. I don't think you understand that. We was talking about, I literally mentioned, if you rewind it, you'll hear me say, I learned about the civil rights movement.
I get that.
Through my great-grandmother who died at 103 years old.
Yes,
I get everybody needs to have those conversations.
Yes, I get that.
I was referencing the civil rights movement.
Okay, and abos do the same thing. And abos do the same thing.
So what are you talking about?
That's what I'm talking about. The abos do the same thing. That's what I'm talking about. What you said exactly is what abos do. They talk about civil rights. You act like you talked about something they not talking about. Everything you said, they talk about. So you still ain't deviate from being an abo.
Nobody was talking about abos. We was talking about the civil rights movement, bro.
And your native grandmother and what she taught you about civil rights. That's the talking point of abos. That's not my fault. It's an actuality.
About that, bro.
It's an actuality. It's not my fault.
You were totally left. And then
when hold on, real quick. Hold on, real quick. Hold on, real quick. Pause, y'all.
Double down on it, and then you call me pseudo for saying.
Hold on. All right, listen. Hold on.
You poke the bear, and then when the bear smacked the hell out of you, you get mad at the bear.
Jamal, Miz. Listening to the conversation right now, this is exactly why we do this. The word pseudo isn't really the issue, Miz. You, in the placement in the conversation, he's saying, like, why did you even bring it up? If he's not having that conversation, why? And y'all got to understand, if he's, y'all been calling him pseudo for mad conversations. So if he's hearing it and like, you know what? Yeah, I know they don't fuck with that, I'm letting it go. But if he's and not talking about anything pseudo, and you call him that, that's triggering. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so that's why.
no, that's a
You
fact.
literally
That's why
implying
that's a
something,
fact.
and then you
That's
trying to
why
back
I
at it.
admitted. That's why I admitted that I was poking at him. Yes, that's why I said yes. I was poking at him.
All right,
But
then.
and within
So
there's
don't
some
tell me
truth.
how to respond
There
to
is truth.
disrespect.
There
Don't
is.
tell me
Hold
how to
on, brother. I
respond.
ain't finished talking.
Period.
There is truth in every
We don't
joke.
need to hear nothing
So
else.
when I
We go with
say
you.
that, yes, it's an abo talking point, and I didn't have to say that. I said it because yes, I was poking fun, but
You a
there's truth
bird.
in every joke. So it wasn't about me disrespecting him. It was about his actual talking point, and it actually sounding like something straight out of a pseudo narrative. That's just that. I'm not. I told him. I said
There
I'm
ain't
not
nothing
calling you
pseudo about
pseudo.
talking to
The
your
fact
grandparents,
is
your
that
great
you use a
grandparents.
pseudo talking
You're
point.
way off. You're way off. Just understand that there's nothing pseudo about that. Having a
Yeah,
conversation
there's
with
a
your
lot
family,
pseudo about
there's
it.
nothing. It doesn't matter what the context of the conversation is. There's nothing pseudo about talking to your ancestors or your great grandparents or anybody who's there. You're supposed to do
There's a
that.
lot
Anybody that's
pseudo in
telling
it.
you not to do that, them niggas is pseudo.
There
Them
is
niggas
a
don't know
lot to
what's
do
up.
with
You
that.
should be talking
Pseudo.
to your parents, your great grandparents, anybody, any of your relatives that's alive. You should be communicating with them about
Yeah,
history,
so what was the
civil rights,
context?
anybody
So
that
I
was
think,
living. Don't listen to none of these
I
niggas
think,
if they telling you not to do that.
nah,
Period.
but just going forward, so the context got lost
Fucking retard.
let's just leave the names. Like, you know, I can leave it on basketball mode. But like I
Yeah, I
said,
mean, I could do
You
the
want to start
basketball
calling
thing,
names? We
bro.
could
All
do
he
that. I
gonna
got
do
all
is
of them.
make empty
no,
threats. You know how he gonna
Jamal, you
pull
don't
up and
understand.
he can't do
Basketball
anything
mode,
to the face.
I'm explaining Jamal. So you know, and everybody listening, when I say basketball mode, that means there's no refs, y'all niggas. Y'all niggas do you. Like, that's just what it's gonna be.
We
You
could
know what I
do
mean?
that too.
I'd
But I'll
rather
tell
it
you one thing.
not
I
be
don't feel
that.
no disrespect. Period. Like don't play no
Are you
games. Don't
listening?
poke. And then be like,
Are
oh
you
no, I'm just
listening?
kidding. No, don't play with me, bro. Because
Are
I
you
don't do that in
listening?
real life. I don't do that on this internet.
Nobody's
It's serious.
why with this. You got, bro. It's the internet. It's the internet.
I don't
It's
do it on
over.
either one.
It's
That's
over.
probably that's the reason why I am who I am and why other people are who they are. Some people get on here and troll and beg. I don't even understand the terminology you niggas be talking. I don't do that. At the end of the day, if we in here, we talking black empowerment because you niggas get self-righteous when we start talking black stuff. And then when it's really time to get serious, that's when you start joking around and you start cracking jokes and poking at people instead of actually building something. I've seen it multiple times on this platform. So don't play with me. Don't play with my expertise or anybody that's doing this type of work. Don't play with people. If you really want to do it, then really do it at the end of the day because you don't even got to believe in the same thing to build something. I've seen it happen. I don't
Yeah,
understand.
but right now, Jamal, what's inhibiting the conversation is communication. And that's where let your laws of my yacht, let the atheism in it back. Everybody should understand, like, this is communication. This is why my science side is like, look, this is the end of the conversation. It was a communication issue. Communication, not court, turns into arguments. From arguments, it gets into disrespect. The jokes and shit, we joke over here. We hood, B.
Yeah, I ain't even gonna front. I wouldn't do that to him no more. I can see he's highly sensitive. That ain't mine. You know what I mean? I ain't figure him.
The shit just
Like,
caught it because I
it
can
ain't
literally
my
sit here
fault.
every freaking day.
Got
It ain't no
that.
problem for me. Like I build with people regularly on subject matters like this, and we actually apply what it is that we're talking about. We ain't just talking about it. Then we not just hop in the car, Q, and drive all the way to Atlanta for a freaking conference. And you call me like what, the day or two before? Am I not about it like that? Don't play with me. Don't sit me down with some niggas that ain't really serious about this. I really does this. Whether I'm dealing with the music, whether I'm going across seas to do what I got to do, I really does this. I don't play no freaking games. If niggas want to play, like I said, I don't have to be here either. I come here just to support, and that's it. That's it.
Yeah, but in
If niggas don't
understanding the
want it, just say
support,
you don't want it, and I'll gracefully take my energy somewhere else. I'll take my time to talk to you. I
Jamal,
really don't
you
care.
just said
yeah,
that
but at the
one too
same
many
time, you gotta be
times
able
for
to
my
hear, bro.
ears. Right. And you just said that statement one too many times. If you don't need to be here, then why are you here?
Because if niggas is talking shit, now I gotta come address you at the end of the day.
Nah,
You
but
want
hold
to
on,
talk
hold
about
on,
the
no,
subject
that,
matter?
like,
We
so
can talk
hold
about
on,
the
let me,
subject
hold
matter,
on,
but I'm not the subject
slow
matter.
down.
Who I
Hold
study
on,
under is not the subject
hold
matter.
on, bro,
What
hold
I
on.
believe is not the
Hold on,
subject matter.
Jamal,
We're
hold
talking.
on. Hold on. I just muted you, Jamal. Hold on. Sabio. Now I gotta get down Sabio.
You asked me a
You know what I'm
question.
saying? If we talking about moving black forward, we gotta be mindful of that shit. Like, are we really moving black forward with these responses? Or we just antagonizing?
And the reason why I asked him that is because he keeps saying it. He keeps throwing it in our face as if he's doing us some type of favor. Like, if that's how you feel, then what are you here for? We don't need, like, we were good without you. We were doing what QueButter had wanted us to do. We were moving in a direction. We had, like, you had just laid this out to him. It's like he's not listening to the things that you were saying.
But it's gonna
I
be
hear
hard to
everything
hear.
that
And
he's
I'm not
saying,
even
but when you
using
make
him.
me
I'm
the
just saying
subject
in
matter,
general.
I will
I'm
address
just saying in
everything
general.
that you say about me on this internet. You're not just going to talk about me for no, because when I came in here, I was silent. I was just looking at everything, and then somebody says, "Oh, since we're talking about drugs, hey, Jamar." Like, what? Like, I'm not going to address that. You see what I'm saying? Like, nobody asked you to address me in any type of way, shape, form, or fashion. You making me the subject matter. That's how you know where the glow is at the end of the day. Because we're talking about actual blackness, but for some reason, the subject matter is me. That's weird. That's weird. How do I keep stealing the energy when all I'm doing is I'm just here? We should be talking about the subject matter. It's weird.
Yeah, but you're not letting nobody else
It
talk.
tells me that you're not really serious.
Yeah, no, if I said anything again, y'all, if y'all listening, they definitely, he was talking about his grandmoms and connecting with her. It wasn't about no black power. It wasn't about no building or none of that. It was about talking to his grandmoms. He was talking for hours. Y'all mean y'all been here for hours. He been talking for hours, and this is our exchange after hours of him talking. So obviously, I ain't been poking fun at him. I ain't been bothering him. I've been letting him spew whatever you got to spew. So if he took right now, personally, I already apologized. Y'all heard me. I ain't bothering his son again. I already see how, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
I feel
get
like
it.
I missed a
I
lot of the
get it.
contention. Like I don't
The
even know where the
subject was
contention
what
came
is your
from.
how do you
Like
define
was
blackness?
you
What is your
just pushing
definition of
back on
blackness?
pseudoisms, or like what was it? Like
No,
what
the
was
But what
subject
it
is
was
what is your definition?
Corey,
What is your
he said
definition of
something
blackness?
that sounded familiar to me, like a pseudo
But no, but
argument.
let Corey ask the question.
so my question was like I was here at the beginning, but I missed a lot. So when the crash outs start coming, I'll pull up. So what started the contention? Because if y'all niggas was just having a back and forth, where'd it go left? Was it a pseudoism and niggas challenged it and niggas didn't like it, or what?
No, that's what I'm saying. It
The
started
subject was
because
what is
the
your
brother
definition
was
of
talking
blackness?
about his grandmother and his relationship with her, and then getting history from her and everything about you can learn from civil rights, and she's Native American and all that stuff like that, right? So what I said was, because Sabio ain't responding on that. So what I said was, that's like a pseudo talking point. I'm just saying, I'm just letting you know, I ain't calling you pseudo, but that's like a pseudo talking point or whatever the case may be. And then he asked me how. Like literally, if he would have said like, yeah, well, okay, it's a pseudo talking point, that's your opinion, and left it alone, we wouldn't have been here. But he said, how is that a pseudo talking point? And when I went on to explain that pseudos who claim Aboriginal descendant and that was always here say that their great grandmothers and their grandmothers' oral stories are more consistent or more believable and more consistent with history than the history that's being taught. And if I'm lying, then somebody could say, yo, you lying. And then we could pull it back up. But the fact is, he asked me how is what he said a pseudo. If he would have left it alone and just laughed it off or whatever, or not even laughed it off, like I ain't talking to son, I wouldn't have kept talking to him. I ain't been talking to him. I said one thing and he asked me how, and then that opened the door for the conversation. That's it. If he's saying that something like that didn't happen, we can always rewind it. Like I'm at the laptop.
That's his version of the story. The original context of the conversation was what is blackness? That was the question that I had asked. What is your definition? I wasn't talking to him, right? He wasn't even in the conversation. And when the brother gave his definition of blackness, the conversation then began to segue into the context of what we're talking about right now. That wasn't the original question of what we were dealing with. I said that I'm glad I got the chance to meet my great grandparents, and I knew them up until the age of 25. One of them died at 103 years old, right? The other one I didn't even mention, but they died at 98 years old. I live with my great grandparents. I knew them very, very well. At one point, it was just me and them in the house. I took care of them up until their dying age. Okay. So I was talking to this brother about that experience, about having my great grandparents. And I said that is, basically important to me. That's the main part.
of my learning experience at the end of the day. So it was never meant for everybody to have that same experience at the end of the day. That's my personal experience, right? And I mentioned how they talked to me about the civil rights movement. They actually experienced it. At the end of the day, they experienced it. So I'll never take that from them at the end of the day. That's not something that I'm reading in a book or something that could be referenced as pseudo. That's a real life experience. Some people never met their great grandparents. I met my great grandparents. I knew them very, very well. Their pictures is in my phone.
My bad, son. So you was talking about your experience talking to them or just being with them? Like, I'm confused. Like, are they passed on?
Both.
Like, is that what you're saying? They passed on, and that was kind of your experience before and after the, you know what I mean, the situation?
They talk to me about their experience during the civil rights movement, right? That's what I mentioned. That's what I was talking about. How what they experienced, they gave me that message and told me exactly what happened. I'm actually spoke to my great grandparents. I don't know why this is hard to understand. Some people never met their great grandparents, so it's like it doesn't resonate. But these were people in my family. I remember burying them. Right? It wasn't that long. I'm in my 40s now. My great grandparents didn't pass away till I was 25. We were all living in the house, just me and them. Do you understand? So when I say that experience, everybody should experience that. I don't see how the word pseudo comes in here into any play. He said that was a talking point for some other people. I'm like, okay, but that has nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with this. This is a real life experience. I don't care what their talking points are for Aboriginals or whatever they're talking about for indigenous people. That's not the context of the conversation.
Yeah, that's why I think it's a mistake on either side to bring up like personal family joints. You know what I mean? Because now, if I'm challenging how you think, and how you think is attached to one of your loved ones, like now we in an elevated situation. You know what I mean? Like that's why I wouldn't have commented on it, and I wouldn't have brought it up. Like if I'm personally connected to it, if I don't want to be challenged, because niggas get challenged over here. I don't care what it is.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. I just don't understand where the discrepancy is as to me knowing a family member of mine. Like this is somebody that I know. I just don't understand.
Yo, Corey, I think that's the overreading. Like it just sounded like, I think it was just overreading at that point. Because I'm listening to it. He wasn't talking about nothing Abba.
He didn't bring up, all right, I got you. Because I was looking for it. I was like, I could understand if you were saying like, oh, they passed on, and now, when I go outside, I feel them on my shoulder, and we hold hands and walk into the bushes. You know what I mean? Like that.
Yeah, I never mentioned Aboriginals. I don't know much about Aboriginals.
No, you made it.
Honestly though,
no. You said she was native.
Yeah, no, Dev, let me Dev, why you let me say that?
Okay. What happened?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me just get this real quick.
I said my grandmother was Native American.
To a lot of things, that's different.
Wait a minute though, Dev.
My grandmother.
No. You paused and separated and made that a distinction. That don't have nothing to do with black. You made that a point.
Yeah,
so that's why mid snap.
Oh, but don't say snap, Dev. You're right. I wanted to make that point. But I already said that, Dev. But look, Dev, what I'm saying to y'all is, right, everybody on the panel, right?
Yeah, I missed that, man. I missed that.
No, but Corey, you ain't even got to catch that part, right? Corey, check this out. Tell me if I'm bugging. Corey, Q, or anybody, tell me if I'm bugging. That same thing about grandmothers and hearing the actual stuff from the people who was there, and hasn't that been said many times from many different people that we have called pseudo? Am I bugging y'all? Just let me know. Cause I can understand if like yo Miz, but saying people pseudo is triggering. Y'all are right in that case. But I'm saying reality wise, let's be for real, right? I ain't talking about let's be real niggas. Let's be for real. Like Corey, am I bugging when have you also heard somebody say something like, yo, I'd rather take my grandmoms in them than history or something like that, or my grandmoms in that oral history that's where the real information coming from? Am I right or am I bugging?
Yeah, the grandmother is the link. The grandmother's the link.
And then the great grandmother at that is like, and
Grandma
then I'm gonna
said,
ask you the same
Grandma
thing.
said,
I'm gonna ask you. I ain't even gotta ask Xavier. I'm gonna ask you the same thing.
Oh no, that's the buzzword over here.
Okay, Dev, I'm gonna ask you the same thing. Dev, when you heard that from other people, haven't we generally called those people pseudo? Because those people are the ones who usually challenge what's known as historical things that happened in history.
My bad. Yeah, that's the only reason they bring it up. I mean,
So
you
I'm
bring
not
up your
bugging.
great grandmothers being native for a reason. You're not saying your great grandmother came from Egypt. She didn't come from Africa.
So Jamal, when
So the
I
word
say
was
that,
native.
now
That's
that
it.
all of them just repeat, all of them said that, I get the picture thing, but because it don't got really nothing to do with the actual being an actuality. When they all just said that, could you now see why I said that, or is it like, oh, Miz, you said something that's outlandish? If they all just said, if they would have heard that, they would have came to their mind. Like you acting like I'm saying something outlandish to you, brother.
No, what you said was it was pseudo.
No, I said that's a pseudo talking point, and I was basically saying like, be careful because other people like Sabio, who I was surprised didn't get at you about Kemetic spirituality. I ain't even say nothing about that. What I said was the whole thing about that great grandmother. As soon as you mentioned the thing about civil rights, first thing that clicked in my head was Indian, civil rights, Native American, Abo, all that stuff, real quick. It
You
wasn't
said they
no
all
problem,
be
and I'm like,
talking. You
oh
said they
son,
all
yo,
be
you got to
saying
be
that
careful of
same
talking points. And I
that same
literally
stuff.
said to you, bro, yo, I'm
You said
not
they
calling
all
you
be
pseudo
saying
to
that same
avoid
stuff.
you taking it personal because I'm like, yo, if you could take heed to that, then you could probably keep certain arguments away from you getting called pseudo, and now you threatening to say that people won't say it to your face, like it's been said a million times by everybody else who get upset.
I don't know. You mixing it all up, my guy.
Yeah, yo, let me ask you a question, Jamal. Yo, are you Abo, son? Yo, you hear me, Jamal?
Yo,
you Abo, son? Because I feel like we dancing around you know what I mean? Like that's crazy.
I look at it.
Oh, see, and I said I was tripping. Yo, chat, y'all see chat? I wasn't bugged out.
damn, don't do it.
Nah, let him finish, son.
Don't
You don't want him
do
to
it.
crash out. Come on, son. Let him finish, son. Cause so I'm not asking to play you. I'm asking because I feel like if niggas would have asked that an hour ago, we wouldn't be here. Like, if, you know what I mean? So if you it is what it is. The nigga Madon Abo too, and he up here.
I'm not Abo, bro. I'm Native American.
My bad. You be sounding Abo.
The
So that's
unfortunately, what had happened is the internet, just like everything else, had watered down. So when people come up here and tell our grandma's story or our grandparents' stories, it had got watered down because of the internet. So unfortunately, this has happened. So it's called pseudo, or your grandma didn't know what the hell she was talking about type of argument. So unfortunately, this is what the internet does. It did it to Black Power. It did it to the conscious community. I mean, that's what happened. So it just is what it is.
I mean, like, yeah. So I was asking my fault. They didn't let you answer, Jamal. You Abo, son? Or you got a delay? Do I got a delay? Am I bugging? Yeah.
No, you don't got you don't have a delay. You good.
Oh, you good, son?
Yo,
if you don't want to talk about it, we can move on. But I'm saying, like, if we just get to it, you know what I mean? Like, it's like two niggas who want to fight. Just get to it, so we can get this shit over with.
what are you talking about?
No, I don't know if you heard me. I was asking you earlier. I felt like if niggas just would have asked you, if I was up here an hour ago, I just would have asked you, are you Abo? So we can get to it.
You asking me about
That's
Abo?
what niggas.
You asking me about Abo? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I consider myself to be, when I look at my DNA report, I just look at myself and I consider it to be, it's a mixture of a lot of things. I don't look at
everybody
Kumbaya, my
as one
lord.
Come on,
thing.
Sabio, chill, son.
I don't see everybody as being one thing.
We are the world.
It's too much of a
We
mixture.
are the children.
That man
Nah,
talk,
Fabio,
bro.
see, come on, come on, y'all. That's the
You know, I think that us as human beings, we could gravitate towards uh, any practice, any spiritual practice that we want to, and even in terms of thought, when we deal with science and how we label things, um, I think we could do a better job at that. You know, the way we describe DNA and our genealogy reports, it's kind of hard to describe. I can't really wrap my head around it.
I got you.
I see a lot of flaws. You know, it kind of boggles my brain a little bit to even think about it, because I delve. You know, it's a deep dive. So you know, it just boggles my brain a little bit how we've compartmentalized our training of thought, and in terms of science. You
So
know,
that's why you asked me, what do I consider to be black?
yeah,
Because to you, black is everything.
yeah.
Everything that has melanin. This is the no, I don't want to go down this road.
See, like,
No.
so I
no,
guess
but
when
no,
you
but this
ask
is
me,
a good point.
oh, my
But
fault, go
hold
ahead.
on, but real quick, Corey, this is a good, and I want you to, I want everybody to understand. This is the reason why we have these conversations this way. It got to be tough conversations, and we just got to get through it, y'all. I just want to tell everybody that we getting through the conversation. And this is, I know it be ugly, y'all, but we from the hood, y'all. So you know what I'm saying? And we've been through some shit, y'all. So and that's the black. Even if you're not from the hood, you've been through some shit. You know how many people come up here from the bougie side and sound just as the bougie side be sounding crazy. So it's let's
How
get through the
many
conversation.
times do we have to have this convo?
Nah, but so that's the thing. Like, two things are happening. One, Jamal kind of putting his viewpoint out there, and then two, like, Jamal, if you've been here for a month, son, you know we had this conversation every other day. So it's like, if you're gonna feel a certain way about it, just don't bring it up or don't get involved. There's some shit I don't get involved in because I might I might feel a certain way. So I just fall back and let niggas talk. So it's like, if you want to have the conversation, just be ready to have it without crashing out. Like, I think it's kind of simple, and the way niggas kind of put the information out there might be triggering. So
I
it's
think
like,
crashing
if you
out
the
is a
type that might
subjective.
be well,
I
crashing out
think
might be a
crashing out
wrong
is a
word. It
subjective
might be
term.
triggering. You
I
might
think
want to turn up depending on how niggas say something.
I think that's a subjective term.
When we
Yeah,
say
but
crash
you
out, just
see,
so everybody know the crash out, right? Over here, the crash out is when you respond to the triggering, and then you go on the run for the triggering. Like your gun is in the air, and anybody near you right now is getting shot. You know what I'm saying? Like nigga, anybody is up. It might be 30 seconds. It might be 2 minutes. It might be some people done had a 2-day crash out where it's just up. You know what I mean? So that's what we mean with it, y'all.
my bad, y'all. I'm on the treadmill, so I sound wild crazy. But yeah, that's all. I was just saying, like, like an hour fight is crazy, son. That shit is annoying. But like, if you feel a certain way, you trying to get your point across, get it across. But like, let's get to it. I feel like we was dancing around the topic. Like, I was confused for a minute. I didn't know what y'all niggas was talking about. I put that in the chat an hour ago.
Yeah, but when you listen to the answer he gave, his answer is correct, because when you look at it, if you go by all your great grandparents on both sides, um, you're a mixture. You made up of a lot of things. I mean, that's just a fact.
Right, I got you. It's all good though.
I'm sorry, I don't know what grandparents y'all have, but my parents know exactly when we mixed with Native Americans, and we there's a very specific point when it was, and before that, it was just black on black on black. We know when the white person came in. But I think also the large portion of our community
has issues with the science, has issues with how it's articulated, the story behind it, and also how black people receive the information. They're like, y'all niggas just gonna believe what these white folks tell you, you African, they told you this and that. You know what I mean? So I recognize that's where people be having their dissentment from, and feelings towards science in certain conversations.
And you know what's crazy, Q? I was talking to my aunt, she's a little older. I was talking to my aunt a couple weeks ago, and Shorty was telling me, my aunt was telling me like, yo, we got a great grandmother that's this. We got Indian in our family. Like she told me, like, yo, we got Indian in our family, somebody on the mother's side. And so it's like passed on from generation to generation, son, and nobody checks it. And after all of this, like it's deep in black culture at the end of the day. So it ain't gonna be cool to check. It ain't gonna be easy, but the information at least got to get worked through.
Yeah,
Whether
mine was
niggas argue or
pretty
whatever,
easy
they
to
got
check.
to do it anyway.
Mine was pretty easy to check. My great grandmother, she took care of the whole neighborhood. Pretty much everybody knew her. She was like
So how
stable.
much percentage Abo do you have? We still waiting on the 30% Egyptian. So how much
I
Abo
don't know all
percentage
that.
do you have?
I don't know
You
anything
said
about Apple.
so. How much Native American DNA do you have? Because we still waiting on the 30% Egyptian that we haven't seen from you.
I don't know. I don't know. But I do know that I know my great grandmother.
Yeah, that's right, Jamal. And one thing, you know what puts me out? Oh, go ahead, Q.
Nah,
Oh,
go
but
ahead, Madonna. I don't think nobody was talking. Go ahead.
what trips me out is that how we have come to a time. It's like where our grandparents' word is like it's meaningless, damn near, to a certain degree. But only on the internet, I can may say. And then, when I'm in my day to day, it matters. But like when you say, "Well, this is what my grandma told me," first thing people say, "You lying." Don't get me wrong. Some people do be capping. I've heard a lot of stuff.
You know what's one question I asked those people? What was the education level of your parents?
That's a
I
fact.
don't even ask
My
them that.
parents?
I ask them
My mom went to college.
because history,
My mom
Madon,
went to
what we
college.
spoke
My
about
grandmother.
yesterday, Madon, whatever you learn is taught as historical
Nah, but Miz, I want to hear
is
that part from him because like I don't like I was raised not by my grandparents, so my grandparents' information was filtered by my parents. Like, look, they old, they had this view back in the days. They used to think like this. I was wondering, did your parents say
That
that shit?
part.
Both my
That
Well, see,
part.
parents
My
had
parents.
I was
That
raised by
part.
my grandma. I was raised by my grandma. Q. I was raised by my grandma. You know what I mean? And I had
Like I
aunt.
get talking
I
to
had
you. Like I'm not
aunts as
saying don't
well.
talk to your grandparents. I'm not saying that.
No, that's not.
I'm just saying there's a lot
I'm
of
just
people that jump in the conversation, and not you, Jamal, who only have a grandmother perspective. And
I have a grandmother and a great grandmother's perspective and a great grandfather perspective.
and I have great aunt. I have great aunt's perspective. I have photos of my great aunt,
now,
and
what
you
was
can
your
see the
parents'
growth.
perspective of their perspective?
Both my parents have doctorates.
No, I
Well,
said
my
what was their
mom got.
perspective? No, what was their
Oh my.
perspective of their? Well, I mean, I think also the conversation is kind of convoluted. I think right now because you got the Abo conversation done triggered all the Pan Africans because most of us in America have some type of Native American some shit in it. So nobody had an issue with that conversation ever until motherfuckers started saying, we don't really come from Africa. We've been here forever.
See, but that's what I'm saying, Q. I'm a little different, bro. Like, I don't look at it like that. Like, oh, I'm triggered because he's used the Abo talking point. No, my thing is like how when Madon is talking just now, when he was like, yeah, but it's like automatically you trying to say my grandmom lied. And my thing was what I mentioned yesterday. I'm gonna keep saying it, bro. Like every time they say that, when it comes to things that's taught as something that's historical, it is not a one person said this and let's put it in the history books. The things that are taught as things that are historical, went down in history, are things that are supported by corroborating evidence. You can say your grandmother taught you all you want. It don't matter to me, bro. My thing is, it don't matter who told you. What is the supporting evidence around that? That whole grandmother thing is a heart tug, what they call an emotional appeal. I mentioned my grandmother, so you feel some type of way about, so you could think, you know what, let me not start going in because that is their grandmoms. No, once you brought your grandmoms up, it ain't about y'all being related no more. It's about how you supposed to scientifically approach history. That's the difference. When you're talking about what your grandma told you, look both ways across the street, ain't nobody got no problem with that. But when your grandma telling you like it wasn't no slavery, I don't know. I looked up one day and white people was here with businesses and they told these other dudes that they was African slaves. Support it. So all of that, yo, you know, I'm triggered because of Abo. Hell no, maybe a bunch of other people. Oh, he's triggered because he don't think so. You know, maybe because of other people. Whatever you bring up, where is the supporting evidence? It's as simple as that. Whether you believe in this, whether you believe in that, that's why I don't have no belief, because I don't need anything that I feel like I know is going to be supported. So I don't have to believe it. If I believe it, it don't need no support. It is just what it is. It's a belief. When did a belief ever need support?
Well, the fact remains. Well, the thing with it is,
now watch his response. Now watch his response.
Yo, but hold on, real quick, Madon. Hold on, Madon, real quick. Just to make some clarity from the last situation. Hold on, Madon. So, in this case, though, Jamal wasn't talking about Abos. I'm confused. Was he? Oh, I'm really confused at it.
No, he definitely wasn't Q. But you gotta hear what I said. What I said was, bro. What I said was, Madon, chill out for a second. We talking about the conversation that me and the brother had. Ended up getting into an argument. What I said, literally, Q, was, bro, you got to be careful because that's an Abo talking point. If I'm saying that's an Abo talking point.
No, I heard that. I'm just trying to understand what he was talking about so everybody, both sides can understand.
Again, what he was talking about was his 103-year-old grandmother. Like, I'm not saying he's lying. What he was talking about was his 103-year-old great-grandmother who he knows, and a lot of people don't get to make that connection because those stories, especially about things like the civil rights movement. Bro, I'm not tripping, bro.
No, I didn't say you was. I was just
no,
asking.
I know. I'm saying not to you literally, Q, but I'm saying when I'm replaying in my head, because I don't like wilding out or just blatantly being disrespectful or nothing like that. That's not my thing. So when it's like, it's really like, nah, you disrespected them or you violated, I'm gonna reassess because I'm not willing to say I'm wrong. I'm very willing to say I'm wrong. I even apologize before I reassess just because of the threats and the violence part, because I know where that can go. So I'm like, you know what? That's why I should have refrained from doing it, because of that, not because it's wrong to challenge somebody on the information that they bring, or because you feel like, oh, he's saying something that sounds like something else. No, it's an open panel. As long as you're not cursing, you're pretty much free to say what you want to say, as long as you ain't violate nobody in terms of cursing and all that. And if you respond with a curse to somebody who hasn't cursed at you, that's you being triggered and all that. That's you taking it to another level. The person who says something without cursing and all that, they the person who keeping it at a level of a certain amount of respect, regardless of what you think they saying. If they ain't cursing at you, that means they holding some semblance of respect. But once you start to curse, you letting them know like all that semblance of respect is beginning to go out the window. That's why I don't curse. Even while I'm talking right now, I don't use the MFers, the B's, the S's, and none of that. It's easy for me, bro. Like, I grew up with a mom you can't curse around. Like,
all right, we got you, miss. But what I was saying was, to what you
before
asked
you
me.
go to, so y'all good now? So y'all got understanding? Y'all, what's this, Jamal? Y'all.
I'm definitely good, bro. Before you even respond, I'm definitely good. That's why I'm the one who let you back on the panel, to tell you the truth. Q ain't pull you back. I pulled you back up because there ain't nothing to me, bro. Like I said, all that extra stuff is what the platform don't need. So I'm willing to say, you know what? I apologize. You good. You let's talk about what you want to talk about.
Jamal, where you at? You got understanding?
Yeah, I hear you.
So you understand what he was saying?
Yeah, the last time around, the last spill that he went on, he made a lot more sense. You know what I'm saying? But beforehand, it was just, I don't know, it was kind of left.
Shit happens when communication goes awry. But we got just understand it now. Just that's over with. In the name of Jesus Christ.
You can't be emotional though, Jamar. You gotta understand if you have Kemetic priest beliefs and shit, you might get called a pseudo here or there. Then you put an abo on top of. Now I wanted to ask you, how is it possible that you are an abo and a Kemetic priest?
Oh shit!
I mean, Kemet is in Africa, right?
And you got two. And you got two things, and I mean, yeah, nah, go ahead, man.
The only niggas playing it for him, then, Madonna.
You got both sides, right? You got your mom's side, and you got your dad's side. So you got two sides. I mean, so your dad's side is your dad's side.
That was some Alabama. That was an Alabama shuffle right there, goddamn.
Hold on. Let's keep it real. Your dad's side could go back to Africa and West Africa, Central Africa, whatever the case may be, and your mom's side could go back to being, a native, or vice versa. Your dad's side could be native, and your mom's side can go back to Africa. So you still can make the claim because you have both sides.
Okay. I guess
what in the retarded speech that I just listened to?
Yeah, y'all see how I don't bother Madonna, right?
We go with the music in the background.
Madonna came with some shit right there, boy. All right. So you Kemetic on your dad's side and you're abo on your mom's side.
I'm saying it's possible.
Oh shit! Don't make it sound so bad. Don't make it sound so bad, GQ. Come on, bro. You gotta stop.
No,
respectfully,
bro. I don't judge, bro. I'm not one of them niggas gonna be trying to dog. I don't judge. I'm just trying to figure it out. Because I heard you say how hard it was, Jamar. Hold on, Madonna, to come out of your Christianity. How it was, and I understand that because I went through the same thing, and I know, it's like pulling teeth. It's like, damn, you didn't believe this all your life. You've been taught it all your life, and and then all of a sudden you get woke up to the fact that this shit is not actual factual. So it's not easy. And then you go into something now that I think you probably even going to another level to where now you understanding that all that Kemetic shit is bullshit, but you got a lot invested in it at this point. A lot of trips to Africa and doing your boot camp with Jabari. So you invested a lot in it, but now you realizing, oh, this is bullshit too. But it's not easy, just like it wasn't easy coming out of Christianity. It's even harder now because now you're a man and you got into that as a man. So now how do I get out this shit, or do I even want to, because it's benefiting my pockets?
So, hey, I just want to ask, is there a way to cut out that bullshit Madonna said? Like, is there a way? Shit, that was the stupidest explanation I've ever heard. Oh shit!
I'm telling you, I'm your God. I'm your God. I know what I'm putting to your.
Shut your dumb ass. What did C-Dot tell you? What did C-Dot tell you? We need that soundbite right now. I wish Identity was on here so we can get that soundbite. That C-Dot told you. Your job is to get laughed at. Your job is to get laughed at. You ruin conversations. You don't add to them. You just make them worse.
Who came up with that?
C-Dot, your job is to get laughed at.
That was one of the ones that hurt your brain because ain't nobody gonna do that.
And for the record,
that was trash. Sabio, bro. You gotta Sabio, grow up. Grow up sometimes, Sabio. You don't have to crash out every day and be Beavers and Butthead.
I've been telling you this for the last 15 years. Grow up and stop making up fantasies to try to sound smart. You want to be in conversations that is above your pay grade, and then you sit here and get mad that you're not able to have these conversations. Don't get mad at us because you believe a woman came from a man's rib, nigga. Listen. Don't try to insult nobody's intelligence, and you didn't make it past the 8th grade, nigga. Please stop.
All right, here we go. Yeah, whatever.
Please
But
stop.
the
You
fact
have to
remains,
stop. The fact
you're the
remains
most
that you're
agent
stupid.
provocateur. You got to be the most agent provocateur
There it is. I know. I'll
Negro
be
I
that.
ever.
Agent
Yep.
provocateur.
Yes. Every time somebody trying to have a high level conversation, this Negro come with the agent provocateur gymnastics or whatever you want to call it. I mean, this shit is outrageous, but I understand you got to do it like that because you got a job to do. Do your job.
Savio do remind me of
to keep away from idiots like you and keep idiots like you from talking. You're right. That is my job. You should not be allowed to speak because you do not have the intellect able to required to participate in these conversations. It
Hey,
shows
Savio.
when you talk about things that you don't know.
Hey, Savio, you do
What
be
up?
reminding me of the movie Life when everybody was dreaming and they was at Ray's Boom Boom Room, and you pop in like ain't no damn Boom Boom Room.
You hella stupid. You hella stupid.
And then motherfucker be like, when there is a Boom Boom Room, motherfucker, you not invited to it.
Don't bite, nigga. You ain't invited. Your agent provocateur.
You stupid. You hella stupid. But look, it ain't my fault that people want to be part of conversations and they haven't studied themselves up to that level. Like we've been given to certain information to certain people, Madon, for too long, and we already know what role he plays because he hasn't learned anything. He still argues the same talking points against everything that we talk about. If we were talking about evolution, he would have been right there with Jabez had he been on the panel. He would agree with everything Jabez was saying. The conversation wouldn't have got anywhere. It would have went right exactly to where it went. Like we know these things. Like it's not my fault that you haven't. It's not my fault that you haven't educated yourself. Don't blame me.
Bro, I'll trust nothing coming from an agent provocateur. Trust me on that.
I guess QueButter is an agent provocateur. I guess Dev is an agent provocateur. I guess because they all stand on the science of evolution. They all stand on the science of evolution. They all accept evolution. Yo, I don't care what you yell and scream. They all accept evolution. Yeah. They all agree that we're African. They don't agree that we're Hebrew. Yo, I don't care what you talking about, Madonna. Listen.
You did exactly what an agent provocateur was supposed to do. You start bringing up Q name. You start bringing up this name. I mean, come on, bro.
I hear all the deflected, all the trying to run away from the facts you're doing. The fact is that QueButter agrees that he's African. He's not a Hebrew. He's not an Indian. He's not a Moor. Deb, most of the people on this panel agrees with the things that I stand on, not you. So who's the real agent provocateur?
Q just told you he know he have native in his family. What are you talking about?
Okay, and that don't mean he's a native. Q's not pushing the native agenda. No, it doesn't kill my argument because QueButter is about what? Black power. You don't hear QueButter talking about Native American power, Native American unity. Yo. Do you see this is the problem? This is the problem. QueButter don't have a Native American platform. This is not a Native American platform, a dummy. You have to stop trying to make little small points to win. It's not about winning. Yes, it is. This is
about the truth that you never stand on.
This is about trying to win. This for you. It's not about trying to win for me. This is about me being frustrated with trying to have these conversations about you educating yourself, and you're rejecting the education. That's what it's really about. Because QueButter stands on education. QueButter owns the school, Madon, and all you want to do is try to talk and deflect and try to call me an agent. This is a channel for a school.
Walking around, sit down and go have a Coke on the smile, man. That's what you need to do. Go sit down somewhere and have a Coke.
There you go, trying to joke and laugh. Because that's what you are. Because you are to be laughed at when you join the panel, as I said. Because you don't bring any information.
All right, man. Whatever, bro.
You don't. I'm not the only person that says this about you. Domo just gave your tirade like this a couple days ago.
Bro, you know, name pulling, name throwing nigga out.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The truth is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We all have our flaws. I've made mistakes. One thing I can do is learn from my mistakes. It don't seem like you want to learn from your mistakes. You want to keep repeating.
Savio, you're looking bad, bro. I'm just saying.
You want to keep repeating your mistakes. You don't want to learn from them.
Looking bad,
you
bro.
want to keep saying the same thing and keep trying to tell us that we don't know what we're talking about, but everything that we're talking about stands against everything that you talk about. Like, when are you going to grow up? As you just said to me. Like,
man, listen.
It's not funny. It's not funny. You think it's funny. You think it's funny, but it's not funny.
All right, bro. You want to crash out.
You're too old for this. Nobody's crashing out. You're crashing out. I'm just trying to tell you that it's not funny. Stop using the escape terms to try to save yourself, bro. You've been on these panels for too long arguing these same talking points and you haven't learned nothing. Or for real, like that's something you have to check for yourself. Don't try to hold me accountable because you haven't learned these things. That's on you.
I'm your God.
I don't care what you say. That don't mean nothing to me. I don't believe in those things. All right, I'm done.
Thank the Lord.
Anybody even remember what y'all was talking about before all this?
Yeah, great grandmamas, man. My great grandmama raised me.
Ben had asked me a good question. You know what I mean? But y'all can go ahead.
My great grandmama raised me too, man. So I understand when he say he's fortunate to have known his great grandmama and stuff, man.
Yeah, I think it's dope. Like talking about grandmothers. Like I wish I had the mind I have now when my grandparents was alive, because I would ask them a lot more things about what was going on during the time in the South. Like, you know what I mean?
That's real. Yeah.
That's a fact.
That's the point that I was trying to make.
Yeah, my great grandmama did give me a lot of game though, man. She was 72 years old when I went to live with her, and I was 11. She raised me till I graduated high school. So I get the old soul from.
Word. Yeah, like I was kind of raised with my grandparents. Like, you know what I mean? I was kind of like an orphan in the hood. So
yeah,
I was raised with my grandparents from the time where, you know, before they got sick, all through the sickness and all of that until they passed. So, you know, and you know, a lot of people move on and not like, you know, educate the younger people about what it was like. You know what I mean? Like, and we were kind of forced to make it up as we go along. So,
yeah.
Unless you study, you know what I mean? So, I feel you though. My bad. I'm on a treadmill. My fault. If I sound crazy, like my bad.
Quit bragging, man, about being on the treadmill.
Son, because I'm trying to get to this hour, son. Like, it's just crazy. This hour ain't coming.
I need to get on the treadmill too, bro.
Yo, how we looking, B? We good? Y'all gonna leave Jamal alone now?
Hell no.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You want us to be honest or what? We ain't leaving Jamal alone. He gonna get it. He gonna get broke in just like Madon and Lance. You know, till he make his bones. He got to make his bones. It's gonna be a few crash. It's gonna be a few crash outs along the way. Then he gonna be part of the. He gonna be part of the QueButter community.
Nah, don't call it QueButter. That shit sound weird. That shit sound weird. We're gonna take that back.
Oh, the QueButter sector? That's crazy.
The QueButter community.
That's
That's
crazy.
crazy.
Nah, Jamar's all right still. He's all right.
Yeah,
Damn,
some
Q, you about to have your own
I
sector,
don't
son?
know. I don't know right now. He's talking about here albo comedic.
No, he's like
Comedic albo. I'm
young
trying to
deity.
figure that out.
You know? He's like young deity. You can't really give up on them still. Just got to keep working with them.
It's not even. It's. I mean, Madon said it best. Like he did, even though it was Madon. Like niggas got two parents and shit. Like, not that I'm saying that you could be Egyptian, but
Yo, Q, that explanation was
That's
the worst.
QueButter. Hey, that's QueButter, homie, for real. For him to say,
So, you know the facts. You know that's a fact, man. I mean, you know,
hey, Jamal, I will let you know QueButter rock with you, bro. So you
know
gotta be
it's a possibility.
because
It's a
anybody else
possibility.
ain't no way he would have said no shit like that.
You got two parents. You know what I mean? Hey, bro, come on.
yo, you know who my sis? You know Shorty that got into the argument with Taz?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my accountant, bro.
Damn.
You see, I ain't jump in. She came up here before and she got cursed out by Dev. And I told her, I'm like, look, I don't be getting in the way of the conversation. She was like, yo, Q, your platform. I'm like, it was open, son. It's Thunderdome rules, sis. Like,
Who's that? Shorty from this morning?
nah, she having surgery, so I must have saw, man.
Okay.
Shorty from this morning was hella pseudo.
Oh shit. Chitlin abolition.
Yo, I don't know why that's funny, but that's a funny motherfucker.
Yeah, they advocate for chitlin abolition. I'll sign the petition, Takra Tory. I'm gonna sign the petition for the chitlin abolition.
Yeah, you might as well go open
You're
up
going against the South now, eh?
Open up a chicken restaurant and you'll be a millionaire in a year.
You know the South ain't gonna stand for no chitlin abolition.
Yeah, the first nigga to open an all chicken restaurant will be a millionaire in a year.
All
So y'all niggas gotta remember too, this section of Black YouTube, how we be running, is brand new. A year and a half ago, even a couple months ago, if it wasn't for like the way this shit happened on certain parts of the YouTube, going to Egypt is fire, huh?
Oh yeah, that was a shit going to Egypt.
You know what I'm saying? Like that wasn't like they got a professor at Mega Evers who was doing that shit for 20 years straight, bro. Like taking students to Mega Evers, that was like, yeah. There's a couple professors that still do that.
Yeah. There ain't nothing being on the scene.
I think the conversation got balanced out. It's getting balanced out because it was seeming excessive and shit. Like, yo, come on, bro. The world is bigger than Egypt, B. My students be hating that shit. I ain't gonna lie. They be like, yo, Mr. Q, what about Egypt? I'm like, yo, man. The world bigger than Egypt, man. I had to make a history timeline. And one student, a couple of them had nothing but Egypt on there. I'm like, you know.
Yeah, you want to go see the past, but if you want to go see the future, if you want to go see the future, you need to go to Japan, go to China, where you see they doing real-time facial recognition while you walking through the street, motherfucking computers talking to you and shit. So you can see the direction.
But I think we needed that though. We had to go through that. We had to go through that Egyptian period, the Israelite period, the Moor period, and the people who was lost and robbed of a true knowledge of self. We had to go through those schools of thought in order to keep it moving. So without going through that,
You're not lost.
you
You
know,
weren't ever
a lot
lost.
of stuff
The
today
only
would be
Madon,
under
the
another
only problem with
conversation.
going, listen, Madon, the only problem with going through that is that when you went to Egypt, you left your internet connection there.
Hey, yo.
Because your shit is stuck in the first dynasty.
So let me leave out and come back in.
Fuck is he talking about with that rocker? Oh, excuse my language, man. So excuse me, pardon, thousand pardons. That boy internet connection is lost in space. Man,
Ain't no new invention coming out of Egypt. Not even one.
Man, just so I can get this out the way for today. Shut up. Wale, what's up, big bro?
Right here on the pocket. How about you, man?
Man, trying to stay in the pocket myself, brother.
I was just thinking, you know, as a matter of fact, a lot of the stuff that we be looking at historically, whatever, however we look at the world, we be looking at it from a Western point of view. That's undeniable. And then when I saw the thing, you know, I watched some guy that said something about Afro think tank. I watched him for the first time today, see what he does. And yeah, I saw what he does. And I had seen that Pan-African Strike Back boy before. He's like a comedy to me. But then what's going on is Trump just did a thing in Madison Square Garden. Is that in New York?
New York, the city and the state.
And somebody characterized it. Oh, come on, man. Just mute your mic or something, man. Just mute your mic or something. I know you want to talk, but you just ain't getting through, little brother. You just ain't getting through, man. So the thing is, the rally, the Trump rally in Madison Square Garden was characterized as a Klan meeting, right there in front of everybody, with the watermelon replete. I'm almost repeating what the guy said when he was talking. Replete with the watermelon jokes and some other jokes he said. So I was just curious. I didn't hear no noise about that. We spent a lot of time, you know, kind of discussing our personalities, seemingly to me, you know, and the events and the situations of, you know, seem to not be relevant. Certain events and situations.
Psycho probably gonna dissect it on his next show. You know, to have an all-white crowd in the middle of New York is crazy.
No, it's not.
Seeing how diverse. I only say that because of the diversity of New York. You know how all the got everything up there. Like,
why you say it was an all-white crowd?
No, that's what Wale just said. It was like a Klan meeting.
I said it was characterized.
It was characterized as a Klan meeting, right.
But that doesn't mean it was an all-white crowd.
Okay.
Somebody's still doing this bad connection thing.
Well, that might be
QueButter this time.
Yeah, that don't equate to an all-white crowd. I was just
okay.
saying.
I got you, Wale. I feel you.
Yeah.
When I think of Klan meeting, I automatically think Klan rally. I automatically think all white. You know.
And the thing that I like to point out about David Trump, whatever his name is, he emphatically says he's not a racist, and he emphatically says he's a cultural nationalist. He thinks Western culture is superior, simply put. And that's the code word for white nationalism. I mean, it's the same thing as just saying, you know,
Well, Wale,
Western.
according to Domo, we can't watch seeing people on CNN and all these things or wherever you got that from because that's the internet or a cable news network talking point. So I'm just giving you the heads up.
Oh
Pause.
yeah, about talking points. I go like this with that. If it's a point in your head, that's where the talking point is. Meanwhile, everybody gets to talk. So if I say refrigerator, that's a talking point. That's a triggering word. You ain't got time for that. For people to have talking points in their own head. So I got to be careful not to say certain words, or they're gonna think I'm talking about something. That's their problem.
No,
That talking point garbage.
people
Crap.
with
Pure crap.
You saying, Wale, that trigger word shit is all garbage?
But
pure crap.
About the trigger word, GQ, I was talking about how Domo said you can't. Okay, just say you watching the news and then somebody come on the news on your TV while you sitting there watching and they start talking about politics, right? According to Domo, you can't use that information because it's whatever he used. But I was just talking shit. But go ahead.
Right. No,
See, this is what I mean. We're talking about something, and now Domo is the topic. We like women just gossiping. We don't talk about the topic anymore. Now we talk about Domo.
When you talk about politics, right? Okay. According to the Democrat, people who support the Democratic Party, Domo, C. Dot, and a host of hidden others, not hidden colors, but hidden others. You can't use people on the TV that talks about anything dealing with politics. I disagree with it. I was just saying though.
That's nice.
Yeah, hey, Wale, I'm glad that you brought up that rally, right? I think the key thing or the most contentious thing that came out of the rally, the opening act, he was a comedian. He said that he believes that it's a pile of trash floating in the ocean, and it's called Puerto Rico. And so that was all the contention that came out of the main contentious point. And just like how Madon is trying to describe Domo and things of that nature, one of the political talking heads said described the rally as a Klan rally. You see? And so we have to be able to filter out the extremes. That was the extreme talking point. You see what I mean? And so, Madonna, I hope that's what you were alluding to. You know, that Domo is literally saying to you, one second, brother, 1 second.
You asked me the question, I'm telling you.
No, I'm gonna let you respond. Just let me get it all the way out. That what basically Domo was saying that day was you have to filter out the extremes and do your own research so that you can come up with your own opinions or be able to gauge how extreme or how liberal or however you want to view it. Those talking heads on CNN and MSNBC and Fox and Newsmax and all of that. And so the key thing was, one more time, the comedian said that it was some trash floating in the ocean, and he said it was like Puerto Rico. and then one of the political talking points, I think it was Dana Bash. I'm not sure. Maybe I shouldn't have brought her name up. But anyway, one of the political talking heads described the rally as a Klan rally. And so that's why I land my plane. You can respond now.
Nah, you good. Nah, that's what I was saying. But yeah,
Oh, I didn't hear it from whoever you mentioned. It sounded like a female. Actually, I was listening to a little colored guy on a quick thing that he didn't seem to have such a, I don't know. Anyway, I listened to him for a quick minute and, listening to other people about other things. But I guarantee you, none of their stuff influences me because I'm not in it. I'm just observing. I'm just observing. I'm not in by no means involved at all. I'm an observer.
That's what's up, Wale. But yeah, man, I think it's a criteria to be the president of the United States for you to be a racist.
Yeah.
When
I think
your psyche now, if you're not a racist, that you can't even run for president.
Jesus.
If you even have any inkling of helping black folks in your psych evaluation, that automatically disqualifies you from being president.
Yep. I agree with that.
But wait a minute. Can I say something that came to my attention lately is nowhere in the government, constitution, and otherwise, does it talk and say that it's a democratic nation. This democracy thing, where they pull that out of the hat from? Because all the paperwork says it's a republic. So when they say it's I'd be like, who's what? It's just confusing as heck to try to. Some people think they're living in a democracy, and some people realize, which is kind of obvious, they're living in a. They're not even really a republic.
Yeah, hypocrisy.
Yeah,
well, I would like to try to clarify it, right?
Yeah, man. Do that.
Yeah, so to try to clarify, right? The reason why they call it a democracy is because we have a representative government, meaning based on population, and then just based on you having a recognized state in the union, you would get representation in Congress, and Congress is supposed to be the representative body. That's why they call it a democracy. It's a representative government. You vote on a representative to go to Congress to vote your interests. That's why they call it a democracy.
So does that have anything to do with a hypocrisy?
No, but wait a minute. Yeah. Actually, Rob, you did not describe hypocrisy.
Hypocrisy, I would say in.
Wait a minute, Rob. What you just described and said and attributed it the name democracy is actually the definition you gave is a definition for a republic, where you vote some people in to represent you, and then they go and represent you. A republic is a representative government. That's what it actually means. I mean, I can Google it. Republic is a representative government.
I'm just talking about on paper, bro. That's
yeah,
what
I'm talking about on paper. I'm talking about on paper right this second. I'm looking up the word republic.
And so yes, I would say as it functions, it is more of a republic than just a holistic democracy. Could you imagine the confusion, right, at our state capitol if everybody could go to the state capitol and vote on every legislative thing? Could you imagine the grind that it would take to just get a street light, get a bulb in a street light?
This is straight from this is straight from Google. It reads a republic, a form of government in which a state is ruled by representatives of the citizen body. I'll put it in the thing because it's representative.
That's not required. I don't think. It does say "We the Republic for which it stands," so it is in the it's in the verbiage. But what I'm trying to establish, right, is the reason why they refer to it as a democracy. That is the reason why.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but if that's the reason, then They're describing a democracy as a republic. Here's democracy. It says democracy, a system of government by which the whole population or all of the eligible members of a state, typically through representatives, typically through elected representatives. I'll put this also in the chat so you can read. We can read this one too. Shoot.
Yeah,
read them.
But you can see how those definitions overlap. You can see how those definitions overlap. Yes.
Hold on, let me put it in here now. What it says, so we can look at it and compare. Shit. One, a whole population or its eligible members. So that's not the whole population of a state. Typically through elected representatives.
So who would be ineligible?
I was
the people that they're referring to in terms of eligibility would be people who have a vested interest. You see? So like say for instance, you visiting your grandma. We talk about grandmas all day. You visited your grandma on the day of the election. You can't vote. You see? So that's what they're talking about. When people who have committed crimes against the state, they are considered ineligible to vote, and so on and so forth. Every state, every government has statutes on who is eligible and not eligible to vote. But you've read both of the definitions, and clearly you can see in the verbiage of the definition how republics and democracies overlap. Those definitions overlap. Yes?
Oh, yeah, I see where it says typically. But at first it says, the original definition of democracy is, I'll read it again, because that's why people call it a democracy. It's a system of government by which the whole population or all of its eligible members of the state.
Right.
And they say typically.
Typically. So in general, that's what they're referring to. And so to Identity's point about the hypocrisy, right? In reality, big business, they play a huge role in the way that our government functions. And looking at it pragmatically, we have to take that into account when we're talking about the political process in this country. Big business.
And the definition of republic is a form of government in which a state is ruled by representatives of the citizen body.
That's correct. So you can literally have a socialist republic. You can literally have that. But because every vote counts, that's the idea, that's the idealistic view of, the way our democracy is supposed to function, but that's the way that it's worded. That's the idea, that's the concept, the structure of it, if you will.
And still the actuality of the republic is what's happening. That's all.
Right. In actuality, big business, I would say, has way more influence than voting. Well, I tried to bring up the businesses. I talked about them for a little while on here, and the conversation, because a lot of people didn't know or wasn't familiar with these companies, the conversation really didn't go too far, right? But that's what it was, you know what I mean? And we have to look at the backdrop of how our, so-called republic, our government functions, see how it functions, and then see how we can get in and get the resources that we need for everyday life, man. You know what I mean? We don't really have time to be worried about, you know, what a political one political person is doing in a general sense. We have to be focused. We have to have a, like what they call the eagle eye perspective, looking at it from a big perspective. Like, you know, man, we got to make sure that we got funding for education because that's our future. And then in the intermediate, we have to have funding for Black business so that we can create jobs so that people would be able to pay their bills and blah blah. You see what I mean? A lot of that, I mean, business and economics go together like peanut butter and jelly.
Okay. What county are you in?
I'm in Crook County. Crook County, better known to some as Cook County.
Okay. Are you familiar that Cook County is a municipal corporation?
Yes. That's why the police cars got the M on it. Hey, you can ask GQ. He can see one of them cars from 3 blocks away.
Mm-hmm. So I'm saying you realize
you like, oh shit, I'm about to pull over.
So you do realize that what you take as government is really corporations running things.
Well,
hello, you're saying yes or no? I mean,
that's a
break it down, Wale.
It's more nuanced than that, I would say.
No, it's more nuanced. Okay, the place
it ain't just one corporation walking away with the bread. You know what I mean? Or several corporate it's an intricate web. It's an intricate web of
this nigga Madon don't know how to act.
Yeah.
You know, Donald Trump has a major company. I mean, corporation.
All over the place, bro.
I'm just saying to you because you're missing something I don't even understand. But any corporation can own innumerable corporations. One corporation can own innumerable amount of corporations. Just a matter of acquisition.
That's correct.
So then, when you say something like, you know, it's a municipal and a governmental corporation that's being run, and I'm just saying you seem to be, I'm not sure, you seem to be speaking as though they are 2 separate entities. The government,
they are layered. So this is the reason. This is the reason, right? So it's for legal ramifications. That's the short answer. It's for legal ramifications. That's the short answer.
I would say accounting.
Yes. Because your accounts, receivables, and payables, they have to, you would love to get more payables than receivables. You know what I mean? I mean, vice versa. You would love to get more receivables than payables, but most municipalities, they have a cash flow problem.
Okay, now that we've satisfied that most of the counties, anyway, if we didn't go to any other government thing, is a corporation. Okay, that's what I'm saying. We've established that it's a municipal corporation. Yes? Okay, now corporation is run by the board. Has a board of the corporation, and it's run for the profit of the board of the corporation.
Now we have to be careful with the way that we word it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So because when we say a corporation, right? A corporation literally, the main job is survival for the shareholders. But this corporation, this corporation that you're referring to is literally we talking about the residents of said county.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I'll check into that.
We're not talking about we're not talking about shareholders. People who have to pay in, and they looking for something on return. ROI. They looking for something. If you have to pay $5,000 in property taxes, hell yeah, you have the legal right to know where every cent was spent.
So there's no shareholders in that county then.
Everybody is a shareholder in a general sense. Even the homeless man is a shareholder.
In some counties, like in Philadelphia County, for certain.
Well, respectfully, hey Elder, respectfully, if we can focus on Cook County, that way,
I know.
I'll be very, very familiar with whatever you bring up.
The reason I mentioned that is because I don't remember the name called in Chicago, whether they're called shareholders or
residents.
No, not the residents.
Stakeholders.
Stakeholders. There we go.
Residential stakeholders. Sometimes it's referred to that in the minutes. Constituents. That's another word. Constituents.
I know constituents, but constituents are based on voting. Residential stakeholders are based on property.
So, in a general sense, residential stakeholders are every resident that if their name is on a lease or a mortgage or they own some type of property, right? They are residential stakeholders in Cook County.
Okay, now I'm getting somewhere. I'll look it up myself and see what the rest of the noise is. But meanwhile, knowing that it's a corporation, and then corporations are what corporations are, then no matter how you massage it, it's still a corporation. So I could dig that. And I was simply saying that, though, in these conversations, especially the way you seem to be, like I said, speaking, is to separate corporations from government. And that's just not the case. They are one and the same. Maybe they're different corporations, but they both are corporations.
Well, I would just say, because I hear people the way that they try to liken them, right? And so I would just say that a state corporation, a county corporation is not the same as Google. You know, it's not the same as John Deere tractor. It's not the same.
It's close to Walt Disney, though.
Huh?
Well, yeah, Walt Disney is a de facto municipal.
It's a publicly traded company, but 51% of that company is in trust.
And more than that of the governmental corporation is in debt. I don't know.
So it is. I would say it's a fair comparison because their goals are aligned, right? But this is where it differs, right? This is where it differs. If let's say, for instance, they make Walt Disney make a bunch of money, right?
Of course.
And they stock is gonna split and people gonna be happy. Whereas if you live in a county where things are really taken care of, it's beautiful, it's good schools, you paid a lot of money for that probably, but you're not getting no check. See, that's the difference.
Okay.
That makes sense, Elder, what I'm saying?
Okay, I mean, I have no argument, no matter what. I've actually said what I'm saying. If you made your response, I'm good.
Sir. Yes, sir. But I wanted to go back to the rally, if I could, this Trump rally that took place in New York. Let's really think about this, y'all, for a second. In a couple of days, everybody is supposed to be going to the ballot box. November the 5th. That's the day that people that participate, that's the day they go to the. And so
he's by then.
yeah. And so yeah, because you can early vote and all of that. And so typically candidates, especially for president, they usually try to go to their bases to rally to make sure that they energize to go out and vote and get their friends to go out and vote.
Yeah.
Right? Right? Typically. Look who Trump is going after. That's all I got to say about that. Look who Trump is going after. So after he loses the election, Brother Rob got a prediction. After he loses the election, he's going to get sentenced in the first case. Everybody going to still be up in arms and all of this kind of stuff. And so, you know, his base going to say that somehow the election got stolen again, right? And I predict by the middle of the summer, one of these cases don't have to go to jail. Hey, I got to take this call.
Oh man, because I wanted to ask you what you think of this Kamala being booed at her own rallies. That's the other thing I picked up on today from the 3 or 4 different people I'd never watched before. I just decided to look at their show today for a few minutes, see what they talk about. And I saw them saying Kamala was getting booed at her own rally 2 or 3 times. And then I saw the CNN or whatever the Democratic news outlet is saying that Kamala handled the hecklers with finesse, you know, putting a different spin on it. But meanwhile, I saw the clip or a clip of the hecklers and how she was responding. So I mean, I like to look at stuff myself without the telling me what I'm looking at. You know, like the news like to say, what you're looking at here is Kamala Harris giving this guy the whatever, you know, their spin is. So I just like to look at it. Sometimes I turn off the sound and stuff just so I could see what's really happening. So I saw them booing her myself, a whole big crowd. I mean, they were loud. I don't know if they were sent over some kind of new thing to mess with her. But Beyonce was only on the stage for 4 minutes. The man said exactly 4 minutes. The crowd was upset with that. Now, I don't know. I didn't hear anybody talk about it, but I don't see how that's Trump's fault. Not that I like Trump. I don't like neither one of them personally. I'm just saying. That just seemed like bad planning right there. I don't know where she was or nothing, but if you telling people Beyonce coming and she's put out media saying she's definitely not going to be performing, folks. Otherwise, people think she might. Hey, and I saw other advertisements saying she's scheduled to perform. Well, shit, it's going to be a bust out crowd. And it's for free. Oh, I might even go. And I don't even know but Beyonce, you know, some little chick.
Wale crazy.
But that was a bad look. They say they raised $1 billion. They could have gave Beyonce a couple of million to do, you know, a few minutes to shake your butt. Come on, she'll take a couple of million. But that was a bad look. And Obama just tearing his drawers all over town.
Jeez.
Obama trying to tell so-called black men what to do. And all the niggas looking at him like, dude, we let you in the door, but come on, you can't be telling. Obama done tore his drawers all over town. Yeah. People were willing to let it die down, you know. The Obama gate, you know. He brought himself back into the fray. And Trump ain't doing no better. Like everybody knows, Trump got a following that will shoot their mama. He don't have to advertise to them. Matter of fact, he just sell them shits. Anything, T-shirts, uh, whatever. Trump spunk, anything. So I understand their man say, so who is he targeting? I don't know. But whoever he targeting, maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. We'll see. And Rob said Trump ain't gonna got a chance of hell in winning, but really neither has Kamala. Don't nobody know her. She just jumped in the thing. She didn't go through no primary, none of that regular stuff that people go through. She jumped in the driver's seat and expected the car, or jumped on the horse and expect the horse to respond like the regular driver. And it's not. It's bucking along the way.
When she lose, that's what they're gonna be saying, that they should have had a primary.
And for real, if you really want to know the truth about it, to me, just turning off the sound when I look at their things, it looked like Tim Walsh is running for president. Oh,
say
I
that
know
again, good brother.
I said to me, when I look at the news clips and stuff, and I turn off the sound, it looks to me like Tim Walsh is running for president. And I know he's in the vice president slot, but then a couple of months ago, so was Kamala. So that slot ain't no lock on that door. Kamala moved through it. Now she's
Hey,
running for president.
be honest, I forgot he was in the race. So I got you.
Hey, because of your perspective and where you see things from, the world from, but other people see the world from a different perspective or location than you do. You know what I'm saying?
I hear that, bro. Yeah, I'm not even following it like that. I'm ready for it to be over, man. I'm not into it like that.
No, I ain't into the politics. I'm into the social movement. And so sometimes the politics affect the social movement and vice versa. Social movement affect the politics. So because I'm into our people, I'm involved in our people under a concept of social movement. So our people can move socially a certain way.
No, I get that, and I definitely see a social movement, but I see it from a holistic view that there's a change on the horizon. So yeah, I feel where you're coming from with that.
That doesn't. It's always a change on the horizon. That's what horizons are made for. It's always a change on the horizon. Every day. Every moment. I can dig it though. You got to
Yeah,
deal with the reference points you know. Like I tell people often, and they make their reference points. Like you make your reference points, and you may do it unsuspectingly without any malice or forethought. All your reference points are going to be Western reference points and basically Christian reference points. If not just Christian, for sure Abrahamic. That's just how life is right now. Those are only reference points that you really have for the most part. Some people have expanded and gotten other reference points from some other places, but very few places. Most of it is always reference points on Western culture, or from, if you're West.
you fell off. I guess the orange got you.
No, oh, no, I hit the thing by mistake. I hit
Okay.
the mute button by mistake. But that's pretty much, I said it.
No, I get that. That makes sense. It makes sense for me since this is where I was born and raised in the West. So I can accept that.
Now, like this, what it's a beautiful thing too, because to me, I was not like some people say, I was born Christian, I was raised Christian like that. You know, everybody in America Christian. I was not. I have never been Christian. This is a difference. I don't know how people see that, but that's not my floor plan. You know what I'm saying? That's not my foundation. No Abrahamic religion is my foundation. My foundation is based on, I would have to say, animism. I would really say voodoo, but most people don't know what voodoo is, and they have a, what do you call it? A prejudice, because people have been prejudiced from their Western perspective once again. So
Yeah,
I just
and
most of the
but that,
time say it.
but that's what I'm saying, good brother. I didn't. I said I can accept what you said, but then you didn't took it from my perspective to make it my foundation.
No, I'm saying not. Okay, I get what you're saying about foundation. All right, I leave it at perspective. Perspective.
So I was just agreeing with your point. That's nothing argumentative there. I would say that's fair to an extent.
Where I'm at right now, a storm just arrived, right? But every day around this time, the storm comes before morning at least. Every day for the past 3, 4 weeks, every day the storm comes, and it's a it ain't no joke either.
You going in and out, bro? Or is that me?
Probably the storm I was talking about. The storm has just arrived. Did you hear me about the storm?
Yeah, I think you said every day a storm arrives about the same time.
Yep, and it just arrived now. It just arrived.
But it'll be gone. It'll be gone in a little bit. What, an hour or two?
They may go through the night. Mostly on and off through the night, not continuously through the night, but on and off. So there's an eye to every storm, so there's a calm spot, and then it'll pick back up like that.
Yo, I'm back. My bad, G.
Welcome, Rob.
Oh, I feel welcome. What was y'all talking about, man? I'm sorry. I had to mute out while I was on the phone, so I didn't hear how the conversation was going after I
Somebody
made
dropped the link. Pardon me, Rob. You know I ain't not mean to cut you off. My fault. Yeah, somebody dropped the link. One of the mods in the chat. Can't get to it right now. You could go ahead, Rob. My fault.
No, all good. And Miz, I did see your point of view, bro. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to make sure you heard it from me.
Oh, a little earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I understand your point of view. And I do that sometimes too. Like I preemptively, I hear you, Wangu. You know what I'm saying? And then normally, well, nah, I can't say normally. I say 4 out of 10 times, people would just come right out and say, well, yeah, that is my stance. But, hey, that's what it is. You know what I mean? You just, sometimes people's integrity, it comes into question. I questions Madon's integrity openly all the time. You know what I mean? I do. I mean, in my mind, I just think that he couldn't be married to those beliefs that he has. You know, like the reason why I use marriage is because like say for instance, you married to your girl, but she lost a front tooth or something. Years after y'all married. You know what I mean? You ain't gonna divorce her because she lost the front tooth.
Damn, Rob, the front tooth? I don't know now. Maybe
Yeah.
one in the back, but the front.
Well, that's my baby, GA. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's
no,
the sentiment.
you
And
spot
I just
on, bro.
and I just feel like a lot of these guys, they be married to these beliefs. And the reason I say marriage is because we literally go out of our way to give you sources, the perspective of the sources, everything. We provided. Then we ask y'all a question and y'all get mad. It's amazing. I mean, I don't know. It's amazing to
We
me.
got to toughen
What I
up.
mean?
It is, man, but we got to toughen up. Have a little thick
Yeah.
Wait a
skin, man.
minute, when you saying y'all, who named y'all? You said we asked y'all a question. Who named we?
Some of the guys, Wale, that come on to the platform and they're not prepared to defend some of the exotic claims that they make. And then when we say, well, you have to source up, bro. We've never heard that before. You know what I mean? I mean, man, bro, you done came from left field somewhere, huh?
I experienced that myself, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Man, bro. And then we like, well, man, G, you got to source up. Well, I don't have no sources, or they will repeat themselves 15 times and then get mad because you're over talking me. No, I know what you gonna say because you already said it. Oh, y'all back? Hey, all right. Yeah, my family, they was out of town. They just got back, Joe. So y'all know what that means. I gotta go check in. Yeah.
Nah, that's
Yeah,
what's up, though, man.
Be good to yourself.
Yeah, but look, man. Hey, Wale, man, take care of yourself, brother.
Yeah, be good to yourself.
Yes, sir. I certainly will. And all y'all, man, y'all be good, man. Everything gonna work out. We don't have no personal animosity with y'all. And I say,
I hope
y'all, I'm
not.
talking about these guys with the exotic claims. But you need exotic proof or some type of source, fam.
I know my
Damn.
claims were very exotic, and I tell you what, they're getting even more exotic. I'm having a ball because right now I'm pushing the thing that 3 towns in ancient Japan, the 3 major towns in ancient Japan, have the same identical name as the 3 ancient towns in Nigeria.
Oh yeah,
A
that's
lot of
interesting.
times. Yes, that thing is very interesting. So I'm pushing that fact because it's a fact. You can be Googled anytime. The town's names are Ando, Kano, and Edo.
Well, I'm not a big history buff, but I would just inquire and ask the question: what's the connection? Are you making that a connection to a trade route, an ancient trade route, or what even is your claim? I'm not the historian.
I'm not making a claim. I'm making an observation.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll leave it alone then. I mean, because I live in Texas, man. I got a Iran, Texas over here. I got a China, Texas. I got Paris, Texas. I got so
I lived in
that
Miami. We had a little Havana, and we had a little Haiti. That, but if that's what you're gonna go by,
well, I
but
mean, that's what I'm saying. What's your well, go ahead, finish your thought. I didn't mean to cut y'all.
me either. Finish.
No, I'm just saying when you say a little Havana and a little Haiti, I mean I can make that correlation or a connection, with Cuba being 90 miles away and Haiti what a little bit further. And we go back to the 80s with the migration that happened back in the 80s. I mean, we can make those correlations. And I was just asking or inquiring about your research on what's the correlation between China and Japan.
Not Nigeria. Nigeria.
No, that was
I
Nigeria and
mean,
Japan.
Nigeria and Japan. I misspoke. But that's what I'm saying. What's the core?
Okay.
Is it the ancient trade route? Because I heard the old what they call it, I don't want to say an old wives' tale, but about a black samurai. You
Oh,
know,
that's not a old wives' tale. That's Yasaki. Anyway, Sabio knows how to pronounce his name, but you can look
but
that up in Google. I forget his
yeah,
name.
I'm not that interested in his history,
Yusuke.
man.
It's either
Yes,
Yusuke or Yasuke. Either
yeah.
Yusuke or Yasuke.
I'm just
But
saying it's
Sabio,
not a old wives' tale. It's a a thing that they have accepted as history. That's all I was
okay.
saying. To
Well,
what you're
for,
saying.
for for lack of a better term, I just said that because I did never pursue the research myself to
Okay,
confirm.
I've been checking it out. That's all.
But he was supposed to be a slave,
Uh,
right?
I heard people. I heard uh, a, a a historian say he was probably a slave.
So that infers the trade route. So that's why it just led me to what's the term, Savio? The trans
Trans-Saharan.
no, not
I just
trans-Saharan.
The Silk Road.
Yeah, but I just can't think of the term for methodology to say
The Trans-Saharan slave trade, Sub-Saharan slave trade.
was it was something like that in conjunction with the trade route. Just how did those terms or these names get from Africa to over to Japan?
Probably
But
through trade.
but
Yeah, I don't even
what
know
I
that
also
one.
read.
Yeah, I don't know
Also read.
because Japan wasn't even Japan till after a minute. It took a
Right,
minute.
It's still.
to after the feudal, and when
Yeah.
was
Wait a
that?
minute.
Like
Wait a minute. That
13,
means
1400s, 1200,
wait,
sometime around
Japan
there.
still is not Japan. Japan, what you call Japan, the people who live there call Nippon. They don't call it no
oh,
Japan. That's some American thing they put on them in the
Oh my
whenever.
goodness gracious.
okay,
Yeah.
bro.
I ain't gonna.
That's all I'm saying about that particular, that particular point as it's put. Just about that particular point. That's all I'm saying. And I was going on to say that I've read a more recent. I've read here recently a more Japanesey description of Yasuki, and they said they've heard that thing about him having been a slave, but they clearly doubt it because of what he was able to do and the positions he was able to hold. But I don't know. I'm just saying when people talk about it like that, I have to look at whatever information is available, and that's part of the information. Or what you were saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
not
don't
my
know.
forte, bro. I'm saying,
Well, yeah. Well, I got turned on to them when they told me they recognized us. I say, how so? And then I started looking to see how they recognize us. And I haven't come up with the definitive, like you were saying, what's my theory or something. And I say we were dealing with each other all along. My first theory is that the money we were using came from the Philippines.
Oh shit.
who is
Ca-
we? When you
You
say we,
talking about African soda. Cowrie shells came from the Philippines.
The this Atlantic area, we're using the cowries from the Philippine area. They refer to them as money.
okay.
Owo, that's the actual word. Owo.
So the cowrie shells come from the Philippines. Okay, cool. I'm not even going down that route.
Particular cowrie shell, Sabio, cowrie shells come from the ocean, as you well know.
About
But
Yeah,
particular,
yeah, I know where they come from. That's why I'm not even going down that route with you.
I'm just saying,
You got yours. I'm gonna leave it alone. While that is cool.
I'm just saying, particular cowrie shells come from particular locations for the most part.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the only thing I see about that Black Samurai dude is all the way in the 1500s. No, yeah, he was born in 1550s.
Yeah.
Kind of late. That ain't like ancient history type of samurai.
And before that was what they call the Edo period, when the town in Japan was called Edo. They have changed the name, I think, to Tokyo. Yeah, Edo used to be called.
That could just that could be that could just be nothing. That could just be nothing. That just could be names of states that popped up at different times.
Uh-huh. However, I will go forth to mention something else. I did mention 3 places: Edo, Kano,
And
and
all of them could all mean, and they all could have popped up at different times for no reasons at all. They could have no
I
connection
agree,
to Africa.
Sabio. I agree, Sabio. That's why when the man was asking me what connection am I making, I said, no, I'm just making observations. I tell you another observation that I recently come across. This is really funny. The boy name
2 + 2 is 4.
No, the boy name Kunta is also Japanese. It's a name for Japanese boy, and it means strong. Kunta. Kunta.
What you mean that they sound the same, or are you saying that they?
Oh shit!
I'm saying it's the same word, Miss.
With the same meaning?
I haven't
I
looked
know
at
this
the.
Afro. That's not
I
new.
haven't.
If they got different meanings, then that would just mean that they sound the same, right? If they definitely got different writing.
The writing really doesn't matter because the writing ain't Japanese either. The writing is Chinese, They just use that Chinese and they use kanji. All that's Chinese writing to Japanese for the most part.
Kunta is a Japanese word, right? This shit is getting crazy.
Yeah, but without the definitions, then we won't know if the words just sound the same.
Exactly. I agree. It's just an observation. I'm not making any kind of derivation or any kind of theory up on it's etymology or anything. Just making observations.
It seemed like everything that's supposed to have an African origin has some type of connection to Japan or China in some odd way, or either starts in China or originates in China or have some trace back to that area. And it's really not a lot of evidence showing that when we look for it, especially West Africa. Like we have it coming from Egypt and Ethiopia and those areas, but not really Nigeria and those areas over there. But it seems like there's a imaginary line that's been drawn where they was taught walking across the Sahara, the Levant, and all that territory through the Mongol invasion when Genghis Khan was free. Y'all have to understand, like, this shit weird. This shit weird.
So, like I said, the coincidences of the 3 towns, and all 3 towns had their names changed to Kyoto and what's the big one, Tokyo, and the other one, I forget the other one's name. But if you look, they all spelled the same as well, Ms. The town, Ondo, Ando, Kano, Kano, and Edo is spelled Edo.
Yeah, but that's kind of different when you even talking about the writings are spelled the same, because they would have to have the same letter relationship in terms of
that's what I spelled it.
All that.
Because most people, when they read it, they say Edo, but the Japanese pronounce the town Edo. And the Yoruba, as far as I know, it's a Yoruba word, they also pronounce the town Edo. I just said the Nigerians. Let me use that type terminology. That's more familiar.
I'm totally lost.
No, don't bring up John Hassan.
I'm not bringing up John. I just stay with
comment.
The town is Edo.
Delete that name out the chat.
And so, like I said also about Kunta, it's a sound, right? It's kunta. They say kunta, and that's all I was saying. There's other similarities and observations I've made in evidence, but I just thought I'd drop them 3 or 4 and see how you respond. That's all.
Yeah, I don't know. Those sound like things that need to be looked at, and then they not even they're separate incidents. They're not like in the same geography. They kind of like I don't know. It just I don't know.
Well, it makes me wonder how did that happen?
What the things sound the same? That 2 words sound alike? If they mean the same thing,
No,
then
not 2 words, 4 words.
no,
And I
even
got
if
4
if
words.
it's 4 words, that's not astounding to me because the 4 words could sound alike to different people listening. But my thing is what do if the words mean the same thing? Then you probably have a
Oh,
coincidence.
okay, hold on a minute. I'll look it up. I think kunta is in Akan, in the Akan language when it reaches West Africa, the word kunta.
And I don't even know how they would have a spelling for Kunta when I don't even think they had a writing system. What people are that again? What people are we talking about? So we can check their writing system and when they develop a writing system as compared to the writing system of the people you talking about, and then to look at a relationship between the writing systems. Period.
Mm-hmm. Oh no! Right this moment, I was looking at the looking for the
Like if
Akan.
they spell Kunta Kunta, where did they get that from? And like, do they have a letter representing K, a letter representing U, a letter representing the N, a letter representing T?
Which people are you talking about now?
Both parties. If you take the one word Kunta and you're saying it's spelled Kunta, is it spelled both the same way in both places? And if so, then how are we saying there's a relationship between the lettering system and all that? Because all of that would have to be
No, the relationship between the lettering system is not part of the conversation. That's why I even mentioned before, they don't even use their own lettering system. As far as I know, they use Chinese lettering system because they didn't have no lettering system. And the similarity with the West Africans, they didn't have the lettering system that is being used today with the Kunta either. They got that from somebody else as well. So then it would behoove me only to go as far as the information and the evidence will allow me to go without, jumping out the window saying, oh, this mean that, or that mean they did this back in the day. I don't know none of that. I'm going to just stick with the evidence that's in front of me and see what I can derive from it. That's all I'm saying.
I don't even know if it's evidence to what if you don't have any presupposition or anything that you presupposing. I don't see how it could be evidence. You presupposing now that there's a connection there from whatever time period, you will probably have to state what time period you think that is from and then see if that evidence corroborates that. But it's not evidence.
Oh, that's why I keep saying I'm just observing. I'm just collecting stuff that's hanging around, man. I'm just observing. And then I'll see how it all adds up when I get enough of it that I feel I got enough of it to make something of it. That's all. Right now I don't feel like I have enough of it to make something of it. Do you get me?
Yeah, it was just tripped up by the word evidence. Because I'm like, evidence to what?
Oh, yeah. Okay, then. Evidence being stuff you find around. And then people find
anything that you find around all the evidence is something without some type of presupposition, something that's presupposed in there. But then it may become evidence after that, but just something you find, not necessarily evidence, because there's nothing for it to be evidence for. It's just something. It's not evidence.
Right. My understanding of the word evidence and how it's used, it's what's laying around. Like you go to a murder scene and stuff, and you say, "Hey, what's laying around?" They call that.
But that's the presupposition. There's a murder. That's the presupposition.
Okay, wait a minute. I got that part. I know what you're saying. I'm just trying to put evidence in another place that don't have nothing to do with something. So now I'm gonna back it up and simply say it is the stuff that's laying around. Now, archaeologists might be walking downtown somewhere or over at his aunt's place somewhere, and the stuff laying around, he might pick it up and say, "Wow, look at that." and go home and then check it out and shit. And then when he take it to the board to say, look, this is the evidence I found at my aunt's thing that shows that this and that is happening.
Nah, I don't think. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Hey,
you kind of messed me up real quick. You went a little bit fast. You said they take it to the people and be like, "This is evidence." I don't know if that's the actual process, because I don't know what it would be evidence for. I think you probably you find something, maybe it's a dinosaur tooth, and you tripped over it, I don't know, and you found it and you looking at it, and if you're an archaeologist, you like, this looks like something, I don't know, a bone or something like that. There's nothing.
Yeah.
There's the presupposition right there that it's a bone. It's not that it's a dinosaur bone or nothing, none of that stuff yet. So it's not evidence that dinosaurs was roaming there, none of that yet. It's just a bone.
No, it's just something you picked up. Right.
Yeah.
So
now when
might be a doggy bone.
Now when he goes and checks it out and does all his tests and runs it through the machines and all that, and then he finds out that it could possibly be a dinosaur bone. Now that's what he'll present. But I don't think it's evidence up until the point where he finds out what kind of bone it is, and then come up.
And then
something
you said it must,
how they get there.
You said it must be accompanied with a supposition or presupposition.
No, I'm just saying. I'm not saying that it must be, but I'm just saying the way that you use the word, like it's evidence. I'm saying evidence of what? Because it's not just when you found something that is evidence. When you found something that's, when you looking around at a crime scene, you found evidence when you think that this thing is related to a crime. So evidence is just not.
Okay, hold on a second, man. I'm gonna look up the word evidence. I mean, 30 more minutes of this. Let's look it up. Something that furnishes proof
of something. What's the proving? What's the proof of some of what? It got to be something there. Proof of a crime. Proof of you going to discovery.
Yeah.
Proof of what? You would have
question.
You have to say something. You're gonna. It's proof of something, whatever the claim is. But it's not that until you actually make
a supposition or the things I ask you. Right?
Not the things you asked me, but I'm just saying, if you found something and now you got some idea of where you think it may come from, then it becomes evidence. But that's how, whatever way you relate it, and if it got supporting evidence beyond that, then it starts to become something.
Okay, then beautiful. As I say, it's just stuff I found as an observation, and that's all it is to me at the moment. Stuff I found as an observation. We agree.
Yeah, no biggie. I just was throwing off a little bit because it's hard for me.
It's always good to be accurate in the uses of words. Otherwise, what are we doing?
Yeah. They say I be doing too much word semantics, but it's more so like when you explain that you using a word in this way because you choosing to use this word. I can't tell you that you're wrong because now we got to understand the usage of the word. So it's like if you're using the word that way, I can't argue with you. That's just as long as it's not like the actual proper usage of the word. Because then, in terms of communication, it ain't even really an issue. Just in terms of when we trying to communicate, probably want to be on the same understanding terms to make communication more efficient.
I think so. I agree.
Look, old student talking about don't let me distract you. I ain't see that. Why y'all be trying to do that to my brain? While they know that I ain't never trying to trap him. I just can't, I can't. It's hard for me to have a discussion without certain parameters.
with anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. So we
Okay.
had a long day. I know this thing was rocking out, folks.
Life is good. Yeah, I saw the guy. Oh, I was gonna say something. Oh, listen, I found kunta. It's being described as an Arabic word, however, and I understand that kunta kinte, the character was.
Wah, wah,
Wait a minute.
wah.
Let me finish. He was portrayed. He was portrayed to be, a Muslim of some kind. So anyway, maybe he did have an Arabic word name. In this definition, I find though it says that definition for the meaning kunta is you were. That's the meaning. You were.
Well, I mean, that's the best interpretation, right? Because they don't have an exact translation because they don't have matching probably
Wait a minute.
and different
Was
things.
my want premature? Was my want premature?
Nah,
Nah.
you ain't gotta do Wale like that.
I'm saying the word kunta is spelled in Arabic. I'm looking at it right now in Arabic. I know how to read Arabic. I thought I told you that before. But anyway, I'm just saying as a filler. I'm looking at the word in Arabic,
Oh, you
and it
saying
says
it's in Arabic?
kunta.
My fault. I thought you were saying that it was in the African, the tribal people that you were talking about in Africa. My fault. I didn't know you were talking in Arabic. It makes sense because a lot of letters and a lot of words come from the Arabs in our language right now, and Spanish, all that. This lettering system, all that. So yeah, I don't doubt that.
So
Hey, Sabio, I had to dig through the crates, bro, but I got you.
As you're saying with the spelling and all that, I'm saying the spelling and all that has absolutely, according to the fact that I'm looking at it in Arabic, and they were saying in the movie, because Kunta Kinte has a character in a movie or a book or something. So I'm not saying that's a real person, but the character in that book was supposedly of a Muslim persuasion, and therefore he would have, consequently, it would make sense that his name
Just
would
get
be.
away from the Asian shit.
I don't
They
even know if he was a Muslim in the movie.
Just get away from the Asian
Oh yeah,
shit.
they said as much, but it's cool.
Just get away from
And
the
then
Asian shit.
I also looked up Kente because when I was looking for
Oh
the
shit.
Kunta, they give me Kunta Kinte as this, a conglomerate name. And Kente is a particular tribe, but
Yes,
also
the Kente tribe, where that's why his name was Kunta Kinte.
also the word Kente is a word used in Japanese.
Okay.
Here we go again.
It say
Ain't no
Kunta
shit,
Kinte
dog.
was born in 1750 in Mandinka village of Jew something in Gambia to Amario Kinte, Mandinka warrior, and his wife Binta. Kunta was raised in a Muslim family and was part of the Jula, who were known for being merchants and Islamic scholars. Okay. In 1767, Kunta was captured by searching for wood poles to make a drum and taken captive by 4 men. Cook faith, Kunta never abandoned his Islamic faith. Yep.
Yeah, well, that was the character line of that particular, the storyline of that particular character.
I don't
That's
know.
all.
They were talking like he was a real person. I ain't see it.
Oh yeah, they talking like that, but the
Wait,
words
are we
you.
talking about Roots? Is that's what we talking about? Kunta Kinte from Roots?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, the insanity.
Are we running out of talking points or something?
No, we are not, man. Yeah. Oh my
People
God.
that Kunta Kinte from Roots is an actual historical account. That's what he's
All
saying.
right, we talking about Shaka next. Continue.
Oh my goodness. Okay. This is what happened when you come up too early, right?
No, I'm just saying. I knew it to
No,
be a
that's
fiction.
crazy.
I see. Even Haley didn't say it was a true story, but I'm just saying if somebody says a true story, I got you.
No, I don't know the true story. I said it
No, I'm
looked
not.
like. I thought the way they was describing everything, I said it looked like a real person. I don't know. I ain't.
Yeah, well, they describe Jesus the same way,
What
but he's a character.
no?
No,
He's
I'm
a
not
character.
saying. I'm not talking about the way he crazy said they described Jesus. I'm saying what I'm looking at is not
Mhm.
saying like movie credits or nothing. It's just giving you the information. And then when you scroll around, you see information
Right.
about the movie itself. But right here, if you just Google ChatGPT, gonna give you yes, Kunta was raised as a Muslim in 1977. Don't say in the and then Alex Haley's 1976 novel of the same name. Okay, hold
Read what it says
on.
again.
No, my fault. It's a yes, Kunta was raised as a Muslim in the 1970s miniseries.
In the
So yeah,
19th.
it's in the movie.
Okay, thank you. So we done with that part. That misunderstanding, I'd call it. Yeah, I can dig it, man. Ain't no big deal. Like you said, just making sure that the conversation stands on, what stuff is instead of what some people think it is, might believe it is, la-di-da, the rest of that story, right? And that's all. I'm easy.
Yeah, I never actually read the book myself, and I saw that movie mad years ago.
Mm.
But I couldn't tell you he was Muslim.
Oh, here it is. All right.
Yeah, if we're talking about a movie and we're trying to like, yeah, it's time to move forward. Like, there's more to talk about. Like,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought he was trying to relate it to the Chinese or something. I don't know. I don't know.
yeah,
No, I was
but
just relating.
that just died, and he don't. And let's not try to bring that back up because that just died. A
Yeah, I was
painful
relating
death.
the concept that the similar words are used in different locations that are not even considered to be in contact. Similar terms, stuff like that.
Oh no, you get me. Just we out in space now. I'm untethered, just floating away.
Hell
Oh, that's so.
no.
That
Man,
is so
I'm
beautiful.
grounded, man. I ain't going nowhere.
Oh, that is so beautiful. That's the best place to be, man. Now you can go anywhere you want to.
Okay, good brother. I got you.
Hey yo, I lay on block price, man. You gotta always remember you got block.
No, I'm familiar with good brother. It's much respect, much love. No
That's
contention.
beautiful. That's beautiful.
Oh, Miz, I meant to tell you, I'm doing 25 push-ups, not 50.
You say you did? You up to 25?
I said, yeah, I'm doing 25 on the regular, not 50. I'm not up to 50 yet.
Yeah, nah, damn.
That's good because the average person, believe it or not, can't do 5 push-ups. Based off the data in America, it sounds crazy. The average person can't do 5 push-ups. They struggle to do
Ooh,
5 push-ups. So
ooh, wow, I did not know that.
yeah, I put the link in the chat. You want me
It's
to, of course.
sad,
Yeah,
man.
No, I thank you. That was enough encouragement.
yeah.
That just
Keep
encouragement, man.
It is not. It's
Well,
not how many you do. It's how you do them. It's all about formation and doing them proper. It's not about because people be you can do 50 push-ups but do them all wrong. Form all wrong. So it's all about form and like I said, and it's not how many you do. It's how you do them.
but hey, Wally, if you don't mind me asking, well, how old are you though? If that's okay. If it's none of my business, just say so.
No, no. How old are you?
I'm 55.
Okay, okay. I'm 17 years older.
Oh, well, yeah, bro. If you can do 5 push, if you're doing 25, that's outstanding for you. Now I'm
It
gonna give you
is.
that. Yeah, that's outstanding for you.
I was
Yeah,
just
I'm
talking
a
to. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
no, I was gonna say, yeah, I'm gonna call you Big Bro from now on. Yeah. So 25, where you at with it? You
I was
Iron
just
Man.
I was just talking to a brother today. Not today, but yesterday. I was working out at the bus stop. I was doing pull-ups and push-ups and he was talking about how he works out and he was talking about how his nephews are like 10, 11, and they can't do 2 push-ups. I'm like, yeah, bro, stay on them. You feel me? Like, he's like, like that's no reason why you're 10, 11 and can't do, you know, 2 push-ups. So, yeah. He was saying they
See,
were struggling.
when I grew up, we climbed trees. We did pull-ups on the regular stuff like that. We were out in the real world with kind of attitude. So maybe them kids need to climb. Children need to be climbing some
Kelly
trees.
is stupid.
No, well, I agree with that. Yeah, we was outside. I fell out a couple trees myself coming up. But yeah, hey, kids doing burpees these days, man. Push up is old. Let's get some burpees in.
Yeah, burpees is
What
good money.
burpees? What's
Good
that?
body workout.
A full body workout.
Yeah, it's many variations to burpees. As far as like you can do a push up with a burpee, you could do a burpee's primarily a push up, but it's a formation. It's like what you do. You can add a squat in, a lunge. It's many variations to doing
Yeah.
burpees.
No, I'm just talking about the regular. A start up standing, squat
Yeah.
down,
Okay. Yep.
assume with front leaning rest, do a push up, recover to the squat, stand back up, and then repeat.
Mm-hmm.
That'll get you right.
Yeah, for real. You right on me. That'll get you
So I
right.
spent the last 2 days out in my yard cutting the down trees. Right, I got to mince them up and cut them up so I could put them in the fire, stuff like that, and put them to the side, all that stuff. And I spent the last 2 days just doing that. And I be wondering because you guys say exercise all the time, and I know when I was young we used to do work, and nobody exercised. I mean, it was a
But
couple of guys that lift weights, and a couple of guys did what they call it, flipping and gymnastics, but just exercise. Everybody worked. We actually washed clothes and hung them out on the line or something. Throw them in the washer. So it's a lot of stuff that we did as far as work that you haven't augmented it to still be work, which is production, because you're
but
doing
but
them jumps and backs and flips and I mean them things called blurpees, but you at the end of which you haven't created or moved anything else forward like work does. That's all I was saying. You
okay,
do
but
the exercise,
Wally,
but the result is different.
just a
Yes, sir.
question, big bro. So when these trees you clearing, are you using a chainsaw or an axe?
I'm using mostly a chainsaw and a handsaw. I can't really my wrist won't allow me to use an axe. My
Okay,
wrist was
okay, it's still laborious, and you're talking about manual labor, and the work you was describing when you was growing up, nobody had to exercise because manual labor was exercise. That's my only point to what you were just saying. So,
exactly what I'm saying. Exactly. So you got my point exactly. Work is manual labor. That's what I'm saying now. And because I had to plant some trees. I still got to plant some more. So I have to dig a hole for them, which means I got to use the axe and the shovel and all that stuff to dig the hole. You know what I mean? It's work, but at the end of which I'm not just doing my body, but I also have a fruit coming from the trees. That's what I mean by work instead of just exercise. Yeah, in jail, exercise is good because you got to keep your body moving. But if you're free, it seems like you would want to put that energy into work. I'm just saying, it seems like I don't know. It just seems like to me.
Exercises, that's discipline. You know, like that's
pull-ups, and as a man, I feel like young men and men should be being active. You should be working out at least. There's no reason why you can't work out 30 minutes to 45 minutes a day. Like that's I mean, 20 minutes a day or something.
That's what I mean. You say work out. That's what I mean. Go outside, work, dig some holes, plant some trees, make some stuff happen at the end of all this workout, and not just some sweat. You know what I mean? But the sweat is it's gonna be something in a few days, a few weeks that can grow somewhere or make something, lay some concrete or dig up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right. If you digging, you using that shovel, you doing that every day. That's a workout in and of itself. Cause that's a different type of workout. That work different type of muscles. When you doing construction work and like I said, farming, that's different type of strength. Farmers got different type of strength. Like a
Manual
real
labor.
farmer, somebody that farms every day, yeah, they got their strength is retarded, quote unquote.
And I might add, I've seen what they call a report or whatever, how they get their reports, but they say farming has the horniest men. They were looking for professions with the
Jesus.
horniest men, and they came up with farming.
I would say once upon a time, bro. Right now, that dude don't do the ride on the John Deere tractor. So what you saying?
I'm just saying what the survey said, man. I ain't tripping, to what they
I
say.
got you. I got you.
Where's Miz at? He allowing this conversation about the men's?
No, but hey, man, it's a good point. Me has brought up a point. I can't remember. I think it was Friday morning when he was talking about as we evolve to one level that we lose something. And it kind of came full circle with this conversation that okay, we kind of stopped doing the industrial age brought us machines, so manual labor wasn't so strenuous anymore, and now we can't do 5 push-ups.
So, pardon me, it was more than half Americans can't do 10 in a row, and then more than a third can't do 5. I was like I said, when I say something, it's I don't say nothing and it can't be verified. I strive to recite, truthful data, raw data. I try to come with the truth.
And they didn't say no age.
That's still horrible though. That's still deplorable.
Yeah,
that's can't do 5 pull-ups in a row. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that's
nothing, right.
That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable.
I just said that's an extreme stat, man. That's kind of that's real sad. I mean, I'm from a physical fitness perspective, it's sad, but it could be saying something about the quality of life that I guess life is good in America.
It also speaks to the health too. You got to think about the health of America. If Americans struggle to do 5, a third of Americans can't do 5 pull-ups. 5 push-ups in a row, and pull-ups are even harder. Pull-ups. So just imagine, the degree for pull-ups got to be even lower. Pull-ups are harder than push-ups because you're lifting your whole body weight up. So, but yeah. So it's unacceptable.
I agree with you, bro. I equate physical fitness as an aspect of health. So I definitely agree with you.
Oh, yo, matter of fact, Price, I kind of put that up for you too. I know Dev. I don't even know if Dev was paying attention right now. You saw that news about the BRICS currency?
Oh yeah, I'm tracking on the BRICS, man. I'm just trying to be patient and just see what happened, bro.
Yeah, they said one brick equals 20 US right now.
Mm.
So how you think how does that sound to you on a competitive market in terms of currency?
I think that sounds pretty accurate and fair based on what they're trying to do, and when by going back to access based system versus a fiat based system. But I mean, it's so many variables we got to put in there with the percentage of the dollar that's debased and just who's gonna play. And like I say, changes on the horizon, man. You know, folks was tired of the status quo and they've been taking action. So
I tell you, oh, okay. I tell you what I think, Miz. I want 5 of them right away. I'll buy them this week if I find out somebody who's how to get it.
they got a token on the blockchain. If
Yeah, I was about to say, I'll pull up some information a little later on how you could acquire some bricks
yeah,
capital if you want some. I mean, at
but
least what I found so far. Price probably no more.
yeah, but if you want to go the traditional route, you sound like a traditionalist. Then you just go buy some gold and not the certificate. Have it delivered.
Real. You right about that gold. Gold's almost 3,000 an ounce right now. Gold is up.
But yeah, the whole BRICS economy is supposed to be backed by commodities, gold, oil, maybe some wheat, and maybe some silver. You know, precious metals. You know, but it's gonna be all asset based, not on a bond or anything.
So talk to them, Price. Tell them about it.
No, man, because when we start talking about stuff like that, man, folks do not like that type of talk, man. So I just leave it
Yeah,
be, bro.
we lost a couple, I see, but it's all good. It's all good. You know, these things happen. But I know a couple people in the chat probably kind of want to hear about a little something about what this can mean in terms of well, just your opinion, what you think this could mean for people in terms of the average American.
Oh man, I mean, it's a whole lot of ramifications, in my opinion.
Should people worry about prices going up?
No, I don't think it's more like well, you know what means? I don't know what the shock would be like, man. I know power does not like to give up power, if that makes any sense. And but you know, it's just been some stuff going on for the last 100 years that how I want to say this, that you know, the US been, you know, really leveraging its position as the global currency. So which is it's not going to be the end of the world, in my opinion. You know, before the US dollar, there was the British pound, and you know, before that, it probably, I don't know, it was the French franc or lira, whatever they call it. But every 100 years currencies change, man.
Okay.
So but you can't be mad at these BRICS coalition, you know, when you know Joker's been not allowing them to the table, or when they have disagreements on policy, and you know, you try to put them out the game, and now they done got together and saying, hey, we'll do our own thing. We got resources too.
That's what Gaddafi was doing. That's what
Well,
well, that's what he was on the precipice of doing was you know, he was
I agree,
striving.
baby. But you see what happened to him.
Yeah.
But
So
yeah, he was talking all that. He was buying that gold, and you know, I ain't mad at bro, but they did not like that. That's why I say power don't like to give up power. But
and I was today years old when I found out that he was actually networking with Jeff Fort and all that. I didn't know he was even, you know, I came privy to Gaddafi, you know, I ain't gonna lie, around Obama's time. But he been had dealings with America, correct?
right, I agree. Yeah, that's the section of history I'm interested in right there, man. From like a
And
1860 up to now. Yeah.
yeah, and he was Didn't he try or he wanted to send Minister Farrakhan like $1 billion and the government blocked it or something like that? If I'm not mistaken,
Yeah,
some
it
years
was.
ago he was trying to send Farrakhan a whole bunch of bread, and they was like, "I'm trying to. How can the government block? Oh, that's crazy."
I don't know, well, bro. 50s, 60s, and 70s was wild for black folks in the U.S. I'm not gonna say wild, but it was yeah. I mean, you always bring up COINTELPRO, but you know, whenever you have a FBI or CIA start naming American citizens as public enemies and stuff, you know, it's worth considering or worth looking at. We talk about it a lot, but we really talk over it on what was really going on and everything. But
You talk as though that's in the past. It's still today. You could check the most whatever list you're talking about, and you'll still see that we're on it.
He was shot up.
yeah, well, I don't doubt that, bro. But I just look at brothers like Fred Hampton. Fred Hampton was 22 years old when he was assassinated.
It looked like murder to me.
Well, you know, assassination, murder. I agree, but I'm just saying, you know,
I
and it's
am.
like,
I get emotional about our history, man. You brought up Fred Hampton, man.
yeah,
Man,
I'm
that
just
makes
saying,
me emotional, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
bro would have been buried.
All right, deity, don't get crazy, bro. No, you know how you get. Take it easy. Take a breath, son. Chill
I
out.
get
Open the
emotional,
window.
man. They murdered that brother, man.
Deity, open the windows, bro. Open the windows, son.
Yeah, and same thing. Think about bro back there with Psycho did on 8th August. Back on was it 8th August that show he did? The brother out there in California. That brother was 18 years old.
Which case was
What
this? Which case was this? You got to remind me.
the bro that had robbed the gas station or whatever and ended up getting what 10 years turned into a life sentence or something to that effect. I cannot remember his name right now, but supposedly him and Angela Davis had something going on. This at the beginning of the Power movie. What was bro name? Where my history head is that? And
He
then
was, and they put
his
him in
baby
prison,
brother
right?
tried to break him out, and they ended up getting assassinated.
And he started I'm thinking of
Where GQ at? What was that brother name? Not Geronimo Pratt.
didn't he start the no, I'm thinking I'm trying to see, and he started like a type of like black prison gang. I don't want to say gang, but a black prison. I don't want to say gang, but gang for lack of a better term.
A movement.
I think I'm
He wrote.
a movement.
Talking about Jeff Ford. His name was Jeff Ford.
No, Jeff Ford was from
not Jeff Ford.
Chicago. He from Chicago, and he did food programs with
You're
another
talking about
group.
the guy in California.
Yes, 18-year-old brother that wrote all those books, man, and papers and
Yeah.
letters.
Was that Bobby Steele?
I don't think it was Bobby Seale. Bro went in at 17, 18 years old. He went into jail, took a bid, thought he was getting a year, ended up getting 10, and then got in more trouble. Then his brother tried to break him out of jail, and they was at the courthouse, and brother ended up getting shot up.
They saying George Jackson in the chat.
Yes.
George Jackson. Yep. George Jackson. Yep.
Nigga, Beyonce's a beast. B, go back to sleep, son.
Yeah, Beyonce is the doggone the historian, man. That brother be on it. But so
he said it's Black August, George Jackson.
Yeah, Black August. That's it. George Jackson.
Yeah. And what was the prison organization he started, or what was the name? Cause that's on my mind. I've been trying to think of the particular name of the organization he started when he was locked up.
Oh, bro, I'm on my phone. If I click away, it's gonna kick me out the show. But that's just kind of like the dynamics I look at. That, you know, regardless, like a lot of these brothers may have been a little misguided in their intentions, and you know, are a little bit extreme in their approach, but they had to be affected for the alphabet boys to come at them like they did. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, for real, for that.
So So this BRICS thing is a little different in my opinion, Miz, because it started out, what's that? BRICS. It started out with 5 nations, and I think you got half of the world's nations that's aligned with their coalition, and a huge ally for the United States, Saudi Arabia, has signed up for their coalition. That's how Nixon was able to get that leverage for the US dollar back in the 70s. So if they flipping over to the other side, are going, you know, remove some of that leverage from the US dollar, something has got to change. So Brazil got oil, Russia got oil, South Africa got gold, China has a lot of gold reserves now. And from let's say 2010 up until maybe 2016, had the fastest growing economy, second largest economy on the planet. So what commonality all these guys have is the US always trying to tell them how to handle their business. Not saying whoever's right or wrong, but then when they don't agree, they get sanctioned. And don't nobody want to do business with them. So now they say we just gonna do our own business. Because they definitely got something that the world needs.
They got that oil, right?
They got the
Yeah,
oil.
but so
That
what do
petrol.
so
That
what you think
petrol.
what you think trade between them looks like, Price? Because gathering, right? People gonna need their lithium, they're gonna need their cobalt, they're gonna need their uranium and all that. So what I'm wondering is if are they trading like, all right, I'm gonna mine your resources, build technology, and sell it back to you. Because I get the oil thing a little bit, but if everybody got oil, then I don't really see them trading oil because each one of them got oil. The countries that signing up who got the bad economies ain't not gonna be able to pay top dollar for oil, so you're gonna end up probably giving oil away so they can help build their infrastructure to a certain degree, or signing them on into some contracts that's like lifelong before you pay it back. Well, I don't know. Now I'm traveling on because it's such an evolved situation. What do you think
No.
trade looks like?
Well, hold on right now. So Miz, let's think about it. We used to have this thing called, well, I don't know. I don't want to say used to just yet. It's been a while since I looked at it, but we have a thing called the petrodollar, which is why the US, so many nations held the US debt, because there was an agreement that Nixon, I can't remember his Secretary of State, I want to say Kissinger. There was a deal between Saudi Arabia and United States back in the 70s, like 1972 or whatever, where they made an agreement that that's going to be the medium of exchange to buy oil. And we talking about right at the formation of OPEC and all this type of stuff. And as the world became more and more dependent on oil during that time. So that brought us up to this moment why so many countries hold US debt, because if I don't have a dollar, if I ain't got the cash, if I got a bond, it's just as good as a dollar. So that's how I'm conducting trade, if that makes sense on that level. So now it's kind of going back to the other system to say, okay, yeah, we do need oil. Fossil did the world runs on fossil fuel, blah, 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 blah. But we also got to eat. We also need this cobalt, since we talking about batteries and stuff. We also need this lithium, since we talking about data centers and computers. So all this stuff is commodity. And there are other commodities. Wood is a commodity. So whatever you got in your region, that's gonna be now your not so much your mode of production, but that's how you're gonna fund your treasury. Some countries on the planet don't even have a treasury, and they just hold US dollars because it was a global currency. So it's not so much, it's the medium of exchange is gonna change. So business, it's gonna be business as usual. It's just gonna be a different medium of exchange. And I'm just speculating. You know, I'm no economist or nothing, but yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, I don't. You know, I definitely don't want you to feel pressured. And anybody could chime in, Deity, GQ. GQ probably sleeping surprised he ain't chiming in. Wale.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm open. I would say that I've noticed that the BRICS countries are holding military operations together.
Now, see, now
Operations and plans.
that's a whole nother dynamic too, because see now I want you to think about that because part of that is the coalition. I think Mexico signed up a petition to be a part of that coalition. So can you imagine having a Russian base like we would have in a Germany or Korea or England? Like the U.S. has military bases across. Can you imagine a Russia base being down here on the border of Texas or Arizona or California? How uncomfortable that would be. Because see, that's another claim of mine. I really think we have militaries to preserve capitalism. I really think that's a major function of it. But I don't want to sidetrack the conversation too far. That's a discussion we can have at another time. But
All the
yeah,
mercantilism was fortified by the different militaries. All
I
of it,
agree.
the slavery, the whatever you name, any kind of mercantilism on the oceans from the 1700s, 1600s, all that was supported by the military of whomever.
I
Sometimes they
agree.
would hire people. Sometimes they would hire people. The government would hire their people out as pirates or hire pirates out to do pirate work and bring the stuff back in, and they split it. They got records of it. That's how I know about it. I was reading their records.
That was business during that time. Now you're talking about the East Indian Trading Company and the West Indian Trading Company and the private mercenaries that went out when the Navy was out doing other business.
I'm
I
saying,
agree with all that, bro.
I'm saying they're doing, like you said, they're doing the exact same thing currently. Is all I'm saying. Not just in the past. That's just how long they've been doing it.
No, I agree. You won't get no argument there. I just didn't want to. When we started talking like that, we changed the whole dynamics of the conversation. Then, so
Yep, I definitely agree. Yep.
now go ahead, Miz.
Yeah, no, you know, what he's saying is right. The verbiage is a little funny, but I don't want to be like a stickler for verbiage, but he's right in a sense if I just ignore some of the verbiage, but he's right in a sense. One person's potato could be another person's potato, so
What's with the verbiage, man?
I see Wale curious. He want come on, son. I'm about to say you good. You said you wasn't wrong, but now you want to make sure that you perfect. See this? Come on, man. Now that was all right.
I'm already perfect. I just mean if you see something you miss, I want you to point it out. I miss things.
The people you talking about that the government was hiring or basically sending out with those green lights to run around and rob other ships. Those were your pirateers. Instead of pirates, they were pirateers. Your pirates came when they kind of ran out of a job because they shut down. The beef started. They stopped beefing with each other to a certain degree, and so they didn't need them on the seas like that running around. So now they ain't getting no money, so they end up start wilding now. Now they doing their own thing, and then you got Blackbeard and whoever else. Now you got pirates. Before that, they privateers. Not pirateers, privateers.
Privateers, I got you. Yeah, it makes sense.
So it was the verbiage. You're right. They hired pirates, but more like privates because they independent. So now that's why they started freestyling now when they like, oh, we don't need you no more. And it's like, oh, all right, then we ain't getting no money. Like, you know what I'm saying? We done did all this work. So now I'm about to just do things on my own time. And then they started grouping together and all that, blah, 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 blah. And now they had to spend money on military rather than the pirateers now, because they can't go back to the pirateers because that's what got them in that position in the first place. So it went to more of the military things.
Yeah, they use what are called mercenaries. If that's not privateers, I mean, what?
Yeah, no, that's that they use military. They didn't use no more mercenaries. They own military and police the waters, and that's when they started catching everybody, cut Blackbeard head off, put it on the what you call it, and then they became more of a standing army now because you can't afford for them to go broke again because you're going to run into the same problems. So now you just got to keep them on payroll and just keep paying them 24/7. Now, in order to solve that,
And right now, today, 2024, the United States uses mercenaries right now, today.
that's not no argument from me. I'm saying that it originates from. I'm saying my original statement was when you asked me about the verbiage about where you went wrong. Again, I ain't say you was wrong. I'm just saying they had an actual term for them, which was privateers, but they became your.
And I'm thinking now the term they use for that is now mercenary.
No, it's
The
still
Haitian.
mercenaries.
Oh, it's
No,
still the
it's
same.
still pirates, Moale. Oh, what you mean? The people they hire?
Yeah,
Okay.
because I'm
Oh,
well,
okay.
think about that Wagner group over there in Russia. That's a private army, man. Regardless of whoever, however they staff it, that's not a government army. That's an extension. Those are mercenaries.
Mm-hmm. Mercenaries are always been good for that kind of warfare.
I'll give you another one over here in the US. When they
I
start
think
drawing down who is it? BlackRock? Not BlackRock, the finance company. Blackwater. Blackwater private company. It wasn't so much hired by the US, but it was hired by like I think the Iraqi government. But that's they call it private security. They damn mercenaries.
yeah, that's beautiful.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I think you were talking about Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia had to make a deal for saline. There's a desert, and they needed the U.S. had come with a way to take the salt out of the water so they could use the water, and they made that deal with them about the military bases and whatever else accompanied that. But it was
No,
the same. Yeah, that's how
not,
they got started.
not to cut you off, good brother. That was Dubai. Dubai is the one who perfected removing the salt from the ocean water and all that. Saudi Arabia actually made a deal with the US over the oil and defense contracts. And you're right on that part. We sold them planes, we sold them tanks, and we gave the protection. I just say we, I'm just saying the US, but that's what that was about. But Dubai was the ones who do the desalination.
Okay, if you say so.
No, bro, you can look that up. They got that stuff on lock over there, man.
Oh yeah, Dubai. Okay, if you say so.
All them guys, and then the rest of them, they either got the oil or they got the natural gas. Saudi Arabian, I mean, me and Stu Pease were talking about this maybe 2-3 months ago, and he was trying to say that the USA interest in the Saudi oil company is Aramco, and they don't. That's a state-owned company. But
State-owned by who? What state?
Saudi Arabia. When I'm saying
Oh,
state, I'm talking like as a country as a state.
Yeah, they been took their oil back.
Yeah.
What you call a term for it? It's called a certain term. Damn.
Well, GoCo, government owned, contract operated, or
something to that extent.
yeah.
I can't remember the exact verbiage, but yeah, something to that extent is like when the splits used to be more so for the European, for the Arabs wised up and was like, all right, now we want 80/20s now.
Exactly, because what you
And
call
now
it
that's the average. Now, if they discover you got oil tomorrow, that's why it's automatically assumed. Like, what's the place that they recently found oil? One of them poor places, Pakistan. Pakistan found oil recently, and it's automatically assumed like, oh snap, they're about to boom, the economy about to get better and all that stuff. And that's because the splits is different now. They wised up, so it's automatically assumed that you're gonna automatically get money now because you can't get cheated the way they used to get cheated.
Yep, exactly. So all that went down in the 70s. I can't remember. It's like Phillips 66 or whoever. It was California-based company that took the technology over there. And then they was like, okay, man, we got this. Y'all can go home.
Yep, I forgot his name. Damn, I could pull it up. I forget his name, but
Target.
damn, his name is oh shoot. But you're exactly right. Yeah, this is all. Yeah, we going back to the Rockefeller stuff and all that right now. Yeah, we headed back there.
I'm looking in the chat. Cellular say they still in business together, but I was just looking at this maybe 2 or 3 months ago, and it was like it's all state operated. Because
I think
the young
the difference
prince.
is that the splits are just different now. Like I said, the splits are more so leaning on their side, where it was because they didn't have no technology or nothing like that for the infrastructure, none of that. So when they brought it over, they had to release some type of like it's like a forever plan. Like you got a patent over that, so everybody who uses it after that, you got to get some type of PC.
No, I agree. I'm gonna grab my iPad.
What'd you say, GA?
No, I'm gonna go grab my iPad because, like I say, I'm not the expert, bro. But I looked this up, but I looked at their books, and that what's the prince name? BBS Ben Solomon, whatever. He just moved like billions of it. He moved billions from that fund to his private to the Royal Family Fund. 8 billion. It must be nice to be able to do that.
Yeah, nah. Hey, yo, Vyasa, yeah, you're right too. The hotspot is the Arctic. I heard Russia's trying to work on some new Arctic route now because of the way that the Earth is heating up and messing up the ice and stuff. Now it's making it easier to probably making it more feasible to now look at trying to trade up where it was too cold at before and too much ice and all that. So yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, what they call it, permafrost. That
Yeah.
permafrost is softening up or whatever. And I don't know if anybody even paid attention, but we just recently moved the whole division up there into Alaska, probably about 5 years ago. So they've been they should be fully ramped up by now.
Okay, yeah, he says those are the nuclear icebreaker ships. Yeah, they're not playing no games. Yeah, it's a lot going on. It's just a lot going on, like a lot going on. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn, but you got your politics, your global politics, your prices, your social issues.
It's evil, man. But we get distracted, man. Well, I ain't gonna say we get distracted, but I mean, and it's done intentional. That we don't put these pieces together, and now we so far down the food chain that it's hard to be effective as a collective.
Afro accent for the link. Anybody got the link? Any one of the mods? Let me see if I can drop it.
I got it.
Our identities in the cut. Y'all trying to make y'all forget this is his show. All of the ratchet stuff you heard between him and Vyasa. They run neck and neck with GA and GQ shows on the late night. But at least they shows be sundown.
Oh man, I was hurting. I stayed up all night Thursday, and then Friday, we went out of town to go to the PV homecoming. And yeah, I didn't lay down till like Friday night, like 10 o'clock, man. That was a long day. It was a long weekend for your boy.
Man, yeah, what? I know how that go.
36 hours.
Yeah. How'd that go? Okay. That's real shit. Cellular says people need to learn about heavy crude and light crude, who produces which, know that the things will begin to make sense. Yeah, cellular, yup. There's definitely a difference between where you find your oil at, the type of oil that you find when you're there. And that's
Yeah,
definitely going to affect your refining process and your costs and all of that. Blah, blah,
yeah, Sally was talking to me about that a few months back about the light crude and the heavy crude.
Yep. Yeah. Crude definitely makes a difference.
Yes, they say the government, here it is, government of Saudi Arabia owns 90%. Then they have a public investment. I'm talking about Aramco, the Saudi oil company.
Damn, 90? I thought it was 80-20 splits. It's 90? Damn, they not
Yeah.
playing. They getting their money.
Yeah, they said, yeah, the government of Saudi Arabia, 90%, public investment fund is 4%. And then who is this? Sanabil got 4%. I had to dig. I got some footnotes here. We had to dig into this and see what their split looked like. But if you think about it, if you just was to read through all this and just look at the history, and you think back like '73 over here in the States when they had the little crisis when gas was like, I don't know, 50 cent or 73 cent a gallon. It probably was 50 cent a gallon, maybe less. But it was a point in time. I can remember as a shorty that jokers would be waiting in long lines just to get some gas, and it was just a period of inflation. And you start hearing OPEC. OPEC became a bad word back then. And boys start flexing.
Yes, sir. Vyasa said, fun fact, blacks owned multiple oil companies once upon a time, even under the name Black Panther Oil Company. I see if I'll pull it up, Vyasa.
Oh, that's good, Vias, because it was some blacks that had oil companies out in West Texas, which is the WTI is probably the most influential as far as oil today in the US. The West Texas Institute, I may be saying that wrong, but they got a foothold on it. West Texas, that Permian Basin is it got it on lock, man. Per capita, they got more millionaires than anybody, any other place in the country.
Yeah, peace, GA. Peace to the panel.
What's up, Afro?
All right,
You.
peace. So, identity.
What up?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on that the official contracts that were signed with the Saudi Arabian government are over, like the official contracts. It's almost like, perfect timing with what's going on in West Africa. And actually, the Saudis are sending aid to West Africa for them to be able to suppress, in particular, Burkina Faso, for them to be able to suppress the insurgents. They're working with Burkina intelligence on how to more effectively suppress the Western funded insurgents. But that oil contract is definitely over, like the official contract, they're out of it, so that's why we see all of that BRICS movement, and America really can't do nothing because the contracts are dissolved. 2024, this year, the contracts are over.
You're exactly right, Afro. They did. I don't know if it was the spring or was it
Yeah,
if it was January or the spring, but they did.
this year.
Yeah, I do. You're exactly right, bro.
Hey, peace, y'all. I can't stay, but Miz, I threw a link in the back chat. I got to get back to work, though.
I'm already bringing it up,
Y'all
boys.
have a good one. I'll catch y'all later.
All right, bro. I'm not gonna be up with you all night, though, Vias. I can't do it, man. I'm old.
This is the link Vyasa is talking about. Y'all see here, this is the Encyclopedia of Oklahoma History and Culture. This is Johnson J. Cody, 1864 to 1927. One of the most prominent African American attorneys practicing in Oklahoma. J. James Cody Johnson was born north of President Wewoka, Weewaka.
Did you say Rewoka? Not
Yeah,
not the town Woketopia. Now let me
yeah,
stop.
that's
Yeah,
what we
let me.
all supposed to, yeah. Or
Exactly.
yeah, July 27th, 1864. He was the grandson of a slave belonging to William McIntosh, the great QueButter chief of the Creek Nation. Johnson was esteemed by Creek and Seminole as the Black Panther. He was intimately familiar with the language, laws, and customs of the Creek and the Seminole. So that's good too for the we always been here people.
Oh man, Mizzo, where that source come from?
This is Vyasa posted this. This is Encyclopedia of Oklahoma History and Culture. Anybody want to pull that up? He was just showing us the early oil company owners.
Yeah, that's a 1860. What was that rep? 1864.
He was the grandson of who?
No, that was a joke, Afro man. It probably was a
Oh,
bad joke.
that was a joke. That ain't what it said. Okay.
Yeah, that was a poor taste joke. I mean, right now we're talking about like almost post Civil War where black folks, because even today, man, Oklahoma got oil fields, man.
And we seeing a sign of the integration, right? Because you see the grandson of a slave belonging to William McIntosh, the great Coweta chief of the Creek Nation. With a name like William McIntosh, how the hell he become the Coweta chief of the Creek Nation? He
Well,
changed
see
his whole name around.
that may feed into that $5 Indian narrative right there, where they knew there was some value on this land, and they came in trying to get a piece of the pie, so to say.
Oh, fucking name McIntosh way back in 1864. They crazy.
Yeah, I
Okay,
know that.
where it says about the oil, Johnson was also distinguished himself as an African American entrepreneur. He founded the Black Panther Oil and Gas Company and owned the Black Panther Hotel in Wewoka. Prior to 1907 statehood, he established a law office on Cedar Street in that town. He later built his own law office and a second hotel. In the early 20th century, he had the only black-owned establishment on Wewoka's Main Street. In 1985, the Johnson Building on the corner of Wewoka Avenue and Cedar Street was listed in the National Register of Historical Places. In 1918, his legacy was clouded when disbandment proceedings commenced against him. It was alleged that he, along with a number of other attorneys, white and black, had taken unfair economic advantage of an uneducated orphan girl soon after she reached the age of maturity. Damn. As a Creek Nation freed woman, she was to come into possession of a considerable estate. She died mysteriously before the proceedings against Johnson could be concluded. The complaint against him was dropped. Johnson served as the president of the Negro State Fair Association, where he staged the state's first Negro Independence State Fair in 1915 at Muskogee. In 1919, the event was held at Wewoka. Reportedly, Wiley Post was the main attraction in 1920 fair. This event was held on Johnson's extensive ranch located approximately 5 miles north of Wewoka. The state school superintendent, R.H. Wilson, permitted every Oklahoma African American school to close for 2 days so students could attend. Johnson also served 2 terms as the Grand Master of the Colored Masons of Oklahoma. He died on February 27, 1927. Johnson committed a portion of his estate to be used to establish a school for Negro boys and girls. Such a school was indeed established and named the Johnson Grove School in his honor. Because of because at the time African American children were not allowed to attend schools inside city limits, the school was located on Johnson's Ranch. When that law changed, the students attended Wewoka's Douglas High School, and the Johnson School closed. In accordance with his wishes, Johnson was interred in a cemetery north of Wewoka near his mother, father, and daughter. Well, yeah,
That's a fast.
Vyasa for that.
Yeah, that's a fast source, man. That's
I
the
like that.
history. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
I was just saying I like that guy.
Yeah, that's some history I'm interested in right there, man. You see what I'm saying? It's a whole lot within the last 100, 200 years that went down that I think we can glean from.
I know of a guy. He was saying Johnson. I know 2 or 3 people went by that name in the 1800s, and they had different stories. One was a 1828. I think in 1828 he was a school teacher or something. Now how that come about, I don't know. But I heard he was a school teacher. I mean, I
You
read
did
this.
have you had the black over there Cheney College, or Cheney School for slaves, or Cheney School for uh-oh. Am I back? There was a Chinese school in the early 1800s that started even before this whole reconstruction with the HBCUs and stuff.
Right. Okay.
So there were black teachers, you know.
That's beautiful.
Oh, hold on. I see somebody. Who that is? Oh, I got you. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna say it's a lot of stuff we don't know. Like even myself, if I just started talking now, I couldn't even empty out the stuff I know, and a lot of that I don't. A lot of stuff other than the stuff I think I know, I don't know. It's a lot of stuff. If I take everything I know and don't even argue with it, just take it as fact and truth, it's not even a lot. There's so much more to know. And I recommend to everyone, broaden your scope. That's why I mentioned looking at Japan, because a lot of people want to look at, when they start talking about our people, as it were, they want to look at Arabs and Greek people and stuff like that. But we touch the world. And so I'm saying if we have a connection with the world, we might want to know that connection with the world and not limit our view to just the Western world, which seems to be a proclivity of ours at this point, to limit our view to the Western world.
Well, I can respect that, bro. But you know, I'm just really stuck on the thing of I'm learning about my I'm back to like my second and third grandparents right now. So that still got me in the 1800s. So
what did you find out?
I found out a lot. I mean, now let's not get it twisted. I got to, during my lifetime, like the brother was on here earlier, as a shorty, I got to see not whole conversations. You know, like I done had a great grandmother on my mother's side make me chicken and dumplings. I got vivid memories of my great grandmother, one of my great grandmothers on my father's side. Neither one of my great grandfathers, but what I'm saying, when we look at the time period and what they lived at and what they did and what they accomplished under what conditions, that says a lot to me. So, and it's a lot to take in. That's all I'm saying. That's how I find that out, and that's why I had a perspective of, yeah, I can stand on their shoulders because I know what they did. I'm like the brother from Amistar. They gotta help me because I'm the very reason that they ever existed. So I don't want to get spooky on you, Miz. Don't get triggered. But I'm just saying there's a method to why I'm intrigued about the last 200 years or so. There's a lot of history that we don't know. I can put everything I think I know about it on the head of a pen, a stick pen.
I've been studying the past 200 years intently for a reason, because I think that's where most of the situation occurs. A
You've
lot
been
of stuff.
alive 200 years.
Uh-huh. A lot of stuff that people be talking about that supposedly go back further, I have not been able to validate it from other sources other than, whatever the West says. So that's why I stick with the thing like you're doing with the eight, because at the point where I can validate through my people and utilize that information that the people give me and correlate that with what I get from the history stories of history.
No, I get that, bro. I get that, but I'm just saying, as I master this or gain enough of this, and then I can go back even further and go back even further, and deconstruct it even more. But it's just a lot to digest. I only named what 3 generations,
Mm,
4 generations at the most,
mm-hmm.
and I got it from that they're resilient people, and they made their accomplishments here in the West. So I haven't even got, and I probably never will make a connection back to the continent.
Yeah,
And
no,
somebody
you're
come
right.
up with something.
You're right. For me, I mean, I just looking at history in general. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really looking to prove nothing or disprove nothing in reality. I just like looking at history in general. The ebbs and the flows, the ups and the downs, all of that.
Oh
I
no, I
think I
get that,
mentioned.
bro.
I think I mentioned I was looking at that historical conversation where they say, people say, "Oh, your Africans sold other Africans into slavery and stuff like that." So I was curious: is that true? So I researched it enough to find out that it is in fact true, and I found the stories of the people who did that, and not all of them, but some of the actual people, and what was their determination, what was on their minds, and stuff like that. Not the Europeans' mind, but what was on the minds of the let's say African people who were involved with that, kings and other people of a higher rank. And they had the audacity to offer a letter to England saying the way that they had heard the people were being treated was an abomination. And if they didn't, and they sent a threat out to England to never let them set on their shores again if they don't rectify that abomination, which was the way that British people were treating the so-called slaves. Because in truth, in what you call Africa, there was no word slave. That never happened. There were other terminologies and other social structures that look like that, look like slavery. And so if you take it just like Ms. say, if you take the word loosely, you could translate it as slave. But even then, their slaves had rights. The ones that you can take that loose connotation, they had rights. They had their right of person and all that kind of stuff. And in the U.S. and in the other British places, they were taking the right of person from people, and raping and murdering and whatever the rest of that noise they call chattel slavery. And the African pontiffs threatened, especially Britain, that was the people that I read. That was who they contacted. And not only that, 2 or 3 years later, I think, because they had to do all that shipping back and forth, because the letters went by ship. you know, they didn't have the fast thing we got now. You can call somebody. So it'll take 3, 4, 5 months just to get a letter to somebody over there. But exactly 3 years later, England abolished the slave trade. 3 years after that letter, they formed a big there was a big formation over there in England of some kind of political thing to stop the slave trade altogether. I forget the name of the thing, but it was a political movement there that had all kind of people involved in it, because by then Africans had started living in Europe from the places I'm talking about. You know, they had their ambassadors, I think. I don't know. See, I'm going to say how they lived there. Maybe they were ambassadors. Maybe they were just, you know, I don't know, exchange students. I really don't. But I know it was people there. And so that letter came out. So I think it's sometimes you just look around to see when people say something, and it might sound offensive at first, maybe it really is true. And if you search it out, you'll see the rest of the story of that truth. All that's written documentation as well. I mean, the stuff I just said, it's in written documentation.
No, well, I get all that. It lines up with the timeline on when they did illegalize slavery, even though some people still continue after that. But you know, the first question that popped into my mind was why they never asked for their people to be repatriated. But
say that again about repatriated.
Yeah, everybody just say, "Hey man, you treat my people wrong, just send them back. I ain't mad at them no more." That would be a question.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to answer that, but I'm just saying those are questions that come up around that.
My understanding is like this: some people did go back, were repatriated, as well as this. I noticed, you know, I don't know if you recognize this, but in some of these countries, they get advertisement all the time to go to European countries for jobs, for education, just for sperm now. They just advertising. The European countries are just advertising for sperm donors. Come over here and give us your sperm so we can, whatever. So in these different countries, the people are in even to this moment, I'm saying, they have advertising in the newspapers and in the radio and stuff to go overseas to do some work. And often when them people get over there, they have no jurisdiction and they have no say over their conditions. They're bamboozled, railroaded, and kidnapped. I'm just saying that happens. So, you know, that's already a setup. But in the minds that I was looking at, the couple of people that I found, the I guess you call them kings. In their mind, that's what they were doing. They were doing like, you know, the football players they got so many players and they exchange players or something like that. You know, it's like that. That's how they saw it. And that kind of, if you can envision that kind of thing, the team owners and the team players, but they can, you know, if they wanted, the owner can move somebody to, you know, trade them off to a different team.
I got you, good brother. I'm gonna digress on that one.
Yeah, man. We had another news. I think I just put up something. NATO confirms North Korean troops in Russia.
Working together.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. That's
They working together more than just the money thing. They working together on product moving product. They already got shipping lines and stuff. They're gonna do that. All they doing government to government business, nation to nation business.
so,
It just
but
to come out. No, I'm sorry.
no, go ahead, finish your thought, bro. I just want to make a point to you when you're done.
I was just to make BRICS official. They got to have. Must have all that other background work that you said. Well, how they gonna do this? How they going? They got to have all that stuff already thought about, set up, and some kind of remedy for it before they even come out and say, "Hey, we about to do this." So they got. I mean, I'm just saying that's it.
Yeah, of course, you definitely got things that you definitely not going to do none of that without no planning and no looking at the future in terms of what the deal is going to mean in the future and start adding this up and adding that up. But that's just an outlook. It's not necessarily an actuality when things get into actual production and manufacturing and everything that goes into everything that they talk about putting together. It's like it's a lot. You know what I mean? It's not the same as on paper, especially what they asking with that Belt and Road Initiative. It's yeah, again, it's a lot, and then again, you're not dealing with your regular capitalistic country like the United States, where you got all these consumers who basically can fund certain projects of that degree. That's what kind of started to hold them up in terms of the production they started so far on the Belt and Road Initiative. The money is already looking like it's going to cost more than what was expected. But yeah, you're right. They definitely go into this calculating all of the variables, things that can go wrong, at least as much as they can. There's only so much variables you're going to be able to cover.
So, Miz, you talking about the North Koreans? Or are you talking about the
No,
Russians?
no, he moved on to the BRICS thing. The North Koreans, yeah, they got the troops, but I think he connected the North Koreans to the BRICS thing too. I don't know if North Korea is in BRICS.
Yeah, I would be almost certain that they are. Just shit, much as they've been sanctioned and going through over the last let's say 1950, look, 75 years. Let's just say 75 years, plus or minus a decade. That they would be part of BRICS because they have definitely been excluded from the game.
Yeah,
And
no, I
then,
definitely would. They would only make sense for them. They've been some of the people who hit some of the hardest too. Yeah. No.
Oh, you know what though, Miz? You know what else was a peculiarity in my observations? The language of Korea, the language now, just the language, all I'm talking about. The language of Korea matches identical format and delivery of the language of the Yoruba. I thought that was fantastic.
wait,
Just the
wait,
just the just the
Wow.
syntax and
Maybe
the
maybe
format.
say something exotic.
wait. When you
Just
say
the
that, hold on.
Hold on, go ahead, G.
No, I'm just saying, when you say the language, are you talking about the written language or the spoken language?
the spoken language, the one they speak in Korea.
Oh shit!
South
Oh
Korea,
shit! Oh shit!
say South Korea, but that's
And
never
you
been.
say who in Africa speaks Hangul?
No, not Hangul. I didn't say
That's the
Hangul.
Korean language. That's the Korean that's the spoken language. The writing is Korean,
He
and
said the
the
Yoruba. This nigga said the Yoruba. You heard what he said. Stop playing games.
No, he don't know the name I said, man. Stop playing games, Sabio. That's why the man is asking me, because he wants to understand what I'm saying.
yes.
Got you,
Oh
man.
shit!
I understand
Oh
what you're
shit!
saying. I'm not saying a language that you may be more familiar with their language. That's why I'm being specific about what I'm saying. Only. I don't know much words in. I'm not talking about the words of Korea like I was when I was talking about the words in Japan. I'm not talking about the words. I'm just saying the structure of the language and the syntax are identical. The structure, if you know the name, the language, I'm thinking you know something about it. The language is tonal, yes.
I know a little bit, but I'm not a linguist to sit here and talk about does verb come before subject or subject come before verb. But yeah, I just
That kind of thing too. That's what I
yeah.
was. That's the text. Yes. Well, I happen to just look at it. You can look
But
at it.
that
I mean, you know something about it. You can do that as a curiosity because I'm only stating it as a curiosity, not to say it means nothing. Just as a curiosity
okay.
in my observations.
Okay, well, I took your statement to be different. Yeah, that's yeah. I can't even. I'm not even a linguist, but I can't agree with that, bro. And
Oh shit.
You
Oh
can't agree
shit.
with.
That shit was wild.
I
You
can't
said,
agree with what you just said. There's even differences in the dialects between a North Korean and a South Korean. There's
and I
differences
know
between, and there was once one people prior to that war.
I got all that. And like I did state, I don't know. I'm not talking about, I'm being very specific. I'm talking about South Korea. I've never been to North Korea. I've been to
Me
DMZ, but
neither.
not Korea. So I don't
Me
know how they
neither.
handle language there. I only been to South Korea several times. And I'm going by what I observed while I was there. And that's what I mentioned. Now, if you have something
That
specific to
Korean twang did something to your mom.
what you talking about,
That
kimchi?
no, I think he missed the Juicy Girls, but
Oh no, I don't mess with them. I'm not into that. I thought you were talking about kimchi. You know kimchi then. My man, what
yeah,
his name? Okay.
yeah, I know kimchi, I know soju, I know silback. Yeah,
Mhm.
I know
Yeah. Well,
bulgogi.
I'm not as familiar with Korean words and stuff as I
Those
am
are
with the word.
dishes and drinks.
It's still words, you know. So I understand.
No, well, it's okay, bro. Like I said, I'm not a qualified linguist, but yeah,
I
I
can
don't know
do.
what the you know Yoruba words. Can you like speak Yoruba phrase for hello or something that we can compare?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know how you would compare it, but I'm saying the words are not the same. They
Yeah, I
like
know,
a lot
but
in the
okay,
same. They're using the same syntax when it comes to sentence structure, and they use the same tonal delivery that this Korean language to be tonal, right? I'm just trying to establish that first.
I
You
don't
know,
understand the terms tunnel. I could say yo will say oh, that means
tonal.
hey, what's happening? Now,
Yeah, Anya Haseo.
say that again?
I heard it. Anya Haseo.
So is that Yoruba that you just shot back at me?
No, that's Korean. Yoruba is a lafia.
I don't understand.
I'm just saying the tonal. What I mean by tonal is when you raise and lower the tone of a sound. Yeah,
So now
because
it's the tone, not the language, though.
I
Yo, this shit is ridiculous. He doing whatever he can to make connections.
whatever.
Disconnect the dots with Wale is funny. This Wale charade.
Connection with what?
Most
North
Western
Korea and the Yoruba language.
Yoruba and Korean language.
Yeah. What about
Why you want to connect with Asians so damn much? I mean,
I don't know.
what is so fascinating about somebody from Asia?
Kung Fu,
there. It's just another look. That's all.
Buddhist
Instead of
monks.
looking, and as I said earlier, and most of the way we look at things are from a Western point of view. And I said that it would be good to also look from a
Who is
different point of
we?
view. Then that's what I said.
Who is we though?
I'm talking about the colored people of the world.
I think that, okay.
That's my we.
But all people that's black, since you don't like to use that word, it's not from western part of the world though. Most black people in the world is in the east. But you don't
Okay.
never talk about nobody in African nations though. You always talk about somebody in Asia. Like you
I've been
fascinated.
talking about people in African countries
Try to make the
for the past
Asian
half
names
hour.
English. I mean,
So,
I don't see the connection though. But like I said, people had different interests, so it's cool. We definitely just gonna make sure that we continue to promote African and Black uh, history and Black power, even if you don't like it. You know, we
well,
understand
I
you don't
did.
like that word, but
Mhm.
the word don't have nothing to do with the skin, and that's what a big confusion for the young people. They think we talking about the skin color. So as long as you get away from the culture and the heritage and the traditions, you know, they're not gonna know no difference. But you know, they're not gonna learn anything more if you start promoting Asian shit. The Asians don't give a fuck about black people like that.
No, they definitely A1.
Well, like I said, I wasn't. I have been talking about Africans, as you put it, shit, for the past half an hour to an hour. Actually, I was just comparing it. That's all, and comparing my observations as well. I also spoke about the kings under the thing about Africans sold Africans, and then that whole dispensary of the abolition coming out of England and stuff. We spoke about all of that stuff. I don't know why you didn't listen to it, but absolutely none of that had to do with anything in Asia. And then when I did make another observation, which I make observations, that's all. I'm not making nothing else. That was another observation that came to my mind. If you dispel it, I don't mind. It's just an observation. It exists. It's not mine. It simply exists.
I don't know, bro. I'm gonna leave that one alone, man. But yeah, I strongly disagree with that. The
How can you
Yoruba,
disagree with
That's
it,
the
but you
only
don't know
perspective
the
you didn't
Yoruba
feel the way
language?
about it.
I'm,
You wouldn't
I'm
say nothing
asking you,
about
how, do
it.
you
Man,
know the
nobody
Yoruba
about
language and how it works?
that's
I asked you
real.
To
for an
make you have,
example. I just
make you,
I could give two shits about what happened in Asian history, like the Ming Dynasty, Mao, and all that motherfucking shit. That doesn't do anything for a child that's growing up around a bunch of Europeans and a bunch of other black people that's looking at him with a different perspective. That ain't giving no confidence.
I agree, and I rarely talk about that kind of thing, Asian history, as it were, because I don't know much about it myself. Most people know more about it than I do.
but you've been
I was
making a
simply,
lot of observations, bro. You,
like I was just saying though, if you don't know, excuse me, because you say you don't know, so when you don't know the Yoruba language, you have some familiarity with the South Korean language, and then you say, I must be wrong because of what? I'm waiting for your logistics. What's the logic that you're using? Are you
Plus,
just saying something?
no, I
What
asked you to. I said, can you give me an example of two phrases that are similar arranged, like you're trying to describe, and you start giving me technical terms, and I clearly said, "Hey, I'm not a linguist." That's all it was about, good brother.
I said the syntax, and that's how I was making specific the relationship is the syntax. You say you don't know about syntax. Okay, fine. And then I went to the next thing, which was tonality. You don't know about tonality either. Most Western people don't have that familiarity because they don't know languages which require it, or maybe never
Stop
even heard it.
presuming. Stop presuming what people know. And just
Okay, then
deliver what you're going to say about this bullshit ass connection that you're making. It's starting to get annoying as fuck.
I've already said what I wanted to say about it, man.
All right, then chill out because no one agrees with you. No one but you think that
I'm just saying,
Yoruba and Korean.
in
Hold
mind.
on, Wale, I've been listening. No one on this panel agrees with you. No one gives a shit about anything coming out of Asia because we're not Asiatics. We are, and that bullshit about we look at shit from a Western mindset. Well, it's unfortunate that we were what? Raised in the West. If we were raised in the East, we would have been exposed to the Eastern literature. Because we weren't, we were exposed to the Western literature. Don't try to throw that up there as if because you read some bullshit about Asia and some Asiatic black man or some bullshit connection that you try to make makes you some type of superior intellect. Throw that bullshit in the trash too. Stop it. It's getting annoying.
Okay, that was beautifully put. Thank you for your opinion.
But hey, brother Wally, but can I give you an observation from something that you opened up with when you first came on about democracy and republic? And I don't know if we
Please.
ever got. So do you know the former name of the North Korea?
No, I do not.
It's DPRK, Democratic People's Republic of Korea. And I just want to ask, do you, because the name is kind of ironic, but do you think there's anything Democratic or Republican about their North Korean form of government? From what we know,
I really don't have no idea. All I can speak on is the propaganda I've heard.
well,
This shit
that's what
is
I'm saying.
crazy.
All right, I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm done. I'm done. Hey, I'm gonna get out of here, man. And
It's been real, man. Thank you.
yeah, I appreciate y'all for having me. Disagreement don't mean disrespect, good brother. So I'm not like everybody else.
Yeah, you're a little bit nicer. You do it when you get out the room, huh?
Hey, Scipio, let me ask you a question, Scipio. What do you think about in genetics? I know you might know. What do you think about in genetics about the deep-rooted DO haplogroup?
I don't really know too much about the DO haplogroup like that, Afro. I've heard of it, but I don't really know too much about that.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna just give you a little background on DO. DO is in Nigeria, and DO is in Tibet. So apparently, the ancestors that Nigerians split from at some time in the past were traveling a very vast area. Um, I didn't know. Well, you said you weren't aware of that, but that's a deep-rooted DO. You can just Google deep-rooted DO in Nigeria and as well as deep in Asia.
Look, that still don't make them African. It don't make
Well,
them African. It don't. If that enclave of DNA mutated on that continent, that makes them anything but African. That's what we gotta understand. So it don't matter how long. If they left Africa 60,000, 50,000, 30,000, 70,000, they weren't when they left. Not even African. Shit, they were hominids.
no,
Like,
they
what are we
weren't
talking
hominids.
about?
They're Homo sapiens sapien. They're Homo sapien. Yeah,
They
they
were
Homo sapien.
they were more than probably Neanderthal because that
No, that's
enclave
Homo
is
sapien. That's
the
Homo
Asian
sapiens.
the Asian DNA is Denisovan is more Denisovan than
I
Neanderthal.
didn't say
And research,
Denisovan. I said deep-rooted
I hear
DO,
you.
the
I
Nigerian
hear you.
deep-rooted DO. That's what I
I
said.
hear you. I hear you. I
Haplogroup
hear you.
male
I hear
haplogroup.
you. I hear you. But I'm just saying that according to research, the latest, I think from maybe 2 months ago, 3 months ago, the last one that I read, they were highly from the Asian continent, highly Denisovan and Neanderthal.
Yeah, but like you said, Sabio, you know you wasn't aware of it. I understand.
No,
You
I'm
know,
not aware
I
of it.
wasn't
So
taking. Yeah, I wasn't. I just was asking, were you aware of that? You know, because that's a vast area from Nigeria to Tibet. You know, that's a large area to cover. You know, and somebody.
and it could have spread through sex. Who knows how it got there?
Who was speaking? Is that Asiatic? Afro-Asiatic?
Afro.
Hey, man, are you familiar with the dudes that left New York in the 60s to go live in Tibet? Are you familiar with that movement?
No, Wale, respectfully, I wanted to kind of harp on the Nigerian deep-rooted DO. You know, that's a
Okay, stay
haplogroup.
there.
that's a haplogroup that's prevalent. Well, that they find the most living relics of that haplogroup is in Nigeria, and they also find traces of it far into Tibet. That's a deep-rooted DO male line. But it would be impossible. It would be impossible for them to be non-African because they're the father of all the E haplogroups. So, and we know E is the dominant male line in modern live Africa now.
All right, Afro.
Hold on, Sabio. One second. I'll wrap it right up. But it's impossible for them to be phenotypically non-African. Let's put it that way.
All right, so
because hold on one second, because DO is the father of all that E macro haplogroup that's live in Africa now. So it's impossible for them to have not looked.
You don't have to keep trying to drive that home. All I want to ask.
We need to drive that home, Sabir.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, Afro, chill out. I mean, Wale, chill out. So
interrupting. I'm trying to understand the guy. At least let him finish.
Is it possible? Is it possible that the haplogroup got there through sex?
Well, we can only go by the facts, and the facts.
Is it possible? Is it possible? Is it possible? Yes or no? Is it possible? That's all I need. Is it?
We can only go by the facts.
Come on, bro. Is it possible that it could have got there by sex? I'm trying to be as lenient and open to this as I can, and you're not. Because you have something that people may not be aware of. This is one of your gotcha moments. That's why I don't like playing.
I never said gotcha.
Let me get it. Let me get it out. Let me get it out because I'm trying to be as open to this as I can. And I'm asking you something very simple. And you don't even want to give us that. You want us to just go by what you believe. But if we were to go look into it and it was to say it possibly got there by sex, we'll have a whole nother argument. I don't have the time. I'm not buying my laptop. I can't look into it because I'm not even at home right now.
I mean, if I didn't know it was going to offend you for me to ask you.
No, it doesn't offend me. It doesn't offend me. It offends you when I asked you, is it possible? It offended you when I asked you, is it possible that it could have got there through sex? Because you could have just said yes or no. But you won't even give us that. That's the disingenuousness that be frustrating the shit out of me because I told you I'm not aware of it. I can go learn about it and see. But you won't even give us that, Afro.
I'm giving you the study. The deep rooted.
No, you're giving us one study, and there's no study up here that we're looking at. You're giving us something that you picked up.
I'm telling you what it is.
You're giving us something that you picked up. We don't have nothing. We don't have nothing on the board to say how it got there or nothing.
You just said you don't know nothing about it. So what is you talking about?
So now at this point we can learn. You can either go get us a source, or we can accept what you're saying and either be wrong on it or be right. Now, I don't want to be wrong and just accept what you say. So either we can pull up this deep-rooted DO in Tibet and see if it got there through sex, or if it just got there through people migrated from Nigeria to Tibet. Which one? It's that simple.
Yeah, I had only wanted to add that to the conversation to
that's cool,
to kind of speak to what Wale was talking about. Actually,
the Asiatic black man bullshit is back in effect. Here it goes. This is why I don't like you, because you always trying to make Africa come from Asia or some bullshit. We're not Asiatic black men. Cut that bullshit out. Pull it up on the screen right now. Pull up the motherfucking DO right now, or throw that shit in the trash.
You know your feelings never meant nothing to me,
Yo,
Sabio, and they
Afro, pull
still
it up.
don't.
Pull it
They
up.
still don't.
Pull it up. Pull it
Rest
up.
assured of that,
Pull
brother.
it up. Pull it up.
Your
Because you
feelings
tried this
never
with
meant
my
nothing to
L3.
me.
You tried this bullshit with my L3 and
Your
tried to make
feelings
it come
never.
out of Asia. And we
I don't
shut
know
you
what
down
you're
on that.
talking about.
We shut you
You,
down on that
you,
L3
you
coming out of
rambling.
Asia shit. We
You
shut you down.
rambling.
You used to come on my panel when I got my DNA and tell
Rambling.
me
You
that
bugging.
L3 originated in Asia, and we shut your dumb ass down. We shut you down. So we can do this with the source on the DO, or we can just talk about it like we doing. Like you brought it up and that's cool. Now we can do some research on it and see how it got there, either through trade and sex or migration. Which one? Which one?
Sabio.
Because I don't believe that no Nigerians migrated across the Sahel, the Sahara, and all those other places to Tibet. I just don't. I'm just not accepting that one.
Brother, what you feel and believe is irrelevant.
Hey, I need DNA. I need sources
What
on
the
it.
data says, what the
I need.
data says is
This
different
nigga said
from what
what
you
the
feel
Vedas.
and what you believe.
Yo,
What the
I need the
data,
data. I need the data. I need that. I need that. I need the data.
different
Not you. You're not the
from what you
data. You
feel.
are a person
I'm not.
interpreting. You
I'm
are
not,
a person
man.
interpreting the data. Marley got me saying interpreting, and the word is interpreting. I need the data though. That's what I need, dog. That's all I need. The data. That's it, and we can go over that.
Yeah, I was just trying to add to the conversation,
Yo,
bro. You know,
can
it's
you bring
cool,
the
man.
data? Can you bring the data?
Listen, I'm saying
Because
I just
if
adding
I
to the
had the ability to
conversation.
pull it up, if I had the ability to pull it up, you know I would have.
Yeah, I was just adding to the conversation,
But you
though,
know I
Sabio.
would.
It ain't nothing to get up, upset about.
Nah, no
You
one's
know, you
upset.
can move on.
No one's
You
upset.
can
You know I
move
would
on
have
to
put the
something
source
else.
up.
I just wanted to bring that to your attention and bring it to the audience attention. Those who are interested, they'll go and maybe they'll look for it. Maybe they won't. It's not up to me. I'm just adding to the conversation.
Yeah,
But
I understand that.
there is a deep-rooted DO in Nigeria and a deep-rooted DO in Tibet.
Yeah, but can you pull up the source so we can see
Yeah,
how it
but
got there?
go ahead though. Go ahead. I ain't got a grandstand. I'm not trying to grandstand. I just was adding to the
All you
convo.
gotta do is pull up the source. I know you by your laptop.
I just thought what Wale was saying was interesting,
I
and the
thought we was
genetics
gonna learn on the DO. I thought we was gonna learn on the
be an
DO.
interesting piece of the conversation. That's all.
I thought we was gonna learn on this DO. See how it got from Nigeria to Africa. Like you can pull it up and we can read a source on it to see how it got there. Or we can assume that they walked from Nigeria across the Sahel, the Sahara, the Levant, all those other desert areas to Tibet, to the Tibetan mountains.
Yes, BO is cool. It's a lot of conversations going on though. You got politics going on too.
I
Got
understand all
politics
that,
too.
Afro, but
Economics, all type of stuff.
this is a channel where we talk about science, and this is a place where we can learn about some genetic migration, mutation, change, whatever happened. However it got there, we can actually learn, and you can actually teach us something.
I'm not trying. I just was adding to the conversation. Like even with your maternal line, the L3. Don't you think it's interesting that L3 founded Asia and produced M and N? They are surviving. There are surviving M and N in Africa now.
No, I don't think it's interesting because that's what
Oh, okay.
happens. People fuck. So no, I don't
Okay.
find it interesting. People gonna breathe. That's what we do.
Yeah,
So no, I don't find it
I think you
interesting.
should think on that a little bit more, because
No,
the
I shouldn't.
L3
Because
definitely founded Asia.
because my L3 starts in Africa.
Yeah, but
We've
it's
been
the
through
outer
this.
Africa.
Yo,
It's the outer
yo,
Africa Eve though.
yo, yo,
It's the
yo,
outer
yo,
Africa Eve.
yo, it doesn't matter. My L3 starts in the black of Africa. Stop it. It doesn't start in
You know
Asia. Yo,
that's not my language. That's not my
yo,
language. That's the language
yo,
of the of them white
yo,
folks. They
yo,
call it the
I
outer
don't,
Africa Eve.
yo, I don't care what you call it. Stop trying to place my
It ain't me,
line
it's
in
them. They
Asia.
said that.
Stop trying to place my maternal line in Asia. It doesn't start there, bro. We've been through this too many times.
Man, it's cool with me, Sabio.
Yo, we've been through this too many times. Please,
I said that it
I
founded
don't
Asia.
care.
You don't even have no
I don't care
you don't
about
even recognize.
none of that. I don't care about none of that.
Why is I thought we was talking about science. I thought we was talking about science.
What I want to talk about is the DO.
You
That's
talking
what I
about your
want.
feelings now.
What we should be talking
You
about
keep
is
talking
the
about
DO.
you
What we
can't
should
make
be
your feelings the centerpiece of every conversation.
what we should be talking about is the
Yeah.
DO that you presented, that you said is in Tibet. That's what we should be talking about. We should be discussing that.
And of greater importance, Nigeria,
Oh, wow.
Tibet and
Okay,
Nigeria.
well, cool. All I need to know is how did it get there? Like, how did it get from
I want to
Nigeria
know
to
too.
Tibet?
I want to know too.
Apparently, look, I thought you knew. You've been telling me that it got there. Now, that's why we supposed to look so we can read. But you're just telling us what you think. And I'm trying to tell you, nah, that ain't how it works. And you know that. And you already knew you was going to get this pushback from me if we, like, come on, bro. So are we going to do it over the source? Like, or not?
Yeah, but even if we do that, I just want you to know that it's
All I want to
impossible for them to have not been sub-Saharan African phenotypically, because they're the father of all the E
I'm not
haplogroups.
accepting that. I'm not accepting that.
You don't have to accept it. That's the order that's the genetic order. D, E,
Until I see the
A, B,
source that
C,
says
D, E,
that, until I see
A, B, C,
a
D, E.
genetic source,
That's the order of the genetic. That's the genetic order. What do you mean you're not accepting it? You don't have to
I
accept
hear
it. It's
you.
what it is.
I hear you talking. I hear
You
you
don't.
talking. But it's
It's
here
what it is.
until we get a source on it. It's just you talking.
And then when I source up, then what you gonna do, Sabio?
I will
You
admit that
gonna
I
melt.
was
You gonna
look,
melt down. You gonna say it ain't true.
I will admit that I learned something, which I've done numerous times to you, Afro. So please
It's
don't
nothing
act like
wrong.
I
It's nothing
haven't
wrh with
learned.
that.
So
But
don't act like I
if
haven't
you know
learned
that
from you.
if you know
So
that I
don't
have
act like I
if you
haven't.
know that I
Hold
have
on,
taught
bro.
you
Hold on,
if I have taught you numerous times, what makes you think I'm not teaching you now?
No, you're not, because there's nothing here that I can learn from.
If I have taught you and you admit that I have taught you
There's
numerous
nothing
times,
here.
what makes you think
There's
I'm not
nothing.
teaching you now?
Are you listening? I'm going to say this slowly for you. There's
You should
nothing
trust me
here.
by now. You
There's
should trust me by
nothing
now,
here.
Sabio.
No. I don't trust any nigga, and you know this.
You should. I
So,
taught you on several occasions.
you're an Asiatic black man. I don't trust shit that you say. The
But
things that I
still, I
learned
teach
from
you on
elders,
many occasions.
the
Still, I
things that
teach
I
you
learned.
on many
You won't
occasions.
watch this. So
It's
until you
okay,
shut up,
brother.
we can't have a conversation,
All
because
right.
I'm
I'll shut
listening
up.
to you
I'll shut
respond,
up.
and then every time I try to talk, you talk over me. So the thing that you taught me has been how to look at genetic papers, to get genetic papers when I'm talking about certain things, and how to look at the Bible and your Islamic belief better. Those are things that you taught me. I don't really know how you want to take that, but it's really not anything that has helped me grow. It just helped me learn how to attack Islam better, and that bullshit that you believe, the Asiatic black man. But I was just trying to give you some props so you can calm down and listen. Like, I want to learn about this DO that you present.
You should. It's interesting.
Hold on, bro. I hear you on all that interested shit.
It
I don't
is.
care. I don't care about none of that. I just want to know how it got
You
to
care. You
Tibet.
say care. You're talking about feelings again. You're talking
All
about
I
feelings.
the only
The
thing
people
that's
don't need
important.
feelings. The
Cool,
people
cool,
need
cool.
facts.
All right, all right.
The people don't need feelings. They need facts.
I'm gonna take that word out, and I'm gonna say this. The
Yeah,
only
take
thing
the
that is
word there
important.
out.
The only thing that is important to me at this moment is how we got from Nigeria to Tibet. That's the only thing. So can
That's
we
the
pull up a
facts.
source? So can
That's
we
the
pull up
facts
a
right there.
source? So can we pull up a source to show how the DO got from Nigeria to Tibet?
I'm giving it to you. Rare, deep
Well,
rooted DO.
you
Rare,
have
deep
it.
rooted DO. That's the
That's not
title of the. That's the title of the paper. Rare, deep rooted DO. Haplogroup.
so. Can you type that in and pull
Nigeria,
it up? Can you?
Nigeria,
Why don't you pull it up? This
and
is what I've
Far
been.
East
You. Why
Asia.
don't you? Why don't you pull it up, bro?
I'm on my phone. What you talking about?
Oh man!
I'm on my phone.
All this time you've been on your phone, and you could have said that. When I said that you was by your laptop, you didn't say you was on your phone.
No, I was too busy trying to stay calm and listen to what you were saying. You know. But
So
yeah,
basically,
I'm on my phone, bro.
there's no way we can pull up this thing. It's just what you say has to be accepted as gospel.
Of course not, man.
It's not going like that.
I just was adding to the conversation because Wale kept on saying Yoruba and Nigeria, and he was mentioning the East, you know. So I figure I add on with the genetic component of the conversation, you know, to just add a little more fabric to the conversation. That's all.
Yeah, but still, I don't think that fabric will stand. I think it's kind
Yeah,
of flimsy.
yeah, it's a rare deep rooted deal though. CBO, rare deep rooted deal. You know, that's one of the papers that actually
Until I see
favors
a
you.
genetic source
That's
to
one of the
stand.
papers that actually favors your side of the argument too, because they talk about DO being a development that's out of East Africa. You know, so I will readily admit these things. You know, these arguments, both sides of the argument exist in the papers, but it's more important to me to show you and to demonstrate to our people that we have a Nigerian haplogroup that is West African, but we find it also in Tibet. I think that may be of interest to some of our people. You know, maybe not all, but possibly some. You
That's
know, and
cool.
it
That
needs to be a part of the fabric of the conversation. You
I
know,
don't
that's all
think
I'm
so.
saying. That's
I
all I'm
mean,
saying.
if it's going to be a part of the conversation, I'm going to ask it again. Is it fair to figure out how it got there? We just can assume that that these
There's
people
nothing
popped
wrong with
up.
that.
Okay, so again, the only way we can do this is by looking at a source on it. So we don't have a source on it, so we're just talking about it off the top of my head. I don't like freestyling, like, because I don't know about this, and apparently you found it as a gotcha moment. I got this
No,
nigga.
no, of course
I
not.
got this
No,
nigga on the DO,
no.
and I'm going to bring this up and see if he know anything about it.
So you saying I premeditated and came up here with the
Yeah,
idea?
no, you was
No,
already up here, but you
I
listened to
can't.
the
I can't.
conversation. You
It's
listened, and
I keep telling
that
you,
was a moment. And that was a moment.
Wale is what sparked the thought because I know the genetic conversation on that end of the conversation.
Yeah,
I know the
yeah.
genetic side of the conversation with the DO. So he keep
Afro.
talking about Nigeria and then talking about the East. You know, I'm
I
just
know you the
saying it's a
Asiatic
genetic
black man.
part of it.
I know you the
Oh,
Asiatic black man. So
oh,
any connection to Asia
oh,
and the black man, you gonna try to link it up.
bro. Facts is
So
fact,
let's
bro.
see. Is Black
Push the
Americans
politics,
get together
man.
with
I'm cool.
Africans and Caribbeans? No, but they getting together with Asians though. They hooking up with the Asian people. They making sure they link up with them. Psycho link in the chat. He about to hit the button in about 60 seconds, I think.
Hey, Dev, do Caribbeans link up with Africans?
How you separating the Caribbeans with Africans? I ain't never heard that before.
Do the Caribbeans link up with continental Africa?
Yeah, directly. They ain't never been separated. When have Caribbean and African people been separated? Which year was that?
when they got separated, right? Like when they was taken from Africa to the Caribbean. The same way we were separated from them, right?
I'm saying when have they not been linking up?
Well, I know earlier they was making the argument could they link up? It was a
That
different.
that was a topic on this panel.
Yeah,
Caribbeans and Africans linking up.
yeah. Like
Wow.
were they working together?
On which side? Who was making that argument? A Caribbean or an African? Because
Uh,
it couldn't be no black man in America making the argument about whether a person from the Caribbean was linking up with a black person on the entire continent of Africa, all that land. He said, "Ain't nobody." Kenya, Ghana. Oh man, this is crazy.
so that means yeah, they are linking up.
I'm
Hey,
posting articles all the
Chief
time about
GQ.
different governments. Kenya sending troops to Haiti to try to help resolve that situation. Yeah, black people in America seem to be the most disconnected from the continent of Africa when it comes to linking up, uh, wanting to know any type of history, trying to expound on different traditions, or even even if it's just barbershop talk. Uh, the black people that live in the UK, they are closer to the continent, so they have a little bit tighter affiliation when it comes to academics, banking, and financial practices. Most people that I talk to say, they only go to UK and London to get school, and then they double back, like no problem. They just get what they can get, and then they out of there. Other people have longer stays, investments, or whatever, but yeah, the black people in America are the only black people on planet Earth, in terms of my research and observations, to have the most discontent, don't want to have shit to do with anything that's got Africa in it, based on my history.
Mine too, Devin. It's disturbing as hell of me, bro. It's disturbing as hell. They want to link us to everything on this planet. But back to Africa. Like
Yeah, brother Chifu, there are actually scholarships that detail that. That should be well known. But that further strengthens my point.
Yeah, I mean it's a big continent, like you say. I've heard different arguments on it. I've heard say that they didn't deal with each other, and I've heard people say they do. So I guess I just really have to have that conversation with somebody from the Caribbean more than.
Yeah, I don't know either because I've heard all types of things about the continent, and I can understand why. You got to understand all the tribal, all the different ethnic groups and tribes and how they look at themselves different. So at that point, you can understand why certain areas wouldn't mess with certain areas due to the history of what possibly could be going on. That still don't mean that there's not connections, like, and the denial of it is just like that's really what's disturbing, like the denial of it. Like everybody want to run to the east, any part of the east or to the Americas. Just get off the continent of Africa. Like, why? What did Africa do to y'all? For real.
Yeah, That's never something that could be put on me though, because I'm one of the people that actually
You the
understands.
Asiatic black man,
Hold
though,
on,
bro. We cut him
bro.
off.
Hold up, relax. I'm one of the people that articulate the real geopolitics of modern Africa right now, and that does it effectively. And it ain't too many people that I find in these spaces that know what the fuck is going on in modern Africa right now. People is dumbfounded. A lot of people is dumbfounded to what's going on in modern Africa. It's Muslims leading Pan-Africanism in modern live Africa now. It's just the facts. It don't matter if it ain't got nothing to do with nobody's feelings. It's just the facts. It's Muslim states, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, that's leading Pan-Africanism at the tip of the sword, tip of the spear right now, live and direct. Their Islam, their influence under Islam has not numbed them at all to revolution. It has not. It's just the facts. So people got to stop talking about Islam, or it's all about how it's interpreted. That's what it's about. And Africans have an anti-Western interpretation of Islam. That's the facts. All of that coming out of Mali, that area, Timbuktu, it is anti-Western. It has always been such. It's not like the Islam that you see practiced in the Middle East. They find some kinship with them, but they do not perceive Islam the same way that the desert Arab does, that the chicken shack Arab does. And they lead in revolution in Africa right now. And ain't nothing nobody can do about it.
That's cool. And you can say there's Christian nations that's leading the revolution in Africa and fighting against the oppressor. I don't care about none of that. That's cool. I mean, I respect it, and I respect those leaders that you was mentioning. That's a whole different conversation, though. You see, I'm not trying to go down there. Well,
It's
we were
not a
talking
different
about something
conversation.
very specific.
It's the
Like
same conversation.
we were talking about something very specific. Now we getting on this
Same
whole.
conversation.
Now we getting on this whole idea of how people use a religion of the colonizer to free them, the same way our ancestors did here in America to free
Well,
themselves.
apparently
Like,
apparently they see something different in the Quran than what
like,
you see.
hold on, bro. I don't look.
Apparently,
People,
clearly,
look. You
clearly,
see, you cut
what
me
they
off and
get
you
from
didn't let me finish.
Islam, what they get from the Quran is totally different than the
You
nonsense
cut
you
me
talk
off.
about.
Why did I allow you to finish, but you didn't allow me to finish? You notice, like, you can say the same about the Christians. They saw something different in the Bible that I did. Cool. I don't. It's not about that. We were talking about how the whole aspect of African is put after everything else. You call yourself the Asiatic black man. You're
Don't
the
you
Asian.
see it ain't about what I call myself? Do you know what's going on over there?
Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? I hear you trying to run to what's going on over there.
Talking
I
about some
appreciate.
Asiatic
Yo,
black man. Do
can I
you see
finish?
what's going on?
Bro, can I finish? That's all I'm asking. I'll let you finish. I appreciate that you know what's going on over there. That's cool. That's good. I see what's going on. There's things that's been going on that continent for forever. Wars with the oppressor from each side. British, French, Arab, it doesn't matter. What we were talking about was how the disrespect of Africa, how no one cares to be African. Like,
Yeah, but
listen,
you
hold up,
inferring that to me. You can't put that on me. You
bro,
can't put
stop,
that on me.
stop. I can't,
None of y'all can put that on me.
I can
No,
because
you cannot. You
let
don't
me
even
finish.
know what's
Let me
going
finish.
on in
Let me
live modern
finish.
Africa.
Can
How
I
can you
finish?
give me
Can
any
I
designation?
finish?
How can
Can
you
I
render
fin-
any designation or appraisal of who I am or what I am, and you don't even know what the hell going on over there right now? You can't speak to
why?
it. You don't know
Thank you.
nothing about it.
I thank you. I hear everything that you're
You
saying.
openly admit
Can
that
I
I taught
finish?
you what you do know about it,
Can
and
I
then you're gonna
finish?
turn around and
Can I
try to
finish?
put a designation on me?
Can I finish?
That's crazy.
Can
Go
I
ahead,
finish?
bro.
Can I finish? Like, I don't care about none of that. None of that is relevant. What I'm saying is I'm going to stand on it. I'm African first. There's no Asiatic there. There's no Hebrew there. The only other part that I put in my African is American. Why?
You
Because I was
wrong.
born here.
You
Yo,
wrong
yo,
on that too.
why is you interrupting me? You keep doing it. You keep doing it. You keep doing it. I don't call myself nothing but Eusebio. I'm a black man born in America, African American. That's what I'm always gonna be. I don't know how to be anything else. So looking from the east, trying to put our ancestors, make our ancestors Eastern, Asian, any part of there, just don't fit until I get science. Again, you haven't brought no science, you bring in your belief. And that's the problem. Because the belief of that is that life started with them. I don't know. We're not Asiatic. Allah did not come to our people peacefully. I don't give a damn. They were the first enslavers of our ancestors. Let's not play these games as if you don't know this. You want to talk about all the good. And I can see the good. And like I said, that's what's up. But don't overlook how Islam got there. Like, it's all right when you harp on the Christianity, but you never harp on Islam and how it got there. Don't play these. I'm gonna be cool on this side, but I'm gonna not be cool on this side. Nah. If you're gonna go at the Christians, go and get Islam too, because Islam was there first. Islam
Actually,
was there
yeah,
first.
Christianity was there
Islam
first.
was there in the 2nd century. Islam was there in the 2nd century. Then they went back in the 7th century. The first slave rebellion, according to them, is the Zand rebellion. We've talked about this. So let's not keep going over this, Afro. Let's not put talk. So what? So like, come on, bro. Like, either you gonna be fair, be balanced, or you not. I'm not Asiatic. I'm not Asiatic, and I'm gonna end on that. I'm not
That's
Asiatic.
fine. That's fine with me. And I don't push that. You know, I mean, that's simply that's my tag. You know what I mean? That's what I stand on. But I don't have to push that in these conversations to add anything of substance to the conversation. I don't have to pump the fact that that's what I believe in to try to add some substance to the conversation. You know, the conversation is about what's going on in live modern Africa right now. It's being led by Muslims.
No,
It's
that
being
wasn't the
led. Oh,
conversation. That wasn't
come
the
on, bro.
conversation. That wasn't the
Yeah.
conversation. That wasn't the conversation. That
Well,
conversation had been
it's
had earlier.
you
Yes,
just
that
you
conversation.
just said.
That conversation was earlier in the day, not right now.
Well, brother, you said you didn't know nothing about the DO, so we moved to this, and apparently you don't know nothing
And
about
now
this either. So which
then
one is
me
it?
and GA was just having a build, and there we was just having a build on something. And then you brought up the things that you were bringing up. Like, no, it don't have, no. Like, come on, bro. Follow the conversation.
It's just
Like,
crazy.
follow the conversation.
I don't know.
The last thing that was
Go ahead,
mentioned,
bro.
the last thing that was mentioned was before I said what I said about the disrespect and everybody moving away from Africa was Dev, I think, or GA. So come on, man, follow the conversation. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
we weren't talking about DO anymore because we don't have a source on that.
even with the genetic conversation, if Africans moved around all of these different places, and genetics tells us that, then why should we be upset about that? I don't understand that. I don't understand that part of it. Like, if that's what X amount of geneticists postulate. Why are we upset about that for saying that that's what they did? If they moved all around the world, that's what they did. So be it.
Look, until
The
we
stuff,
get
the stuff,
until
the
we
stuff is
until we get
wrong.
a source that says that they were in Tibet, I don't have a source that says that. I have you saying that there's a source that says that. I haven't seen a source that says Nigerians was in Tibet. I don't have a source that's
I
told me
said
that.
it. I said
Yo,
it's a deep-rooted DO in
yo,
Nigeria, and it's a deep-rooted DO in Tibet.
yo, that ain't what you just said though.
I just
I
said
want
that. That's what I said.
I want you to understand. Until I get a source that says that, that's just you saying something. I have to see how that DNA got there, how that haplogroup got there.
See, all of
Is it
y'all
through sex? Is it
dudes,
if it so again?
dudes
I'm
just
going to ask
melt
you this
down when
again.
that DNA come out. They melt
No,
down.
nobody's
True story, they melted down.
nobody melting
He
down.
melted down over that DNA.
Nobody's melting down.
Unfortunately.
I'm going to ask you this question again. Is it fair to say, or is it possible to say that the DNA got from Nigeria to Tibet through sex? Yes or no?
Sex with who?
Anybody. It could have been sex with an Arab, sex with sex with somebody in between who went and made it with somebody else, went and made it with somebody else. Or it could have been like, you feel me? There's possible a myriad of possible ways. That's why he don't want to say yes. Because he don't.
I'm not going to say yes.
I know you
because
not
I'm not
because you
going to
know
say yes.
that's a possible way. Because you know that's a possible way. So this conversation is moot because it's a belief that you're basing this off
It's
of.
not a belief.
It's a belief. It's a
The
belief.
study
You
is
read
called
something.
deep-rooted DO in Nigeria
It's just like the Tana. It's just
and
like
Tibet.
the Penaeus
No, you
or
want to move away from the DO because you know you
No,
don't even understand it. Severe. Stop it, man.
no. It's just like all the other things that you present. You present most of your sources with a bias towards
I
your
didn't
belief.
present nothing. I didn't present anything. I'm just having a conversation.
Afro, how long have we been doing this? You used to bring sources to my panel. You and your boy IBM, Indigenous Black Man, y'all would bring y'all biased ass sources over to my panel with the same biased ass lean.
How was a scientist biased? What
I
biased by?
didn't
Biased
say
by
the
who?
scientist.
Biased by you
I did not say the
or me?
scientist. I did not say the scientist. I said
Who
with
was
y'all.
biased?
Listen, you and IBM, Indigenous Black Man, with y'all biased ass leanings and ideals. That and y'all will present them sources just like that. Ankh and Gozi and a whole bunch of other people who knew DNA better than me schooled me on DNA and schooled you. They used to do it all the time.
If they schooled you, why don't you know it then?
Because
If they
DO wasn't
schooled you,
something that we talked about.
he never schooled me. He never schooled me.
They drugged you. They
He
used to
never
drag
schooled
you.
me.
You used to crash out,
He never schooled me.
used to crash out, go get other sources, run back on the panel, cuss us out, all types of shit. Afro, stop.
Bro, stop playing, man. See,
Stop.
that's clearly anybody that knows they know that that's a
Stop.
tactic that people like you use. I never
Stop,
start
Afro.
with
Stop,
vulgarity or
Afro.
anything like that.
No, you were in
It
with vulgarity.
deteriorates to that
You were
because
in with
a
vulgarity.
person like
You were
yourself
in with
thinks
vulgarity.
that because I'm not going to allow a person to say just anything to me over information.
You were in.
And
You.
sooner or
It'll
later,
end
I'm
with
going to say something.
vulgarity. It'll
I'm
end
just
with
saying, sooner or
vulgarity.
later, anybody's going to say something.
They will be dragging you through your sources, telling you you don't know what your source is saying. Go and get your source. Go and get your source. Read your source, and then and when your source don't say something that you want, there it is.
Okay,
There
now.
it is.
I'm about to go check out Psycho, y'all, but for future references, Sabio is not invited to Ray's Boom Boom Room.
Yeah, that's all y'all good for, Sabio, is deflection. You know what I mean? And that's one of the tactics
Now
that
it's
people
all
like yourself
deflection.
go to.
You right.
You always want to curse and yell, when a person, especially when a person is putting sources in front of you. Every time we had conversation,
like you
hold,
cussed
hold
us
on,
out with.
let me just
Oh,
say
my
one. Let
fault.
me just say one thing. Every time we had decent conversations, when I had a decent conversation with Unc West, they took the video down. When I had a decent conversation, well, when I spanked Unc West, Garfield took the video down. When I spanked Ngozi, Unbiased Sports took the video down. That's what y'all all do for each other when these things happen on y'all channels and we pull out these sources and I spank y'all. Y'all take the videos down. You know what I mean? It's just a habit. You know what I mean? I guess to protect the reputation, of the dude or whatever. I mean, it's cool. You know what I mean? But anytime you want to bring sources out about this, Sabio, that's what happens. When I did it to Unc West, Garfield took it down. When I did it to Ngozi, Chris Harris took it down off his channel. That's what all of y'all do. Y'all take them videos down that, if it makes your man's look like he got weak information or his information is really weak, y'all will take it down. You know what I mean? And I understand that. I've been around these circles,
Cool.
long enough.
Well, you can't put
Long
me in
enough
that
to know.
circle. You can't put me in that circle because I
It's
didn't take
cool.
down none of my videos because all my videos was on scripture rippers and psychological shackle breakers until my channel got
Well, I'm
strong.
talking about Chris
So,
Harris. I'm talking about Chris Harris. Hey,
I don't care about them.
oh, I
Yo,
forgot. I
hey, bro,
forgot. Let me say this
hey,
one.
bro.
True Story. True Story took
Yo,
the whole
hey,
channel down when
yo,
me and Rob Bourne had the conversation on DNA. Me and Rob Bourne had the conversation on DNA
yo,
on each one
Yo, how you
teach
keep
one.
yo.
dragging
True
that drama
Story took
bullshit?
the whole channel
You
down
know he bullshit. You know this
after
is
that
bullshit.
conversation.
So,
Word is
so
born to
again,
the mighty God Allah. He took the whole channel
yeah.
down.
Nobody
What?
believes in Allah, so you can throw
Word
that
is
shit out the
born.
trash.
That
You
shit
can
crazy.
throw that shit in
Me
the
and Rob
trash.
Bourne had a conversation
Yo,
on there about
yo.
DNA. True Storian was livid. He was disgusted.
We don't
He was
believe you.
hot. He took the
We
whole
don't
he
believe
took
you.
the whole channel down
Cool.
for that shit.
Okay, we heard you. We heard you.
Yeah, I'm a hop
We heard
off
you.
on y'all. I'm a hop off.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead and lie because when you said you swear to get you that Allah shit, you just told us that you was lying. But thank you for telling us that you were lying. I appreciate
What was
it.
the purpose of you telling about all these people that are not here?
It's to try to make himself look like he knows something.
The
Again, when I
whole true story pops back up in the chat. I don't hear nothing about him taking his whole channel down because of something that Afro said. That's kind of
yeah,
wild.
right, like yeah, for real. Like all I asked him was, is it possible that the Do got to Tibet through sex? He wouldn't even give a stat. Like I don't understand how he brings up something. I say that I'm not aware of it, and then when I ask to try to at least have a conversation on it, he don't want to do that. Like what? Like how does that work? Like you can say yes or no, and if you say no, then we can go down the no route. And if you say yes, we can go down that route. We can have a conversation on those. But if you're just bringing it up as your belief, I don't know how to argue against your belief. Like I don't know what the information says. I haven't read it. So you caught me at a down moment. Cool. Now let's actually go into what it said. Benign. That's the Asiatic belief though. That's the problem with those lines of thinking. Everything got to come from one area. I don't know though. Can't be African. Don't want to be African. Word is bond, as he said.
No, I ain't know. Clicks was trying to save reputation, bro. That's kind of wild. I was waiting
Right,
on you to say something about Q.
right.
You
He
on his
said everybody took down the video.
Yeah. Q, you been taking down videos to save your man's reputation? God damn. I ain't never heard that damn shit. This is my first time ever. All this time I've been on the internet. 25 years. I guess I learned something new tomorrow, boy. Well, we ain't getting no pushback on how Black Americans don't want to have nothing to do with Africa. I guess y'all don't feel bad about this shit. Huh? No pushback. Y'all in agreement with that? Not head nod.
Shit, I mean, I'm a witness to it. I don't know what I'm supposed to say because I want to have something to do with Africa and Africans. Shit, like I'm African. Like I don't know how to be anything else. So having this conversation is weird. You feel me?
Yeah. Why would Muslims be the head or the centerpiece of Pan Africanism? I never heard that either.
It's because it's the religion that they have been conquered by. So they happen to be Muslims. It's just like the people of the Underground Railroad and some fighting against slavery and shit. Some of them happen to be Christian. That's
Yeah,
all.
but the Underground Railroad was not really pushing Christianic ideologies, or were they?
No, but some of them were Christian. They weren't really pushing no ideology per se, but they were Christian.
Marcus Garvey was Christian, wasn't he? He wasn't.
Yeah.
That was kind of throwing me on his Pan African statement. I just let him rock out. I don't mind letting you rock out, yo. That don't mean you right though. I still don't get this fascination over stuff that happened 300 million years in the supposedly happened 300 million years. Is the fact that we don't have nothing to actually say. It's a good possibility. The further back we can point to history, the less chances of hard tangible evidence being produced. Like how far you want to go back? You can't even agree what happened yesterday. Can you agree on what happened last night? What happened last night in the black neighborhood with Pookie and Lil Ray Ray after Junebug left? But you know what happened to Muhammad and Mustafa 3 billion years ago on a totally another separate continent across the Atlantic Ocean. That's some wild, pretty wild. I'm just talking fallacies.
Yeah, I guess it's better to hook up with the Arabs and the Muslims because they got the book. They got the second book that came from Abraham and his descendant.
Descendants from what?
Descendants of Yahweh. You know, come on. You know, the Muslims are their cousins. So the only way to get to heaven is you got to be cousins. You got to be related to the Jews. So you got to get part of that covenant. So like I don't know damn shit. I'm just trying to make sense of it.
Lance ain't never came back after Q crashed out on him?
Nah, I ain't seen him in the last couple of days. I just found out about it too. So I must have been knocked out when that happened.
You got evidence that somebody actually said it? You have evidence to say somebody said that the DNA markers was over there, but you don't have evidence to say that it actually went down. I'm still trying to get the relevance of it. Yeah, Wale is always making references to Asian culture, Asian continent, Asian women. Well, he don't really talk about Asian women. But yeah, that was really confusing earlier when he was talking about they got the same names as Nigeria. We ain't doing nothing different than what any other modern human being does. I mean, pretty much anything that happened past their own generation, like 25, 30 years, and can't nobody really bump it down. You willing to put your life on the line on some stuff that went down uh past 35, 40 years ago? You ain't got no pictures. You ain't got no audio recordings. You don't have nothing. But that's y'all specialty though. Especially when it comes to today and moving forward in the future, to give the young people that's coming up, some sort of hope and a little bit a better insight and more confidence. And what kind of confidence do the young people supposed to have in the future if they looking at a bunch of grown people argue about what happened 3 billion years ago at the bottom of the earth?
They gotta have faith. Let me stop trolling. Let me stop. Let me stop trolling. Let me stop. Cause my troll ain't that good, but for real, that's right there. That's it. They gotta have faith and just believe that Somebody will help us figure it out. Somebody, something will come back and help us figure it out. That's it. Like, we're not supposed to take no action because vengeance is the Lord. So why are we doing anything? We're just supposed to sit back and wait. I don't accept that bullshit. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Acceptance. Just, I mean, damn, I'm not gonna try to petition to make your findings a national holiday behind this shit. I mean, damn. I mean, what you want me to do? Put in for you for a Nobel Peace Prize? What the young people supposed to do with that info? Nobody ain't ever showed me no religion that made any communities or living situation better, especially Christianity. But like I said, we don't talk about that too much over here, unless somebody get triggered. What's up with it, go? Yeah, I wanted to say something earlier, but y'all saw how deflated he was towards the end of his Egypt rant. Why nobody ever talk about any other country in the whole continent except for Egypt? From three billion years ago all the way up until maybe the 20th century, and then they started talking about all the fuck shit that happened on the rest of the continent. The imperialism in South Africa with apartheid, the Rwandan war, the genocide there, uh, the fuck shit that happened in the Congo. There's just no accomplishment in any other part of Africa except for ancient motherfucking Egypt. Because you don't talk about what happened in Egypt right now. What's happening in Egypt right now? But it ain't your fault though. Yeah, just erased all the other empires outside of Egypt, right? No Mali Empire, no none of those empires existed whatsoever, right?
Yo, what up? What up?
What's up with it? I mean,
What up, Dev?
down, man. I'm gonna pull the plug in, man. If Q don't come up and give you a refire.
Let me turn this up.
Yeah, just noticing this fascination with Asia and all other countries except for West and Central Africa for some reason.
Mm.
Wale can't even talk about Nigeria without mentioning Japan.
Oh, if they talk about Africa, they have to attack some other country
Yeah,
too.
it's related to something else. Afro just left up here and said, "Oh, they went from Nigeria, didn't stop nowhere else. They just flew on an express flight to Tibet and set up shop 1 billion years ago.
Let me guess. It's
Based
either
on some
two places.
potent study."
They're either coming from two places: Israel or Egypt. It's either going to Israel or going to Egypt.
They teleported. Yeah. I'm like, damn, that's the only place they popped up. Crowded as that region was.
But Afro always have his agenda to make African Asiatic. You know.
He said there's a YouTube gang going around. People shut down their channels because he put links in their chat.
What? I didn't think.
You know he loves drama, man. Shit. He said true story and took down his whole channel because he put some information in his chat.
Say it couldn't be for no other reason. It gotta be because he put some information. It couldn't be for no other reason.
Harris, yeah. Some other dudes I'm not even familiar with.
Man, the way old people think, man.
I know if I was a small child looking at this behavior, not just on this channel, but in this space, but in social media in general, I mean, I would just like, oh, is this what it's gonna be like when I get 40, 50, 60 years old? I'm gonna be doing the same thing? Nah.
Keep it up.
No, I never said you said that, but that's the only thing that came out your mouth. You didn't mention anything else. So the implications are clear. You had plenty of time to like put it in context, but you just wanted to make sure that you highlighted what Wale was doing with the Asian culture and the Asian people to try to drag everybody else in Africa to Asia.
What they do? Trying to make West African Chinese or
He
Japanese.
said there's 3 towns in Nigeria that's spelled exactly the same as in Japan. I mean, just out of random blue. Nobody was talking about Japan, Asia, nothing. It's out the random blue. He just bust up on the panel. So that resonated with Afro. And so he's saying some DNA gene is found in Nigeria, is found in Tibet.
Well, that doesn't mean it's the same population of people. The towns just happen to have similar names. I'm pretty sure you'll have towns in Africa or places in Africa that you could find similar names in America. You know, you go to another place, you find similar name, not the same people. After asking for the link, I guess he's not done. He ain't done for the night.
He's not gonna be going too much longer. Psycho's already live. You can come back
Yeah.
up. You know how to hit refresh on this browser if you want. I'll talk in the back chat. If y'all want. I noticed y'all ain't really since I've been up here, been listening. I haven't really heard anybody saying, yeah, we hooking up. We would like to network, do all that. Cause GQ just left here, and he was questioning the relationship between Caribbeans and people in Africa, and I was saying, when has that not been the case? Like, when have you heard of like total isolation? No phone calls, no letters, no. I ain't never seen it. Now, talk about black people in America, in the United States, then yeah, I've heard trash talking and not being wanted associated, had nothing to do with Africa. Yeah, long history of that, but not in the Caribbean. No Caribbean island. Haiti, Jamaica, Trinidad, nothing.
Yeah, well, I know in Jamaica, like a lot of the national cultural stuff, it either leads back to Africa or there's something about that Africa in it, you know. Because even with the music, despite reggae music being like the popular music coming out of Jamaica, they have other music which are cultural music, and that's just like it sounds like it sounds like African, like traditional African drumming and stuff.
Yeah, the Congos, the drums, all that. Yeah.
And they would dress up in the, not really dashiki, but you know, with modernization. Instead of getting the original garments, they would just do a dashiki or something like that. But for more national cultural icons, they would still make the traditional garments and stuff, and do like
not the tight European
no,
whatever that is.
No, not that.
Leave that alone.
The cultural African, you know, once you look at it, you see the African setting.
I mean, it's easy.
It's not all that erotic, like boogie dancing and stuff, like, you know, trying to dry hump on the dance floor. It's not all that. It's more African dancing, you know, like, as you say, if you want to say like the voodoo, you know, like when you see African custom stuff, you see they do their dance and stuff, the foot movements and all that stuff. Yeah. So that's what the Caribbean do. And on a more radical, you still have Afrocentric movements that really push going back to Africa. Really centered our focus on repatriation. And those people, they're always going to Africa, not to Egypt. I've never heard a Jamaican leaving to go Egypt. They go places like Ethiopia, Zimbabwe. We have a large population in South Africa, in Johannesburg. They like Johannesburg.
Cape Town, all that,
Cape Town, Nigeria, Ghana, you know. The brother came up the other day and he was saying like he could buy land in Nigeria and stuff and that, and they make him a chief. That's been going on for as long as I could remember.
Oh, okay.
People going back over there, but you got to purchase the land and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Some have good experience. Most have good experience, but not everyone have good experience because
Yeah, it's
again,
not automatic. Yeah.
Yo,
it's
yo,
not.
yo, what's going on, everybody?
What's up,
Yo,
Marley?
Marley, what's up? You know,
Yeah, just stopping through, you know.
yeah. So some people go over there and they, it's like people migrating to America, you know, and you feel mindset is to open a business or, you know, incorporate yourself in society a certain way and be of benefit, then usually it works out for those people. You have others that go and play a more social game where they would marry into families and incorporating themselves in the culture that way, you know, and sort of drop the American or Jamaican identity and just culturally identify themselves as whatever African family they happen to be in. And those people usually have great experiences. But you have others now that go with an idealistic mentality and think African people are supposed to be a certain way. And because of because of our history coming from the West, from the diaspora, we're supposed to be privy to certain entitlement when we go over there, and we realize that nope, it's really not like that. Like, you know, people might understand or not understand, but certain expectations that you might have going over there, when you reach, you realize it's really not like that. These people have their daily life to focus on, and you know, they never grew up with this mentality of, you know, radical Afrocentric movements and stuff. So when you go over there with that mentality, you find that they kind of shun you. You kind of become an outcast in a foreign country really quick, you know?
Yeah, we go over there with that. They all together type of shit, right?
No, they're not.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, they're not. They're not. Yeah, a lot of us over here, we be thinking that. That's why too. A lot of us have the mentality that the whole world's against us and us only. You know what I mean? As we think everybody else.
That we go over there thinking capitalism only practice in the West and predatory capitalism only practice in the West, and you go over there and you get gorged for your money real quick, and then you know you're left in shock because you're like, you come back to the motherland with, you know, and you're expecting this high moral compass from everyone, and everyone
and niggas will hustle you.
Everyone must know your past, and you know you want this prodigal son welcome.
You feel like you feel this entitlement, like Africa's supposed to be welcoming you home.
See people going about their business, and
these niggas is going,
nigga, please, you know, and then now your mind just gone all the way left, and you come back and talk all this shit about the people then.
Yeah, I told you when I went to South Africa, bro. I told you when I went to South Africa, son, that was my first encounter with chicks talking about the other people from West Africa and shit like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? You thinking that they all together and they ain't, son. Like,
so when they talk shit about you, you might think they only do that to you.
Right, yeah, exactly. That's how we may have that mentality. You know what it is too, because we stay over here in America, and that's what we see. So we just internalize. We just be like, yo, everybody hate us, nah. But that same chick, she has some type of derogatory things for African Americans too.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Not only was it West Africans, but a lot of the times that's how we take it. We take it as,
you know what's funny too, Marley?
Yeah,
it's the same rhetoric. They're taking our jobs.
Yeah, that is the same rhetoric. Yeah, no, it is. It's
the same rhetoric.
It's the same rhetoric. Even in the islands, bro.
They're selling drugs.
Right, they're prostituting. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what she was saying. Yo, they prostitutes out here. But that's the same thing like in the Caribbean though, when immigrants is coming from all over the Caribbean, Trinidad and shit, and the outsiders and niggas is like, yo, they coming to take our jobs. The same rhetoric. That shit is all over the world. That shit is in Europe too, that same rhetoric.
And it's
Yo, they
always
coming.
from people who never had a job.
Yeah, who
People
never
who
had a
never had a
job,
job are
right? Who
any
never had a
potential
job,
of
right?
finding a
Right.
job.
It's the same, right? It's the same rhetoric in every country you go, bro. Even like in Trinidad, same thing. The people there not working, and like you
Yeah.
said, the same people who not working
Never
is the
had no
same people who
intention of
clean.
ever finding a job.
Right, right. Nah, that's true though. That's true though. Yeah, and we look at it like, they don't like us. Yo, the whole world. Yo, you go to England, son, is the Africans against the Caribbeans, people over there. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It's the
And
same
yeah, the
relationship.
Africans,
Yeah.
why are
The
they coming here? We're here
yeah, that
first.
we're here first, right, right, right. The Caribbeans have like the same mentality as the Black Americans over there in England. They are the Black Americans in England, and the South Africans is the Black Americans of Africa. They be also, you see, y'all ain't from here, like you know. What I mean? That's why they always be like, yo, Trinidad is like the America, the Caribbean sometimes.
Same thing. Yeah.
Same
Always
shit.
forcing their government to deport the people.
Yeah. Motherfuckers used to always be like, yo, Trinidad is like the America, the Caribbean and shit. Same shit, son. All over. All over. All over, son. That shit is all over the world, son. But you know, we here in America, so you know, America is the greatest country in the world. We control a lot of the media, especially for a certain time period, for a certain while. And then you gotta look at the experiences that Black Americans have. It's kind of too makes us kind of look like so. It's the American culture. You know what I'm saying? America promotes, you know, we the best country in the world, globalized. We the center of the world. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I guess that's why people probably develop that mentality like that here too. Because of the culture. It could be. I don't know. You know. I
Well,
know.
Black American have a very unhealthy relationship with the country though, because
Yeah.
yeah, we the best. They they will claim that, but nevertheless tell you that the country is against them and they're at war in the country. You know, so it's like you can't have it both way. Either when you claim that America is the best in the world, you include yourself with that,
Right,
which you
right.
should, which you rightfully should. But then don't turn around and say, yo, you know, like you need your own government. How are you gonna
Right,
have a
right,
government within a
right.
government? Where on earth
Yeah.
does that happen?
Right. Yeah. No, you're right.
You need
You're right.
you need your own military, you need your own
You're right.
government, you need your own
Right.
this, you need
Within
your own that.
yeah, right. Within America. Like America is
But
gonna
you're
really
already
give them
living
that.
in the greatest country on earth.
hmm Right. And like America will give them that too. Or give them the opportunity to build. They do that,
Mhm.
so they're gonna still have to be allies with America. And you think America can just gonna let black people just build a military and have a country right next to them and not try to force us to be allies? What do you think about that?
I think it's in part too because America has such a well built and vast infrastructure. So that
hmm
make a lot of things like, super convenient and all of that. But like our man was just saying a second ago, some of the even like some of the West Africans that's coming over here, people that I talk to, that's from West Africa, like Yoruba, they complaining about, the children is basically some of the kids is getting into like African American culture and getting assimilated. You know what I mean? And that's a problem, or they see it as a problem. So, people do want the education. We want the sanitation. We want everybody wants the convenience. That's just a human desire. But the culture. People are having a problem with their children accepting American culture. Especially through what we call, hip hop and things of that nature, with the music and the lifestyle that's being promoted, unfortunately, through hip hop. But yeah, but that's A lot of that's going on. But America is attractive because of the infrastructure. Who
Yeah,
doesn't
and then
want
and
infrastructure? Running water,
yeah, and then too.
electricity.
Yeah, and then too is the way how it was. It's the way how it was promoted too as well. But now in the world, now due to media and stuff like that, there's other places in the world that's being exposed about the infrastructure and things like that. Social media, like like Dubai, like what I'm saying, like other places, like other countries, Qatar, fucking
Infrastructure makes
countries get
places attractive.
infrastructure. It makes places attractive. So now you got people who's that now some of the countries always had some of these infrastructures, but it's just that it wasn't exposed like that to the world. But now with people got cell phones, people got social media, people going on vacations, they taking pictures, they videos, and what I'm saying, cameras, what I'm saying? So it's different now. You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't think so
Back
many
then.
Africans would want to leave Africa if they,
Hmm.
if infrastructure was more prevalent. But that was
Right.
one of the ways the West, they knew to keep Africa underdeveloped or
Right,
undeveloped.
right, and that's why they promoted so much of, even when they was promoting America, they promoted so much of New York, New York, New York, because of the infrastructure over here at the
Yeah.
time. So everything was New York, New York, New York, New York City. What I'm saying, infrastructure, and then you'll see New York City in the movies, and you'll see New York City this and
All the
New York City that.
railways, the ways to
Yeah. Oh,
travel. If
right.
you walk in to get water, for like a mile or whatever it may be, of course, when you see railways and all of these conveniences, it looks attractive,
Right.
but
Right.
the culture may not be attractive, but the
Mhm.
infrastructure alone is.
You're right, right. Now that's true. That's true. Infrastructure. Now you're right. And that's why you had a lot of those people too. They was leaving from those other Caribbean islands and going to Trinidad because of the infrastructure.
Right.
Trinidad is like the only islands in the Caribbean that got like skyscrapers and shit. Like for real. Like buildings, like you know what I'm saying? Yeah, like Trinidad is like the only island in the Caribbean that has that.
Jamaica has skyscraper. What are you saying?
Oh, Jamaica got skyscrapers too? Oh, I thought y'all.
Houston has a lot of skyscraper.
Oh, word?
Yeah, Harborfront, right off the water, New Kingston, where all the rich people live.
Yeah, and you need
Yeah.
infrastructure to do business. You need the roads to be paved and to be able to travel safely and do business, to move goods and services. So a lot of people are coming from environments, where they see all of this convenience and it's attractive, but when they get in here, it's an issue with the kids, because they don't really want their kids assimilating into American culture, you know what I mean, the way that they are, from what I'm gathering, from people that I talk to, not, no YouTube stuff and that.
It's called self-preservation. That's what
Yeah,
it's called.
they don't want them. They don't like the fact that they accepting the culture in that way.
If you know that there's a higher risk of your child getting shot or end up in jail or end up in situation that they have no place being in.
Yeah,
If
all the
that's your child, you're gonna do your best to protect your child.
Yeah.
And if the culture that you known from is not Black American culture, say you're coming from a Nigerian culture or say Ethiopian culture, it wouldn't be your quickest option to have your child assimilated in Black American culture currently as it is. That
Right.
wouldn't be your best option.
And
As a
I don't even call me myself what we hip hop as far as it being a vehicle to distribute and market music. In my opinion, it's been taken over by the
it's
small,
not it's not hip hop. It's not hip
the
hop.
small hat.
It's not
Well,
hip hop.
just
It's
I'll wrap it up real
it's
quick. But
mostly
in
gang.
my
It's the
opinion,
gang mentality. It's not the
in
hip
my
hop
opinion,
mentality. It's
it's
the
it's hip hop.
gang.
It's hip
It's the
hop is
gang
being
mentality.
used.
You see the bangers, the gang bangers, and all of them things. The kids walking with their pants underneath their ass, with guns with 50 big long clip holding 50 rounds. You're 17-year-old and you have a gun that you can't that you shouldn't be able to afford. You know,
Yeah.
that's
All
the
of that is all of that is marketed. It's
that
marketed
they're
too, though.
guiding their kids
We can't
from.
leave out the fact that it's marketed to these young men.
Teenagers.
It's marketed. I mean, it's marketed through the music. It's been totally co-opted by the
Everyone's
Ashkenazi.
listening to music,
It's been
though.
totally
It's not
co-opted by the
looking to.
Ashkenazi.
I
It
couldn't blame the music.
it has simply become a vehicle for them to market and try to manipulate and engineer a pseudo culture for black people by promoting violence and young women to sell their body and things of that nature. That's what they're marketing through hip hop. If we don't see that as
Why is the
a
movie
clear,
industry always overlooked?
it's
Because the
it's
movie,
being marketed through hip hop.
because the movies are just as
It's a
just as
marketing.
big as
It
the
has
media.
become a marketing tool for the Ashkenazi.
Why don't no one ever talk about the movie industry?
That's a part of it too.
It's gotta be a beef.
All I've been hearing is this shit about hip hop. I get tired of people talking about hip hop as if it's not other
It's not
elements
hip hop. It's the rap
involved.
industry now.
Yo,
It's
I
the
don't,
rap
I don't, I
industry
don't, I
now.
don't, I don't,
It's
I don't know
industrialized.
Damn, son, this nigga Sabio about to turn this shit into a beef.
I don't just listen to hip hop.
This shit
I
getting
listen to any
annoying,
genre
yo.
of music. And
It's
if
an
you're really
industry,
into
man.
music, you would know that hip hop is not the most violent music.
It's an
And listen,
industry, man. It's industrialized. It's
there are other
industrialized.
genre of music way more violent than hip hop.
Go listen to death metal.
It's
Telling you
industrialized.
blatantly what you should do
to
to
some
your
death
girlfriend,
metal.
your mom, your neighbor, like your government. Hip hop is not the most violent music. That's a
I didn't say
stereotype.
it is, but
If
it's
you
a marketing
listen,
tool
I'm telling you, if
of
you
the Ashkenazi now, bro.
widen
It
your
just
genre of
is.
music that you listen to, and you
You
realize
gotta
hip
say
hop
what
is
it
not the
is.
most
It's a
violent.
marketing tool for the
So
Ashkenazi.
other culture have very violent, toxic music, but they're not playing that out. So I couldn't
They
just
have
blame
put the
music.
fear in you.
Listen some of them UK heavy metal.
You better not say nothing against them Jews.
It's a stereotype to think hip
They've
hop
been
is such
putting out violent movies and violent content for decades.
They
That don't have
have.
no effect. They don't have no effect. But that damn rap music though, now that's a problem.
It is for young people, man. It
that's
is
just
for young people.
That's just a quick cop out. Hip hop. Cut it off.
It ain't no quick cop out. How is it? You don't. So you don't see a trend amongst all of these executives. You don't see them, all of them being the same nationality, and we being the people with all of the talent, the gift, and the creativity, and they just feed off of our talents and gifts. You don't see a pattern there, man.
I mean, yeah, if you talking about like that, yeah,
You're
but
talking
in
about the
that sense,
business
yeah,
side of hip hop, but you're not.
yeah. I
You're
mean,
talking about the business side of hip hop that having to do
yeah,
with
yeah. You
the
talking about the bit,
artists
yeah,
and the producers.
yeah. That's something different though.
You're
But
talking more
yeah,
about the song that the artist is doing, his art, his talent that he's broadcasting to the world.
We got all the raw talent, and they sitting sucking off our people blood. They sitting sucking off our people blood. We got all the raw talent, all the raw creativity, all the gifts, and they sitting there sucking off our people blood.
These are your religious cousins. I don't
It ain't
care.
Who?
The Jews. They're your religious cousins.
Your Muslim
Okay, Sabir. Okay, Sabir. Yeah, those who say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Those who say they are Jews and are not. The scripture already put it out there. Revelations 3:9. Those who say they are Jews but are
The
not,
same
but do
scripture that
lie.
they sold you.
Yeah.
So they're selling you a scripture that
Revelations 2:9 and 2:9.
I don't care about that book.
Those who say they are Jews and are not, but do lie.
I'm just trying to show you
Yeah,
how
that's them.
I'm just trying to show you
You want to
how
talk about
God
scriptures?
did that. Yo, I'm not talking about scriptures. I'm just
Yeah, I
trying
know
to
you
show
don't want
how
to talk about scriptures with me.
Yo, can you hush and let me finish my statement so you can understand why I said that?
Okay.
You running off. The reason I said that is to show you that you're talking about people that are supposed to be your spiritual cousins. Like, but you want to
I
bash
just
them.
told you
You don't,
those. The
yo, yo,
scripture calls it
yo,
out.
yo,
Those who
yo,
say they
yo,
are
yo,
Jews
yo, yo, yo,
but
can
are
I
not,
finish?
but do
Can I
lie.
finish?
That's them right there. The
Can
book
I
tell you who
finish?
they
Yo,
is.
I don't care. Can I
Those were
finish?
the ones writing the book.
Yo, I'm in. Can I finish?
That's not what the scriptures said.
Can I finish?
And that from that one verse, it wasn't. You couldn't get that one verse and say
Actually, it's two. Man, it's two verses. You need to brush up on your Bible before you start
But
talking.
where in it does it specify that it's
Revelations
talking about
3:9 and 2:9. You need to brush up on your Bible before you start talking to me.
Yeah, but where in that does it say it's talking about the Israeli who now live in Israel?
It's talking about the synagogue of Satan.
I'm in.
It's talking about the synagogue of Satan.
Let's not go down.
That's your
Let's not go down this
interpretation of
interpretation.
whatever you're reading.
Let's not go down that. Let's not go down that road. It's a veer that we're not trying. I'm not even trying to go down. I'm just trying to get him to understand how his talking point can be directed back at him.
Listen, I'm telling you that they trying to trap our community off.
I don't care about none of that. I don't care about no, it's not.
Man, that's awful.
I'm not. No, it's not about attacking you. It's about you actually listening to the things that you're saying and understanding that you are connected to these people no matter how you try
I
to
am
drag
not.
them. You're a Muslim. Your religion stems from theirs, bro. Shut
I'm
up, you sound
the
dumb.
kind of Muslim that's leading Pan-Africanism
No, you're
in
not.
West Africa right
No,
now.
you're
That's the
not.
kind of
No,
Muslim
you're
I
not.
am, nigga.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're
I
not.
keep
You're
on
not a
telling you.
Pan-Africanist. You're not a Pan. You're not a
All of them
You're not a
Pan-Africanists,
Pan-African. You're not a
Muslim states
Pan-African. You're
in
not a
in West
Pan-African.
Africa
We're
right
not gonna
now,
go down this route.
you gonna have to bow down to
You're a
that, Seville.
Pan-Asian. You're a
It's the
Pan-Asian.
fact.
You're a
No one
Pan-Asian.
Reality gonna make you bow down.
is claiming to be Afro-Asiatic.
They
No one
Muslim.
in
They
Nigeria
all
is
Muslims.
claiming to be Afro-Asiatic.
They got the
They
DNA.
convert to a religion.
They got the
They
DNA.
convert to a religion, just like many Black Americans convert to
They
Christianity.
got the DNA.
It does not make them Anglo-Saxon.
They got the
You can
DNA.
convert to
Man.
religion you want.
You dead on that too, man. They
But
got
you
the DNA.
also claim
So let's get
to
back
be
to hip hop.
That's
So
the
let's get
difference.
back to. So let's get back to the disrespect of hip hop and how hip hop is the cause
When hip
of
hop was
destruction in the Black
influenced by
community.
Islam, his hip hop was good when it was influenced by Islam. Eric B. and
shit.
Rakim, Poor Righteous Teachers, King's Son, all of that, Big Daddy Kane, all of that's Islam. All of it. All of that is Islam. Every MC Light, all of it, Queen Latifah, all of that's Islam. That's all the teachers of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad in one form or another, either God body or straight out of the nation. Either way, that's when hip hop was classic hip hop.
And you
Once
know
the
what?
Ashkenazi got their hand